Hi everyone, I'm the author, Lacey Carter Anderson. I just wanted to give a brief introduction to this complete audiobook series. This is the Royal Goldkeepers box set. It's actually based upon a reoccurring dream that I had over several years that I finally decided to take the time to write. It has heat, a great story, interesting characters, and an absolutely unique fantasy world. I decided it was important to release this as a box set because it's really the type of story you want to listen straight through to. Each book ends on a cliffhanger, so this way you don't have to wait weeks or months to see what happens. It's all right here for you to enjoy. And as someone who also enjoys listening to audiobooks, I feel like getting to hear the complete series in one shot is always best. As for these books, most of this series takes place in fantasy worlds unlike anything you've ever seen before. As the hero and heroine, Alora and Callum, attempt to find the answers to where their missing fathers have gone. It's not that simple, though. Alora and Caleb have spent their whole lives being forced to hate each other, being each other's competition, that they stubbornly refuse to work together even when they're alone facing ogres, giants, and other terrifying creatures. Only they can't survive on their own. The world that only the two of them can step into is too dangerous, and their fathers haven't properly prepared them. This leads to them having to work together, and everyone knows what happens when two hot, headstrong enemies are forced to be around each other. Absolute sparks. So I hope you enjoy this enemies to lovers romance with forced proximity and fantastical worlds.
Cursed Ever After, a fantasy romance. The Royal Goldkeepers, Book 1. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Read for you by Daphne Fields. Dedication. To my readers, thank you for always being there for me when I need you the most. 1. Elora. I stare at the massive wall in front of me, watching as it changes. It twists like dough being squished in a toddler's hands, or maybe like a giant plastic wall that a strange, horrifying creature is trying to escape from. Sometimes I even imagine I see hands, feet, or even a face pushing through the green substance. But I'm pretty sure those things only exist in my mind. They're images I only see because of the tales told by the locals about this dangerous wall that separates our world from that of Neverwood. The locals who come here, usually teenagers who have been dared to do so by their friends, are terrified by the strange doorway to another world. This mix between a wall of leaves like a huge hedge and something else, something that shouldn't be able to exist in our world. Yet I'm never afraid. Not because Neverwood is safe, but because I'm one of only 4 living people who can enter this place. One of the only people who knows what's behind the wall. And although it is a scary place, it's also a world of wonder. One I want to return to, even today, after 3 long months of not being allowed to go. For whatever reason, my dad has told me no, and that only he'll be going on this trip. I'd protested. I'd even resorted to sulking a little, like when I was a child, because the whole thing was irritatingly unfair. He's supposed to retire as a goldkeeper soon, and allow me to take his place. But I can't do that until I've learned more, including all the ins and outs of surviving in Neverwood. Even though I know he's scared about the day I have to go through without him, I want to be as prepared as possible. Which means not allowing me to go with him when there's a chance for me to learn more is foolish. We should be taking every opportunity before he retires to train. How is it that he doesn't see that? I'm in my 20s. I'm more than old enough to take over. The wind blows a little harsher, and I look across the darkened sky to see gray streaks of light rising over the huge mountains that surround Paradise Falls. A shiver rolls down my spine, and I wrap my arms around myself. I haven't enjoyed storms since my first experience with one in Neverwood. But I also know stormy days are the most likely days that we can cross over. So I say nothing, just glance at my father. My father is kneeling on the ground, going through each item in his pack. He checks everything when he packs at home, before he leaves the house, and when he gets here. I once thought it was overkill until I realized just how important each item is. Important enough that if anything gets screwed up, you can die. His head is bowed over his backpack as he checks each thing, and I realize his short hair, which used to be pale brown weaved with gray, is mostly gray now. When did that happen? And how hadn't I noticed until today? He closes his pack and looks up at me with his trademark smile, the one that dazzles all the ladies in town and makes my heart ache when I think of it when he's gone to Neverwood. He rises a little more slowly than he used to and comes over to me. I already know what he's going to do before he does it, so I'm smiling when he takes my face in his hands. My father lowers his face until it's right in front of mine. His mismatched eyes, identical to mine, one hazel and one blue, light up with affection, excitement, and the desire for adventure. I love you. I grin. I love you too. And Neverwood will never take me. He says it like a hero from old. I laugh. It's been our thing for at least the past 20 years, starting when I was a child and had to watch my father go without me. But we continued it, even on the trips I got to join him on. Fucking never. Although I'd added the fucking when I got older. He releases my face, opening his mouth to say more, but suddenly frowns. His head tilts a little to the side, and I realize he's listening for something. His instincts after so much time in Neverwood are far better than mine, so I hold my breath and try to listen too. At first there's nothing, and then I hear the churning of gravel and soft footfalls coming toward us. We both stiffen at the sound coming up the little path, the one that weaves through the woods from the small parking lot to where we are now. My dad and I exchange a look. I roll my eyes and he laughs, because there's only one person it could be. Well, two. And they're not just our enemies and our sole competition. They're annoying, irritating people who get under our skin like no one else. Callum and his father, Archer, come into view, hurrying up the path. Clearly, they're both already in a bad mood based on the way they're frowning and the way their entire bodies seem to radiate a pissed-off energy. Although I'm pretty sure these two are always in bad moods. They're the trademark grumpy people in life who could notice clouds on a perfect day, who think all babies are ugly, who shout at crossing guards, and who mutter at kids when they lose balls in their yards. Bitter assholes. Archer has his pack already on his shoulders, but the pack almost looks small on the mountain of a man. He's easily double the size of my father, even though by some sick twist of nature, he's a little smaller than his giant son. His white hair is long and messy, left loose around his shoulders like it hasn't been brushed for days, and his dark eyes are narrowed, his lips pursed as he seems to be trying to speedwalk to stay in front of his son. Competing with his son. Just pathetic. Callum moves at a more casual stroll with his long legs, but it keeps him right behind his father. He wears a dark green jacket that's buttoned up, somehow not straining even over his impossibly wide shoulders. His short, dirty blonde hair is a little messy from the wind, but still styled in that way he likes, with one side left a little longer than the other. His hands are in his pockets, and when those deep green eyes of his meet mine, there's one moment where he seems surprised to see me, when his gaze rakes over me, and then he looks away, and I can breathe again. Archer stops on the trail when he spots us. "Waited for me, you old asshole?" My father smiles. He hadn't been waiting, he'd been triple-checking his gear, but he's never one to back down from his lifelong rival. "You bet. I wouldn't want you claiming I got more goldarium because I got a head start." Archer snorts. "The day Victor Walker gets more gold than me is the day I officially retire, and let my fuck-up son take my place." Callum says nothing, but that's what he's best at. He just stares at the doorway to Neverwood like it has the answers he's seeking in life. Briefly, I wonder if he feels the same way I do, that our dads need to train us more because they're slowing down, and that they became the sole goldkeepers when they were far younger than us. But knowing Callum, he doesn't give two shits as long as he keeps having all the women in town fall all over him and doesn't actually have to do any work to earn his spot on a pedestal next to us. He just has to be one of the descendants of the two great families. Why do you care how he thinks or feels anyway? He's an ass. My thoughts are right, but I don't have an answer to them. Instead, an unwanted memory pops up of him and me from years ago, when we were just teens, of our lips pressed together and our hearts racing. A forbidden moment between two enemies. Heat rushes through me, and I push the thought away angrily. I'd already sworn to forget that night, so why did memories of it always pop up at the worst times? "So are you ready?" my dad asks Archer, and there's something strange in his tone. The two men stare at each other. My father's mouth pulls into a thin line, and even though I'm trying to catch his gaze, I feel like he's purposely ignoring mine. Tension sings between them, a tension I don't understand. I realize they see each other a lot in Neverwood. It's just the way of the paths. But here in Paradise Falls, they only speak to taunt each other. So is this about something in Neverwood? Archer suddenly barks, "Over here, now." He marches away from us to the edge of the trees and across the small clearing we're in. To my surprise, my dad follows him. I can't imagine what they have to talk about. The two hate each other. Even though my father is never one to cause trouble, he's shown more than a few times that the other man is nothing but a bully. So what the hell is going on? The two lean in together and start whispering. I frown and look at Callum to see if he has any idea what they're talking about, but he's watching them too. As much as people don't seem to value Callum for his intelligence, I know he's noting every odd thing about their exchange, the same way I am. When Callum's gaze meets mine, I snap my focus back to our father's. Even so, he continues to rest his gaze on me. His gaze is so intense my skin feels hot and my heart races. But I will myself to continue pretending I don't notice. Suddenly, Archer shoves my dad so hard that my father staggers. "If all of that's true, you know it's now. You know we're out of time." My dad shakes his head and gets that stubborn look on his face, the same one he claims I got from him. "They need more time. We need more time." Archer turns away from him, then back, and punches my father in the face. My dad goes down, hitting the ground in a way that I've never seen before. It's rare for anyone to hurt us because our two families are the only gold keepers, though that doesn't mean we couldn't hurt each other. Archer moves closer, fists clenched, but there's extreme regret in his eyes, which confuses me. It's not enough for me to stop myself from running toward them, but it's enough to make this whole thing all the stranger. I'm there in an instant, standing between them, my fists balled up. "What the hell are you doing? Don't touch my father!" I get close to Archer, almost screaming in his face. But he neither backs down nor steps up to my challenge. Callum is beside me somehow, his voice quiet but firm. "Enough. Whatever this is, it's enough." Archer advances on his son. "I'm the only one who says when it's enough." But he's already dropped his fist. Then he looks at my father again, pain written across his face, and moves away from all of us, radiating distress in a way that's almost palpable. But Archer's not my concern. I turn to my dad and help him up. His lip is bleeding and my heart is racing, but he seems to be okay. I know he's okay, it's just that I'm upset. My adrenaline is pumping. I can't believe someone would attack my sweet father. "You're hurt," I say, touching his face, moving him to see the damage. You know it'll heal, he tells me gently, placing his hands over mine. I don't care that we heal fast. I care that he's hurt. He had no right to do that. Why isn't my dad more upset? I'm shaking as I drop my hand from his face and take a step back, feeling lost, feeling like he's keeping something from me. It's complicated, he says with a shrug, still avoiding my gaze as he rubs the back of his neck. Now, Archer and I need to finish talking. My jaw drops. He just punched you. What's there to talk about? Alora, please, he says, but he's not asking. His tone makes that clear because it's that stern voice he so rarely uses with me. I bite my lip but step away, walking slowly back to the path, feeling lost and angry. Callum follows behind, not saying a word as he comes to stand beside me. I shiver as my adrenaline fades, and the cold morning air washes over me once more. I couldn't care less about the goosebumps dancing up and down my arms. I'm watching the two men, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. There's heat in their faces, but Archer doesn't move to attack again. He's arguing with his words and not his hands. It's clear that they're debating something important. And I wonder if it has to do with Callum and I becoming goldkeepers soon, or something happening in Neverwood. Or a topic I don't know anything about, which makes me feel strangely on the outside. It's always been me and my dad against the world, my stepmother some distant shadow nearby, who comes around just enough to be part of our lives, but nothing more. Cold? Callum asks me. Stiffening, I realize I am, but I'm not going to tell my enemy that. No. Fine, princess. Stand there and shiver while I enjoy my nice coat. He drawls out slowly. Of course he asked so he could rub it in. Typical Runefall man. Ass. Bitch. But then something changes in our father's conversation, because my dad looks upset. His eyes are wide and he glances from Archer back to me. I don't know what he's saying, but I have the strangest feeling it's about me. Then my dad turns back to Archer, nods sadly, and they break apart. He moves toward me, and I feel like whatever important fight they were having, my dad lost. What's wrong? I ask when he gets close enough, and my voice sounds too high even to my own ears. My dad shakes his head, then gives me a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Archer says that it's time for us to seriously give you guys the reins, to be the next goalkeepers. We need to take you further than ever before. My heart sings. This is all I've ever wanted. So we'll be gone. For months? Like your really long trips. My bag's in the truck. I can just... No. His smile is so damn sad. Not today, but soon. Sooner than we planned. For now, focus on your university and your training, and... Alora, I just want you to know that even though you're behind in some ways from when we were your age, you have the Walker family gifts. You understand Neverwood deep in your soul. You see it for what it is. A dangerous place, but also a beautiful, amazing place to be respected. If you keep that attitude toward it, always keeping it and its best interests in your heart, you'll be okay. You'll do what needs to be done. My heart swells. I want to say so much. I'm practically glowing from my father's words. But I don't want to show my softer side in front of Callum and his father. So I simply say, okay, then hold a fist out to him, and he bumps it like he always does, even though his smile is still sad. I'm ready. I am so dang ready. You have no idea. Our next trip together is going to be epic, even better than your trips with Grandpa. He nods, staring down at his feet. You're going to do amazing, hun. Behind us, I see that Archer is talking in a whispered voice to Callum. Callum looks confused, his handsome face changing as his brows draw together in concern and his lips purse. I guess he's not as happy about actually having to do some work moving forward. But it's about time he realizes being the next gold keeper is about more than wealth, popularity, and enjoying the good life. It's about working for our town by bringing back goldarium, the precious material that our people depend on so much. Surprise, surprise, the pretty boy just wanted his honorary crown, I think. Glad to be able to focus on what they're doing rather than my own yo-yoing feelings. Just then I see Archer remove the golden chain from around his neck and draw the necklace out from under his shirt, placing it into his son's shocked hands. I turn back to my father and see him taking off his own necklace, and I start to shake my head, but then he lifts my hand and places it in my palm. Staring down at it, my stomach flips. A crystal ball surrounds a piece of goldarium about the size of my thumb. The rare and powerful material moves inside the ball, constantly twisting and reforming, the golden putty-like substance mesmerizing to watch. It's true that I've dreamed of the day my father gave me this necklace more times than I can count. But this isn't how it was supposed to go. This ceremony is supposed to mean something important. Giving it to me now is a token rather than something earned, and I don't like it. My gaze moves back to my father's face in confusion. I don't understand. I thought you would give this to me when I became our family's official goldkeeper. Not now. Not when I'm not ready yet and haven't earned it. He takes it from my hand and drops it over my head, where the golden substance in the crystal ball falls between my breasts, continuing to move and roll as we watch it. Plans change, little one. Then he surprises me yet again by pulling me into a tight hug. I know the legends are true, he whispers. We just haven't gone far enough. We'll find it. But forgive me. I love you. You know I love you. But please, be careful who you trust. He thinks the legend is true? And forgive him for what? When he pulls back, I cling to him, feeling anxious for reasons I don't understand. What are you talking about? What's happening? Archer looks our way, glaring. Are you fucking kidding me? What did you say to her? Do you want to die, old man? I don't understand what's happening, but I shout back at him, Get over yourself, you asshole! He opens his mouth to say more when we hear vehicles nearby, their tires churning the little stones that make up the small parking area built for us. Which means there are vehicles in the parking lot way out here. Something that makes no sense. No one but us goldkeepers are meant to go to this sacred place. Certainly no one but foolish teens dare to go near the entrance to Neverwood. However, my dad and Callum seem to know who's here and why. Because they launch into action. My dad yanks me into a hug one more time, then pushes away in a frantic rush. Archer whispers something to his son, and then our fathers are both running for the entrance to Neverwood, their packs barely thrown over their shoulders. I hear my dad saying, Please, 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 as he runs, and I stare in shock as they both push through the green substance and disappear into Neverwood. Callum and I exchange worried glances filled with disbelief before security arrives. Dozens of them come swarming out of the trees around our clearing in their full riot gear. They're wearing all black, including their helmets, guns, and tasers in their hands, like they're approaching enemies rather than the most important people in their society. My heart races, and I stare around in shock. Who are they after? Us? And why? What does any of this mean? Where are they? One of them shouts at me. Where? He grabs the front of my shirt, snagging my chain as he does, and I'm suddenly looking at my own terrified face reflecting back in his visor. I'm too shocked to move to even answer, but then the man is dragged away from me, and my shirt snaps back into place. Callum is there, eyes flashing with rage as he punches the man in the face, his fist going through the visor, covering the security man's eyes. Don't ever fucking touch her, Callum roars, and tasers and guns are pointed at his chest as he faces them, looking like a giant about to rip them limb from limb. The man in his grip goes limp, and Callum drops him to the ground, his hand covered in broken glass and blood. Callum steps in front of me, squaring off with security, breathing hard, so massive and angry that I finally see why people fear our families so much. Although I'm surprised, because he's standing in front of me like a guard dog willing to die to protect his master. To protect me. Yet, will it come to that? What do they want from us? Suddenly, one of the men shoots Callum with his taser. It hits Callum in the chest, and his body begins to spasm. There's pain in his eyes, but also anger. Anger because no one hurts the two families. We deserve at least that for what we've done for our people. He begins to walk toward the man, his limbs still spasming at random, and the other security men take a step back. But their weapons remain trained on him. Like he's some kind of wild animal rather than a runefall. Something inside of me snaps at the audacity of these men, and before Callum can reach him, I'm there. My fist hits the security man's throat, not at full force because I'm not trying to kill him, but enough to send him flying back. Enough that he's left on the ground, wheezing for breath, his eyes filled with panic. Two men tried to pin me down, but Callum yanks one of them off of me, and I kick the other one in the stomach, sending him into the tree near me. The trunk makes a terrible cracking sound, or maybe the sound came from some of his bones, but I don't care. If these fools want a fight, we'll give them one. To my shock, Callum and I are back to back, ready to take on the men around us. We know that their weapons can do damage to us, but being from the two families means we can kill them all if we want to. Which we won't, even though they dared to touch us. Not unless we have to, of course. Callum's mother suddenly appears along the path, and security moves out of the way for the council member. Calm down, you two. They're not here to hurt anyone. We were simply wondering where Callum's father had gone. Councilwoman Kayla's tone is annoyed, like we're in the wrong for not knowing something that still doesn't make sense. All this is about his father? Callum's anger doesn't calm as he squares off with the tiny woman in a white suit. She's wearing high heels even in the woods. Her short white hair slicked to her head in her typical fashion, and her dark eyes unreadable. Father is in Neverwood, where he's supposed to be. Now what the hell is all of this? And her father? Councilwoman Kayla snaps at him, even though she's looking at me. Gone to Neverwood, Calum answers. Now, what is this? He sounds more than pissed this time, like he's about to punch someone again. The stoic woman lets her mask slip for a moment, a look of rage and disbelief filling her expression before it's gone. Then it's over. She snaps her fingers. It's too late. Like ants responding to their queen, the men instantly turn and head back toward the parking lot, except for a few who pick up the men on the ground and carry them out, before following the others. Callum's mother ignores all of them, because she's busy staring at the entrance to Neverwood. Actually, not so much staring as she is glaring. The hate in her expression so intense that it steals my breath. Why all of this? What happened? I ask, waving after the men. None of this makes any sense. Nothing, she says, then turns away. It doesn't matter now. 2. Unknown. Victor and Archer must have gotten my warning in time. That's the only thing that makes sense given their disappearance into Neverwood. It's unfortunate, however, that I didn't see this coming until it was almost too late. I guess we always believe we have more time than we really do, which is especially true for Jane and my mother. May the gods watch over their souls. Now, Victor and Archer might be safe, but as for Callum and Alora, the danger is worse than ever before. I owe it to them and my mother to make certain that their enemy's plan fails once again. It might only be a temporary solution to a greater problem, but that greater problem is beyond my ability to fix. At least for now. I don't know how much time Callum and Alora have before it's too late, but they truly can't be told until the last possible moment. If they knew the horrors that were planned for their lives, if they knew the enemies they were surrounded by and the odds that are stacked against them, they might crack. They might show our hand before it's time, which would be the end for all of us. So I have to find some way to warn them, a way to start to open their eyes without giving everything away. I will need to be an invisible force, helping them to walk on the right path, even before they know there is a right and a wrong path. Should I fail, their blood will be on my hands. 3. Elora. It's been 4 months since I last saw my father, longer than any of his other trips into Neverwood, and with each day that passes, the tension in Paradise Falls increases. It grows like an unspoken monster moving throughout the town, leaving subtle reminders that it had been there in its wake. Even though it's nothing compared to the tension inside of me. I keep replaying the events before my dad left in my mind, but no matter how much I do, I still have no idea what happened. It's obvious he got into trouble, but what kind? Did it lead to him choosing not to come back? Or did something happen to him? No one would choose to remain in Neverwood forever. Something went wrong, I know it. In the chair next to me, Ari Radian shifts in her desk, and my gaze snaps to her. I've known Ari since we were toddlers, like most of the people around my age in Paradise Falls. We used to have playdates together, and even though I don't remember it, my dad said that once upon a time we were best friends. But when I glance at her now, I'm surprised by how much time can change things. Ari's parents were both scientists who worked in the labs, at least before her mom's death. Most people thought Ari would take after her parents. Instead, she seems to care very little about school or any of the people in Paradise Falls. Mostly she spends her days in the woods, doing who knows what. Ari's long black hair is almost always pulled into a messy bun, and she wears tank tops, jeans, and mud-stained boots most of the time. In class, she's always tapping her foot or her fingers, her expression irritated, like this is the last place in the world she wants to be. Which, okay, I can't blame her for, but she definitely stands out from the other kids. Maybe almost as much as I do, but in a quieter way. Her gaze suddenly meets mine, and her dark eyes are intense. Always so damn intense. Like she has a million things on her mind, but never says any of them. I look away from her, uncomfortable. Sometimes being a walker means being uncomfortable with everyone, but with her, it's something else. Unfortunately, my gaze moves to the empty chair next to her, and I'm left thinking about the person who sat there last. Someone who did something dumb and got hurt. Someone who was left with a permanent issue. Someone who then disappeared, just like everyone with flaws. I jump a little when the professor closes his book loudly, like a clap of thunder in the silent classroom. Okay, read chapters 8 through 12, and come prepared for a debate next class. That will be all. Everyone grabs their stuff and heads out the door, but I follow a little more slowly. This day, like every day since my father left, has felt repetitive and boring. Almost like every day is the same as the day before. Including the fact that Farron is waiting for me outside of my Science of the Elements class. He's chatting with one of his buddies, leaning against a wall in his tank top, his hat on backwards and his stance kind of douchey. I don't think there's any other way to describe it. Yes, he's still technically a good-looking guy, smart and all-around decent, but he's just not my type. When he spots me, his dark eyes light up and he pushes away from the wall, ignoring his friend, who is still in the middle of talking, and nearly bumping into Ari as if she doesn't exist. He's next to me in an instant as I head for the doors leading outside. "Elora, long time no see." "Yeah, what's it been? A day?" I ask, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Farron smiles, oozing confidence like all the jocks at our school. "You should come by and watch me practice sometime. I mean, I already see you out at the stadium every morning exercising. Why not just stay a little longer and watch?" I specifically got up early enough to try to avoid the jock crowd because I'm there to train, not get hit on. Wearing my heavy bag for Neverwood, I run up and down the bleachers, around the track, and push myself as hard as I can to make sure I'm ready for when I have to go to that dangerous other world. I'd realized pretty quickly that having a bunch of guys trying to catch my eye and get my attention was not conducive to getting a good workout. So I'm usually heading out when the coach is herding the football team in. It works out perfectly, except the constant comments from this asshole about it. That's okay, I tell him, because I can't imagine anything more boring than watching him practice throwing a ball around. I prefer my current routine. "Cool," he says, but his tone isn't as casual as usual. "You know, I noticed you like poetry, and there's this coffee shop in town that has a poetry night every Thursday, so I was thinking that maybe you and I could—" "Poetry night sounds fun. Too bad I'm busy every Thursday." I'm not, but I just want to let the guy down easy. He might get under my skin sometimes, but I'm pretty sure that has more to do with my frustration with everyone rather than just him, which isn't entirely fair. Farron slides in front of me, blocking my way. As the quarterback, he's smaller than most of the other players, but he's still a big man, so his move is effective at stopping me. "Maybe we can plan something for another time." He pauses, then pushes on when I don't respond. "What do you think about everything?" I stiffen, mad at myself for not expecting his question. "Everything?" He shrugs, looking a little less confident. "You know, like the council reducing trade." Of course, because I haven't been asked this a million times since people started to notice. It's also damn obvious, logical even. There have been fewer flights and helicopters over the mountains because there's less goldarium to send out. This is because our main resource is no longer being refueled, brought back by Archer and my father. So the council has been having to restrict what they do with the goldarium we have left. The top priorities are our doctors, hospitals, labs, and powering our town, rather than trading the precious resource with the outside world. Which has pissed people off, so they find ways to trap me in a conversation to see if I know more than they do. Yet, no matter how many ways I've tried to tell people that I don't have a clue what's going on, no one is satisfied with my lack of knowledge, which just makes them angrier. I'm angry too, for having to deal with their shit. I've resorted to short, aggressive answers, like I do now. I don't know. I move around Farron and keep heading for the door, but he keeps pace at my side. "What about what they've been saying on the news?" He sounds casual. Farron is probably one of the few people less interested in what I know, and more so looking for an excuse to talk to me. An excuse that might lead to getting into my pants and eventually marrying into the Walker family line. Although, I can never be sure. Maybe he's genuinely trying to get some gossip. Either way, not my cup of tea. "The council sounds like they have things covered," I tell him, mimicking his casual tone, even though my words aren't exactly true. Initially, the council was pretending everything was fine, But when they stopped being able to sweep everything under the rug because there were just too many questions from our people, things changed. New reports began to fill all the television stations, biased news reports given by pretty people who were experts at turning ugly truths into pretty lies. They'd basically implied that the long trip our fathers had taken was planned and completely normal, and that when they returned, they'd be coming back with more than enough goldarium to make it worth it. Not that people are as dumb as the council seems to think. If that was truly the plan, the council would have told everyone before our fathers left. They would have rationed the goldarium better and planned for it. Instead, they didn't tell anyone anything until the rumors began, which anyone with half a brain knows means they're making things up as they go along. Still, it was enough to placate people, at first. People only really noticed because of the quieter skies in the beginning, which they didn't like, but weren't too concerned about. But without things to ship out and goldarium to trade, we weren't shipping much in either, which is when everything changed. Stores, restaurants, and even our public centers were experiencing shortages of things that we'd never lacked before. Our people, at least on the wealthy side of Paradise Falls, were not accustomed to being told no about anything. Farron shrugs beside me. I guess I've just noticed people getting pissed at you and wanted to check in and make sure you were okay. He unexpectedly sounds sincere. What's harder, though, is that he isn't wrong about how things have been going lately. In the beginning, people were simply side-eyeing me in public, but now, everywhere I go, there are not-so-quiet whispers about the fact that my father and Callum's father are dead, and that it's our turn to step up as goldkeepers. They whisper that everyone has been patient enough, and that this can't go on any longer or we'll all suffer. She should accept that her dad is dead and do his job, I'd heard more than a few times, even though everyone should know by now that I couldn't even go to Neverwood if I believed my father wasn't coming back, not without the council's approval. And when the council gives their approval, everyone will know. So, basically, people are just being jerks in hopes that making me say that my dad is dead will move this whole process along. Which, frankly, hurts me. My father is a hero to these people. One of only 4 people willing to go to that dangerous world to get goldarium, risking his life each and every time for all of our benefit. But since he hasn't brought any of it back, it seems like everyone is talking about him like he's a replaceable tool they need to use to stay rich and privileged. Is that how they really see him? Is that how they see me? It's a scary notion. A notion that shakes the foundation of my loyalty to Paradise Falls. I always thought I was happy to help my people, but what if I've just been convinced of that fact? Manipulated to the point where I didn't understand the truth. Maybe the way I thought everyone saw my family is wrong. Either way, he says, just be careful out there. Thanks, I say, my heart softening a little toward the jock. And, we'll maybe start going into Neverwood, too. We could use some more gold while your dad is gone, or whatever. My heart turns as hard as ice. Great advice. He startles, probably because my tone is as cold as my heart. Or whatever. Whatever my ass, I tell him, then march away to my favorite spot and sink down against the tree. Tearing open my backpack, I fish out a book and try to ignore the world outside of me, including Farron. I feel him staring for a little while longer before he leaves. Then I watch as the words on the page blend together in front of my eyes, and some unnamed emotion awakens inside of me. Releasing a slow breath, I close my eyes for a minute, letting the breeze rush over me. This place isn't like Neverwood, but right now I can almost imagine I'm there, with the wind whistling in the leaves, the animals creeping beneath the woods, and the magic in everything, even in me. For one beautiful moment, I feel my soul gentling, and then I hear students cursing and laughing, something loud crashing, and the moment is over. I'm back in Paradise Falls, pretending this is where I belong. Pretending even though I don't feel that way at all. Here, I'm an outsider. There I might be too, but it doesn't always feel that way. In Neverwood, I'm just another creature in nature, trying to survive, knowing that a single mistake can get me killed. Somehow, though, I feel safer there sometimes. Under the shade of the leaves, who I am isn't quite as obvious. But each time someone looks in my direction, I swear I can feel it, like ants along my skin. My mind starts going nuts. Things are only going to get worse here until something changes. I need to find my dad. I need to get the council to agree to let me go to Neverwood. I need to fix all of this. What you thinking about, beautiful? I look up from the book I was only pretending to read and lean back against the tree. Afternoon sunlight filters through the leaves above me, casting me in just enough shadows that Cyril looks like he's standing in the middle of a brightly lit stage, even though it's only the grass outside of Paradise Falls University. His long black hair has been left loose around his shoulders in the style that makes me envy his perfect strands, and his outfit of choice is even bolder than usual. A bright orange shirt covered in swirls with tight black pants and red boots. Smiling, I close the book in my lap. Nothing. My best friend does a spin and a weird little dance as he comes toward me, shimmying his shoulders. You sure? Because this day is spectacularly perfect, and you're the only one looking glum as hell. I'm fine, I lie, trying to smile because I know he's doing all of this to cheer me up. He jumps down dramatically in front of me, leaning forward so I can see part of the wild tattoos across his chest beneath the half-unbuttoned shirt. And you, girl, don't look good in blue. I laugh because I'm wearing gray and black. Blue? Lifting his hands to the sky, he starts singing. You're too beautiful to be blue, la la la. Blue isn't your color. He keeps going, and when a few girls pass us, he increases his volume and winks at them. They hurry off, giggling because, well, Cyril is known as the school charmer. He could flirt the pants off a teacher, and one of his favorite rumors is that he's done exactly that. I'm pretty sure he started it, and he continues to make it more dramatic for the attention. But I'll never tell anyone his secret. Cyril's song finally finishes, and I sigh in partial relief. He loves to sing, and I usually love listening to him too, but today I just want to go to Neverwood and try to find my father. Not that I can until the council gives permission for me to, but I want to go so bad it hurts. Studying for Science of the Elements? He asks, glancing down at the textbook in my lap. I nod. He shakes his head. I'll never understand why you and Callum actually do any work. You know they'll pass you with flying colors, and you already know your job for the future, and that no one else can do it except you, so what's the point? Go lay by the hot springs and get a tan. Go take some helicopter lessons. Screw schoolwork. You're only saying that because your parents will kill you if you aren't constantly studying and taking classes, I tell him. We both know it's true, just like we know that he's capable of a hell of a lot more than he shows anyone else. His grades are just okay, and it's even gotten to the point where his parents think he's dumb, which he immensely enjoys because it takes a little of the pressure off of him, being a failure, as he says. That's how Asian parents are, he says with a shrug. It's one of his favorite lines, because we both know that has nothing to do with it. He starts to braid a single strand of his hair. All I'm saying is that you need to live a little. Live a little. His favorite phrase in the world. The one that has led us to crashing a car, getting lost in the woods, and burning down a room in the university. Yep, It's his favorite phrase and my least favorite. Or maybe I like it, just a little. Not that I tell him that. I'm trying, I tell him, but I sound tired, even to my own ears. Try harder, he exclaims, that dangerous sparkle in his eyes. I shake my head, suddenly feeling somber. Sometimes I wish I could just take a break from Paradise Falls. And I mean it. Here, everyone knows me. Everyone has expectations for me. But whatever other cities or towns are out there in the world, those people know nothing about the chosen kid from one of the two families. I can go there and just disappear amongst them. At least, I think I can. He gives me a gentle smile. You know the only way out of here for the rest of us is to get into a university outside of Paradise Falls. Get official permission to visit a relative at a university, or find the legendary path out. Then he leans a little closer to me, giving a little shrug. And for you, there's no way out. So it's probably better to focus on making life fun here. Wow, that was inspirational, I say, though it comes out dryly. I think maybe you just need a night out partying, he suggests with a grin. Or maybe she's just struggling with everything that's going on. Beva's strong voice always has a way of taking me by surprise, in the best way possible. She has this way of sounding like she's confident in everything she does, even when she's completely confused. My other best friend appears behind Cyril. Beva's curly hair is mildly tamed with a headband and a lot of product, even though I prefer it in all its wild glory. Her freckles are a little darker, probably after a weekend spent tanning, and she's wearing green, my absolute favorite color on her. Beva plunks down on the grass beside me, giving me those kind eyes of hers and tossing her backpack on the grass in front of us. Cyril, however, just frowns. Everything going on? Beva sighs and shakes her head, but Cyril's cluelessness is hardly a surprise to me. Her dad is missing, everyone's talking about him being dead, and her stepping up as a goalkeeper. What could she possibly have to worry about? Why isn't she singing and dancing her worries away? Cyril winces. Oh, right. He scratches at the back of his head, those dark eyes of his meeting mine. Sorry, I guess I kind of forgot. It's okay, I say without pause. I'm well aware the world doesn't revolve around me. Beva's big brown eyes find me, and I know she's doing that Beva thing and reading me. It's not an actual power. As far as we know, only my family and Callum's family have unique abilities. But it might as well be with how good she is. How are you doing? Really? And not the bullshit you have to peddle all over town. I almost lie, but then catch myself, drawing my knees up to my chest. I shake my head, searching for the right words. Do you really think my dad is dead? Tears prickle the corners of my eyes. Tears I refuse to shed. Beva and Cyril exchange a look, but Beva is the one to answer. You've always said that Neverwood is dangerous. No, I say, even though I have said that about 1,000,000 times, because they don't understand. Dad respected that world. He knew it could be a dangerous place, but he also knew it well. Yes, he could have. It could have. I can't find the words to say that something there could have done him in, so I press on. But I think it's more likely something else is to explain for why he didn't come back. They already know my theory, even though I haven't actually said it straight out. Archer threatened my father. He asked if he wanted to die, and then security came. Don't go there, Alora. I know your families hate each other, but even your dads wouldn't be stupid enough to fight each other. They'd know getting mortally injured there would leave the entire responsibility for this town, for the gold, to their kids. They wouldn't have done that, no matter how upset they were. My father wouldn't have, I correct softly. But Archer is a jackass. No argument there, Beva says. But I don't think he's a murderer. He just has a short fuse, and based on what he has to do in Neverwood, I don't think most people blame him. It takes someone impossibly strong, like your dad, to not let their job affect them like that. My dad is amazing, but that's not what they're trying to tell me. You didn't say you think he's alive. My words are met with silence. Painful silence. He could be, Cyril says, but his voice is that fake chipper that I can see right through. Beva doesn't lie to me, because that's just not her. Are you ready to be a goalkeeper? I mean, if you're given the official position tomorrow, do you think you can do it and survive? I don't know. I really don't. I've been going there since I was a small child, old enough to listen to my father. But in the beginning, it was just short trips, learning to go through without being scared, learning what it felt like when I couldn't get in, seeing the paths that countless of our family generations had carved out of the dangerous lands, being shown and explained the things that would help me there and the things that would get me killed. It wasn't enough. Our last few trips should have been long ones. We should have tried to get to the end of the Phoenix Trail, if there is an end to it. I should have had to analyze the landscape to keep expanding the path and exploring. My father had told me how to do these things, even showed me how to do them in short, experimental areas, but not officially. Yet, if I have to take over, I have to be ready. Saying I'm not ready won't help anyone. I can do it, I say, squaring my shoulders. Cyril smiles. Well, you've been saying you want to go in more, that you want to be a goalkeeper, so maybe this whole situation will give you that chance. Beva nudges him because she knows it kind of sounds like he's saying my missing father is a good thing. But I know Cyril's intention, and his intentions are always good, even if his words cut something deep inside of me right now. On the path outside of the entrance to Paradise Falls University, I see Anna. She's still noticeably limping since her accident. Students move far away from her as they enter the building and she exits, like her injury is contagious. My gaze follows her all the way to the sidewalk by the road, stopping briefly when I see a man leaning against a car, on his phone. A man who is clearly security, even though he's dressed in civilian clothes. I don't like the way he's watching her. A dark van pulls up outside the school, a van that stands out against the hundreds of golf carts, the handful of sleek little cars, and the 2 trucks that belong to Callum and I. Beva's hand is suddenly clawing into my arm. Alora! I look down and stare at her free hand. 2 of the fingers are partially gone, burned off by touching Goldarium with her bare hands after she'd seen me do it as a kid. They'd managed to save her fingers, but had she not been my friend, under my family's protection, her flaw would have meant she'd disappear, just like anyone else with a flaw. And I know what's about to happen. The door of the dark van opens and 2 security officers in full gear step out, their eyes hidden beneath the visors on their helmets. I shake Beva's hand off and rise to my feet. I'm running before I have time to think, even though they've already grabbed Anna's arms and are dragging her into the van. She starts to scream. People look away, hurry away, as I shove through them. Stop! Stop! I'm shouting, drawing all eyes to me, except for those of the security officers. Then they're in the van and speeding away, and I'm left standing in the parking lot, heart racing. Technically, they have to obey me, at least until the council overrides my orders. But if they didn't hear me, they don't have to do a damn thing. Still, I feel sick. I should have reacted faster, should have done something different. Someone crashes into my shoulder and I look up in shock. My gaze hits a broad chest and then moves up to deep green eyes in a face too handsome to exist. Stop being hysterical. fucking Callum. They took her! They take people every day, he sneers down at me. Behind him, his best friend Teth pretends not to notice our conversation, just stares off into the distance like this conversation bores him, just like everything else in life. Which makes sense given the fact that he's an emotionless monster, and somehow the only person that Callum can stand. My gaze snaps back to Callum. I could have stopped it. I don't know why I'm telling him, because my words are wasted on someone like him. It's because you're so damn emotionally vulnerable right now. You're one more fucked up situation away from cracking. He tilts his head, studying me like I'm stupid. Maybe you could have stopped it today, princess. But what about tomorrow? What about the next day? I hate what he's saying, more so because he's right. I've tried to protect people with flaws before. People who aren't deemed healthy enough for our society. And eventually, all of them have disappeared. Everyone. Except Beva. Still, this is wrong. Can't he see that? Don't you have any feelings at all? I challenge him, struggling to breathe evenly. Don't you care about anything except yourself? Beva is there, pulling me back from him before I can do anything stupid. It's okay. It's over now, she says, although she sounds heartbroken. Listen to your friend, princess, Callum says, his face as cold as stone. Something snaps inside of me. I hope your dick starts burning off from all the dirty pussy you've been shoving it in. He lifts a brow. And I hope some guy finally fucks the cobwebs out of your pussy and puts you in a better mood. Without hesitating, he and his lackey head for the school. Everyone around us is smirking. They might not have heard what we said, but they know the deep hatred that burns between our families, and they're eating up our interaction. I swear we're the only ones who don't enjoy this feud. Not that much. I spot a half-eaten burger thrown beside a trash can, pick it up, and chuck it. It hits the back of Callum's gray shirt, smearing mustard and ketchup down his muscular back before it hits the ground. I'm panting as he turns back to look at me, and there's pure rage in his gaze. But instead of attacking, he turns right back around and enters the university. Beva and Cyril are on both my sides when someone taps my back. I turn around to see the security man in his street clothes. Councilwoman Kayla wants you to know that the council is meeting in 2 nights, and that you'll need to be there promptly at 8. Then he gives a bow and walks away. My throat feels tight. The council is meeting. They want to talk to me. It has to be about sending me to Neverwood. Do you think it could be nothing? Cyril says, patting my arm. I turn to Beva, knowing she'll tell me the truth. They're going to make you a goldkeeper. Beva speaks my thoughts aloud, never one to dance around it. And you're going to gracefully accept and do exactly what you've been wanting to do for years. I believe her, because that's what it has to mean. Even in getting what I want, I'm somehow terrified out of my mind. 4. Elora. I wake up in the middle of the night and find I'm sobbing again. Instantly, I cover my mouth to quiet the sounds. When my dad was home, he was always here by the time I woke up. But my stepmom never came. Maybe she never heard me, I don't know. But I'm strangely glad for her absence, because she wouldn't be happy about the nightmares that haunt me. The disjointed ones that make no sense. The ones about my real mom. In my mind, I see myself at 5 years old in my favorite pajamas, the ones with kittens on them, and my pink kitten slippers. I'd woken up in the middle of the night to the sounds of shouting. I crept down the stairs, and everything felt fuzzy and wrong. The stairs seemed to go on forever, and my feet felt heavy and slow. When they finally ended, I saw my mom. Her hair, the same light brown color as my own, was pulled back from her face, secured at the top of her head in a messy way that she'd never wear in real life. Her clothes were all black and dirty, and her face was smudged with something, maybe ash? Security had her surrounded with guns pointed at her chest. She was screaming that she was going to tell my father when he returned, that they couldn't stop her, that what she did was only the beginning, and once he knew the truth, they would never have another piece of Goldarium again. Shots rung through the house, but not loud ones. It was almost like I couldn't even hear them. I just felt them, like they were hitting me instead of her, and I saw smoke rising from the tips of the security men's guns. Shocked, I looked at my mom. Her face was pale, her eyes wide. She reached for her stomach as red blossomed everywhere. I cried out her name. Then Callum's mom was there, scooping me up into her arms. I shouted and shouted for my mom. I struggled and fought, but her grip was like iron. She laid me on my bed and told me this was a secret. No one could ever know. More people came, shadowy monsters. They argued with Callum's mother. She seemed upset. The monsters pushed past her. They wrestled me down onto the bed, forced my mouth open, and pushed something inside that tasted like acid. I fought and fought, but darkness came for me, and I couldn't escape. It drowned me, washed away everything, even my mom. Shaking back to the real world, I look at my hands. It's the most complete the nightmare has ever been. Most of the time, it's just strange images of my mom dying that don't make sense. I've been keeping track of this reoccurring dream in my head, afraid to write any of it down for some reason. The hard thing is that I know it isn't real. After slipping into my sweats, I put on my runners and leave my room. I don't brush my hair and I don't slow. My feet take me outside, and then I'm running on the sidewalk, running as hard and fast as I can. My breath puffs out in front of me in the cool night air, but I can barely feel the chill on my skin because I'm burning inside. It takes me too long, maybe 30 or 40 minutes of running before I reach my destination. It's in one corner of the research district, far in the back, bordering the woods. Once upon a time, there was a brand new, sparkly building here, but now there's nothing but ash where it once was. This is where my mom died. She'd gone out to help someone here while I slept in the night. There had been a fire, and she and several others had died inside. Some nights I only dream of this place itself, a lone building in the night, towering over me like a monster. Other nights I see my mom inside of it, her blackened hands banging against the glass, fire burning, melting her flesh from her bones, killing her slowly and painfully. Another sob escapes the back of my throat, and I press my fists to my lips. Tears roll down my cheeks as I look at the sign. It has my mom's name in huge golden letters, dedicating this place to her, and then lists the names of the other people who died here beneath it. Varric Perthran, Zave Radian, and Hermes Raylan. Collapsing to my knees, my hand reaches for her name. Jane Walker. And then I pull it back. I don't know why her death haunts me, why it nags at the back of my thoughts. I was only 5 years old when she died. I'd been ordered very quickly to forget her and move on, and my dad had married my stepmom shortly after. It had been instilled in me since that day that clinging to the woman that birthed me was wrong, that I should only think of the woman raising me as my mom. So why does it bother me so much? Focus on the living, Callum's mother had once told me. Every council member had told me the same. Yet this woman was half of me. Even if her face is only a foggy memory and the only reminder I have of her is the box of things my dad hid from me about her in our attic. He had warned me never to tell anyone, including my new mom, and I never did. He and I pretended that this secret, along with our many others, didn't exist. Except my nightmares remember. Are you okay? His voice moves down my spine in the strangest way, almost like a caress, and I look up to see two brilliant green eyes. It's Callum, and from his clothes, he's been jogging. What could possibly have him awake at this hour? I recover quickly, rising to my feet and wiping away my tears with the back of my hands, hoping he didn't see them in this darkened corner of the research district. He glances from me to the sign between us, and I can't read his expression in the shadows. I'm heading back in the direction of our houses anyway. There's that voice of his again. At school, his tone is always arrogant, condescending, and superior. Even when he hits on girls, he sounds like an asshole. Yet when we're alone, the rare times it's happened, and when I've heard him speaking in a low voice to Teth, his voice is almost pleasant. I don't say that, though. I don't say anything. I just nod and turn around, heading back toward our houses. I'm too tired to argue. Too tired to remind him that I hate him, just like he hates me. It's silent around us. No one is out at this time. Maybe security is lurking in corners, but nothing is open at 3 in the morning, so people just stay home. Which is oddly nice right now, when I'm feeling vulnerable and broken. Couldn't sleep? He asks, again, his tone unreadable. No, the problem is that I did sleep. Comes out before I can stop it, followed by a broken sob. Your mom? He asks after a long pause. I don't respond. I want to. I'm swallowing around the lump in my throat, but it just won't go away. So I just stare down at the sidewalk as we walk, trying to hide the fact that I'm on the edge of breaking down again. I have nightmares too sometimes. I stiffen at the sincerity in his voice, the quiet, gentle way he says the words. Ever since I saw my aunt's body in Neverwood. Blinking away my tears, I glance at him. We're walking in and out of the gentle glow from street lamps, and in this light, I don't think Callum has ever been more beautiful. I mean, everyone talks about how handsome he is, how exceptionally beautiful. They talk about his muscular arms, his flat stomach, and the fact that his face is both rugged and stunning. But he's never looked better to me than in this moment, with his emotions not locked away beneath his runefall persona. I never knew you were there when your father found her. I mean, I knew he was on the trip where she was found, but no one had ever mentioned him seeing the body. Callum nods. I was 8, and so damn excited to go to Neverwood. Aunt Luna had been gone for 2 months, but it wasn't such a long time that we thought anything had happened to her. And then we found a tiny little trail that seemed to lead down to a river. My father wanted to see if we could spot any water spirits together, and she was there. I don't ask. I can't bring myself to do it. There are so many ways to die in Neverwood, and none of them are pleasant. Callum was only 8? That would fuck up anyone. My dad didn't even try to tell me it had been peaceful. He couldn't. The evidence was there. Everywhere. He just carried me back to the main path while I screamed and screamed, and then he went back to bury her while I fell into some kind of numb calm. I'm so sorry. The words rush out of my mouth. He gives a half shrug. All part of the job, right? Right, I say, followed by a sad laugh. Being a gold keeper means being willing to die for your people. Each and every day. He finishes the line that we'd been told since we were young. We stop in the middle of the town center as the big clock begins its loud toll, telling us that it's now 4 in the morning. Beneath the clock are the two weights. Technically, it looks like a golden scale, but on each side of the scale are our family names, along with how much goldarium we've collected. The Walker family on the opposite side of the Runefall family. Our number is higher. The Runefalls always said it was because our family line had more children to collect goldarium, yet with each generation, both of the two families had fewer children, until there was only my father, Callum's father, and his aunt. Then in our generation, it had only been Callum and me, so it was hard to argue that the numbers were solely due to how many of us there were. And yet, each year the gap between our two families seems to be closing. They predicted that soon his family would beat mine by collecting more goldarium than ours. One of my biggest worries is that everyone is right. That I would be the one to lose my family the title of victor of the two families. The pressure was made especially worse since every female goldkeeper before me had died young. So it looks like I'll lose the victory title and die young. That will be my legacy. You kind of forget about the blood sometimes. Callum almost whispers the words. I glance at the two weighted sides. Each looks like it's spilling blood. Ruby dust, from what I'd heard, down the sides of it. This was to represent the year the two families murdered one of each other. Apparently, a man from each side befriended a member of the second. Everyone warned them that it was a bad idea, that something about whatever was in our blood made us meant to be enemies. It meant we were safer separated. What eventually happened was that the two men fought. It got heated. Because of their unnatural strength and speed, this whole city block was nearly leveled. The two ended up in the tower, where they somehow managed to kill each other. Their bodies were found after the fight ended, but laying partway out of the clock tower. Apparently, blood has been running down what was left of the clock tower. It was after that they started really enforcing that the two families had to stay apart, or so my father had always told me. Personally, I never understood why this one fight was so significant, and neither did he. It's not like Callum and I could be that reckless, no matter how pissed we got. I didn't think much of Callum, but I knew he was smarter than that. So all I really learned from this story was that Callum was born to be my enemy, and that our people would ensure he was. All because two men had to act like assholes. Talk about an overreaction. Realizing Callum is staring at me, I try to think of the right thing to say. I forget about it too, but not what it means. Not that they'd let us, he mumbles. Then he stuffs his hands into his big pockets and starts heading back in the direction of our neighborhoods. I trail beside him for a while, neither of us speaking, until I realize I've reached my house. Turning to him, I awkwardly manage, thanks for walking me home. He nods. Just remember, it might be hard for people to hurt us here, but it's not impossible. Maybe be more aware the next time you go out at night alone. I don't know what to say, so I just go inside. When I get to the door, I look back. Callum is gone, which means whatever peaceful spell had fallen between us would be over in the morning. It was always like that when we spent time alone together. We were just people in that moment. But the next day, we hate each other again because that's what's expected of us. Maybe it was the same for our fathers. In a way, it's sad. 5. Alora. I take a deep breath as I stare in my mirror. then put a little more powder under my eyes to hide the bags. The two families might heal easier than most and be stronger and faster, but we show signs of stress, just like anyone else. I'm definitely stressed right now, but since that does me no good, I just close my compact and head for my bedroom door. Tonight's the night I'm meeting with the council. I'll probably be given permission to go to Neverwood, and if I'm lucky, I'll be able to find my dad there and bring him back with me. No pressure, right? Down the stairs, I find my stepmother lounging in front of the TV. She has her bikini on and an open bottle of wine, so that means she's likely on her way to the hot tub. When she sees me, she smiles, sweeping her long blonde hair up and tying it at the top of her head. "Y'all ready to go?" I nod. She can technically come with me, but Mom has never liked these sorts of things. She prefers the pool and the hot tub to going out hiking, like Dad and I used to do together. Unlike most of the moms in Giltwood, the wealthy side of town, she doesn't spend her time shopping and buying jewelry. She prefers expensive, comfortable clothes to wear around the house that shoppers bring to her to choose from. She doesn't cover herself in jewelry, just wears her gold wedding ring. She says nothing more is needed when she doesn't like going out, which is true. In a way, she's always around, but kind of never around. I've never quite figured her out. I do appreciate the space she gives me, though. I think. She moves across the room in those slow, unhurried steps she always has, and her silver bikini flashes in the soft light from the chandelier above us. Stopping in front of me, she brushes her fingers through my long, pale brown hair, fixing the strands I know are messy. They always seem to be. Then her gaze moves over my outfit, and she frowns. "A t-shirt and jeans? Honey, shouldn't you look a little more professional if you're going to stand in front of the council?" It's hard not to smile. Father always said to never dress up for them. The council has such ridiculously large egos already. He said wearing normal clothes reminds them that they aren't above us, even if they think they are. Not that my mom knows why he and I dressed this way around them. She'd never understand. Politics just aren't her thing. Her life revolves around tanning, listening to music, measuring every drop of food she eats, and taking long baths. It's fine, Mom. Still, she frowns at me and squeezes the flesh on my hips. "Honey, be careful of this. You need to be in fighting form for Neverwood." I step back from her, fighting a sigh. Mom has always had a fascination with my weight. Dad says it's because he learned later on in their marriage that her parents had been making her perfect to attract his eye since she was a small girl. Her only goal growing up was to be beautiful and whatever else they thought might get her into one of the two families, which is more than a little sad. So Dad always tried his best not to let her pass on that generational trauma, as he called it, reminding me that my weight meant nothing at all, as long as I was healthy. Damn, I miss him. I push the sad thought away and force a smile. I'll do my best. I'll be home late, okay? She waves me away, already heading for her bottle of wine. In the backyard, I can see the lights of the hot tub and the bubbles bubbling. That's one thing about Mom that I guess I appreciate. She always has her own stuff going on and makes sure not to get too involved in the things I'm doing. I leave the living room and head for the foyer. My sneakers squeak a little on the wooden tile, echoing through the ridiculously large space. This house always had a way of feeling both empty and too big, but with Dad here, it didn't feel lonely. Now it does. Outside, I close our huge glass and wrought iron door, then step across the manicured lawn, escaping the bright lights that point up at our house, giving it the feeling of an expensive piece of artwork rather than a home. On the dark sidewalks, I stuff my hands into my pockets and shiver. It's not as cold as the last time I saw my dad, but it reminds me of that morning, which I sort of hate. Tonight I need to be all logic, no emotion. I leave my neighborhood, stepping between the light cast from the lampposts and in and out of the shadows, when suddenly everything goes dark. Scary dark. The kind of dark I've never seen outside of Neverwood. Blinking slowly, I stare around. Every neighborhood I can see is dark. Hell, the whole town might be. I walk faster, rushing to the council building. It's not because I'm scared of the dark. Quite the opposite. But the dark means trouble for me. More trouble than I imagined. And now I know the real truth behind the council meeting tonight. They're running out of Goldarium. Faster than I thought possible. They must have been spending it and selling it at rates over what I'd estimated. I just hope they have enough left to get the lights back on. Everything in this town relies on Goldarium. If they're running too low on it to light the city, they must be running out of it in the labs, the hospitals, the doctors' offices, and even the places we trade with. What's weird is that I thought they had more after all this time. Where could it all be going? Suddenly, I hear voices up ahead. The moon and stars feel brighter now with no other light, and I see a group of guys from my school before they see me. There's 5 of them, and they're drunk as hell by the way they're swerving, stumbling, and slurring the half-shouted words they're using to communicate. Again, not usually a problem. Who I am is protection enough. But right now, it's a problem for the first time. Not that my inhuman strength won't protect me, but simply that I don't want trouble. Lasher spots me first. He's a football player who's hit on me more times than I can count, and a man with more muscle than brains. I watch with a pit in my stomach as he changes the direction he's walking, zeroing in on me. Unfortunately for me, the others notice and do the same. I don't slow or change how I'm walking, even though my instincts whisper that I should. As my father always said, bullies have to be met head to head, unless it's a battle you can't win. And this is not a battle I'll lose. If they're even foolish enough to turn this into a battle. Elora, he greets, stretching out my name. Just up ahead, I can see the top of the council meeting hall, because the round structure is taller than the neighborhoods around it. I just need to deal with this one group of assholes, and then I'll be there to face the real problem. It's dark out, he slurs out. I meet his gaze without wavering. Clearly. They pause in their steps, and then Lasher moves ahead of them. You're so damn good at that, you know? Being sarcastic. Every time I ask you out, sarcasm. They ask you out, sarcasm. And the only reason you get away with that shit is because you're a walker, a fucking gold keeper. However, you're not right now, are you? Not really. My pulse races and I curl my hands into fists. Go home and sleep it off. He moves a little closer, his breath hot on my face. I'd rather go home and sleep with you, because maybe you were untouchable before, but you aren't now. You're just a gold keeper who doesn't bring us Goldarium. A person who lets this town go dark, and who will ruin us all. At least that's what it sounds like he's trying to say. Move, I order him, my patience waning. Suddenly his hand snaps forward and he drags me closer to him. Make me, girl. I'm about to destroy him, literally break his arm and beat him with the useless thing, when he's yanked back. For 1 minute it looks like he's being beaten by a ghost, but then the other guys scatter with a couple of very unmanly screams, and the ghost rises over Lasher's unmoving form and turns back to me. Callum. Instead of stopping, he punches the guy on the ground a few more times, and my heart races as I watch his big frame working beneath the moonlight. And there really must be something wrong with me because seeing him like this has got to be one of the hottest things I've ever seen. He's controlled in his strikes. He has to be, because one punch at full force from one of the two families would kill Lasher. And yet, he's making it painful, sending a message. Apparently a message about not touching me, which is, I think, as a shudder rolls through my body, I don't know, surprising? Like the day he protected me from security when our dads left, it's almost like he wants to be the only one to harass me. Damn rune falls are known for being confusing. But when he's done, his gaze meets mine again, and all heat leaves my body. He regards me angrily, nostrils flaring, his fists covered in blood. Can you even go to a damn meeting without causing trouble? It's like a bucket of cold water. Whatever nonsense I was feeling is gone, replaced by pure irritation. Callum probably fought with this guy because he likes fighting. It has nothing to do with protecting me. I roll my eyes and stomp past him, making sure to stomp on Lasher's crotch as I do so, and enjoy the wheeze of pain he gives in response. Yeah, because that was my fault. Besides, I had it handled before you interfered. He reaches out to grab my arm, but I jerk away from him. Don't touch me. Never touch me. I don't know where the venom in my voice comes from. Actually, I do. And for once, it's not meant for him. After being grabbed by Lasher, I guess I'm not in the mood to be grabbed by another angry man. Glaring, he holds up his hands, then bends down and cleans his hands off on the asshole's shirt. No problem there. I head toward the council building and feel him shadowing me. Turning around, I yell, "Stalker much?" His glare deepens, and he seems even bigger than usual. We're going to the same damn place. The meeting, right? Of course. All the adrenaline had blocked my logic. If I'm being called tonight, so is he. Not that I'll let him know that I'm wrong. Whatever. We continue in silence. He's a few steps behind me, even though I suspect he could outdistance me if he wanted. I'm tall for a girl at 5'10", but he's easily 6'8", and seems to take impossibly large strides. Not that I've noticed more than I have to. At the stairs to the council building, he's just a step or two behind me, then somehow manages to reach the door and open it before I can. He stands at the side, his gaze meeting mine, as he waits for me to walk through. Suspicious. I know better than to think this is a kind gesture. Callum always has some shit up his sleeve. So I ignore him and open the other door, striding inside. Then I freeze, surprised by what I'm seeing. The council members are filing out as we approach. Well, at least everyone except Councilwoman Kayla, Callum's mother. There are candles lit everywhere, even in their hands, which gives an eerie, mysterious feeling to an already unsettling building. The council members bow to us, shake our hands, and make a little conversation. But it's obvious they're trying to get the hell out of there before whatever shit is coming our way hits the figurative fan. Which adds to the uneasy feeling racing through me. Why are they leaving when we're here to meet with them? One of them, Councilwoman Prisma, comments on my jeans with a strained smile as she plays with her necklace, a golden chain covered in 1 carat or bigger diamonds. I pretend it's a compliment and thank her, beaming, just like my father taught me. Her expression grows uncomfortable, and she says goodbye and hurries for the door, leaving the others to give their pleasantries. My gaze moves to the others as they watch me warily. The council members are older, a minimum of 40, and they're always dressed to the T at those things. They mostly wear white, their trademark color, but also cover themselves in sparkly jewelry. I half suspect they come to these things just to show off their sickeningly excessive wealth to each other. It's painful, forcing a smile and acting like all of this is normal. They should just be getting ready to meet with us right now, not leaving. So what the hell is going on? It's clear we'll be meeting with Callum's mom after they're gone, but why? Why the change in protocol? His mom isn't technically the head of the council. They all share equal roles, but because she tends to be willing to take on more work, she often feels like the head of the council, even to the people of Paradise Falls. Councilman Runo stops in front of me after chit-chatting with Callum.
"How are you, Alora?"
He beams at me, adjusting his glasses in a nervous way. I'm okay, I tell him, watching as he crosses his bony arms in front of his chest. How's the research? It doesn't really matter that I don't know what the scientists are currently researching, because they're always researching something. He looks even more nervous than before.
"It's going well, specifically in the areas concerning how to make the Goldarium last longer, and some interesting new things in the field of biology and its usages with Goldarium."
It's hard to nod, to pretend I care when I just want to figure out what's going on. Oh, nice. Is that why the meeting was earlier than usual? So you can get back to your research? His face pales, and he stammers for a full minute before he abruptly says,
"I have to be going."
Alrighty then. He hurries to the rest of the council members who are regarding Callum and I a little bit like they can't decide if we're wolves and they're sheep, or the other way around. Either way, I don't like it. I know I don't like any of them, but I guess I didn't realize how much until now. Probably because my father shielded me from a lot of their nonsense. I watch them head out the door, then turn to stare at the doors leading to the council meeting room, where Callum's mom is no doubt waiting for us. A sense of doom washes over me. For some reason, I don't feel like I'm ready to see her. Not that I have a choice.
"Even an idiot can walk into a room,"
Callum says impatiently, then pushes past me. I glare after his big form, then storm in, forgetting my fear in my anger. Whatever is about to happen, I'll handle it head on. I'll freak out later, probably, but I'll handle it like a walker. Like my father would. If he was here. 6. Callum. Councilman Vin is speaking in low tones beside my mother, and every muscle in my body tenses at the sight of him. He's in his mid-70s, although he looks far younger, probably due to the incredible powers of Goldarium. Most people would be shocked to know he's older than 40. But then, most people in Paradise Falls know better than to use Goldarium for their own vanity, like he has. It has consequences that even my own mother wouldn't mess around with. His hair is steel gray in color, weaved with black. He's trim and fit, but then he'd have to be with all the physical training he does, and due to the fact that when we were younger, he was the official trainer of our generation of goldkeepers, as well as the trainer in training for our fathers. As I watched him standing there with his easy smile, I already know he's flirting with my mom. Even though they often sleep together when my dad isn't around, I know there's nothing special about him flirting with her. My mother is just another woman to him. He simply can't help flirting with everything on two legs, because he's easily one of the most charismatic people I've ever met. The men want to be him, the women want to be with him, and often are. He's beloved by everyone in Paradise Falls. Everyone except my father, Alora's father, and us, I'm sure. All of us hate the disgusting asshole. Vin is one of those terrible people fairy tales warn children about. The tricky people. I don't know how else to explain him. I found criminals less concerning than this man. When I see the news of people in town who have hurt each other, hurt an animal, or done something terrible, it's like you can see it in their eyes. They're bad people. But with Vin, it's not there. In his eyes, there's nothing. No alarms to warn that hidden instinct inside of people that he's dangerous. They trust him, and they like him. Yet, he's the worst person I've ever encountered. I've seen beneath the careful mask he wears each and every day. And he's a monster beneath all that swag and charm. Not that anyone would believe me except the four of us. I once told my father about things he was doing to me, and my dad cut me off. He said all the trainers of the Gold Keepers were bad people, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. And so we should simply not discuss it. My dad's response broke something inside of me. It shook the foundation of trust I had in my father and the world that I didn't even know was there until it wasn't. For too long, it felt like my heart or soul was bleeding somewhere deep inside that could never be healed. Then when things got so bad that I told my mother, she'd simply called me a liar. Although Alora and I never discussed him, we'd trained together, the three of us, a few times, and I saw it in her. Her hatred and fear of him, too. One of the things that kept me up at night, one of the things I could never say to anyone, is that this man has hurt Alora the way he's hurt me. He doesn't just train us. He tries to break us, to destroy us, to reduce us to nothing, and he enjoys it. Vin shakes my mother's hand and turns his gaze to me. His smile never wavers, as his gaze slips from Alora to me, and then he's coming toward us. I know he wants to shake our hands. The idea of him touching me makes me want to vomit. But when he reaches for Alora, I'm suddenly there, snagging his hand, clenching it tightly with my clammy one. The urge to protect her is overwhelming. "You guys staying in fighting shape?" he asks as I snap my hand back from his. Flashes of him training me come to mind. His dagger stabbing me over and over, not deep, just hard enough to hurt. Him laughing and reminding me that I would heal. Him slashing my back to pieces with a whip as I did push-ups in the rain, my blood rolling off my back and dripping into the mud around me. I was 8 that day. But there are memories before and after which are just as bad. When I was 6, his way of getting me to hold my breath underwater for longer periods of time was to grab my hair and push me under. I would fight him when my air would run out. I'd claw at the hand holding my hair, but it wasn't until blackness washed over my vision that he would yank me out, and I'd come to, coughing up water. "We're ready," Alora says, shaking me from my thoughts, but her voice is small, in a way it only gets around Vin. We'd trained together, the three of us, once a month from the age of 4. Once he took out a lighter and started burning Alora any time she struggled to do another chin-up. She was hanging from a tree branch, with his lighter under her. He left marks all over her back and arms as she cried. We couldn't have been more than 10. I was on another tree branch watching everything in horror. I knew he'd come for me next, and that anything I said or did wrong would only end in him hurting me more. Yet for some reason, I climbed down and I hit him. Not just once, 2, 3, 4 times, maybe more. It was like I wasn't me any longer. And then there was Alora, pulling me off of him, telling me it was okay. For some reason, she was reassuring me that I was okay. But I couldn't seem to stop shaking. I'd broken his front teeth into pieces. They'd repaired them at the dentist using goldarium, so they were real teeth still, but shinier than the others. I always remembered what I'd done when I saw his teeth. Vin never forgot what I did either, and I'm pretty damn sure he only made my training more painful after that. But I didn't regret it, because whenever we trained together afterwards, he never hurt Alora in front of me again. I didn't kid myself into thinking he was gentle with her when they were alone, but it was the most I could give her. Our training with him ended at 18, and I'd never been more grateful for anything than that. "I'm at the gym every morning still," he says, giving that big smile of his. "You're always welcome to join." I use the university gym. I wouldn't return to his personal gym in his mansion for all the goldarium in the world. We're good. Maybe there's anger in my voice because he takes a little step back. A little voice in my head promises to destroy this man one day, but he doesn't know that. All Vin knows is that the man looking at him now can kill him with a single punch. So he should be afraid. Well, maybe another time. And the smirk he follows those words up with says he thinks he's untouchable. That maybe I can hurt him, but I won't. He's right. For now, at least. But one day, maybe not. I watch him walk away. Then my gaze jerks back to Alora's pale face. This is one of those times I wish we didn't have this barrier between us. I'd hold her hand, maybe hug her. Let her know that someone understands that Vin broke us in ways that are unexplainable and irreparable. I wish I could, but I can't. It's another fucking thing that my hands are tied about. Besides, Vin doesn't matter anymore, and certainly not tonight. We're here so my mom can have her moment, so she can tell us what we already know. It's all pomp and useless shit that no one needs. No one except my mom and the council. My mother smiles. It's that smile of hers that always lets me know trouble is coming. But does Alora know what that look of my mom's means? Probably because Alora is too damn clever for her own good. Then my mother lifts up a finger to indicate we should wait a moment and looks back at her papers, scribbling away as if we're not even there. She and I both know it's a power play, but I try not to show my frustration, because that only seems to make her take longer when she plays these little games. Which means Alora and I are left standing there, trying to pretend the other one doesn't exist, and trying to look like all of this is perfectly normal. At least I hope she's pretending. Otherwise, I'm the only one who's a pile of nerves. I try so hard not to look at the beautiful girl next to me, not to read her reaction to what's taking place, because I'm not supposed to care. I'm not supposed to notice anything about her. We both have the same understanding both of our families have had since coming to this town, as far back as our records have. That we're enemies. And that's all we'll ever be. No matter how hard I try, my gaze moves to her and stays. She holds herself like a warrior, a princess, which sometimes drives me damn crazy. How can her confidence feel so easy while mine feels so forced? Probably because she is confident. She was born into the Walker family and always seemed to behave like she was meant to be a part of it. There was never even a question that she'd grow to be a child to be proud of. While me? Not so much. Alora has her shoulders back as she stands tall, taller than nearly any other woman in town. Her body is somehow both lean and muscular. Not that I'm surprised. I've seen her training most mornings, running up and down the bleachers at our university, racing around the track, even lifting weights. She knows, just like I do, that if we're not fit in mind and body, Neverwood will kill us. But that's not what draws me to her. It's something else. An unexplainable force of nature I don't understand. It's a quality that keeps me up at night, my thoughts running over what is so damn special about her that I can't get her out of my mind. It's not just that she's beautiful. Lots of women are beautiful, yet they're dull in comparison to her. Even right now, in her casual clothes, she would draw every man's eye in the room, if there were any others. Her light brown hair is pulled back into a low bun, but it doesn't stop the little hairs that escape from the bun, forever framing the soft lines of her face. Her cheeks, which always give her a youthful quality with their slight roundness, are a little flushed. Her lips, full and beautiful, are coated finely with something that shimmers a little and probably tastes as good as she looks. Oh, and when she lifts those dark lashes and looks toward me with those incredible mismatched eyes of hers, my heart skips a beat. One of her eyes is a pure blue with sparks of gold rimming her pupils, and the other is hazel, a soft brown color that has green woven through it. I know everyone says she has her father's eyes, but I never saw the depth of soul in his eyes the way I've always seen it in hers. Hers are like windows into her soul, the one place she can't seem to hide from me. Alora lifts a brow, and I realize I'm staring and jerk my gaze away. Staring is definitely not what I should be doing right now. Not any time, but especially not right now. Not with my mom peering down at her papers, seemingly ignoring us, though I know she's not. Her every move is calculated, including this one. I thought the council was meeting now, I tell my mom, since she doesn't seem to be interested in chatting. My mom's dark eyes regard me with annoyance as they lift from her papers. We decided to meet earlier so I could have this time with you both to discuss things privately, to remind you of your role and your responsibilities. As if I'd ever forget. She sighs and lifts her pencil from her paper, then leans back in her chair, regarding us with cold, formal eyes. Goldkeepers have the very fortunate role of being the foundation of our society. Without them, Paradise Falls would collapse. Everyone here would need to leave, abandoning the town and returning to the outside world. A world with death, violence, illness, and more. But because of the Goldarium brought to us, we can ship out this valuable resource and live here in the utopia that is Paradise Falls. A utopia? I almost laugh. My mom has called this place a utopia from the time I could first remember. Even though I've never been outside of Paradise Falls, I doubt the rest of the world is as terrible as the council seems to want us to believe. I guess I do agree, though, that none of this is possible without Goldkeepers. Lucky me. We understand, Alora says, but her voice is cold too, and laced with a touch of annoyance. Probably because she knows, just like I do, that this whole meeting is a waste of our time. And maybe because seeing Vin shook us both a little. I don't know. My mother doesn't need to say that it's our turn to take our father's places, because both of us already know that's why we're here. But of course, she will, because my mother enjoys all the glory that has come with being a council member. It's a position she only obtained because she married my father and had his child, which is hardly a surprise, since it's the reason she married him after all. There was no love between them, no caring, no tenderness. They weren't cruel, but they existed as two business partners. That's all they ever were. Everyone thinks my father was an angry man, just like me. That he hated the pressure of being a goldkeeper, of having the weight of our world on his shoulders, and should have handled his responsibilities with more grace. But I understood why he acted the way he did. Because this is a weight. A job that's life or death, and my father's life was filled with serving others and having nothing for himself. If he died in Neverwood, which I'm sure he did, I only see it as a good thing for him. An escape from this place, without abandoning his people. It's the only ending he could ever have that could deliver him from this place and his responsibilities. Even if some part of me feels even lonelier without him. We might not have been close, but we were alone and miserable together. Two people who spent our time in gold prisons. My father, I understood. My mother? Not so much. My mother wants me to believe that it's just as hard having to play the perfect wife all the time, and that being a council leader is difficult work. Yet the difference between her and my father and myself is that all of her burdens are burdens she placed on herself. My father and I had no choice in our roles in this world. She can walk away any time, even today. I wish she understood that. So, are we going to get to why we're here? Alora says, not quite snapping, but not mincing her words either. My mom looks pissed. Her gaze moves to me. I shrug. I guess we could all just keep standing here and staring at each other. My mom stands from her chair, dropping her pencil on the paper with a little more force than is necessary. The council and I met to discuss what to do about your fathers not returning and our need for Goldarium. As you can tell from the blackout, we can't wait any longer for them to return. We have some small hope that seeing how sparse the Goldarium was growing on their normal routes, they decided to follow the legends and look for the source of Goldarium. Regardless, we can't wait to see if they come back. The source of Goldarium. I almost snored. Those are just legends, and my mom damn well knows it. However, I decide to focus on the more pressing issue. You do know they never finished our training. Our eyes meet, and I see it in her gaze. She knows what she's asking us to do is dangerous. All other gold keepers were properly trained, and Neverwood is the kind of place where one wrong step means death. She looks away from me. Anything can happen. Cold, but fitting for my mother. Alora speaks to my surprise. Shouldn't our first goal be to look for our dads? It's been months, so their paths might not be as clear, but it'll be harder to find them with each day that passes. Does she really think they're still alive? The thought brings an unexpected pain to my chest that I try to push away, but can't. My dad didn't go looking for a legend. If he didn't come back, it's because he couldn't. Hasn't Alora come to the same conclusion? Bile rises in the back of my throat, but I swallow it down. My father knew the risks. My mother's gaze snaps to Alora, and there's nothing gentle about the way she looks at the younger woman. That's not what the council wants. I don't believe I said I care what the council wants. Alora's words are confident, a challenge, and for some reason, I love it. I love watching her challenge my mother. Love knowing she's one of the few people who can put the arrogant woman in her place. Responsibility comes along with all the privileges you've been awarded, my mother answers simply. I also have a responsibility to my father, and I feel that looking for him is a much better use of my time. Alora sounds excessively respectful, which, for some reason, makes her come across as exactly the opposite. Like she's politely telling someone she sees as beneath her what will happen. She's not asking for my mom's opinion. God, I love watching her. We need Goldarium, and you'll get it, Alora says, then adds smoothly. But I'll also be looking for my dad. She doesn't say it, but I can almost hear, regardless of what the council says. My mom is many things, but a fool she isn't. She knows just as I do that there's not a thing in this world she can say to change Alora Walker's mind when she makes a decision. All right, Alora, search for your father, but don't let it get in the way of what you have to do. You need to focus on the welfare of all of your people, not just your father. All of it she somehow manages to say like she has any control over Alora when she enters Neverwood, which is kind of hilarious. Understood, Alora says, giving a too bright smile. Rest tonight, my mother says. In 2 days, we'll see if you can get through the doorway. To my surprise, Alora's smile brightens, like she actually wants to go. In 2 days it is. No one asked me, but I speak up. I'll be ready. I'm sure, in my mother's mind, she was prepared for me to fight going back. She always seems to think I'm lazy in my responsibilities as the heir to our family. My dad corrected her many times when I was growing up, but nothing he said ever got through to my mom. She could simply never imagine that as a child I wasn't lazy. I just didn't like going to a strange and deadly place full of terrifying creatures and plants. She's right that I don't want to go to Neverwood, but she's wrong in thinking that I won't go or that my motivation is fueled by an unwillingness to do hard work. I know what my responsibilities are, and I'll fulfill them. I simply don't have to like them. I guess you're both ready to be our official gold keepers. For the time being, then. Her dark eyes hold mine, almost as if she's willing me to be ready by her force of will alone, and then she looks back down at her papers. You may go. Alora heads back outside, but I move more slowly behind her. After what happened with Alora earlier, I'll be watching her walk home whether she knows it or not, whether she wants me to or not. Yes, I know our superior strength and speed means she can handle anything thrown in her direction, but just because she can handle it doesn't mean she should have to. There are so many things she shouldn't have had to handle, like knowing her mom burned to death in that building, a building I always go past on my late-night jogs, like being trained by Vin. More than anything, though, like having to go into a dangerous world to fulfill the greed of people who don't give two shits about her, who don't value her life in any way other than for what it can do for them. Once we step outside, she turns to me, her confident air falling away. Once we get in there, what are we going to do? I stare in confusion. What do you mean, what are we going to do? She draws her shoulders back and meets my gaze, something she rarely does, something that leaves me lost in the depth of her unique and incredible eyes. I mean, what are we going to do? You know damn well that neither of us is ready for what we'll have to deal with in there. She's not wrong, but I don't know what she wants me to say. What we've always done. I'll take the path for my family, you'll take the path for yours, and we'll both hope we don't run into any storms. Or, get killed by the millions of things that want us dead there. Then it hits me, where this is going, and it's hard not to hold my breath. I wait, watching her, wondering if she'll actually ask the question. A question I'd never dare ask. I'm not saying we should work together, she clarifies, and I feel something inside of me tighten as she continues. But maybe when we get in there, instead of being enemies, we can at least watch each other's backs a little. I don't know what to say. The most logical thing would be to work together until we have the experience we so desperately need. But it goes against everything we've both been taught. Like throwing a bear and a lion in a cage together and expecting them to play nicely. So I shrug. I'm not going to murder you in there, if that's what you think. What the hell did I just say? Think before you talk, moron. Anger flashes in her eyes as my brain scrambles to come up with a better answer, but it's too late. You know something, don't you? Know something? What? Now I'm confused. You know something, she says, and she's angrier than I've ever seen before. Her hands are balled into fists and her jaw is tight, while those incredible eyes of hers burn into my soul. I shake my head, confused by where this is coming from. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I really don't. How is me telling her I'm not going to murder her a trigger for all of this? She takes a step closer, close enough that I swear I can smell her familiar scent, that of vanilla and sunshine. But it's probably only in my head. Our father's not coming back. Was that planned? I stare at her, not understanding. Did they plan not to come back? How the hell would I know? And why the fuck would they ever do that? She takes a slow, deep breath that makes her chest rise and draws my attention in a way it shouldn't. And then the anger's back in her expression. You knew my dad, at least, wasn't coming back because your father killed my father. Isn't that right? My jaw drops. What? Where the hell is this coming from? Did your father kill my father? She emphasizes each word, her eyes blazing with rage. She's serious. She thinks my dad murdered her father? I shake my head slowly. That's insane. I mean, I understand the problems between our families, but seriously, Alora, that's too far. There are a lot of things my father is capable of, but he's not a murderer. And you're sure of that? She demands. Am I sure? Am I sure my own missing father didn't kill hers? Am I sure the man who got up every day and entered a dangerous world for the welfare of his people isn't a cold-blooded killer? Damn it! Fuck off, I tell her, and my whole body is shaking. My dad is a dick sometimes, but he deserves better than this. I hate swearing at her. I hate talking to her like this. But she has this way of getting under my skin, a way that I'm never prepared for. A minute ago, I was thinking about... I don't know what I was thinking about, but now I'm sitting here trying to defend my father, trying to explain that my father wouldn't have killed hers, which is crazy. My father's missing too, if you'll recall, I tell her, my voice dripping with sarcasm. But she doesn't back down. Instead, she draws back those shoulders of hers even further. I know. My father would never go down easily, which probably caught Archer by surprise. Huh? If my dad wasn't going to make it out, I'm sure he'd make certain your father didn't either. I snort, running my hands through my hair, angrier than I think I've ever been. I want to break something, destroy something, to scream at her all the things I never say to her. My mother, my father, and the rest of the people in this world. By some miracle, I hold back. So you deny it? She pushes again. You're going to crack. Calm down before you say or do something you can't take back. The words echo through my mind until everything stills. I'm not calm. I'm somewhere else, like a volcano simmering before an explosion. I shake my head slowly. You know what? If your dad is as irritating as you are, maybe my father did kill him. It was the worst thing I could have said. The absolute worst thing. I hadn't expected the words to come out, but then they did, and there was no going back. I was wrong about the still place I had found. It wasn't still or quiet or calm. It was just a different kind of dangerous. There's a painful moment when her eyes widen and hurt flashes across her face, almost like she can't believe it, that this idea of hers didn't seem real until I'd confirmed it, which only makes me feel worse. Did she just want me to reassure her that our dads were okay? Is that all this is about? I open my mouth, wanting to take the words back, even though I know it's too late, but she's already walking away, and there's nothing left to be said. So I just follow slowly behind her, shadowing her steps, shaking my head, swearing at myself. If Alora didn't hate me before, she's definitely going to hate me now. Now that she thinks my dad was responsible for killing hers. Whatever idea she had about us not being enemies in that other world has been destroyed. We'll never be allies. We'll never be anything but enemies, because my stupid mouth had ensured it. She ignores me even though I follow her all the way home in the dark. She doesn't even look back at me when she slams her door, even though I can sense she knew I was there. I just stand on the sidewalk outside her house, staring and staring, lost in my thoughts, for I don't even know how long before I realize it's cold. Taking a deep breath, I tell myself it's late, and that I need to be in fighting form for Neverwood. For some reason, though, the whole walk home, all I can see is that hurt look on her face. I hear my father's last words to me. Trust no one but Alora. 7. Alora. Staring down at my pack on the ground, I take a deep breath, then pull the string closed at the top and latch it closed, signifying my final check being finished. I checked my stuff 3 times, just like my dad taught me to, and I feel eternally grateful that I hadn't missed a single thing. So why don't I feel any better? It's because none of this feels right. None of this feels good. Not without my dad with me. But at least practicing the steps he taught me over and over again eases a little bit of the tension singing through my body. I can do this. I can survive in Neverwood on my own. Before I can stand up, I notice a spot of liquid has appeared on the top of my bag. As I hold my breath, I notice drops of rain slowly marring the ground around me, and my stomach does a little flip. Unable to help myself, I look up and study the early morning sky as a raindrop falls on my face. Shit. Of course it has to rain. It smelled like rain when I left my house this morning. It even felt like a storm was coming, like a gentle vibration in the air. But I hoped I was wrong. Yet now there's no denying it. A storm has come to Paradise Falls, making the world feel darker as gray clouds cover the sky, blocking out the sun. In the distance, lightning appears behind the clouds. It's too far away to hear their thunderous partners, but eerie all the same. Folklore would say this is a bad sign. A shiver rolls down my spine, and I remind myself of what my father always used to say. Neverwood doesn't exist in this world. A storm in this world doesn't mean there will be a storm when we step through. But still, it makes me nervous. My dad definitely didn't prepare me for everything I'll see when I step through that doorway. But storms are something I think I'll never be prepared for. Especially not on my first day crossing over alone. I hear the sound of footsteps on the path behind me, and I don't know if I'm upset or relieved that Callum is here. Part of me wants to wear my terror openly without Callum here to see it, and the other part of me would cross over with just about anyone right now if it means not going over by myself. Still, I pull my bag onto my shoulders and look away from the path, not wanting to make eye contact with him after what he said about my father. Yes, I'd baited him a bit, but I'd been about to do something foolish. Ask him to work together in Neverwood. As far as I know, it's never been done before. The two families always work separately, but I'd been willing to set aside my pride and try it because it would give us a better chance at being successful. For some reason, I just needed to, I don't know, maybe hear that there was no chance his dad would hurt mine. Maybe even see that we could be, not friends exactly, but two people who watched each other's backs. Callum's reaction proved to me exactly why we don't work with the Runefall family. They're cruel, selfish, and overall dicks, which is probably a good thing to have been reminded about. My idea was foolish, and probably would have blown up in my face anyway. It's better it happened before I had to rely on the jackass to survive. Moving to the big green doorway, I shift the pack, centering the comfortable leather bag in the middle of my back. After years and years of training with different weights on my back, the bag feels like nothing right now. Definitely less cumbersome than running up and down the bleachers at the university with it on. Still, I know from experience it'll feel heavier and heavier as the coming days pass. Balancing what you need with what you can carry is an art, my dad used to say, and I believed him. Sometimes he'd let me take too little or too much just to teach me a lesson. By now, I hope I've figured it out, because I need to be fully prepared to do whatever needs to be done to find my dad. So your bag is packed. Just go. Why are you hesitating? Maybe because I'm not sure I'm ready for Neverwood. Maybe I never will be, though. In town, everyone spent yesterday celebrating. Banners were hung with our names, people posted signs in their yards with either my family name or Callum's, showing who they support more, who they expect to bring back more Goldarium. To my disappointment, most of the signs seem to suggest the town thinks Callum will do a better job than I will. Cyril and Beva said it was just because I'm a woman and much smaller, but I suspect it has more to do with Callum's mom being on the council. I'll show them all. This job isn't about strength and size. It's about being smart. And I'm a hell of a lot smarter than Callum Runefall. The devil himself is suddenly beside me, and I hate that I turn to look at him. He's wearing a light green jacket and a matching backpack, with his bedroll and lightweight tent rolled beneath it, the same as mine, although my bedroll and tent are gray. He's wearing dark jeans and boots, the same as me, because boots and jeans are kind of a requirement on the other side. But true to the asshole, he's taken the time to neatly style his hair. His green eyes focus on me, sliding away from the doorway. I get the feeling he wants to say something, but I don't know what. With this guy, I never know what he's thinking. With everyone else, he's charming and flirty. With me, it's just lots of looks I don't understand, and pure snarkiness. Not that I'm overflowing with sweetness when it comes to him, to be fair, but because I hate silence and the rain seems to be falling a little faster, I say the only thing I can think of. I'm going to bring back more Goldarium than you are, and find my father. He lifts a brow. By all means. The anger that blossoms inside of me makes it easier to launch into action, chasing away some of my fear. I turn back to the doorway and take a deep breath. The entrance to Neverwood moves a little faster than usual, pushing, pulling, twisting in front of my eyes, as if reminding me that my anger won't save me on the other side. I do my best to ignore the reminder, curl my hands into fists, and walk through. The process is the same as always. The substance pulls at me for a moment, almost as if it's debating letting me through or not. From experience, I know that in just a moment the wall will prevent me from going through, or I'll be in Neverwood. You never really know. The many times I went with my dad to this wall and watched it refuse to let him through probably equaled the amount of times I saw him step through. Please let me through. Everyone is counting on me. I have to face this fear. I have to find my dad. The next thing I know, I'm blinking into bright sunshine, and my heart races as I look around. Neverwood. My home away from home. The place that fills me with wonder, excitement, and fear. I'm here. Without my dad. It's surreal. This place always smells like caramel at the entrance, and today it doesn't disappoint. The sweet scent washes over me, and I breathe in deeply, blinking into the sunshine, absorbing it like a memory I never want to forget. Somehow being in this place feels like being with my father, being wrapped in his arms and safe, even though nothing about this place is really safe. I release a slow breath as a breeze slides along my skin and sweeps out from where I am, sending leaves scattering in all directions. Rooted in place, I take it all in. On each side of the massive path I'm on, there's a small cabin, one with my family name on it, and one with Callum's, in small letters carved over the doors. Beyond that is nothing but Neverwood. From here, it looks like a forest without end. Not like the forest back home, with all big, bushy green trees and mountains cutting off our sight from the rest of the world. The trees here are spread out in all directions, as far as the eye can see, and shaped strangely, sometimes impossibly so, with trunks that twist in various directions like weird staircases. All of the leaves are different colors, mostly blue, silver, and green, weaved with the occasional pink, purple, orange, or red trees. The ground is uneven, sloping and rising at random, concealing the various holes that the strange animals here hide in. In the distance, I hear the sound of water, and already know that there's a river just outside of my sight. Rivers run along most of the paths here in Neverwood. It's not a coincidence. Water is needed for our survival here. Therefore, my father, and his father before him, had created paths that gave us our best chances for survival. I feel the ground shake a little beneath my feet and watch as one of the trees nearby seems to grow several feet taller than before. Suddenly, its roots rip out from the ground with a sound like an explosion, and then it begins to walk in slow, jolting steps. In awe, I watch it move. It's beautiful seeing the birds that live in its branches, crying out and circling the tree being as it moves. Silver leaves fall all around, glistening in the sunlight, adding to the feeling that magic is in the air in this incredible place. It reaches our path and stomps over the perfect walkway that my father had created. The first time I saw one of the great tree beings come to life and stomp on the path, I'd been scared. I was worried that all my family's work creating a safe path would be for nothing. But the tree had passed by, and the path lined with glowing flowers had remained. My father had reassured me that there was nothing in this world, or ours, that could destroy the path, that it was stronger than the tree being, stronger than anything around us, which is why the paths were created. As long as we stay on the paths, nothing can hurt us, not even the trees. Not that the tree beings are dangerous. The creatures simply move about, choosing places with more sunshine or more water depending on what they want. But they have no desire to hurt us. If anything, we're as unimportant to them as flies are to us. One of the rocks near the path stands up. Well, not quite stands up, but rolls into a standing position, and now it no longer looks like a rock. It's unfolded into a small rock troll. The rock troll lifts a stone eyebrow at me, but it doesn't try to attack. Not that I'm surprised. The little ones aren't the aggressive ones. The size of the rock usually indicates the age of the troll, and this one is just a child. So I just wave, even knowing it won't wave back. He wiggles his short little nose, sniffs the air, and then takes off running, probably in search of something delicious. Some little treat that he'd scented that was worth waking up for. I have to admit, this area of Neverwood is my favorite, other than when the storms come. It's mostly safe, with just little creatures that want to be left alone, like us. Something bumps me from behind. I turn around, my fists already balled up, ready for danger. And I see Callum, which makes me feel stupid. I'd been sitting here gawking at Neverwood, forgetting entirely about the man who would be coming through right behind me. There's barely an inch between us, and my heart's racing. For some reason, my mind goes back to the party, the one that changed something between Callum and I forever, even though we'd both pretended it never happened. I breathe in his scent, like freshly cut wood. I'd once heard that he loved to do woodwork, which maybe explained it, but I connect his scent to something else. That night at the party, his hands grabbing my waist roughly, his mouth crushing mine. I look up into his big, surprised eyes, and then his face goes blank. Are you going to move out of the way, or are you just going to stare all day? Fucking hell. I pull away from him, reminding myself why I'd tried so hard to forget that night. It was a mistake. And forgetting, even for a moment, who this man is would be a mistake too. I'll do whatever the hell I want, I tell him, followed by a glare. And then I stomp away to the little cabin that belongs to my family. I'm sure you will, I hear him mutter, but I ignore him. At the door, I press my finger against the little black pad, the only thing that looks out of place in this natural world, and the door instantly springs open. Most of the time, traveling in Neverwood means sleeping on the ground in a tent, although because of how challenging and dangerous Neverwood is, cabins have been built along the path exactly like this one, mostly for when we get injured or need a night to shelter from the elements, especially in the case of a storm. Then the cabins are one of the only places that we have any chance of being safe. And the pad beside the door? It responds to any human touch. It allows us to enter even if we lose everything we're carrying. The only disadvantage, or advantage depending on your perspective, is that either of the two families can use any of the cabins. My dad said it was because in an emergency, either side had agreed they wouldn't want one of us dying, rather than using the other's cabin. Staring again? Callum calls. I don't look back at the asshole as I use my foot to slam the door closed behind me. He can say whatever he wants, but I know he took a while to enter Neverwood for the same reason I'm getting easily distracted. This isn't easy. None of this is. What's more, I know right now he's doing exactly the same thing that I am, going into his cabin to get the things that we can't carry over to Paradise Falls. The things that no one knows about except the people who can come to Neverwood. The items in this cabin are just some of the many secrets we carry about this place. My father had told me from a very young age that Goldarium is a very valuable resource, and the whole reason our people send us here. But that there are other resources here, too. Ones that are even rarer. Ones that all of our grandparents understood were too rare and too precious to bring over to our world. If we did, and the people in Paradise Falls found yet another way to use these resources, they'd demand we bring them back too. And, well, my father hadn't needed to explain more than that. Because even as a child, I knew that would be a bad thing. Bringing back Goldarium was more than enough of a responsibility for us. I look in the little room. All the cabins are basically the same. There are big beds in one corner, a fireplace, and a small kitchen area with a small table and 2 chairs. Almost everything is made out of wood, except for the fireplace and bathroom components. As Goldarium can be used to create almost anything, the Gold Keepers made sure to create modern bathrooms here, which I'm more than thankful for. There is running water in the showers, toilets, even the sinks. It isn't luxurious by any means, but it's enough for whatever we might need here. For now, I ignore all of that and turn on the light switch. The lights here aren't exactly like the lights back home. Flicking a light switch is more like turning on a bunch of flickering candles. My father explained that we could use Goldarium to do anything we want, but there are strange limits, and one of those limits seems to be electricity, the way we know it. So the candles on the walls and their strange flames dance in the room, lighting the room in a glow that's almost eerie. As a kid, the lights always made me feel uneasy, but now I sometimes miss them back in Paradise Falls. These lights just remind me of a simpler time. Days here, exploring with my dad. But everything is different now, because I'm alone. Taking a deep breath, I force my thoughts away from those of my dad and look for what I need. I kneel down beside the little chest beside the door, open the top, and find the belt with its little waterproof zippered areas, each containing bags. I'll wear this belt around my waist for the remainder of my trip. Reaching into the chest, I pull out my belt, then stare at the spot where my father's belt had rested. It's gone now, which at least tells me whatever happened to him, he'd started his trip here like he usually did. Unable to help myself, my fingers reach out and touch the bottom of the chest, stroking the wood. This is wrong. All of this. My father should be here with me. He should be showing me what to do. This should be some great journey where we get to bond together. And he can teach me all the wonders of this world without me accidentally getting myself killed. Not that me knowing all of this is wrong makes any difference. I have a job to do. I unzip the pouches and look inside each one, making certain everything I need is there. There are 4 small pouches along the belt. Each pouch contains a variety of things, but most importantly, the seeds, which are separated by color. We call them phoenix seeds because of the way they glow like fire, and because it's been said they've given past gold keepers another life. My father said that the way the phoenix seeds were discovered was by one of the first gold keepers. She was lost in a dark night and in danger. She was on her last leg, being hunted, when she found the phoenix flowers glowing brightly in the dark. She raced toward them and collapsed in the center of where they were growing. Then, to her surprise, she realized that nothing bad could hurt her when she was surrounded by them. It saved her life and created a way for us to travel through this world safely. Technically, all the seeds started out gold in color and grow golden flowers, but we learned to add color to them and sprout flowers that are varying colors and glow with whatever color we add to them. The largest pack on my belt has green glowing seeds. Green is my family's color. Blue is Callum's family color. We also use other colors, which are all in my belt, to communicate to other gold keepers various things. These seeds are one of the most important things in Neverwood. When we walk along the paths, we drop the seeds, which creates new paths or expands the ones we're traveling on. What happens next happens slowly but in a miraculous way. The earth underneath where we drop the seeds becomes nothing but dirt. Grass, leaves, twigs, everything else dies like it's being eaten by acid. Then, after the area is completely cleared, flowers begin to blossom on the edge of the patch. The flower stems grow bigger and bigger until they're about as high as my knee, and then a flower bulb about the size of my hand grows. Within a short time, the bulb opens and a flower blossoms. It then glows day and night. We walk on the paths created between the flowers, and as long as we stay on the paths, nothing can hurt us. They also give us guidance about where to go, and with as little experience as I have in Neverwood, I'll be relying heavily on my father's paths to survive. I check my green seeds and feel relieved to see that I have more than enough for this journey. Then I open the next pouch and check on the black seeds. Black seeds are rarely used, but they are very important. Black seeds are dropped when we go down a path that ends in danger. Once my father showed me how to create a new path, which means stepping off the path. We'd only traveled a short distance with him dropping green seeds with each step we took, when he froze. He'd pointed out an ogre nest and sent me back to the main path, while he retraced our steps dropping black seeds beside his green seeds. The next time we went journeying, we saw the tiny path made by dropping the green seeds, but the instant we saw the black seeds growing alongside them, we knew the path was unsafe and didn't go down it. That is the beauty of the black seeds. They communicate danger without any words and prevent us from wasting our time down a path that only ends in trouble. What's more, one day my children and my children's children will be safer because of those black seeds. Okay, that's it then. I'm ready. I zip the pack back up and buckle it around my waist before standing up, ready to go. Moving to the mirror near the bed, I look at myself. I have everything to start my journey in Neverwood, and yet I look scared. I guess it's true that mirrors really don't lie. Walking away from my image, I turn back to the door and open it. Stepping out across from me, Callum stands with his own pack around his much larger waist. Our eyes meet, and I swear I see a moment of fear. Those big eyes of his aren't full of arrogance, aren't cocky, aren't those of my enemy. He's just another person like me, scared about a new world full of danger, lost without his father, just like I am. Callum then turns away from me and heads down his path lined with blue flowers. My heart aches a little for reasons I don't understand, but I turn to my path lined with green flowers and begin to walk. This is just the beginning, and yet it feels like the end of something. Not my time with my father, but maybe the end of my childhood, my innocence. Or maybe I lost that the first time I was in Neverwood during a storm. I don't know anymore. But I put one foot in front of the other, promising myself I'll find my father, make my people proud, return alive, and with more Goldarium than Callum. It'll be easy. right? 8. Elora. It feels strange, walking down the Phoenix path alone, unconsciously moving my hand from my pack to my side, slowly letting tiny seeds drop from my palm. I'd always loved the silence of this path when walking beside my father. We could go for hours and hours without speaking, both of us looking around, taking it all in, overcome by the wonder and the beauty of such an incredible place. Both of us unconsciously stuck close to the side of the path, dropping the tiny seeds as we went. But for some reason, even though we were often silent together, this feels lonely in a way I didn't expect. It's like by seeing all these wondrous things alone makes them a little less special. Which is silly. I don't need someone to make this place special, I tell myself, but my words seem loud and out of place here. Above me, clouds roll by. Some are similar to the clouds back in Paradise Falls, but many of them are actually living beings, weather spirits. They have eyes if you see them from the right direction, and they can hear and understand us. Hello, I call out to them. Unfortunately, only one glances my way, then turns away from me. Typical, I think, although I smile. The first time I had a real experience with one of them, my father and I were walking under the bright sun on a particularly hot day, and my father asked a cloud for help. The little cloud didn't answer, but it followed us overhead for miles, giving us shade from the sun. As a child, that was one of the neatest things that I'd ever seen. And even today, when I see eyes peeking out from one of the clouds, I remember that day. Everything here is special in its own way. I've never been sure if any of the massive storm clouds were weather spirits. Those clouds feel as different from the little white clouds as night and day. But my father said that the size and type of cloud the weather spirits became is influenced by the cloud's emotions. They tend to be smaller and bright white when they're happy, but they slowly become storm clouds when they're angry. He believes once they get so angry that they turn into storm clouds, there's no point in speaking to them, because they're like children having a tantrum, completely unreasonable until they calm down. I never know quite what to think. But as I see a few more overhead, I wave. None of them acknowledge me, not that they can wave back, but they can come closer if they're interested enough. Of course they don't, but it still makes me feel a little less alone to see them overhead. Along the path, the ground is bare beneath my feet, where I drop the little seeds. Green flowers line both sides of the path, glowing like little suns. In the trees, I hear the cries of birds. They're not like normal bird sounds, though. Not most of the time, anyway. Their calls are almost like a person whistling or humming a melody. There's an intelligence and grace to their songs I can never imagine hearing in Paradise Falls. My father had also said to pay attention to the birds. When their melodies are light, like they are now, they're feeling at peace. So there probably aren't any large predators in the area. If their melodies sound sinister, though, there's probably something around to be cautious about. The birds use their songs to communicate with each other, so we should heed their warnings too. My father had told me that some of the journals from past gold keepers mentioned birds that were intelligent, who could communicate with us using actual words. He had, however, advised me that he'd never seen or spoken to any, and that he suspected these intelligent birds were more folklore than reality. I don't know, but I kind of hope they're real. That'd be cool, I tell myself, smiling and adjusting my backpack before reaching into my belt for more seeds. The melody the birds sing varies as I walk. At first, their songs are soft, sweet melody that repeats, but then it changes to one that almost follows the tune of Rockin' Robin. Actually, the tune is very similar to that of Rockin' Robin. I laugh when it hits me. My father often whistled or sang on the Phoenix path. He said he did it even more when I wasn't with him, in hopes of teaching the birds new songs, and apparently he'd been successful. He taught them this song. I can't believe it. So I bust out my moves and start singing. Rocking Robin, tweet, 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 belting it out as loud as I can as I walk along the path, using moves I'd never use if anyone in Paradise Falls could see me. But when I start to tire myself out, I stop and let my voice drop, even though my spirits are still high. Wasting energy here is foolish, but hearing it had definitely lifted my mood. I'm still hearing the words to the song in my head when I realize something has changed. The bird song has changed. Instead of an uplifting and familiar melody, another one has taken over. One that feels frightening, like the intro to a horror movie. Freezing, I stare around me. Something is wrong. I see a large bird on a branch, and his gaze meets mine as he continues his low song, one that makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. It feels like he's trying to tell me something, even though I know that's not true. The birds don't sing to warn us, but to warn each other, and yet there's no doubt he's staring at me. I want to wash away the nervous feeling flowing through me as their eerie music continues, but it lingers. What the hell is going on? In all situations in Neverwood, it's important to be aware of one's surroundings and to be one step ahead of any enemies. Now, with me traveling alone, it's even more important to be alert. So, I inch forward, sticking to the center of the path, stretching my senses out in all directions. Nothing can hurt me on the path. Just keep going. The only danger is off the path. When I sense something unsettling, like a disruption in the nature around me, I crouch down, heart racing. Unable to stop myself, my mind starts going through my family's most important journals. They were always kept at the first cabin near the doorway to Paradise Falls. In them, each member of our family noted anything of importance, including the deaths of our people. The first gold keepers had had many children, so instead of traveling these paths alone, they went with their siblings. But with each new generation, fewer children were born, both to the Runefall and the Walker families. That meant in recent years, when someone died alone, the only way anyone knew what happened to them was when an ancestor came across their body, if they came across a body at all. Sometimes it was obvious how they died. Other times the person had to guess. But all the information about what was known about their deaths were included in the journals. The majority of their deaths were awful, to say the least. Deaths that I almost wish I hadn't read about. I hope I never have to write that entry for my father. A shiver rolls down my spine, and I push the thought away, but another one pops up. If I die here, no one will ever know how, and there will be no one to carry on my legacy. No one to even find my body and say what happened. It's a dark thought, and not one I want to focus on right now. Instead, I inch forward, staying low. Off to one side of the path, about 30 feet away, I see movement. The trees are thick, as are the big bushes and plants, but there's clearly something hiding amongst them. Possibly even what the birds were warning each other about. I keep going and at last spot an ogre, which is a shock since ogres are usually night creatures. It's easily 4 or 5 times my size, although luckily for me, not very bright, like all of its kind. All ogres have long hair, usually tied back from their faces, and massive heads with sharp teeth. They're dirty, naked, muscled, and stink to high heaven. They've also been responsible for a few deaths of goldkeepers. As I keep moving forward, I see that it's feeding on a stag. Stags are symbols of grace, gentleness, and intuition. My father once told me not to confuse that for weakness. They are simply strong enough and fast enough to avoid fighting most of the time, so it's unusual to see one that's been caught. Its blood mars the ogre's flat face, but strangely, the blood is nearly the same color as the stag's bright red fur itself. This stag has silver antlers, which means it was young. Their antlers slowly change to gold as they grow older. Poor thing. I feel sad for the creature and give a brief prayer to the gods that it finds peace in the afterlife. But then I move on, knowing the last thing I want to do is draw the ogre's attention to me. Technically, nothing that wants to harm me can step on the path or touch me when I'm on the path, but I'd still rather avoid any issues that might come from being seen by one. I hold my breath until I can no longer see him, then I stand up to my full height and keep going. I go further and further and further away until I start to feel safe again. But I'm just barely out of sight when I see something so rare this close to the Phoenix Trail that it shocks me. Goldarium. Anytime a goldkeeper can spot goldarium, it's considered a very lucky thing in Neverwood. But this close to the Phoenix Trail? It's beyond lucky. Goldkeepers have been walking this path for generations, and so most of the important substance has been collected for at least a mile on both sides of the path this close to the entrance. When my father traveled with me, he didn't even start looking for goldarium off the path for the first 2 days of travel. Knowing those areas were picked clean, unless, of course, he felt the call of goldarium earlier, which only happened once when I was traveling with him. It's true that goldarium pops up at random places in Neverwood, places you might have even searched the day before and found nothing. The truth is, no one has any idea how the powerful substance works. Some goldkeepers have suggested goldarium falls from the sky. Others say it grows like the plants around it. But my favorite belief is that it's somehow connected to the rivers, like real gold that can be panned out of water. But that doesn't explain the random drops like this one. I simply like the idea. I stare at it. I'm mesmerized. I can't look away, and all sounds fade from the world. I can't think of anything beyond the goldarium. It calls to me softly, like a siren song, and I want to obey it, come to it, collect it, touch it. For a moment, I simply stare. It's on a flower petal, like a drop of dew, only it glows brightly, even in the daytime. No, glow is the wrong word. It's more like it illuminates everything around it, like a tiny sun. Like the flowers that line the Phoenix Trail, only somehow more, greater. I take a step closer to it, and then another, before I hear my father's voice in my memories, reminding me never to fall for the lure of goldarium. That it can make you lose all common sense, and in doing so, get you killed. When anyone is near goldarium, it has a force about it, something that compels you to be closer to it and to touch it. The feeling is stronger for our people than it is for the two families. If I dropped goldarium in the middle of our town, people would come from all directions to be close to it. They would step in front of cars. They would fight, kill, and die for it. That's why we have to handle it so carefully. The two families are the only ones who can resist the call, even though we feel it. A desire to touch it. The only reason the goldarium around my neck doesn't have the same effect is because it's encased in crystal. Otherwise, the desire to break the crystal and pull it out would be overwhelming. Even our scientists and others who work with it only handle it behind a crystal wall. We have crystal boxes we place it in before we bring it to Paradise Falls, and utmost caution is used with it at all times. Because everyone knows what happened when our people weren't so careful. I take another step forward, but my heart is racing. I've never left the path alone, and the second I step off it, all protection is gone, and anything and everything can hurt me. With my father beside me, I was scared. Now, I'm terrified. Yet this was always going to happen. I knew I'd be stepping off the path. So why am I hesitating? Isn't this my job as a gold keeper? Isn't it my responsibility to find all the goldarium I can and bring it back to my people? If I'm scared about leaving the Phoenix Path now, then what will I do when I'm scared the next time? I have to do this. I look towards where I saw the ogre again, even though he's no longer visible from where I'm standing. There's nothing to indicate the ogre will suddenly stop feeding on the stag and come after me. Nothing but the terrible images that keep forming in my mind of the giant creatures feasting on my bones. Danger is everywhere here, so I just need to push past my fear and do my job. Easier said than done. Inching closer and closer to the edge of the grass, I calculate how far I am from the goldarium and how far the ogre is from it. If it suddenly runs at me, will I have enough time to get safely back on the path? Or will I be one of the first gold keepers to be dead before I even bring back any gold? You will not be scared. You're not allowed to be scared. The tip of my toes passes the barrier, and the little green flowers beside the path are crushed under my feet. Luckily for them, no matter what we do to the flowers, they come back, so I don't feel bad about the ones smushed under my boot. And then I sense something wrong. Instantly, I step back a little, fully back on the path. My gaze moves to a tree. Is it a tree being? I watch it for a long moment, wondering if the tree will suddenly pull out from the ground and move to another place with more sunlight or more water. As I keep staring at the tree, I see something peek out from behind it, and my heart stops. It's an ogre. And as my gaze moves around, I see he's not alone. There are at least 2 more of them hiding in the foliage around me. Ogres who are carefully watching a drop of goldarium that's mysteriously close to the Phoenix Path. Is it possible? Are they even capable of this? It hits me like a bucket full of cold water. This is a trap. The ogres must have realized what my people come here for, and they'd set this trap to catch one of us. The ogre I saw before might have been involved in this trap as a distraction, or it might not have been. I don't know for sure, but there's no way this is all just a coincidence. Even though my father had always made these creatures seem too stupid to do something like this. All I know for sure is that if I step off this path, I'm going to die. So I move away from the goldarium, even though I know it's my responsibility to collect it, even though this was my chance to get it before Callum. It burns a little inside of me to look away from it, but I keep walking down the path, my heart racing, my palms sweaty. As I do so, I spot 3 more ogres hiding behind trees a little further ahead, and my stomach sinks. This was definitely a trap. I almost died. One of the ogres meets my gaze, and I see it in its eyes. He knows I know. He lets out a massive roar that shakes the very air, sends birds flying from the trees, and nearly makes me wet my pants. Those dark eyes of his pin me into place, and then he thumps his fists on his chest over and over again while I try to remember how to breathe. For some reason, I don't think. I just start running. The ogres explode from their hiding places and start running along beside the path, trying to keep pace with me. And I feel sick. They're just feet from me, death in their eyes. Only the path is keeping me safe. Yet I don't feel safe at all. I feel terrified. I catch their scent of rotten meat, realizing that they're close enough for me to smell them, which is too damn close, and I run faster. My breath comes in and out in a rush, and my heartbeat fills my ears. They can't hurt you on the path. They can't hurt you on the path. I keep telling myself that over and over again, but that scared feeling doesn't go away. At last, one of them moves back from the path in a way that makes me freeze and stop to watch, for reasons I don't understand. Then, right in front of my eyes, he races straight at me. My eyes widen and my jaw drops open, and then I yank out my dagger and move into a fighting stance. The ogre slams into the invisible wall that keeps dangerous creatures from crossing the flowers and falls back hard onto the ground, shaking the ground a little with the weight of his body. He lies there unmoving while I keep my fighting stance, staring at him, wondering what will happen next. Time seems to stop as the other ogres look from me to their fallen comrade. Just stay on the path. It'll be fine if they can't reach you. My dagger feels sweaty in my hand. It's technically pointless if they can't reach me, but it makes me feel better when there's a voice whispering in the back of my mind that there must be some way for the creatures to get to me. An illogical, nasty little voice. The other ogres suddenly start roaring, the sound so ear-splitting that I have to cover my ears. It feels like something terrible is about to happen, but I feel rooted in place, waiting to see what will happen next. The ogre on the ground gets back up with all the grace of a hippo and charges at me again. I flinch, but just like before, he smashes into the wall of nothingness that protects this path, and he hits the ground, this time unmoving. You're going to be okay, I tell myself. The ogres are scary as hell. They want me dead, and they don't seem to be going anywhere. But it seems the path is as safe as my father said. No amount of smashing into the barrier would let the ogre reach me. So I keep walking, knowing there's nothing else I can do, even though my legs shake with each step, and I can't seem to convince myself to unclench my dagger from my hand. I just wish the ogres realized that this is pointless and leave me alone. But no matter how far I go, the ogres continue to shadow me as I walk the path. I know they're trying to intimidate me as they mumble in their strange language to each other and make threatening gestures toward me while flashing their sharp teeth. That, combined with their smell, makes me want to throw up. But I'm a walker, and walkers are better than this. Piss off, I shout at the ogres. One roars back at me, which I feel down to my very soul. Sometimes I'm not very smart, like now, so I just force a grin and say, "And maybe take a bath. You smell like hell." I swear the whole group of ogres glare at me, but it's hard to tell with their ugly faces. Time to regroup. Okay, so it's only my first day here, and I'm being stalked by ogres. It can't get much worse than this, right? This must be the tough part of my first trip. This must be the challenge to see if I can handle it here. They're just ogres. Ogres who can't reach me. Ogres who can't hurt me. Everything is gonna be okay. But still, when I hear another warning whistle from the birds, I wonder what I've gotten myself into. 9. Elora. It's around noon when I finally decide it's time to stop, rest, and eat, although I'm just guessing about the time. In Neverwood, we just have to use the sun to tell us what time it is, since most technology doesn't work here. But judging by the fact that the sun is directly above me, my assumption is probably right. What's more, I'm exhausted already. It's not that dropping the tiny, almost invisible seeds as I walk is hard work, nor is walking on a hilly path, but my terror over the ogres has taken a bit of the wind out of my sails. I just need to take a minute to feel like myself again. Besides, my dad always said that it's important to pace yourself here. And since the ogres gave up on me, everything seems a little better. The nice thing is that it's not too warm in this area of Neverwood, even at the hottest point of the day. If anything, it's almost a perfectly pleasant temperature at all times. There are exceptions, of course, but mostly my father had said that the first few days of travel kept us in an area of Neverwood that is mild at most times of the year. It's the first thing about Neverwood that's gone right since I came here by myself. Which is something, I tell myself, trying to focus on the good. The ogres have given up on me, the day is nice, and I'm about to get food in my belly. That's all more important than the fact that I was almost an ogre's meal on my first day here. I'm trying to decide where to sit down and take a break when I notice something strange up ahead. Continuing to walk forward, I realize the path is different than the last time I came with my dad. There has always been a smaller branch off from the main path leading to the right over here. But the way the paths work, the more that you travel them and the more seeds you drop as you move, the wider the path gets. That's how you know the best path to stay on. The most traveled paths, the widest paths, are the safest. Usually, if another path hasn't been expanded, it's because down the line somewhere the Gold Keeper had realized that the path wasn't useful, that there wasn't anything of value, or perhaps the path they were making ended in a cliff or some other type of danger. So every time I've traveled with my father in Neverwood, we've stayed on the main path for as far as we could go, in the time constraints the council had given. But today, the main path has changed. The path going to the right is larger than the one going to the left. That means that over the past few months, since before my father took me here last, before he disappeared, he had changed his destination. What the hell? He'd never mentioned the change to me, and these were the sort of things that we typically talked about. Usually, he'd get back from a trip and tell me about how he'd gotten to the end of one area and discovered an ogre cave, or that he'd gotten to another area and discovered a fairy town that he couldn't get around. And so, he'd had to switch direction. It's just how we worked. Knowing that I was the next Gold Keeper, he tried to share any information he could with me because information is power here. So the fact that he never once mentioned to me that the path he's been using for years and years and years, he decided to stop using, is very strange to me. Had he been quieter when he was home those last months? I hadn't thought much about it at the time, but he had been. So what other secrets was my father keeping? I hesitate in the middle of the path, knowing that I should probably go the way I've gone every time before. At least on it, I mostly know what to expect for a few days, and so all logic says I should take that path. But the thing is, if my father decided that path was useless and started going down a different one for some reason, then continuing on the path we'd always traveled on would be foolish. It probably meant that he'd gone so far and found so little Goldarium in that direction that he had to change things up. And if that's the case, this path should also be the one that leads me to my father. It's a win-win for my two goals, even if it's also scary. I go with my instinct and take the path I've never taken before, knowing that it might be more dangerous. But it doesn't matter. Not if it helps me find my dad. It feels strange the moment I put my foot on it. I keep asking myself if this is the right choice as I continue moving forward. This is what my instincts are saying to do. This is what logically makes sense to me if I want to find my father. It's just unknown and a greater risk, but also holds the possibility of having a greater reward. It's just not at all what I had planned in my head. I'd told myself that I'd likely know what to expect for the first few days of traveling, and after that, things would change, and I'd be in an area that I wasn't familiar with. An area that would pose risks and dangers I'd only ever heard about, but never seen. But I guess plans change. Gold Keepers always have to be prepared for anything, as my father always said. So I'd just have to suck it up. As I walk on the path further and further, I realize that I really am my father's daughter, because the other choice was smarter. But my father would have likely picked this path too, if he was in my shoes. I just wish my dad had said something to explain why he changed up something that has been done for generations. If only he was here, I would have so many questions for him. But since he's not here to ask, I just keep putting one foot in front of the other. This time more slowly, with less confidence than I had before. After a short time, when nothing terrible happens, I take a deep breath, my anxiety easing a little. Then I hear my stomach growl. Laughing to myself, I shake my head because I've actually been so focused on this new path that I'd forgotten I was hungry. Deciding to sit down right there in the middle of the path, I open up my lunch. It consists of what we eat most days in Neverwood when we don't gather food as we walk. Some dried jerky, some dried fruit, and water all carefully wrapped in my pack. I wonder if Callum is having as much fun as I am, I say out loud, then freeze. I hate thinking about Callum. But here in Neverwood, my mind tends to get stuck on the things I can usually easily push away in real life, mostly thoughts about him, my most hated topic. We'd known each other since we were kids, before we could even walk, but those meetings were brief. 2 kids dragged to council meetings, 2 kids sitting on parade floats dressed up and staring in shock as people cheered for us, neither of us understanding exactly why everyone seemed so fascinated with us. Not exactly building a relationship, but seeing each other regularly. And then things changed. I remember our preschool teacher introducing us to our class almost like it was yesterday. "And here is the Walker heir, and here is the Runefall heir." Then she laughed and said to us, "I guess I'll be spending my year keeping you two from strangling each other." It's weird how even today I can remember this cute boy standing next to me, looking as confused as I felt. I wasn't old enough for crushes then, but I looked at his big green eyes, his messy hair, his white button-up shirt and shorts, and wondered why I should hate him. Why we'd possibly be enemies. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. In the 1st grade, we went on a trip. Somehow he and I ended up at the back of our group, which was exploring a huge garden at one end of the city. He'd run off to throw something away in a trash can, and I'd watched as he slipped on some rocks and fell. He was crying, his big eyes filled with tears, looking around as if searching for his mom or the teacher. I'd always kept Band-Aids in my pocket, so, without thinking, I ran over to him, knelt down and reassured him. I offered him my pink striped Band-Aid, and he'd smiled when I'd put it on his knee. Then a lady came out of nowhere and grabbed my arm, yanking me back. "What are you doing, Walker? You can't help a Runefall. Didn't your parents teach you anything?" As I stared in shock, she turned and looked at Callum. "The 2 families don't cry, boy. If you're going to be a baby about something like this, how the hell are you going to survive in Neverwood?" Before I could decide how to handle her, Callum got up, dried his face with his sleeve, ripped off the Band-Aid and threw it at me. "I don't need your help, Walker," he'd shouted, before running off. I was left staring at the Band-Aid on the ground, feeling lost. But that feeling eventually turned to anger, and I realized what everyone said was true. We were enemies, and he was a jerk. Chewing slowly on my hard jerky, I take a sip of water to soften the meat and to hydrate. My mind rolls through 100 other moments, times when Callum and I would just look at each other. I don't know why. Our eyes would lock for way too long, and then he'd look away like it never happened at all. Sometimes I wish I could figure him out. If I know who he is, I can figure out what makes him tick and maybe use it to my advantage. But even when I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I really would use the information against him. He might have been born my enemy, but there has to be honor among thieves, right? I eat exactly as much as I'm supposed to eat. My father showed me how to ration food for each day to ensure I have enough to keep me going, but not more than my body truly needs. He always said it's important to meet your body's needs. If you eat too much, you can find yourself without food when you really need it. If you eat too little, you can end up finding yourself weakened, which is something we never want to be and never would. But before I get up to continue my journey, I decide to just sit for a long minute, feeling calm, listening to the birds chirping peacefully to one another. Their song wouldn't be familiar to anyone in Paradise Falls, but here, I'd heard this sweet, flowing melody more than a few times. I even replay it in my mind sometimes at night when I can't fall asleep. Time stands still as I breathe in and out, finding that deep calm inside of me before finally opening my eyes. I feel better, but I also know I have to keep going. I take another deep breath and clean everything up, putting it all carefully back into my bag. Then I rise to my feet and continue down the path, looking up to see several little fluffy clouds around me. A few of them shift so I can see their faces, and I smile up at them. Some small part of me feels a little more relaxed now. Perhaps this path is where I'm meant to be. My father isn't here to walk beside me and tell me that it was the right choice, but I sense that I'm going to be okay, that I made the right choice. And then I see something else. Something that makes me more confused than anything I imagined I'd see here in Neverwood. Up ahead, another path intersects with this one lined with blue flowers. And the path that continues on from this point is lined with both green and blue flowers. What the fuck? I freeze in place, wondering what in the world is going on. Clearly, the Runefall family have a well-traveled path that connects with this one. It happens, but the fact that the path is wide and well-traveled that continues from here is being used by both our families means we're sharing a path. I've seen something similar to this before with my father, but usually our two families' paths are only connected for a little while and then veer off into different directions. Neither family likes traveling together. It means covering less ground, and it means possibly coming across our enemies in this world. And so the fact that my father had chosen this path, a path being used by his enemy, is confusing to me. Perhaps whatever he found after this point was worth it. Maybe he found a collection of Goldarium that made having to deal with our enemy worth it. I don't know if that's true, but I don't like this. Still, I keep going. Keep putting one foot in front of the other, looking around at this new place, trying to put together the key pieces of this mystery. Hoping against hope to see another branch off from this path that just belongs to my family or theirs. But I see none. Why this path? Why one we have to share with them? To one side of me, I see a clearing in the distance. Suddenly, wolves explode from the woods and begin to race across the clearing. They're huge, easily big enough for me to ride, but they're graceful as they move, and there's nothing threatening about them in this moment. Their fur is rainbow-colored, although mostly jewel tones in green and blue and brown, and the light reflecting off their brilliant coats is breathtaking. As I watch them, I realize they're playing, chasing one another, rolling around in the grass. It feels like a beautiful moment, with sunlight streaming down on them and their obvious joy. I smile, enjoying getting to watch this incredible sight. But from one second to the next, part of the earth shoots upward, right where the wolves are playing. One of the wolves is tossed up into the air like a rag doll, and a massive mouth full of sharp teeth opens below it, having come from the very ground. The wolf falls into the mouth, disappearing from sight. The other wolves back away, and then they're running. They probably know better than to bark or growl at an enemy that's easily the size of a skyscraper. The earthworm sinks back into the ground, and I watch as it disappears from view, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of dust. I'm shaking, my heart in my throat. My father always said to avoid any circles in the ground because that's usually the only sign that an earthworm is beneath the surface. Usually, any movement over the circles awakens them, and when a creature reaches the center of the circle, the worm springs forth to devour its prey. Although worm doesn't feel like an adequate description of those beasts. I shiver and look away from where the wolf had been eaten, glad to be on my safe path, even though my mind goes back to the day my dad took me off the path and pointed out the circle of a creature just like this. He'd described what the earthworm could do and why I should avoid them. But having someone explain it and seeing one eat a living creature right in front of me were two entirely different things. Continuing down the path, I try to shake away the sight of the earthworm when butterflies come in a massive wave. They fly all around me, hundreds of them. Each one is nearly the size of my head, and they're every color imaginable. Their wings beat the air around me like a wild wind, and I'm laughing, even though I don't know why. I close my eyes and stand in the middle of them, feeling their gentle wings kiss my flesh, and then they're gone, probably off to a field of flowers somewhere. This place is equally a place of dreams and a place of horrors. I keep going, shaking my head, remembering why I miss Neverwood when I'm back in Paradise Falls for the first time in a while. Then up ahead, I see movement. Something that feels out of place and perhaps dangerous. I freeze for a second. I reach for the dagger at my side, my heart racing. But when nothing comes at me, I keep going. The path ahead of me curves and winds through massive trees in all directions. I hate that I can't see what's ahead, especially when I remember that the sightlines are better on the path I'm more familiar with. Damn it. Don't let that get in your head. You're still safe. Just keep going. I spot more movement, and this time I know it isn't just my mind playing tricks with me. I can only wonder if it's a friend or foe, and how close it is to the path. Come on, are you kidding? Of course it's going to be another creepy, awful thing. I'm prepared for that. Prepared for wolves, earthworms, ogres, or worse as I keep going. So as I come around another bend, the last thing I expect to do is to nearly come face to face with Callum. He makes a little sound, I shriek, and we both stare at each other with eyes wide. I'm too shocked to speak. I'm proud I didn't wet myself, but I'm still shaking like hell. Finally, his eyes fill with anger. What the hell are you doing? I look up at him in confusion. What do you mean, what am I doing? His face turns a little red, and his jaw does this strange twitching thing. I mean, what are you doing? Why are you here? I stare back at him, trying to pretend my heart isn't racing. I'm a gold keeper. I'm here to find Goldarium, the same as you. Or did you forget that already, pretty boy? He moves a little closer to me, his eyes blazing with rage. Listen, princess. And he emphasizes the last word. This is the path my family made. Correction, I interrupt. It's a path that both our families made. Look at the flowers. He doesn't look. We both know why. It's because he already knew the second our paths intertwined and the green flowers showed up that there was a chance I would be on this path too. And that means this path is equally owned by both of our families. Was there another choice? A different direction I could have gone that would have meant us not having to walk on the same path together? Yeah, but I'm not about to tell him that. If you don't want me on this path, you choose a different one, I tell him, plain and simple. I might not have known which path to choose before, but I'd picked this one. And it'd be over my dead body that I left just because this asshole told me to. He squares off with me, like he can intimidate me with his size and glare. Sorry, buddy, I think, but better men have tried to scare me off than you. Then I square off with him too, not willing to be the next one to talk, I just hold his eye contact, shoulders back. At last, he breaks, looking away from me, his shoulders falling. Fine, use the path, but we're not working together. I snort laugh, and he looks at me with surprise, and I hate that I just did that in front of him. To cover up what I did, I say simply, "Do you actually think I'd want to work with you? Not a chance. You have nothing to offer me. Frankly, I'd be shocked if you even lasted a day here without your dad here." Without missing a beat, he retorts back, "I'm going to do more than last the day. I'm going to crush you. I'm going to make sure everyone in Paradise Falls knows that my family is superior, that we're the ones they can count on to bring back Goldarium, and that having a girl as a goldkeeper was a huge mistake." His green eyes are intense as he speaks, his full lips curl with anger. In response, I roll my eyes. "Yeah, because you men get such a say in whether the two families have a boy or girl. Oh, and by the way, one of our family's female goldkeepers brought back the most Goldarium to Paradise Falls ever. So this whole macho, chauvinistic girls can't do everything that boys can do thing is complete nonsense, and we both know it." He stares at me for a second, and I'm not sure what he's gonna say when he says, "You know, I don't actually have anything against girls. I just think that you can't do it." And it's the way he speaks, like it's something that everyone knows, that irritates me. "Challenge accepted," I tell him, and then I march forward on the path, wishing like hell I was lonely again, instead of having to deal with this asshole. For a second, I think he won't follow me, that he's just going to retrace his steps and go down another path. But I try to tell myself that either way, I don't care. Whatever he does, it's not my concern. And yet, when I hear his steps behind me, my stomach flips. As much as I thought I'd like having someone else with me, suddenly I miss the silence. Silence, loneliness, and fear are hard to deal with, but having someone watch me as I do something I'm unsure about is even more nerve-wracking, especially because it's Callum. I think I could have handled anyone but him. Yet, his steps keep following me, and I can feel his gaze on my back, analyzing me, judging me. And I hate myself for it, but I wonder what he's thinking. 10. Elora. A few hours pass, and Callum seems to have decided that he'd rather walk far behind me than next to me, which is a little stupid. Part of me wonders why he doesn't just try to get ahead of me, since he has freakishly long legs. Freakishly long legs that connect with an awesome ass. Not that his ass has anything to do with this. I'm rambling. But the point is that... What was my point? Oh yeah, he could easily be a lot faster than I am, if he gave two shits. I guess he's not really my concern. Focusing and not letting him shake my confidence is my concern. So I take a deep breath and just continue searching for Goldarium as I drop the little flower seeds as I walk. It feels strange to continue dropping the seeds and widening the path when it belongs to both of our families. But I'll be damned if his family's flowers become the dominant flowers on this path, after my dad seemed to have worked so hard to make this path our family's as well. Even if I still don't understand why he did this. As my gaze is scanning both sides of the path, I think I feel that familiar pulling. It's almost a whisper, but not. It washes over my skin like sunlight, and I know that somewhere close to me, there's Goldarium. Probably even closer to the path than the last one was. I slow my steps and scan both sides of me more and more carefully, until I know which direction it's in. As I keep going, I can feel it again. The pulling. I know it's to the left of me, and, at last, my gaze lands on a little Goldarium on a rock. It's a short distance from the path, maybe 30 feet. nestled around some bushes and big trees. In the distance, I can hear water. Water that's moving pretty rapidly, if I was to take a guess. I'm itching to just walk over and snap it up before Callum catches up, because I know the instant he sees me leaving the path, he's going to know what I found. No doubt he'll then hurry ahead and get it before I can. But I don't want to be stupid. My experience with the ogres reminded me of what my father had said many times before. Don't let yourself get lost in the pull of the Goldarium. So I scan everything around me. And when I'm satisfied there's nothing that's obviously dangerous, I leave the path while still dropping the little seeds along the way. I've never created a new path on my own, but I know this is my job. That if there are more good things at the end of this path, people will expand it more and more in the future. Well, not people, me, I guess. At least for this generation, until I have a child or children of my own. Either way, if I want to travel this area again in the future, the next time I'm on this road, there should be a small, safe path from where I dropped these seeds today. And if there isn't anything more to find, this path will just be a tiny offshoot from the main path. I'll notice it and see that it's been used at some point, but also that it hasn't continued to be expanded, and I'll ignore it, as will my children. So I drop the little seeds as I continue walking, trying desperately to ignore the Goldarium's pull and instead searching for anything that might be dangerous around me. I'm careful, watching each step I take until I reach the Goldarium. Then I kneel down and touch it with the tip of my finger. The substance is soft and wet, a texture somewhere between putty and water. It rolls slowly down my finger, almost caressing my skin. In an instant, its warmth washes over me. I never get tired of touching Goldarium. It's like nothing I've experienced before, almost like being hugged by someone I love with all my heart, like being in my dad's arms. Tears prick the corners of my eyes. But at last, it rolls into my palm, and I look at it and smile. The first Goldarium I found by myself. Something to bring back to my people and show them that I can do this job. I stroke the Goldarium with my other hand gently before opening the pouch on my belt. Carefully, I deposit the precious material inside the only empty pouch and close everything up. I know that come hell or high water, it'll be safe with me. Suddenly, I hear Callum's voice on the path a short distance behind me.
What are you doing? What did you find?
We both know what I found, and so I just look up at him, feeling smug. Goldarium, of course. He looks pissed. His perfect hair is disheveled, and his cheeks are flushed, probably from the cool air.
I should have been the one to find that.
I shrug, enjoying the fact that he's mad almost as much as I'm enjoying finding the first piece of Goldarium. If you'd been faster. He follows the same path I did over to where I'm standing, dropping his own seeds as he goes, which I try not to be irritated by. This is technically my path, but I guess I can be the bigger man when I'm kicking his ass. Then he looks around with a strange expression on his face. Fuck. It's in that moment that I realize that I'm still feeling the pull of the gold. The feeling should have stopped once I had the Goldarium inside my pouch. Is there more somewhere? There has to be. As I stand slowly, Callum is already moving, so I follow the direction he's traveling and see Goldarium in a clearing, maybe 10 or 20 feet away from him. But something feels wrong, and I'm not really sure what. Callum, maybe wait for a second, I say, feeling my brows draw together in confusion. He doesn't slow.
So you can get it first? Fat chance.
Something seems wrong. I take a couple of steps forward, following Callum, and then I see it. The Goldarium is sitting on a little rock in the center of a small clearing, but the ground looks like it's recently been disturbed, and as I study it, a pattern begins to separate itself. It's a giant circle. Callum! But he's already entered the circle, walking toward the center of it. My mind races along with my heart. Sometimes that movement alone is enough for the earthworm to spring to life and attack. Sometimes the creature does nothing, waiting until its prey is exactly in the center. Callum, just come back, slowly, I whisper, my voice shaking. Maybe if he leaves now, he'll be okay. But just as that thought comes to me, the ground begins to rumble. Callum looks down in confusion, and I act without thinking, springing forward as I race toward him. He glances up at me, still confused, as I dive toward him, and then I'm shoving him over some rocks to one side of the clearing. Only belatedly, I realize that instead of them just being a pile of rocks, it's the edge of a cliff. We're both screaming as we fall over the edge. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the earthworm shooting forward where Callum had been only seconds before. But I can't focus on that anymore. Not when I'm tumbling down. Nothing but the air around me. Nothing but death below me. And then I hit freezing cold water. For a second, I breathe in the water and panic overwhelms me. Then my head surfaces and I'm coughing, spitting up freezing liquid as the current drags me further and further away from where we'd fallen. Further from the path. Further from safety. I blink water out of my eyes, and I see Callum fighting against the river's current too. But the river is both wide and strong. It's powerful like nothing I've ever experienced before. And as strong as he is, even Callum can't fight this. He's yanked under the surface of the water, and a second later, I am too. Struggling under the water, I see creatures swimming on both sides of me. No, not creatures. Water spirits. They're the color of the water, mostly translucent, with wide eyes and small smiles. They seem to laugh as they swim circles around me. I fight for air, and then one kicks me up, and I get a moment to surface and drag in air. I keep thinking the current will eventually gentle, but if anything, it gets rougher. I'm bashed against rocks, twisted and thrown about in the water in a way I never thought was possible. My body is being battered like a sack of meat. But it's like my panic won't let the pain filter through my mind. And then my side strikes something hard and sharp. Pain explodes through me, pure agony that makes my head spin and my body feel weak. Without thinking, I try to cry out, except I only manage to inhale water. I surface for a minute, spitting out water, and then I'm smashed against another rock and pulled back under. My backpack catches on something for the briefest moment, jerking me to a stop, and then I'm snapped free. All I can see is water. Water and rocks, water and trees, water and Callum. And with each second that passes, my lungs feel more and more like they're going to burst. The little gasps of air before being pulled back under are not enough. Then there's the briefest second when I surface again. I'm near the side of the river, but not close enough to reach any of the rocks that are jutting out. Callum is just ahead of me, looking back at me with fear in his eyes, which is the moment when I realize something is wrong up ahead. The water looks like it just ends. And the rumble of the water is louder than I thought possible. And then it hits me. Fuck. A waterfall. 11. Callum. I have never felt anything like the power of this river. It's a force of nature that's uncontrollable, frightening, and somehow makes me feel small and fragile. 2 words I've never used to describe myself. So when my hands finally manage to snag a rock and I stop being tossed around like a leaf in the current, I stare, blinking for a moment, gasping for air, trying to figure out what the hell to do next. Looking ahead, I see the edge of a waterfall, not more than 15 feet from where I'm at, and I have no idea how I'm going to manage to get to shore rather than falling over the edge. But that's not my biggest concern. Alora. I look back, searching for her, praying like hell that she's still behind me and not ahead. And then I see her head surface for a moment, panic in her eyes, before she's pulled back under. Every moment she's being dragged closer to the waterfall's edge. She's near me, but not quite close enough for me to catch her. So I let go of the rock, just a little, reaching out across the wide water, knowing that she should cross my path at any moment. And also knowing just as well that if I don't catch her in time, she's dead. Panic awakens inside of me, a kind of panic I've never experienced in my life. I can't let her die. Not just because I'm a goldkeeper, and not just because she saved my life from the earthworm, or because she is the only woman left in the Walker line. There's just something inside of me that says I'll never take an easy breath again if anything happens to her. But I don't see her. Seconds feel like years as I scan the water, my hand reaching everywhere, trying to feel for her beneath the water's surface. I wonder if I've already missed her, if she's already plummeting to her death over the falls. And then my hand closes around something, and I drag her over to me, knowing it can only be her. Lifting my hand out of the water, I see that I have the back of her backpack clenched in my hand. I yank harder, trying to help her surface, but it feels like she weighs 1,000 pounds as the current pulls at her, trying to separate us. My heart races and my teeth clench as I fight against the rapids, trying to keep my hold on her while my gaze stays glued to the water, waiting, hoping. We might be strong, but even we can drown. A long second later, she surfaces, gasping for breath. I feel one flicker of relief before it's quickly smashed to pieces. The current is just too damn strong. It's still trying to drag her and me over the waterfall's edge. My grip is loosening, slipping on the slick rock. I'm terrified out of my mind. I try with all my might to save her, to put her on the rock with me, to do anything. But my grip loosens and loosens and loosens, both on her and the rock. It hits me that I either have to let her go and grab the rock more firmly, or we're both going to fall. But for some reason, it's an easy choice. When my grip slips from the rock, I continue holding on to her backpack, dragging her against me even in the water. Suddenly she's in my arms and we're tumbling together. I don't know how far the waterfall is since we're trapped under the water, but I know it's coming and that I have to keep her safe. I curl my big body around her tiny one, trying to shield her the best I can. I think for a moment I see a water spirit gliding alongside us, and then we go over the edge. At any other time, at any other moment, I would have accidentally let her go, but it's like my mind and body are singularly focused. Hold her. Don't let her go. Make sure she survives. I hit the water like I'm hitting a concrete wall. It's the worst pain I've ever felt in my life, like I've shattered every bone in my body, turned every organ into mush. My vision goes dark, but the pain is unbearable. And I wish I could pass out, that I could escape this pain, but I stay conscious. Some of the pain shifts into a dull ache I'm aware of in the back of my mind, the feeling rumbling through my body like a warning, but it's nothing in comparison to the stabbing pain in my head and leg. It makes me want to vomit, to scream. If I had the power in me to tear off my leg or knock myself unconscious, I would. It's just too much. Water is all around me, filling my lungs, and it's almost like my body has decided it's had enough, that I can't possibly come back from this. So why even try? All I can do is give up and let the pain pull me into a slow and agonizing death. I hate that. My body might be begging me to give up, but some part of me wants to keep fighting, even though my limbs refuse to obey me, even though I might have no choice in the matter. I'm aware of nothing but the pain for a dark and terrible moment when I'm suddenly dragged from the water. I don't know how. Water spews from my lungs, and then I'm gasping in air. I can still feel the current around me, but it's not as powerful. I blink, confused. Overhead, the bright world is spinning, yet the water still surrounds me. And then I feel rough gravel against my legs, bumping against my backpack, jolting my body and awakening a new and different kind of pain. Alora's face is suddenly above mine. "Callum, are you okay? Talk to me." I want to talk, but my lips don't seem to remember how to work. She touches my face gently, brushing my cheeks with her fingers and her palms. Her hands are so incredibly soft that I lean into them, glorying in the feeling of her skin against mine. It's a feeling so intensely perfect that it dulls my pain for a moment. Alora is touching me. It's all I've ever wanted. I think she might be asking me more questions, but everything is silent around me. All I can focus on are her eyes as she lowers her face to mine. Those incredible, mismatched eyes of hers, one of them hazel, the other blue, although those colors hardly seem to be enough to fully capture how incredible her eyes are. Flecks of gold and silver dance in their depths, swimming in the sea of her irises like stars. I've noticed they change color, too. When she's mad, when she's sad, they're like windows into her soul I could look into forever. But no, I can't. That I shouldn't. She turns me in different directions, her hands running over my face and head. Her hands linger on my head for a moment longer, and she studies something in my hair. Her eyes widening with shock or fear. I can't tell which. When she pulls her hands back, they're covered in blood. I hear her say something, although it's mostly gibberish, like my ears aren't quite working. I do, however, pick out the word concussion. I don't know exactly what's wrong, but she's breathing hard and her face is pale, other than a massive bruise that's forming on one side over her cheek. What's more, her expression is filled with uncertainty. But uncertainty about what? I can't seem to remember. She's suddenly higher above me, and I distantly feel her hands under my arms, grabbing me, and then she's dragging me along the gravel until I'm fully out of the water. But I can't seem to move, can't seem to do anything. It's like my body and mind aren't connected any longer, something I feel like should trouble me more than it does. I hear her swear, "Oh, fuck, your leg," although the words are garbled, almost like she's speaking to me underwater. Or maybe like she thought I didn't already know there's something wrong with my leg, like she was informing me of some incredible revelation. I don't know. But what I do know is that something is wrong with every inch of me, but especially my leg. "Stay here," she says, speaking each word clearly and loudly enough to break through whatever spell has fallen over me. Her words aren't necessary, though, because it's not like I could go anywhere if I tried. When she disappears from my sight, each and every one of my injuries start to separate themselves, and my left leg feels the worst by far, like every nerve ending is exposed. The pain is so sharp that I actually black out for a moment. Well, I blacked out. I'm not sure exactly how long, but it feels like only a moment. Then I come to and she's somewhere around. I don't know how I know, but I do. Alora's voice slowly filters through the noise of the rushing water and the birds chirping overhead. But I don't know what she's saying, because she seems far away. After a while, I sense her hands on my leg and realize she's been moving it around while I was unconscious. But what she's doing, I don't know. I'm just grateful her touch isn't bringing new pain. At last, her face appears above mine again. "I strapped your leg to a branch. It should be enough to keep it in place, so as it heals, it'll heal correctly." She doesn't sound confident. She sounds terrified. "And it's going to be dark soon, and I have no idea where the path is. Do you know which direction we should go in?" I don't know why, but I can't answer her.
It feels like her words are coming out too fast or too slow. I'm not sure which, but I can't focus on anything but her. Everything else is a blur. I think she keeps talking, yet her words fade away as she strokes my face really gently, those incredible eyes of hers just inches from my own. Her lips are moving, but I don't know what she's saying. And then she's messing with my head. After a moment, I realize that she's bandaging the top of it. She's saying something about blood, but I don't know why she's saying it. Her hands are shaking, or maybe I am. I can't tell which. She stops fiddling with my head, and when she pulls back, her hands are covered in blood. Then she disappears from sight before coming back with clean hands. Her face is hovering above mine, her eyes filled with fear and worry. We have to start walking. We have to go. I try to shake my head. I can't go. I can't do anything. She just needs to leave me here. I'm too far gone, too broken. If she stays with me, we'll both be left out here in the dark, and we'll both die by some horrible creature. She has to go find the path without me. It's the fastest, safest thing for her to do. But I can't find the words. Instead, she puts my arm around her shoulders and she lifts me up. A scream tears from my mouth, and if I thought the pain couldn't get worse before, I was wrong. It's mind-numbing. Everything goes black and I hear her saying my name. She's begging me for something that I don't understand. I think for a moment that she'll drop me, bringing this pain to another impossible level, but she continues to drag me forward. Her strength surprises me for a moment, somewhere in my mind where I can still feel surprised. The truth is, she's probably one of the only people I know who could carry me in this situation, because she's one of the two families. Even though she's so tiny and I'm huge compared to her, her extra strength can probably handle me, at least for a little while. But she's been hurt. She has to realize that leaving me here is the best thing for everyone. What the hell is she doing? And yet she keeps dragging me, even though it feels like she's almost completely carrying me because my legs feel like jello beneath me, and we're going over rough terrain. Several times we tumble to the side, and I'm screaming again in pain, but she simply picks me back up and tells me we have to keep going. I don't know how she finds the strength, the willpower, but I can't focus on that. I don't have the energy. Time passes, and I'm in and out of consciousness. Sometimes I'm aware of where we are. Sometimes I'm nowhere, completely lost to the pain. But when I come back to myself, I realize that it's getting darker. It's evening. Nothing here looks familiar, or maybe it all looks familiar. I don't know. The only thing close to as bad as a storm in Neverwood is being caught off a path at night. We stop and she leans me against a tree before slowly lowering me to the ground. Then she collapses on the ground across from me. I stare at her, feeling like nothing but a burden. She's banged up as hell, the bruise on her face having darkened to a nasty black and blue color, but somehow she still found the strength to take us this far, even though she looks like she's fading. I don't know what to do. It's getting dark. I'm not sure if we're getting closer to the path or farther away, she says, and her voice sounds broken. I mumble something. I want it to be me telling her to just leave me, to just go and find the path, but it really just comes out as complete gibberish. So I try again, and leave me finally comes out clearly, even though my voice sounds weak even to my own ears. Her gaze jerks to me, those incredible eyes of hers wide, and then she reaches out and touches my face and says, "I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be with you the whole time. Do you understand?" It hits me that she must have thought I was telling her not to leave me. So I tried to shake my head and failed to accomplish even that simple movement.
Having her continue to drag me through the woods while putting herself in danger is the opposite of what I want. I'm going to die here. There's nothing left for her to do for me. She needs to make the smart choice and just leave me and get herself onto the path. I'm the idiot who did this to us. I'm the idiot who was too proud, and actions have consequences. Because yes, that's what this was all about. I wanted to get the Goldarium before she could, to prove to her and everyone else I could do this job. And I didn't look around or use the least bit of fucking caution. In doing so, I made the fatal mistake of not noticing my surroundings. If she hadn't knocked me out of the way, that earthworm would have killed me. And I can't just keep putting her in danger. It's not fair. It's not right. She deserves better than to die in the dark with an idiot. She has to go. She has to leave me here. Go, I tell her again, and my vision is blurred by tears. Her hand moves up and catches the tear leaking from the corner of my eye. Not without you. You understand? I'm going to beat you as a goldkeeper, not because you're dead, but because I'm better. I almost believe her, except that I can read those expressive eyes of hers. She's not here because she wants to beat me. She's here because she's trying to save us both. The fool. Stay here, she tells me, and then she's gone again. I can't respond. All I can do is lie here and let my thoughts run wild, thoughts that inevitably turn to Alora. My mind goes back to memories I've tried to repress, memories of her in school. Alora has always been the kind of person who's hard not to stare at. Her face is expressive at all times, always showing her every feeling, and whenever she speaks, she sounds like she's telling the most exciting story of her life. I think that's one of the reasons I tried to bother her sometimes when we were younger. No one would have allowed us to interact in a positive way, but I wanted to be close to her. And so I found myself making fun of her, messing with her stuff, going out of my way to make her life harder. Nothing too serious, just enough for her to notice me. Yes, I was young at the time, but that didn't excuse it. I didn't treat other girls like that, only her, and only because I wanted to see the irritation in her eyes. I wanted to see anything in her eyes, as long as it was directed at me. I often found myself angry when I saw her speaking to others. I assumed the possessive feeling that filled my chest was because we were enemies, and because every person who was a friend of hers couldn't be a friend of mine. I told myself that 1,000 times, but still I never really understood where the obsession with her came from. I think sometimes I just felt lonely. Being a young kid and being a goldkeeper in training meant seeing all these incredible things in Neverwood, things that we couldn't tell anyone else about. My father had made that clear to me from the time I was little. Whatever we see in Neverwood we have to keep to ourselves, he would say. We could tell people that there were plants and trees and that it was dangerous and wild, but that's all we could say. Every time. My father had me practice the same answers to give people over and over again. He said not to mention ogres, not to mention any of the unique creatures that our people might want to try to use, to take advantage of. I didn't quite understand it at the time, but now I can only imagine what would happen. The council would suddenly decide we need to start luring ogres back for them to try and use in some way. My mother would be in full support of it. My thoughts go back to Alora, to the way that she looked at school dances. She always dressed in a simple way that somehow managed to make her look more beautiful than any other woman in the room. Like she knew she didn't need lots of makeup or fancy clothes to draw every eye in the room to her. And she was right. I remember every guy she's ever dated. I have a list of those names in my mind. How long she dated them and how close they seemed to be. I've even guessed which ones she'd slept with and which ones she hadn't. An idea that has always bothered me more than I want to think about. That sometimes keeps me up at night. I have one guy I'd considered a friend who dated her. When I found out about him going out with her, I'd cut him off so fast that it shocked everyone. He accused me of hating her so much that I wasn't capable of sharing him as a friend with her. Even then, if I was honest with myself, I'd known it was something else. Something more. Time ticks away and I'm getting cold. My entire body trembles as my thoughts go from sharp to blurry. I'm aching, hurting in every way. I want to fall asleep now, to pass out, to forget about all of this, to forget about the possibility that maybe Alora isn't coming back. I told her to go. I can't exactly be upset if she listened. And then a face is above me again. Alora's beautiful, bruised-up face. "Come on, I found a place to stay the night. Let's go." She's picking me up again, and fresh pain awakens inside of me. My vision goes from black to blurred, and I try to fight her, to make her let me go, to stop the horrible pain that comes when she moves me. I struggle against her as much as I can. Some part of me just wants to lay there and die. But she won't have it. Alora continues to drag me along. I can practically hear her gritting her teeth, determined not to let me go no matter what. And so at last I stop struggling and just let her walk and walk, knowing I'm not strong enough to stop her or to keep fighting against her. It feels like forever before we're suddenly approaching a cave. I blink, and then we're inside of it. She takes me into the darkness and lays me down. The only light comes from the glow of the goldarium around our necks. "I'll be right back," she tells me, and then she's gone again. For some reason, this time her leaving feels worse. Like she put me in this cave to give me a fighting chance to heal, so she didn't have to feel guilty about completely abandoning me. But I don't know anymore. My thoughts don't make sense. My emotions feel strange. I remind myself that's what I told her I wanted her to do, yet I don't want to just die out here. It's a terrifying thing to think about, laying in this dark cave, waiting for my injuries to overcome me, or for some strange creature to walk in and feed on me until I die. At the very least, I hope I can reach the dagger on my belt, so if it comes down to it, I can cut my own throat, rather than dying slowly and painfully. Those dark thoughts and others haunt me as I lie in that darkness. I have no idea what will really happen. Will she come back? Was she only saying she'd return? Or had she never reassured me in any way, and I was imagining it all? I managed to turn my head just a little to look toward the entrance of the cave, as Alora dumps a pile of wood on the ground, a bag slung over her shoulder. She kneels down beside me and I watch her as she slowly starts a fire. She goes back out again and in and out a few more times, carrying wood and other things. I'm not entirely sure how much time is passing as she's doing this. At last she has a good pile of wood resting along the wall and some other things I can't quite make out. Then she stands over me for a minute, looking down at me for reasons I don't understand. Outside, I hear a roar. It cuts through the sounds of birds in the night, almost shaking the ground beneath me. The sound is familiar, but for some reason, I can't remember what it is. All I'm sure of is that it's bad, that it's dangerous. Alora launches into action, seeming to understand the situation better than I do. I watch as she unzips her pack and slowly pulls out the goldarium she'd found. She places it on the ground and then touches it with her hand. Her eyes close, and she stands still for a very long time. Then I watch as the goldarium grows taller and taller and wider, spreading out until it covers the entire entrance to the cave. For a minute, it's just a screen of gold. And then the gold color fades away, and I see a big steel door sealing us off from the outside world. Gold keepers are permitted to use the Goldarium in Neverwood any time it's needed, although we try not to. It's only done in the most extreme of situations, my father had said. I guess this could be considered an extreme situation. Hell, it definitely is. She comes back and collapses next to me, leaning against the cave wall like a discarded doll. I see her breathing hard, like she's just run a marathon, although I'm sure her exhaustion has more to do with her injuries than what she's been doing. The two families have endurance to spare under normal circumstances. Rest, I tell her, and I must have actually been able to speak the word aloud because she jerks her head towards me. She crawls over and kneels beside me, lifts my head, and begins to give me water. At first, I'm mostly choking on it, but slowly I manage to drink. When I'm done, she drinks some water herself before she goes and gets something from the shadows, then comes back to my side. I'm not sure what she's doing, but a minute later, I taste the sweetness of berries on my tongue. I don't want to eat them. I don't want to eat anything. Sleep calls for me, promising to stop the pain, to get me away from all of this. But she won't let me. You need your strength. If you don't eat, you won't heal, she says, repeating something my father had said 1,000,000 times before. Gold keepers could heal faster than anyone else, but not if they weren't fed, not if they didn't drink. If they left themselves in bad condition, they would heal almost as slowly as the rest of our people. Still, I struggle, trying to get out of her grasp. She continues squishing berries between her fingers and feeding them to me. Slowly, slowly, until at last she lets me drop my head back, and then she eats the berries herself. I see her use the water from her flask to clean her fingers, and then she puts more wood on the fire, building it up until it creates a warm glow that chases away some of the chill that I've been feeling since the river. It's going to be okay. We're going to be okay, she whispers. But this time, I'm not sure if she's telling me or herself. Elora unrolls her blanket from her pack and lays it on top of me. Then she gets the blanket from my pack and lays that on top of me too. I'm about to protest, to tell her she needs to stay warm too, when she crawls under the blankets with me, wrapping herself around me. She murmurs again, "Everything's okay. I'm not gonna let anything bad happen to us." There's a hiss of steel, followed by her placing her dagger right out where she can reach it, although I'm not sure exactly why. Then I hear more roaring, louder than before. Something begins to bang on the door that seals us inside the cave, and I feel Elora trembling behind me. "Everything's okay," she tells me again. "I'm not gonna let anything bad happen to us." But the pounding continues. Against my will, my eyes close. I still feel Elora trembling behind me, and I get the sense that she isn't going to be sleeping anytime soon. But the pain and the exhaustion from the day is too strong. It demands that I ignore the roaring and banging outside the door, dragging me slowly into sleep. Ogres. That's what they are, some distant thought whispers. And I'm pretty sure at some point those ogres are going to break down that door and kill us both. But it looks like I'll be asleep when they do. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I don't know. 12. Elora. I don't know how we made it through the night. I barely slept as ogres pounded on our door, roaring and screaming in fury, while I tried not to give in to my terror or sob from the pain exploding from my side. I'd watched the door that I had used the Goldarium to make, praying that it was strong enough to hold them back. But it had been hours and hours before they finally seemed to give up and walk away. Then I fell asleep. My dreams were filled with nightmares, broken only by the moments I woke up in too much pain to stay asleep. When awake, I was haunted by thoughts of what we would do after this. Thoughts of what would happen if we never found the path again. Perhaps we'd be lost in Neverwood forever. Maybe it wouldn't be the ogres that ate us, but exposure to the elements or some other awful thing that did us in. All I knew for certain was that if we couldn't get back onto the path, eventually we'd die out here. The worst part is that Callum is depending on me because there's no way he can do this on his own. I have no doubt his injuries would have killed a normal person. Flashes of images come to my mind, of Callum curled around me as I fell over the edge of that waterfall for some reason, when he'd been safely clinging to a rock only moments before. Of a snapped bone sticking out of flesh. Of the water clouded with blood. But I pushed those images away, my teeth chattering from nerves, not the cold. Seeing the gash in his head had been scary, but his leg? I'd actually vomited. Callum was lucky to be alive. And if he hadn't been curled around me when we fell, how much worse would my much smaller body have handled the fall? It wouldn't have handled it, because I wouldn't have made it. I shiver at the thought. After a night's rest, he'd heal, but not enough to do more than walk at most. He'd need me to be the strong one, to be the one who made decisions, who decided where we should go and which direction would be best, to try to keep us out of danger. I'm not yet confident enough to be sure I can keep myself out of danger. Now I have another person, an injured person, to watch out for. It's a lot. So after waking up from yet another nightmare, I open my eyes to see that the fire has died down to nothing but small embers. Staring at it exhaustedly, I know I have to get up to stir the fire, to get things ready for us to keep moving, since I have no doubt the door won't hold for another night. However, I find I don't want to leave the blankets. Not at all. I'm firmly pressed against Callum's body, and even though I'm the one holding him, it makes me feel safer to be against him, to feel his heart beating against my hand, breathing in the scent of the river and fresh-cut wood that always seems to be a part of him. It's just nice. As strong and muscular as Callum is, he also feels soft in my arms, which surprises me. I've never imagined anything about Callum could be soft. As time passes, I hold him gently, thinking about the fact that he and I can never be more than enemies. It isn't just that our society would never let us be anything more than that. It's that there's too much hurt between us. Too many moments of pain. Too many cruel things done on both ends. I remember years ago, one of Callum's best friends had asked me on a date. The boy was cute, funny, and interesting. Someone that I might have dated no matter what. But I have to admit that part of the reason I went out with him was because he was Callum's friend, and I knew dating him would get under his skin. And sure enough, it did. What I didn't expect was that it was going to end their friendship. I try not to feel bad about it, but I do. As much as everyone seems to pull Callum into their conversations, as much as girls seem to throw themselves at him, Callum has only ever had a couple of close friends. I, apparently, had been the reason for ruining one of his friendships. I swear he never forgave me for it, just like I never forgave him for a million other things. Once I had a locket that my great-grandfather had left me. He was a brave man who had died in Neverwood. Although I'd never met him, I'd only heard the stories. Callum was messing around one day. I'd insulted him, I don't even remember how, and he'd ripped the necklace off my neck and thrown it into a lake. I'd searched for that necklace for hours, weeks, months. Whenever I could, I'd dive down deep, touching the bottom of the lake, hoping to find it. Yet it was all in vain. The necklace was just gone. It was only one of many, many moments where we hurt each other purposely, For some reason, though, here in Neverwood, it feels like none of that really matters. Like all that matters here is surviving, and that working together is our best chance at doing that. So we're not the heirs of the two families. We're just two people who need each other. Still, if we ever get out of here, I have a feeling nothing will change in Paradise Falls. And for some reason, that's a little sad to me. I feel tears filling my eyes and shake them away. I'm not really this emotional normally. I'm just hurting. My hip and side feel the worst. I don't think I could lay on that side if someone paid me to. It throbs through every inch of me as if to remind me that I might be strong, but I'm not immortal. And then there are the other spots all over my body, including my face, that feel awful, but not nearly as bad as my hip. They throbbed all night long, and even though they feel much better now, the pain has still left me feeling vulnerable and weak. Two things that I hate most in this world. Wiping my tears away, I unwind myself from Callum. My clothes feel stiff, mostly dry though, which is a good thing. But my body feels even stiffer. So I move it around, stretching, feeling for any new injuries or anything unexpected. But it's my side that screams with pain. Every breath I take hurts. Every movement hurts. So I guess I'll be breathing and moving carefully. I add more wood to the fire, wash off the berries with just a little bit of water, and drink, trying to decide when the best time to wake Callum is. Usually, ogres are night creatures. If they had been up the night before, it's very unlikely that they'll be outside our cave again, right now, or anytime soon. In all likelihood, they'll return tonight and search for us. So we need to be as far from this place as we can by then. We need to find the path. I start going over where we had gone, how we had fallen down the river, and everything else, and determine that the path will be somewhere to our right. At least, it should be if we keep walking in that direction. Eventually, we'll run into it, so that's what we need to do. Even though it'll be hard and dangerous. As I'm eating a few berries and taking another sip of water, I twist a little and have to bite down on a sob. Whatever the hell happened to my side and hip, it's more painful than I'd thought after a night of rest. It hurts any time I twist or move in certain directions, but especially whenever I take a deep breath. I have no doubt my skin and muscles took a hell of a beating, but it's more than that. Standing slowly, I pull up my shirt and see a massive bruise covering the side of my stomach and going down. It's black and purple and miserable looking, but clearly there's more to the injury. I undo my jeans and slide them down, frowning at what I see. The fabric of my thong just barely covers my hip, so it does nothing to conceal the fact that the bruise stretches down my hip to my mid-thigh. Given the fact that I'm still hurting significantly when I move, I'd likely broken or bruised a bone when I smashed against the rocks. Fun times. In fact, just what I need. There are lots of other bruises and cuts on my body, but even as I study each of them, I notice that most of the bruises have dulled to light green marks, and the cuts are scabbed over and healing. That's good, at least. It means I'm eating and drinking enough to supply my body with what it needs to work correctly. However, I just know my side injury means I'll still be struggling today, which I don't need. Not when we have a long distance to go, and probably a lot of dangers between here and the path. Feeling frustrated, I take a few deep breaths and look at Callum, wondering how the hell I'm supposed to pull it together and drag him through the woods today. Which is when I realize his eyes are open. Those big pools of green are watching me with more interest than I would have ever imagined. When he realizes I've seen him, his expression changes a little, and then he looks away. Fighting the awkward feeling rising inside of me, I pull up my pants and redo the zipper and button, telling myself there's no reason for things to feel strange between us. People see me in far less when I wear my bikini to the hot springs, so things shouldn't feel as intimate and uncomfortable as they do right now. Smoothing down my shirt, I take another sip of water and look back at Callum beneath my lashes. I wonder if he can talk today, and how much he's aware of since yesterday he seemed to be out of it. My suspicion is that he's doing better, since the look he'd given me when I caught him staring said he was fully with it, but I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. "How are you feeling?" I ask, and my voice sounds strangely loud in the silence. He clears his throat and says something, but it comes out scratchy. So I cross the cave and kneel down in front of him as he tries to sit up. I help him, trying my best to lift his huge body into a sitting position, even though my body screams in protest from the movement. Then I offer him the water skin. I'm grateful when his hands lift and he takes it himself, because it's a good sign. He drinks and drinks for a really long time before finally stopping, which means he's getting stronger. And that hopefully means we'll be able to keep going today and get as far away from this cave as we possibly can before nightfall. Callum finally looks at me and our eyes hold once more. And for some reason, this close to him, I think again about the day we kissed. I try so damn hard not to think about that day because in so many ways, it fills me with anger and embarrassment. But still, the memories return. It had been a party, one of my first that involved alcohol, and I had to admit that I was more than a little drunk. Someone had suggested playing the game 7 Minutes in Heaven. The host's house had different closets along a wall, 3 or 4 at least. Apparently, the person's mom liked storage, so it was the perfect situation for a few people to play at a time. I'd agreed to go in one because there was a guy that I'd been making eyes at all night, and I thought it was the perfect excuse to kiss him in the dark. So I'd gone inside and the host had promised me she would send him in. So when a man came slipping in a few minutes later, my drunk self didn't even question it. I wrapped my arms around his big, strong shoulders and pulled him in for a kiss. The moment our mouths met, it was like electricity was passing between us, like a fire was burning inside of us that was all-consuming. It was a passion I'd never experienced in my life, never even imagined. We'd kissed, and our tongues tangled together, battling each other for control. A groan had slipped from his lips, so deep and thrilling that it had felt like a caress down my spine. Then our kissing changed, turning into something that I wasn't ready for, something that felt wild and reckless and dangerous. He'd grabbed my ass, lifting me up, and I'd wrapped my legs around his back. His hands had moved down, cupping my ass, pressing me against his very hard, very long erection. In that moment, I think I would have had sex with him. I think I would have forgotten that everyone was outside that door and just fucked his brains out. That's how hot it was. I could actually feel myself dripping wet for the first time in my life. And he was like the only thing I'd ever wanted. Hell, I can honestly say I never wanted anything more in my life. Then I'd heard him moan. Maybe I'd imagined it was my name. Maybe it was something else. But the voice was definitely not that of the boy that I intended to be kissing, the person I had expected to be in that closet with me. And then I breathed in his scent, that of freshly chopped wood. And I knew it was Callum. I pushed him away, angrily asking if it was Callum. His voice had been filled with shock that I even remembered now, when he said he was, like he wasn't sure why it mattered. Or maybe he didn't expect to hear my voice. I don't know which. I'd pushed past him and raced out the door, not wanting anyone to find the two of us in there together. We've never spoken about that day. After that, I caught him looking at me more than once, and I wondered what he thought. Did he know how much I enjoyed what we were doing? Did he know that he made me feel things I'd never felt before? And did he feel the same way? Or was it only that I was drunk and had imagined it? If I had been sober, would I have realized he was really just there letting me touch him, not enjoying any of it? I have no idea, and I hate that I have no idea what he thought of it. I'm okay, Callum finally says, shaking me from the memory. I realize that we're still close, painfully close. So I pull away and grab the little sack that I filled with berries, then push it between us. He eats eagerly, and I encourage him to eat more and more. He needs it. His body needs it. I eat some too until the sweet fruit is all gone. Then we share some jerky. It's hard and not particularly good, but I feel a little stronger after eating it. When we're finally finished, we both sit back looking exhausted, just from eating. But he has a little more color in his cheeks, which tells me the food did him good. Do you think you're strong enough to walk today? I ask him. He takes a long moment to answer, a moment where he avoids my gaze. I have to be, right? He's right. Even though I wish he wasn't. Yeah. I think the ogres will be back tonight, and we'll be in trouble if we're not long gone. He nods, but I can't tell what he's thinking. Any idea which way the path is? I'm pretty sure it's somewhere to the right, I tell him, trying to sound confident and not like I'd rather swallow a razor blade than continue walking in Neverwood off a path. If we just keep heading in that direction, we'll hit it eventually, I finish, and almost force a smile. He nods again, then winces. I think he's in more pain than he's letting on. You're sure you can travel? I ask again, softening the question. Yeah. How about you? His gaze runs over me and lingers on my side. I realize I probably look like hell and that him seeing the ugly bruise might have him worried. I'm better than I look, I say, attempting a joke. But he doesn't smile. He just reaches out and pushes the hair back from my face, tucking it behind my ear slowly. That's a pretty bad bruise. I shrug as he drops his hand, trying to ignore the unexpected butterflies in my stomach. I can't see myself, but if it looks as bad as it hurts, yeah, it probably is. He grins, and his smile, it's spectacular. That's how I kind of feel about my whole body right now. I can't help but laugh, and for some reason, laughing with him isn't weird. Which is weird. So I distract myself from the fluttering in my stomach and launch into action, going around repacking our things, including our blankets. He tries to help, but I wave him away. You need to save your strength. We have a long way to go. To my relief, he settles back against the cave wall, but I can feel him watching my every move, and I wonder what he's thinking. Is he angry with me? Does he wish I hadn't pushed us into that river, or is he grateful? Does he know that the alternative was him being eaten by an earthworm? I have no idea. I just wish in saving him from the earthworm, I hadn't created this situation for both of us. I'm sorry, I say. His gaze meets mine, and he tilts his head, a look of confusion on his face. For what? I hesitate, not sure what to say. The river. He seems to study me as I finish rolling up his blanket. The river we had a chance with. The earthworm? Not so much. At least he realizes that. There's one thing I can't figure out, and I kind of wish I'd thought a little bit before opening my mouth. How did you end up around me when we fell from the waterfall? I mean, I saw you on the rock. I thought you'd be okay. In answer, he simply shrugs, which, oddly enough, makes me even more curious. Did you slip? I mean, You were holding me and the rock, and then—" "Does it really matter?" he asks, his tone giving nothing away. "We're here now. That's the most important part." I guess he's right, but I can't help but feel like there's more to the situation than I'm aware of. Although what, I'm not sure. Callum is many things, but most certainly a man of mystery. Yet, since I have no idea how to get a better answer out of him, I just focus on finishing packing. When I have everything ready, I drop his backpack beside him, then kneel down next to him. "I'm going to check the wound on your head." "All right." He seems to take a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. "So, how bad was it?" It had been bad, but a wound like that is easier for us to heal. "It wasn't pretty," I tell him, but I soften my words with a smile. I reach for the gauze around his head. Luckily for me, the emergency kit I always packed seemed to have everything I needed for his injuries, including this gauze and the antibiotic ointment I'd covered the wound in. I'd also used butterfly bandages to close it, since I didn't have the time for stitches, and hoped it was just small enough not to need them, at least for a member of the two families. The gauze falls away pretty easily, so I part his blonde hair to see that the wound has in fact begun closing. It's still about as long as my index finger, and at one point it had been almost as wide as my finger, but now it's more like a small line weaving through his hair, which is a really good sign. Still, it looks painful. I sigh. It's on the mend, but it may leave a scar. I'm embarrassed. Stitches would have probably ensured he wasn't left with a scar. As it is now, it shouldn't be that bad, but I have a feeling there will be some permanent reminder of his injury. "A scar I can handle," he says, his voice strangely low. It's so low that I shiver in response to it. I clear my throat, avoiding his gaze. I'll leave the butterfly bandages on it, because I think they could help. Shaking my head, I feel frustration rise inside of me. But if I had just taken a few more minutes to stitch this up. To my surprise, he catches my wrist and tugs me, so I pull away from his head and settle back in front of him. "If you'd have wasted precious minutes stitching me up to prevent a scar, those ogres would have caught us, and we'd be dead. Being out here means making hard decisions, and you did, and you made the right one." Whoa. Okay. Because what else can I say? This conversation feels deeper than it should between us. "But won't a scar hurt your pretty boy image?" Now our gazes do catch, and he smiles. The smile that makes my heart race. The one that actually reaches his startling green eyes and lifts the corners of his mouth. May the gods damn this man and his impossibly beautiful face. Even a little dirty and with a scruff of beard growing on his normally clean-shaven face, he's so fucking good-looking. I can see why women are basically lining up to take their number to get into his bed. If his dick is half as nice as his face, he's a ride anyone would want to take. Hell, they'd ride his face, too. And probably his hands. Internally, I groan because I'm becoming a pervert. When I get home, I might just have to find a nice man for a quick fuck. Otherwise, I'll keep directing all my dirty thoughts at the only man I can't have. Doesn't forbidden fruit taste the sweetest? I push the thought aside. Callum isn't forbidden. He's just rotten. "Alora?" He says my name in that strange way that always makes me want to run as far from him as I can, for reasons I don't understand. "You stay here. I'll check if it's safe outside." I rush out as I hurry to my feet, suppressing a groan when my side aches in response to the quick movement. To my surprise, he glares and says, "Like hell," then begins trying to struggle to his feet. Is he actually trying to stand and help me check the perimeter? Is he insane? "Callum," I kneel down in a panic and put my hands on his hard chest, trying to push him back down before he injures himself further. His heartbeat races under my hands.
It'll be a cold day in hell before I let you go out there alone.
Okay, that's surprising. Callum, I'm fine, I tell him, more caught off guard than upset. We've had the same training. He knows damn well that I can handle myself. Out of the two of us, I'm clearly in better condition right now. Him going with me to check for the ogres would be just plain stupid. But he just keeps struggling. Now I am frustrated. Just sit. If I spot any ogres, I'll be running right back into the cave.
No, I'll be kicking their asses while you get to safety,
he says, but his grumpy words are laced with pain. Seeing his complete refusal to stop trying, I pull back, not knowing how to handle this stubborn man. My body hurts. My freaking face hurts. And I just need something to be easy. But even this isn't. It's frustrating to watch him struggle, but I don't know what the hell else to say. So that's all I can do. Watch and wait for him to figure out he has limited strength right now. When he can't make it to his feet after a few minutes, he glares down at his leg, and my gaze follows his. The branch I wrapped his leg with is looser than it should be, which he seems to realize at the same moment I do. So, wordlessly, he pulls out a t-shirt from his bag and rips it up, then wraps his leg and ties the bandages to it more tightly. Finally, he tries to stand again. Fucking hell. This time, I go to help him because it's better than watching his helpless attempts again. And because it's clear he's unwilling to do the smart thing and give up. I can tell he doesn't want my help by the dirty look he gives me when I touch him, but we manage to get him to his feet, even though he's breathing hard from the effort. For a second, he's just leaning against the cave wall, panting, and I'm pressed against him, panting too. Both of us are exhausted mentally and physically. And then I look up at him, trying to figure out what to do now with this giant, stubborn man. Our gazes collide, and I swear we both stop breathing. Our bodies being pressed together takes on a whole other meaning, and I'm not sure if I should press myself against him harder or pull away. His gaze darkens. His head lowers, if only by an inch. And I swear he's about to say something or do something we can never come back from. Or this whole thing is just in my head. Practically jumping away from him, I try to focus on the matter at hand. I should really look outside the first time by myself. Just in case. I begin, not wanting to upset his fragile male ego again, but knowing damn well this guy can't run from an ogre right now. And staying alive is all that really matters, not these weird moments between us.
I got it. I'm fine.
His gaze meets mine again, and there's a flicker of something unexpected. Guilt, maybe, which surprises me. And then his words soften.
It's bad enough you had to drag me here and get everything taken care of yourself. I'm doing better. I can handle what I need to.
Is Callum Runefall actually feeling guilty and a little embarrassed, maybe? I'd have to unpack how that makes me feel later. I go to put his arm around my shoulder, but he pulls away.
I can walk without help.
Maybe, for 2 seconds, and then he's going down. Just let me help you. He glares and his jaw clenches stubbornly.
I'm fine.
The idiot is most certainly not fine. But what the hell can I say to get him to understand that? I sigh and grab my own pack, then head for the door, hoping that letting him out there with me is the right decision.
What?
He says behind me, and there's frustration in his voice. I glance back as he hobbles with extreme difficulty to the door, and it hits me. The way to handle him. I just wish you'd be a little less predictable, is all. Then I try to look innocent so he'll take the bait.
Predictable how?
He asks, lifting an arrogant brow. I shrug, trying to hide my smile. You just have that whole fragile male ego thing going on, like you'd rather die than let little old me help you, which is exactly what I'd expect of you. Little old you, he snorts. You're more dangerous than a fucking viper. Ouch. At least I don't have an itsy bitsy ego, I tell him, pinching my fingers together and leaving just a little space between them before glancing pointedly down at his crotch. He knows exactly what I'm saying based on the fire in his eyes. Nothing about me is itsy bitsy, he practically growls. So I smile. Then you don't mind me checking outside the cave without you. There's silence, then a mumbling of curse words followed by, whatever. So I turn the lock on the door like a vault, and it groans as it opens. I flinch, half expecting an ogre to explode into the cave and kill us both. But when nothing comes, I swing open the door and step outside. Nothing seems off directly outside of our cave, but when I glance at the other side of the metal door, I see that the dents on the door are a hell of a lot worse than I ever imagined. How many more punches could it take before it fell? Not many, that's all I'm sure of. I shake my head. It's sad that I used my first Goldarium found by myself to make the door, but it's clear it was the right decision. Without it, those ogres would have killed us last night. Unfortunately, that's the last of the Goldarium we have available to use, because, life or death, we won't part with the ones in our necklaces. Countless people from the two families have come before us and never cracked the necklaces. We wouldn't be the first. So, we need to be even more careful this time. I move slowly out of the cave and look around. The morning is bright, birds are chirping, and nothing seems to be out of place. I explore carefully around the cave, and seeing no evidence of the ogres or anything else that might want to devour us, I return to Callum. He's managed to make it to the door, even though he's huffing and puffing like crazy, and I see he's snagged another branch from my pile of firewood to use as a walking stick. More than that, though, he looks determined, like he's trying like hell to pretend like he can do this. I'm glad, because he has to do this, even though he should be smart enough to do it with my help instead of insisting he's fine on his own. That kind of ego is dangerous out here. Grabbing my bag, I put it on, then help Callum put on his bag too. I can sense his anger as I do so, but I'm kind of getting the feeling he's less angry at me and more angry at himself for needing the help. I try to think of any time in Paradise Falls where I remember him asking anyone for help, and come up short. This man, like all Rune Falls, prefers to handle everything himself, even when it's absolutely stupid, like now. My gaze goes to him. He's bending down too far to use the walking stick. Sweat beads his forehead. His face is pinched with pain. Pride covers him like a cloak. He's going to re-injure himself before we've even started. I hurry toward him and loop one arm around his back, then wrap his arm around my shoulders. Electricity sizzles between us, and I hear him inhale sharply. Our gazes collide, and there's a brief moment when it's hard to breathe, before I manage to look away. Focusing on our goal, I steady my voice. We'll keep going as long as we can, moving to the east until we hit the road, which shouldn't be too hard, since that's the direction the sun is currently at. He doesn't say anything, but I feel his muscles tense, and he hooks his walking stick onto his bag to use me to lean on instead, thankfully. Then we start moving. It's awkward maneuvering around the plants and rocks as one unit. It's even harder because the ground seems to be sloping upwards, but it's a vast improvement to the day before. Callum is actually conscious and moving along with me, rather than me basically dragging him. Still, both of us are breathing hard after a short time, even though we don't slow. We push ourselves as the morning passes us by, barely speaking, just focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. I don't think either of us is used to hurting like this. Our first trainer had done some sick things to get us in fighting shape. But no matter what he did, we got to go home at the end of the day, rest and heal. This is a different kind of hell. Several times a strange feeling comes over me and I pull him down. I hear Callum bite down on a groan of pain each time, but some instinct tells me we're not safe. And I've come to respect my instincts, even if they aren't always right. On the third time, I can tell Callum is frustrated. He seems to be okay when walking, but the movement of being pulled down and getting back up is hard for him. He opens his mouth, and I get the feeling he's not going to say something very nice when we feel the earth shake. A hill not far from us begins to change and grow, then it suddenly rises, changing into a giant. The creature sends dirt, plants, and even trees raining down from it, which means this giant has probably been asleep for a long time. But none of the debris is close enough to reach us. Silently, we stare at the creature in wonder. He's easily bigger than a 4-story building, and gray in color, like most giants, even though his back is covered in grass and trees still. His eyes are big and wide, but surprisingly filled with irritation too. He takes a step closer to us, a step that shakes the ground in an unsettling way. And then, as I watch in disbelief, he stretches, shaking more debris loose. Callum reacts before I can, pulling me under him, shielding me with his body as the movement sends things falling down on us. We're both coughing in a cloud of dirt when I finally manage to look up again. It takes a second for the dust to clear enough for me to see anything at all, but when it does, I spot the giant. He's still standing near us, looking around as if searching for something. I hold my breath, hoping he didn't hear us. My dad had said some giants are kind and helpful, but just as often they'd snack on you. And I'm not about to take any chances that this guy is in the mood for a human sandwich after sleeping for so long. There's a painfully long moment when my thoughts are racing, when I'm wondering if he'll see us and we won't be able to outrun him. But as I'm starting to internally spiral, he turns away from us and begins to walk in the opposite direction. Relief flows through me even though the ground shakes beneath his feet, creating an earthquake-like feeling. All I can do is cling to Callum's shirt, gritting my teeth, hoping that the earth doesn't crumble under us and that nothing falls on top of us. But eventually, the shaking gentles and the giant fades from view. "Fuck," Callum says, then looks at me, his body still wrapped around me. "How did you know?" I shake my head, feeling flustered. How am I supposed to explain the weird feeling I get sometimes? "Instincts," I say simply. "That's more than instincts," he says, but his words are soft, almost a whisper. His gaze meets mine again, and I hate that everything fades away around me. I can't see anything but his incredible face, and the desire to reach up and let my fingers trail along his jaw is almost impossible to ignore. I bite my lip, noticing yet again that after our time out here, stubble has started to grow on his face. Callum has always been more of a clean-cut type, but for some reason, I like him like this too. He looks more rugged, more real. Like whatever part he plays in Paradise Falls is truly just a persona, and this is who the real Callum is. Then there are his eyes. I hate how beautiful they are sometimes. They remind me of Neverwood in the spring, when some of the plants turn an incredible green color. As unlike the color of the plants and trees back home as I can imagine. It's deeper, lusher, and utterly captivating. A shudder rolls through me and I realize he's staring right back at me. His gaze changes from a curious one to something else, something that makes his hard body on top of mine feel even more solid than before, and even more tempting. I wonder what he'd do right now if I shifted to allow him to settle between my thighs. Fuck! Alora, what are you doing? I look away from him, feeling my cheeks heat. I think the coast is clear. We should... something, right? We should do something.
Right, the path,
He says, and his voice is lower than I've ever heard it. It's not quite a whisper, but so damn low and husky that I actually feel my nipples harden. Which is crazy. I'm filthy, tired, and injured. The last thing I should be thinking about is the incredibly sexy man who is currently practically straddling me. Also, when did I start thinking of Callum as incredibly sexy? I must be delirious. Getting rest, water, and food will need to be a priority today before I find myself declaring my love for him and dancing in fields of flowers. Clearing my throat, I say, "Can you get off by yourself?" Oh, fuckity fuck. Did I really just say that? Did those words really leave my mouth? My face feels like it's on fire. I just want to melt into the ground and never be seen again. He takes a long minute to answer, and then his words come out slowly.
I could use a little help.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't even know what I want him to be talking about. Wait, no. There's no chance I want him to be thinking about me like that. He's a damn runefall. I've officially, completely lost my mind. So I lean up a little, intending on moving him carefully to the side, but all it does is bring me closer to him. My breasts brush against his hard chest, and I know if I look up at him right now, he'll see exactly what I'm thinking about. And since I can't let that happen, I let my hands run over his back, dusting off the dirt, little branches and pebbles that cover his body. When I'm done, I'm breathing hard, and I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with the effort of cleaning him off. There, I manage, my voice nearly as husky as his was. Now, let me get you on your back. On your back? Hell. I pretend not to notice the implications of my words and turn slowly to slide him onto the ground next to me. He groans as I do so, probably from pain, and there's one awkward moment when I'm practically on top of him, but then I slide back to my spot, relieved when I'm no longer touching him. There. That's done. We handled the giant and whatever the hell that was. I'm about to stand again when he adds,
Mind if we take a quick break?
I nod, realizing that actually sounds really good and might even give me a chance to focus on something other than Callum. We crack open our food and water right where we are, having a strange picnic of sorts. But it's not the break from my problems that I hoped for when I note that our water is starting to get really low, which isn't a good sign. I should have gathered some the night before and boiled it, except, the ogres. I just hope it'll be enough to get us back to the path and to the river that often runs beside it. Yet I don't say anything to Callum. If he hasn't noticed, well, he has enough to worry about. We both eat some jerky and dried fruit, then drink just a little. The food isn't exactly good, but it's amazing in that moment. Not a steak, a cheeseburger, or a pizza, but it makes me feel stronger, which is what we need out here. When we're done eating, I'm relieved to see Callum has more color back in his face. He should be back to his old self in no time at all if he doesn't push himself too hard, and if he continues eating and drinking, which is a marked improvement from yesterday. Keep going? I ask, even though my body is begging me to just lay down right here and take a nap. He nods, and we both pack up slowly. Then I help him to his feet, and to my relief, he accepts the help without a fight. It's not that I want to see Mr. Cocky broken down enough not to argue with me. It's just that I don't have the strength to fight him and this world. The terrain becomes slowly smoother, and the foliage less dense and easier to navigate through. The arm around my shoulder starts to feel less like it belongs to someone clinging on for dear life, and more like, I don't know, someone I'm out for a stroll with. The forest is cool and calm around us, almost perfect. We're just two people surrounded by trees and flowers, with birds singing to one another around us in their incredible melodies. I breathe in, smelling the clean air and Callum's woodsy scent, and it's oddly nice. Until Callum breaks the silence by asking me, "Why did you help me?" I stiffen and look at him in confusion. What? Where is this coming from? What do you mean? Help him when? With the earthworm. He's not looking at me, just focusing on what's ahead of us. I don't know why this question panics me, but it does. My brain scrambles to find the right words. I don't know, just a reaction. Please let this go. Please let this go. Wouldn't a hell of a lot of your problems be gone if you'd just let me get eaten? Now his gaze slides to me, and I look away, not wanting him to see the uncertainty in my face. The thing is, our relationship has been established on the foundation that we hate each other. That we'd run each other over with a truck without blinking an eye. Yes, we have this weird aspect of it where we don't like other people hurting us, but there's never been any love lost between us. At least not outside of occasional strange moments. Like the one when I went to see the spot my mom died. But those moments are rare, and I'm not exactly interested in changing our relationship. I don't think I am, at least. Because, well, even if I wanted to change our relationship, there's no way our people would accept us even being polite to each other. So how do I explain to him why I didn't let the earthworm kill him without being too vulnerable? Damn it. I told you before I want to beat you because I beat you, not because you got eaten. There's silence for a moment, and then he says, I can never quite figure you out. That makes two of us, I say, and I mean it. This guy is confusing as hell. Why does he even care why I saved him? He shakes his head, but there's a smile on his face. And it's odd. I realize I don't see Callum smile very often. At school, with his friends, with his parents, he always just looks like he wants to be anywhere else. You should do that more. Slips out, and I want to take the words back, but it's too late. Those brilliant green eyes of his find mine. Do what? Well, there's no going back now. Smile. You always look so damn cranky. He scoffs. There's really not all that much to smile about. I roll my eyes. Come on. You're the only heir to the Runefall family. Everyone wants to be your friend, every girl wants to be with you, and your life is pretty damn cushy. Or at least it was until you took over as Goldkeeper. I think he might let it go, but to my surprise, he answers me. So I was born into a family with a lot of responsibility, a position I can't escape no matter what because I'm one of only two people who can do it. A lot of people want to be friends with the heir, but not necessarily with me as a person. And a lot of women want to get pregnant with my child and live the rest of their lives in luxury. All because they got a baby out of me. Oh, and then there's my actual job, which means risking my life every day. Yeah, who wouldn't be happy? This is usually the point with him where I'd snap back with something to put him in his place, but I don't have it in me. Besides, I think he might actually be being honest. And I don't want to destroy any moments of vulnerability between us, for some reason. Maybe because the only thing that would make all of this worse is if we went back to being at each other's throats. I know all of that. I've known since I was little that most of the people who tried to get close to me just wanted something from me. I just kind of accepted that, proceeded with caution, and still managed to make some amazing friends I can trust. Even though it's hard being a goldkeeper, always knowing this is what I had to do, I also saw this as something amazing. Going to Neverwood felt like getting to go to this secret, magical world that no one else could destroy for me. I realize I've said too much, that I'm smiling and that he's watching me. So, anyway, that's how I see things. He doesn't say much after that, just looks distant, and I regret telling him anything. Neverwood has this way of making me forget that what I do here has real-world consequences in Paradise Falls. If I was going to bet on it, everything I did here would come back to bite me in the ass with Callum, when he's not broken and depending on me to survive. But I push my worries aside as the landscape grows steeper, and I have to keep my focus on helping Callum and surviving because there's more than just a dangerous landscape to handle out here. As I look at the sky, I swear the clouds are darkening, but I hope against hope that I'm wrong. Our luck can't be that bad, can it? 13. Elora. The air smells of rain, and the wind whips angrily around us, like claws trying to tear at our already sore and battered bodies. Dark clouds have swallowed the sun in the sky, leaving everything in shadows. My heart races as Callum and I work together to move faster and faster, even though with how exhausted we are, it actually feels like we're moving more slowly than before. We've at least reached even ground now, but the hours upon hours of climbing uphill have taken their toll on us. I feel like my side wants to explode. Each breath I take is painful. Even my legs are aching, and sweat rolls down my back in an unpleasant way, leaving my skin feeling sticky and cold. But I can handle all of that, if it gets us somewhere safe before the storm unleashes. What's harder to handle is how pale Callum has become. Every time I look at him, pain fills his expression. He seems to be biting down on something, maybe his cheek, but I'm not sure. Every so often a whimper of pain explodes from his lips, but when I suggest we slow down, he just shakes his head. I'm not even sure he can speak anymore. We're almost to the path, I tell him, but it's a lie. I don't know if we're even close to it, or if we're going in the right direction anymore, or maybe we never were. All I know for sure is that when this storm unleashes, if we're out in it, we're dead. There's no way around that fact. Suddenly, I feel a familiar pulling. An intoxicating need to move in one direction comes over me, and I freeze, knowing what it is. Callum staggers beside me, and a whimper escapes his lips before he can silence it. I wince, feeling guilty because he wasn't prepared for me to stop, and I know that the last thing he needs is more pain right now. For a moment, I have to carry his weight even more before he steadies himself, finding his footing once more. I regret hurting him, but if the Goldarium is big enough, it might be enough to create a shelter around us. We might even be able to just stop walking where we are and finally rest. Maybe, just maybe, we'll survive this storm. I move in the direction the Goldarium pulls, dragging Callum with me as I go, then spot it on the leaf of a big bush. Hurrying forward as fast as I can with Callum, I kneel down slowly, taking shorter breaths to ease the pain in my side and keeping my movements slow and even to let Callum regain his balance as he leans against a tree. But the Goldarium is too damn small. Maybe if Callum and I curled up together, we could enclose ourselves in something like a tomb. But I don't know that we could get out, or if it'd even be enough to protect us. Still, I tilt the leaf and let the Goldarium roll down into my palm, then show it to Callum. "You take it," he says, his voice rough with pain. "But the next time,
It's whoever gets it first.
His eyes close, his face pale as a sheet, and I'm pretty sure he's trying to joke around to lighten the mood, even though it doesn't work. I put the Goldarium in the special pouch around my belt and stand cautiously, my stomach flipping as thunder rolls overhead. Should we try to use the Goldarium to make a hiding place for ourselves? It takes him a second to answer.
It won't be enough. We'll be sitting ducks.
I hate that he's right. Staring up at the sky, I loop my arm around his back again, and he puts his weight on me. It's more than before, and a flash of pain shoots through my side, but I manage to bite down on my cheek to keep from crying out. I know he doesn't have much left in him, which means we need to get somewhere safer before he collapses. But I don't have the strength to carry him this time. I pull him along, trying to stay on course, knowing that with the coming storm, it isn't just about finding the path now. It's about finding a cabin along the path. We'd have to be damn lucky to find one before the storm. And given everything that has happened to us so far, I'm not feeling that lucky. Though I'm not ready to give up, either. We make it through a particularly rough group of thick trees surrounded by equally thick bushes and plants, and I whisper, "Ground's flat above. Should be easier." But my words come out breathless. We need to rest. We need to eat and drink, or I can't keep us going. Callum says nothing, and I glance at him to see his eyes have closed. I keep us moving until we reach the open field. We made it. Things will be a little easier, I say, even though I logically know the woods get thick again just beyond the field, because we need something good to focus on right now. Callum doesn't respond, and I realize that his eyes are only opening every now and then, and he's getting heavier by the minute. With anyone else, I wouldn't be this worried, but for Callum to lean on me like this, I know it means he can't do better. He's too arrogant to let me see him like this, unless he had no other choice. Which is bad. Really bad. This isn't how your story ends. You're going to find your dad. You're going to find a shit ton of Goldarium, and you're going to make your people proud. I keep repeating the words to myself, gritting my teeth together until they ache, willing my body to keep us going. But I'm running out of steam. My injuries seem to continually change from a dull ache to a sharp, mind-numbing kind of pain. Yet now the achy times are becoming fewer and far between. I won't be able to ignore my body forever. The clearing is the first good thing that's happened to us in a while. There are no bushes, no trees, just rocks and boulders everywhere, which we easily navigate around. It feels not like a break exactly, but like a much-needed, easier moment. The thing is, I swear I've heard a story from my father about something just like this, but my tired mind can't seem to remember any other details. Just that it involved a clearing and a lot of rocks. All I can hope for is that the story was a good one, because there's no more room in my life for bad things right now. As we reach the middle of the clearing, I see a piece of fabric tangled in some grass. Frowning, I shift our direction just slightly and yank it free. In my hand, I find a piece of gray plaid fabric. Fabric stained with blood. I feel the color drain from my face. My dad always wears thick plaid shirts under his jackets. And the reason I remember something about a clearing filled with rocks is because my dad had told me a story about one. A bad story. Callum, I whisper, shifting so I can almost whisper in his ears. We need to get out of here quietly. Do you understand? Don't make a sound. He nods his head, or maybe it falls forward, I'm not sure which, but it's enough for me. I stuff the piece of my dad's shirt into my pocket and continue dragging him through the field. We're silent, as quiet as we possibly can be. when lightning strikes overhead and thunder roars. Instantly, the small rocks around us begin to move, to twitch, to roll. My heart's in my throat. I feel Callum tense and know he's aware of what's happening. He starts to try to move more, and we're going faster, but I don't know if it's fast enough. A few of the huge boulders start to move, and then one of them uncurls, taking the shape of a troll nearly the size of my house. The troll is between us and the woods we need to reach, but he hasn't spotted us yet. So I veer a little as he stretches. Baby trolls are cute and mostly harmless. They're curious enough to take a bite out of you if they're hungry, trip you, or cause other issues, but it's nothing we can't handle. The adults, on the other hand, some are friendly and vegetarian, others are not, and there's no way to tell which is which. My father has always said that the nice ones might watch us, but they'd leave us alone, as long as we didn't get too close to their young. But trolls are just as likely to eat us as the ogres are, and ogres will eat pretty much anything that's considered meat. This is a really bad situation. I hope we're in an area filled with nice ones and that the big guy in front of us doesn't have a taste for meat, or will be his next meal. But all I can do is hope. It's not like I can just ask them to leave us alone. The best that can happen is that none of them notice us until we get out of here. Behind us, I can hear more trolls stretching, making sounds that are almost groans. Trolls can often sleep for weeks or even months at a time, but loud sounds will make them wake earlier from their slumbers, often in pretty bad moods. And the thunder? It would definitely wake them before they're ready. Just keep going, reach the woods, get away from the trolls, find the path and the cabin before the storm unleashes. We're nearly to the woods when I realize we've been seen. The troll near us lets out a gigantic roar, a roar that travels down my entire spine, and its gaze meets mine. The dark pools of his irises swim with rage, hunger maybe, and I know without a doubt that this particular troll is a meat eater. My heart races as I look at it and realize it's far too close. If we keep going at this speed, it's sure to catch us. It's sure to eat us. And no amount of daggers, pleading, or begging will save us. The only way to get free is to outrun it. Something Callum can't do right now. So I'll have to try something else. Keep going, I tell Callum as I carefully slip his arm off my shoulder. Just keep heading towards the woods. I'll come after you. I'm shocked when his hand suddenly grabs mine. No, Alora. If you stay back, you're going to die. His eyes suddenly meet mine, and even though they're filled with pain, there's strength in them too. I know it has to be killing him, thinking about leaving me behind while he goes ahead, but it's also the only logical choice. Please, trust me, I beg him, touching his cheek with my fingertips. His eyes widen in surprise, but before he can answer, the troll roars again, and I feel its steps shaking the ground as it heads towards us. I don't think. I just give him a little shove and say, "Go, now! Don't be stupid or we'll both end up dead." He hesitates, his eyes holding mine, and then I feel a wave of relief when he actually turns and starts running. Well, running probably isn't the right word, but he's limping as fast as he can, away from me and away from the troll. I turn back to the troll and pull out my dagger, even though I know it won't do anything against the thing. Somehow it makes me feel better, and maybe it will have the added benefit of distracting the troll a little. Who knows? My dad's training hadn't exactly reached the step that explained how to fight trolls. His philosophy was more, stay on the trail and never fight anything. Sorry, Dad. The baby trolls nearby are giggling as they watch me. They don't seem to have any idea that the amusing little human that they're staring at is going to be lunch for their dad or mom in a moment. But I draw my focus away from them and onto the giant creature racing towards me. My free hand curls into a fist, and I wait, counting the seconds. My legs are shaking as it races right up to me, almost close enough to crush me beneath its massive feet, but then it stops and lifts its solid hand and tries to smash me. I roll out of the way at the last possible second, and its fists hit the ground, shaking the earth. Pain blossoms in my side, but I push it away, knowing that adrenaline should help me through this if I don't focus on my side. Breathing hard, I look at the spot I'd just been and realize that if it had managed to hit me, I'd be thoroughly squashed right now, which is not comforting. Taking several deep breaths, I try to calm myself down as my leg muscles bunch, preparing for me to move again. I tell myself it's okay. I just have to keep going. I just have to keep it distracted long enough for Callum to get to the woods and out of sight. Then I'll run for it too. When the next fist comes for me, I dart to one side, easily avoiding it. The ground shakes from the impact of its blow. The trolls near us laugh, and the big guy or gal roars once more, which makes my knees shake. But I'm still safe, exhausted, scared, but safe. Yet I have to keep going. I try to keep the big troll in my sights as I weave in one direction and then another as it continues its attack. The troll looks pissed as it stares me down, but the fact that I'm annoying doesn't seem to discourage the beast. It continues punching and missing me over and over again. Luckily for me, trolls are as big as they are slow. So it's not that hard to avoid its blows, even though it makes things trickier that I'm trying to keep the other trolls in sight while jumping around like an idiot. I spot a couple of big trolls awakening near the other side of the clearing as I keep maneuvering to avoid this one's blows, which is not a good thing. I'm sure after those big guys have finished stretching and looking around, they're going to discover there's a human to eat, and they're going to come and help their buddy. One troll I can handle. 3 or 4? Not so much. I can't handle that many, no matter how fast I move, which means I need to be out of here before they reach me. I glance back to see if Callum has reached the woods, but he's not quite there yet. He's not even close as he drags his leg behind him, using his tree branch to help him stagger forward, which means I can't run yet, no matter how much my racing pulse seems to want me to. So I keep ducking and weaving, even though my hip and side seem to scream with every single movement. It's getting harder to breathe. I notice a fist coming at me belatedly and twist in one direction, way more slowly than I should be reacting. The troll's fist punches into the ground close enough that I feel the air from it whip past my body. Unfortunately, the twisting movement causes something to snap inside of me, and then I'm crying out in pain. My vision goes from black to light, and I feel off, like I'm walking underwater. The feeling scares me in a way that I don't like. It scares me because I need to keep going. We're not even close to safe. This is just one danger, one problem. After we deal with the trolls, we still somehow need to figure out a way to find the path and a cabin before the storm hits. Otherwise, we're toast. This time, when the troll punches the ground, I only miss being hit by a few inches. I actually fall on top of its fist before I manage to scramble and get to my feet. Looking at Callum, I'm grateful when I see that he's nearly to the woods, since I'm running out of steam. He should be okay now if I start running, and I might just survive if I go right now, if I can push through the pain and exhaustion for just a little longer. So I turn and start running for the woods. Behind me, I can hear the roars of the angry trolls and the laughter of the little children. The thing is, they all sound closer than they should be. Still, close or not, I have to keep going. I'm limping, my damn side radiating pain through me, but the only trolls in front of me now are still sleeping in rock form. Or they're the little ones who seem equally amused by the flowers around them as they are the clouds overhead. So the way is clear. I'm going to make it. We're going to be okay. Suddenly, my leg gives out from under me. I collapse in shock and try to get back up, but my knees crumble again. Crawling forward, I try to brace myself on a sleeping troll, but it doesn't help. My legs don't seem to want to work. Holy hell, I don't know what's wrong. Everything is shaking, everything hurts. I place a hand on my side and grip my teeth, then force myself to get to my feet. I don't know why, but this time it works, even though my legs still feel wrong beneath me, like I'm walking at a tilt. Shit, this is bad. Really bad. Looking back, I see that all the large trolls are racing towards me, and even a few of the smaller ones. They might not be fast, but they sure as hell are faster than I am right now. And if they catch me, I'm done for. So I better not let them catch me. I look forward and start running, or at least I try to, but I keep going down again and again. My knees, my legs, they don't seem to want to work anymore, and I have no idea why. I suddenly see Callum pop out of the woods a short distance from where I'm running toward, but for some weird reason, to the side of where he'd entered the woods. I don't know what he's doing. He should be in front of me. He should be prepared for us both to be running. But instead, as I get closer and closer to the edge of the woods, trying to decide if I should veer off towards him, I see that he's throwing stones. I turn and see that he's actually hitting the trolls. That's how damn close they are behind me. And the realization that they're overtaking me turns my blood to ice. I keep looking from between where I'm running and back at the bloodthirsty creatures that will inevitably reach me before I can escape. And it's like the world moves more slowly, or like I'm watching someone else's last moments before they die. One of the trolls gets struck by one of Callum's stones, a larger one given the cracking sound behind me. I turn back and watch as the troll turns toward Callum and roars before switching direction and going after him instead of me. Which means after all I've done, Callum isn't safe. But maybe I am. I don't know what to do. I'm out in the open and exposed. My legs seem to be giving up on me, but I did all of this to protect Callum, to give him time to escape. If he just draws the trolls toward himself anyway, what was all this for? He's acting like a damn fool, and yet I can't waste my time thinking about how stupid this is. There's no choice but to keep going. I keep going forward and watch the trolls all changing directions, going after him instead of me. At last I manage to limp my way into the trees, but I'm still shaking. I still know that neither Callum nor I are safe. The trees are dense here, and I know if I just go a little deeper into them, the trolls won't be able to find me. But before I even know what I'm doing, I'm switching directions to reach Callum. I don't care that I'm limping and sweating like a fool. Someone has to get him out of there. And I'm the only someone here. I spot him up ahead, heading right for me, and I feel a wave of relief. Maybe he's not nearly as stupid as he seems to be. As angry as the trolls are right now, and as much as they might want to make a meal out of us, the only way we'll be okay is if we get deep enough into the woods that their huge bodies can't reach us. Or if they lose track of us. Callum barely slows enough so that we don't collide. Then he grabs my hand, and we're both rushing through the woods, weaving deeper into the trees and further from the trolls. There's almost no light overhead because the evening sun is concealed beneath the storm clouds. But it's enough for us to see where we're going through the forest shrouded in shadows. We hear roars behind us. I see trees going down, snapping and falling over as they try to make their way to us. Turning away from the disturbing sight, I try to just keep focusing on what I need to do. I keep telling myself to just go forward, and eventually we'll be safe. I mean, they should give up at some point, right? They have to give up. They can't just chase us through these woods forever. They're too big. At least, I hope they are. And yet they still seem to be right behind us. My legs collapse again from under me, but surprisingly, it's Callum's strong arm pulling me up this time. It's him that keeps me going.
"We're going to be okay,"
he says through rough puffs of air.
"We just have to keep going."
Words like these have been running through my head ever since we saw the trolls. Hell, before the trolls. Ever since we went tumbling down into that river. But now, I don't know what else to do. I feel like I've run out of energy. There's nothing left. I keep trying to pull from the energy inside of me, but it feels like I'm coming up empty, and I feel myself slowing. A voice in the back of my head whispers,
"Think of your father."
And for some reason, something inside of me strengthens. How many times was my father in a position just like this? How many times did he think he couldn't keep going, but still he made it back home to me? I've heard a few stories, but I'm sure there are plenty more. I need to do the same. My people are counting on me. My father is counting on me. If I die now, I'll never be able to find him, to save him, to help him out of whatever mess he's gotten himself into. And he deserves better than that. After all he's done for me in my life, he deserves a daughter who will fight heaven and hell to save him, to find him, and bring him back to his loving family. So I keep pushing myself. Callum's hand is sweaty and his grip grows more lax by the second. But still, he clings to me. I don't know where he found the energy to help me against the trolls, but I sense that energy is failing now. And that's when I realize the sounds of the trolls have grown more distant. I slow. Callum tries to tug me forward, but I keep slowing, and then he seems to realize what's going on.
"They're gone,"
he pants. I nod, and then we both collapse right there and then. First onto our knees, and then onto our backs. Once there, we both just lay panting on the forest floor. Having outrun trolls, having survived everything that we've survived so far, and yet both knowing we're not done yet. For some reason, though, we continue to hold hands. Probably because we're just so tired and so lost that it feels like we're not alone when we're touching each other. But when my breathing slows and I see another crackle of lightning followed by the sound of thunder booming around us, I turn to him and say, "Can you keep going?" His head turns so he can look at me. And I think maybe if I was anyone else, he would have said no. I can see it in his eyes. He wants to say no. He wants to say there's nothing left inside of him. So I do the only thing I can think of. I smirk at him. Unless, of course, you're going to let a walker beat you. His eyes go round in surprise like that's the last thing he expected me to say. I shrug, even though even shrugging hurts. You can just give up now. No one's making you keep going. He's quiet for a moment, and then he says,
"Yeah. Like I'd let a walker beat me."
There's no strength in his voice, but at least he says it. If I have to badger him all the way to safety, that's just what I'll do, if it keeps him alive. Still, we lay there for another moment before we lean on each other and use the other one to help us stand. It's kind of pathetic, but we manage to get to our feet. I suck in a gasp as pain shoots through my side, surprising me with its intensity. Whatever the hell I did to my side, with my adrenaline fading, it feels more acute than ever. It's so acutely painful that I realize I'm blinking through tears. Callum is there beside me in an instant.
"You probably broke a rib,"
he says. All this running, all this fighting and rolling and trying to avoid the trolls probably re-injured it. Fuck. I hate that he's right. That's exactly what I've done. I'd re-injured the damn thing. The damn thing that just doesn't seem to want to heal because we aren't getting enough rest or enough water or food. His fingers reach out, and I close my eyes as they touch my eyelids. For a second, I don't know what he's doing, and then I feel him brushing away my tears. His body presses against mine, like we're leaning against each other, but not just our sides. When I open my eyes, I'm looking up at him, and it amazes me just how much taller and bigger he is than me when he's pressed up against me like this. "It's going to be okay," he tells me. I nod even though I don't feel that way. His thumb moves down, away from my eye until his hand is cupping my chin. Those intense eyes of his hold mine, and he lowers his head a little. His lips brush my cheeks, like he's tasting my fallen teardrops, and his low, rumbling voice says, "We're going to be okay." I feel strange in a way I can't completely understand. Like I'm broken. Like standing is more work than I can handle. But also, like I'm safe and cared for. It's plain confusing, and I don't like confusing. When we reach the cabin, I tell him slowly, "I'm going to sleep for a week." Callum gives a tired laugh. "Me too." Then we keep going, both of us knowing that there might not be a cabin anywhere near us, which means that when that storm hits, we could both be dead. Yet we keep going because we don't have any other choice. We'll rest when we're dead, right? 14. Elora. We're going to die. The thought rolls and rolls through my head as the darkened sky swirls with angry clouds. The sky above us reminds me of what a sky would look like in an apocalypse. Gray, black, and red clouds are weaving together to make a funnel of sorts that seems to be poised right above us. Like whatever is going to come out of that sky will come straight down on top of us. It would be darker than the darkest night if not for the lightning strikes that seem to come, one after another, barely waiting for the previous thunder to stop rolling before striking again. The flashing light serves to illuminate our way as we continue fighting through the woods, in hopes of finding the path, in hopes of finding a cabin before it's too late. But the flicker of hope inside of me grows dimmer by the moment. Callum is half slumped around my shoulders. He's trying, though, his breath's uneven. If he wasn't trying, I know I'd have already dropped him. My broken rib, and now I'm sure that's what it is, screams with each small movement we make. Luckily, my tears weave with the slow-falling rain, hiding them from Callum, giving me some pride in a time when it feels like I have nothing left. "We should use the Goldarium," Callum gasps out beside me, and his whole body trembles from the effort. I think about the Goldarium I had before. It was barely enough to make the door. The much smaller piece I'd collected today could possibly make a tomb around us, but that's all it would be, a tomb. There wouldn't be enough air to last us long, and I wouldn't be able to make it in a way that we'd have a way to escape when we did. Using the Goldarium would essentially mean giving us a different kind of death. A more peaceful death, which is tempting. More tempting than I like. But I think of my father, somewhere out in this world, probably injured and lost. He'd been there for me countless times in my life. How can I possibly abandon him when I'm finally in a position to help him? I have to keep going. "We can't," I tell him, shouting over the rain and wind. His head lifts and his gaze meets mine, and the look on his face, it takes my breath away. He doesn't think he can keep going. He doesn't think he's going to make it. I move closer so our bodies are pressed together, and I look up into his face. "You can do this. I know you can." My words feel like they're being swept away by the wind, but his expression says he heard me. He heard me, and he doesn't care. This is all too much for him. His pain, the storm, the rapid traveling. He can't do it with his leg. He touches my face. Go. And then he leans down and brushes his lips against mine in a way that feels like a deeper goodbye than he could ever say with words alone. I cling to him, tears catching in my throat. He can't be serious. This whole thing has been hard, but he can't just give up or expect me to keep going without him. No, no. I'm shaking my head and holding on. His body trembles and he kisses me again, a little harder. Go. His body starts to sag a little, but I catch him, finding an inner strength I never imagined I had. Pulling away from him a little, I shift until his arm is around me again, and I start dragging him forward, gritting my teeth against the pain in my side. Elora! He shouts my name, and the word is filled with pain. Lightning crackles right overhead. Then the thunder booms around us so loudly I can feel it through my feet. Callum seems to be trying to struggle against me. I feel him shaking his head, but I ignore him. He's going to give up over my dead body. Ahead of us, lightning strikes, hitting a massive tree. Fire sparks to life on the tree, raining embers down from it. And then thunder comes again. The power of it so strong that it feels like it's coming from inside my body. Damn it. This storm, the real storm, is going to unleash at any moment. And then we're done for if we're out here when they come. There's no question about it. They'll come out right above us, and we'll be sitting ducks. Then I see something up ahead. A familiar glow that makes my heart sing. Callum! His name wrenches from my lips, and he must have heard something in the sound because his head jerks up. I point, then continue dragging him forward around the still burning tree. The glow intensifies with each step we take until we break free from the woods and see it. The path. Lined with green and blue flowers, it weaves brilliantly through the forest. A true light in this dark world. It's not enough to protect us, not during a storm, but it's something. We hurry until we reach the path, and then we both collapse onto the bare ground. I'm fighting tears, fighting not to dig my fingers into the earth and thank the gods. But Callum is silent, barely moving. In fact, he seems to even have trouble sitting up. Fucking hell. We have to keep going. Callum. His head slowly lifts and his gaze meets mine. I see it in his expression. Back there, he'd said goodbye to me. He'd accepted he was going to die, and now he wants to be hopeful. But the road isn't enough to bring him back from the bleak edge he's found himself on. We'll find a cabin, I tell him. And if not, he asks, hopelessness in his voice. If not, maybe I can use the Goldarium to surround him on the path, and then keep running. The idea comes out of nowhere, but it feels right. With just one of us, he might have enough air to last him through the storm, and there might be enough of the material to give him an access hatch out. But only if we have no other choice. Suddenly, the flowers flicker around us, and my stomach turns. They're coming. They're almost here. My blood turns to ice, and I drag myself to Callum and help him stand, even though he looks more than a little reluctant. I haul him down the path as the flowers continue to flicker. The second their light dies, the safety of the path is gone, and the true reason we fear the storms will come. I'd only ever seen a storm for a moment when I was out on the path with my father, and it came out of nowhere. I was maybe 8 years old, and my dad had surprised me by throwing me over his shoulder and running. The truth was, I hadn't really understood what was wrong. But my strong dad being scared was enough to terrify me. He'd shouted that the cabin was right ahead when the flowers had started flickering and then went out. Then the sky had opened up, and I'll never forget what I saw before we disappeared into the cabin. Never. But I know I'm about to see it again now. We continue going, the lights from the flowers flickering around us, creating an eerie lighting with the lightning striking overhead and the thunder rolling through the air. For a minute, I think nothing could be worse. And then the lights go out, like someone blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. No lightning strikes. The wind seems to pause, and I know the world is holding its breath. For them. Overhead, the clouds swirl faster, and then the first of the Desirs emerges from the sky. Desirs are creatures that are described as some mix of goddesses and weather spirits. They are beings capable of controlling the weather and creatures that prefer to take the faces of deceased loved ones. Thankfully, even though the Desir is high above us, I don't recognize this one, meaning she hasn't taken the face of someone I've loved and lost. She has long, flowing black hair and a black gown that rivals her hair in color and length. The fabric moves in an impossible way around her, slowly, as if she isn't in the middle of a churning storm. She lifts her hands, and I swear even as we're running down the dark path, I can see the woman smiling. Lightning explodes from her hands, and a tree behind us is struck. We pause, turning for the briefest moment, and watch as the tree falls over, collapsing onto the path, shaking the ground as it does. With my heart in my throat, I turn and start to haul Callum faster as her laughter echoes through the air, and a strange feeling prickles across my skin. That's the only warning I have before the tree beside us is struck by lightning and explodes into pieces. We barely escape the tree that falls and the pieces that go flying, falling all around us. And then we're running even faster. Callum is limping so badly that I know he must be suffering. So much so that I swear when she laughs again, it's covering up the sounds of his screams of pain. Another Desir emerges from the cloud. This one has a dress made of flames, and her hair matches. A blend of orange, red, and yellow. I know what her powers are before she reaches her hands out, and I watch as her powers seem to explode into a tall tree to the side of us. Instantly, it blossoms with fire, and then she does the same to more and more trees, lighting the forest in an eerie way. Well, now the fire has as much of a chance of killing us as anything else, but we won't let it. We're okay. We're going to be okay. The two Desirs laugh as horses appear beneath them. One horse seems to be made of sparkling lightning, and the other of fire. They ride their horses lower, racing above the tops of the trees, tossing their lightning and fire at random through the woods, causing chaos, just the way they like. I try to remind myself as we run, searching for any sight of a cabin, that the Desirs aren't innately evil. They're more like the weather itself, dangerous, but not intentionally cruel. Yet the thought doesn't help as much as I'd hoped. Something changes in the air. The wind grows just a touch calmer, and I look up to see another Desir. Something about her is familiar, but I'm not sure what. She has long blonde hair and wears a white gown. Callum gasps beside me. Aunt Tola. I stiffen. Hell, this Desir took the form of his dead aunt? He stops in the middle of the path, but I tug him forward. His feet drag, but I keep him going. I can't even imagine what he's feeling, seeing a family member whom he saw killed horribly in Neverwood, seemingly alive in the sky above us, on top of everything else we're going through. Aunt Tola, he repeats, almost as if to himself, and his voice is shaking. I keep dragging him, but my heart aches for him. This would fuck up anyone. Then everything grows eerily quiet, and the Desir is standing on the path in front of us. This close, there's no mistaking his aunt. She was young when she died here, but she'd been a hero to me in a way I couldn't explain to anyone. because she was a proud female goldkeeper who seemed not to fear anything. She moves closer to us, and we both stop, knowing it isn't really her, but spellbound all the same. She's staring at Callum, and my gut twists. This isn't his beloved aunt. I can't let him forget that. This Desir is just as likely to be doing something bad right now as she is to be doing something good. My hands ball into fists as I continue holding Callum as she floats closer to us. My heart races when she stops just a few feet away. Her pale hand comes out, reaching for his face. But then she shifts away from us, sweeping her hand out to point forward. Wordlessly, she's telling us to keep going down the path. But why? I don't know. This could be a trick, or our only chance to survive this. Her eyes narrow, and then the wind picks up. Suddenly, we are pushed further down the path by the wind. We're stumbling as I try to keep Callum's arm around me, but we're practically being lifted and carried down the road. And then, we really are. The wind snatches us like leaves. It's so powerful that it takes my breath away. Within seconds, we're torn from each other, and then the world is spinning as the wind carries me along. I scream, clawing out, trying to reach Callum, to reach something. But I continue being tossed in the air, faster and faster until bile rises in my throat. I can't make out anything except swirling colors, flashes of lightning, and the roar of the wind and the thunder. So when I hit the ground, I don't expect it. It knocks the air out of me, making my lungs and side burn. And then I'm gasping in breath, trying to calm my stomach before I plan to scramble and find Callum. A warm arm wraps around me, and I almost strike out before I see that it's Callum. Instead, I wrap myself around him, fighting the urge to sob as the storm continues around us. The Desirs seem to do their best to level everything to ash. Alora. Callum says my name in a strange way that makes me look up, and then, when I see why he said my name, my mouth goes dry, and I rise on shaking legs. Just a little distance down the path, my mom stands. My real mom. She looks just the way I remember her, with her pale brown hair, her bright blue eyes, and her gentle, familiar features. Except this version of my mom doesn't smile. And this version of my mom is a light blue color that's almost transparent, riding on a steed that seems to be made of water. I can't stop myself. I move slowly down the road as if drawn by some invisible force, and when I get closer, my throat suddenly feels like it's closing up. My mom is wearing one of her favorite outfits, a dark shirt and jeans, only there are very clear bullet holes in her clothes. No, I whisper. My mom died in a fire. The nightmares I have of her being shot by security in my home are just that. Nightmares. And yet, this Desir stands in front of me almost mocking me with how it's chosen to represent my mom. It must have pulled what my mom should look like from my own mind. But why would it choose this version? To my surprise, the Desir reaches out for me, and its lips twist into a smile that reminds me so much of my mom that I don't care about anything else. I need to touch her. I need to be close to her. Alora! Callum's voice catches on the wind in a panic, and I glance back at him. He's desperately trying to stand, but he can't. I wish I could tell him that I don't need him, but I'm worried that anything I say might scare my mom away. Looking back at the Desir, at my mom, I move closer. Her body seems to be made of water, but the tears that roll down her cheeks now are clearly tears, separate from whatever she seems to be made of, and I feel myself crying too. Why are you sad? I choke out as I get a few feet from her. I don't think the Desir can speak, So when her lips part and my mom's voice whispers, "Because they murdered me," I'm shocked just as much by the fact that she can talk as I am by what she says. Murdered? By who? I ask, my voice laced with tears. You know who, she tells me. You were there. You saw it all. I start to shake my head. No, the fire. She reaches out and touches my cheek, catching one of my tears on her fingertip. Her expression changes as she studies the drop as it shimmers on her finger, and then her gaze meets mine, surprise in her face. You really loved her the way only a mortal can love. Her movement is so fast I don't even catch it before her face is inches from mine. There was no fire, mortal child. Believe your memories, not the memories they created. Something grabs my ankle and I jerk, looking down to see Callum has crawled to me. Don't trust it. It's not your mom. I don't know what to say. No, it's not. But I do trust it. The Desir is away from me again, but she sweeps a hand forward to point further down the path. Go. We can only protect you for so long. And I believe her. Kneeling down, I help Callum to his feet, and then we're both racing down the path as much as we can while limping and exhausted. Another tree is struck by lightning near us. It starts to tumble down faster than we can escape, and then a rush of wind knocks the tree away like it weighs nothing at all. And we look up to see Callum's aunt pointing toward the tree. So we keep going. From one moment to the next, fire catches on all the trees lining the path. We freeze in shock as embers come raining down around us, and smoke clouds the air. Glancing behind us, I see the trees are on fire in that direction too. No escape in any direction. Not knowing what else to do, I push forward, hoping to escape the forest fire before we suffocate. But it isn't easy. Callum is heavy, my ribs hurt like hell, and it's getting harder and harder to see. Callum and I are coughing in and out smoky air more than we seem to be getting clean air. It feels like we've walked straight into hell, and that there's no escape. Out of all the ways I thought I might die and never would, this never occurred to me. And then a strange wind whips by us, making us stagger to our knees. I shield my eyes with my hand and see on the path ahead of us my mom and his aunt. They're waving for us to come toward them, and I start forward, but Callum grabs my arm. We should go the other way. We can't trust them. He manages between coughs. I try to clear my throat around the dryness in it and can't, so I rasp out, I trust them. Please trust me. We stare at each other for a moment, and then he gives a sharp nod, but I can see it in his eyes. He thinks we're doing the wrong thing. I wrap his arm around my shoulders again, and we're half walking, half falling forward as we move. The Desir that's taken my mom's shape lifts a hand, extinguishing the fire around us, and the wind whips through us again, lifting some of the smoke, making it easier to breathe. My mom and his aunt step away from each other, then point again, and up ahead, I spot a cabin. Tears fill my throat, and I barely manage. A cabin. Before my shoulders are shaking from trying to hold back the tears. Callum and I move faster together, hope just a short distance away when I feel a shiver roll down my spine. Turning behind me, I see the two Desirs that control the fire and the lightning, and beneath them, ogres. At least a dozen of them. Run! I shout to Callum. We pick up speed, even though we're not quite running. The roar of the ogres merges with that of the wind and the crackling of fire. It feels like a moment worse than any nightmare I've ever had. It's like a nightmare where there are a million ways to die and only one way to survive. The cabin gets closer. The Desirs that look like my mom and his aunt take to the skies. Apparently, whatever help they wanted to give us, they already had. It's more than what most Desirs would have done, but I don't have time to think about why they helped us at all. Yet their help wasn't enough to get us to safety.
Elora, just run,
Callum says beside me, pulling back a little as if he truly thinks I'm just going to run on ahead without him. I tug him forward even harder. We've made it this far. I'm not abandoning him now, and he should know it, but I don't have the energy to argue with him. Instead, I just keep pulling us forward until he continues along at my side the best he can. Then we reach the cabin. I'm shaking as I push my hand on the keypad by the door. In an instant, the door springs open, and I drag Callum in, dropping him to the floor, which leads to a groan of pain from him. I slam the door closed behind us. Then I use the small light from the goldarium around my neck to illuminate my way as I drop to my knees and try to find the trap door. Roars fill the air around us. Something slams into the cabin, and my hands shake as I run them along the ground, pleading to find the trapdoor before it's too late. The whole cabin feels like it's trembling under the onslaught of the storm and the ogres, threatening to crumble down on top of us. Ogres scream outside the door, and now I know it's their fists striking the door. A door that can't handle the blows much longer. I want to cry in frustration when my hand finally touches the trapdoor. I push my hand against the panel, and it makes a sound as the door opens a little, and then I yank it open the rest of the way. Going back to Callum, I don't say a word. I just drag him to the opening and say, "Go!" He starts down the ladder, and then I hear him cry out and watch as he plummets, the light from the goldarium around his neck highlighting the terror in his face as he falls. I flinch. I know he'll be okay, but falling from that distance will do some damage to his already injured leg. Still, I can't hesitate. I climb down after him, closing the trapdoor behind me as the cabin continues to groan and shake. The second the door closes, the loud chaos is completely silenced. These hidden shelters under the cabin are meant to endure the worst of the storms and the creatures here, so I know it can handle this. I'm careful as I climb down, 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 until there's nowhere else to climb. And then I step down lightly, trying to avoid Callum. Collapsing to my knees, I move until I feel his warm form and whisper, "Callum, we're safe. We made it. We did it." But there's no answer. "Callum?" Again, silence. 15. Elora. I feel like hell, but I manage to find the switch to turn on a couple of small flames that dance in glass sconces on the walls of the dirt room. The space looks the same as the cabins on the surface, only with dirt walls. But I don't care about any of that. My gaze goes to Callum, who lies on the floor, unmoving. I'm shaking with exhaustion, wanting nothing more than to crumple to the ground and fall asleep. But I'll survive. I can keep going at least a little longer, I think. Callum is the one who's in much worse shape. Above us, I can sense the ground moving, and a little bit of dirt rains down on us. But I know from my father that there's almost nothing in Neverwood that can hurt us down here. That's why these hiding places were built, to keep us safe during the storm, so I can ignore the chaos above us and take care of the injured man in front of me. Kneeling down beside him, I'm surprised when a sharp pain tears through my side and my head swims for a minute. I grasp my side, breathing through the sharp pain that slowly lessens until I don't think I'm going to pass out any longer. Then I push a stray tear from my cheek and tell myself to pull it together. The time to rest is almost here. Looking down at Callum, my mouth goes dry. If not for the rise and fall of his chest, I'd think he was dead. I've never seen him so still, so pale, so broken. "Callum," I whisper his name, then sweep back his wet, blonde hair from his face. But he doesn't stir at my touch. My heart aches at the contrast between his pale face and the scratches and bruises on his skin. Most of the injuries are new and probably happened sometime during our escape, but they'll heal. It's the rest of him that I'm worried about. I'm going to check you over, I tell him, even though he doesn't answer. Callum doesn't seem capable of answering. Deciding to start with his feet, I slowly remove his wet shoes, then peel off his socks. His feet and ankles look fine, so I move to his belt, hesitate, and undo his pack. Setting it to his side, I take a deep breath and undo the button on his jeans and pull down his zipper. It feels strange, wrong even, to be undressing him without permission. But I remind myself I'm not some weirdo stripping him down for shits and giggles. I'm more like a doctor. My job is to check him over and do anything I can to help him with the healing process, which means I pull down his pants until I get to the binding on his leg, then proceed more cautiously until I get his pants around his ankles. Focusing on his injury, I realize I have to untie and unwind the fabric that straps the sticks to his leg before I can see the true damage. So I do so, carefully. More carefully than I'd ever done anything in my life, even though my whole body is trembling. When I'm done removing everything, I set it to the side, knowing he'll need it later, and then pull off the rest of his pants before sitting back to see the damage. Goosebumps awaken all over my body as I stare at his leg. And I know it has nothing to do with the cold underground room or my soaking clothes. The first day that Callum injured his leg, it had been the worst injury I'd ever seen. His leg bone had been cracked in half, to the point that I could see both bones through his torn skin. While he was passed out, I'd worked to set the bone back into place, at least the best I could, and sealed the wound with some special medical bandages I kept on hand that my father said were made from goldarium. I'd sealed the wound, then used the branch and bandages to hold the leg in place to give it time to set. If we weren't special, stronger, and better at healing than our people, Callum wouldn't have been able to walk for a long time after that, if ever. Setting any weight on it would have sent the bone cracking back out. But our rapid healing had made it so I was able to get him to that cave for the night. However, even our kind need more time to heal than he'd gotten, and as I stare at his leg, I feel sick. His entire leg is still black and blue. Blood is leaking from beneath the thin, special bandages, and the bone beneath doesn't seem to have knitted back the way it should have. From the looks of it, the bone kept starting to heal, then re-breaking every time we did something extreme. How he walked all this way, I'll never know. But I'll regret every moment I contributed to his pain. Needing to know all the damage I'm working with, I remove his shirt too. Instantly, I feel relieved. Even though I see more bruises and small scratches that haven't healed, they're not bad. Checking his head, I see that the wound is still visible, but healing. Okay. All right. Deep breaths. I can handle this. So I drag myself to the kitchen, panting harder with every movement, and fill a bowl with water from the tiny sink, then grab a cloth. Stumbling back to Callum, my head spinning from the movement, I collapse next to him and start cleaning him, starting with the top of his head, avoiding what's covered under his boxers and finishing with his injured leg, which required removing the goldarium bandages and seeing the painful, bleeding mess that was underneath. Then I find clean bandages in a chest by the foot of the large bed and rewrap his leg, this time securing it with a leg I break off from a chair rather than a branch. When I'm done, I'm breathing hard from the effort, covered in sweat and trying desperately to stop the spinning in my head with my willpower alone. I have to sit for a while, until some of the dizziness fades. All I want to do is sleep, but I can't. I press a hand to my side and clench my teeth. We're safe now, but no sleep yet. Soon, though. When I find the willpower to keep going, I square my shoulders and then go to Callum. Working carefully, while shamelessly crying from the pain in my side, I managed to drag him onto the bed and lay him down. I collapse on the floor for several long minutes, shaking, sick to my stomach, wanting nothing more than to go to sleep. But I know there's still more to do. I start a fire in the fireplace, then crawl to the bathroom and sit in the bottom of the shower, knowing I need to see my injuries before I go to bed, just in case. After time passes, I don't know how much, I find the strength to strip off my filthy clothes, cautiously without hurting my side too much. Then I turn on the shower and let the water run over me. It takes me a few minutes beneath the cold spray before I manage to look down at myself. But when I do, I wish I hadn't. I look like someone let a hellhound chew on them. My body is bruised and battered, and my side looks no better than the first day I injured it. My hands tremble as I let them hover over all the damage on my body, and I flinch when my fingertips run along my bruised side. There have only been a few times I felt this broken in my life, one being when I lost my mom. I'm tired and sad deep down to my core, even though I don't know why. We survived. We found the path. I'll live to fight another day and find my father. So why doesn't it feel like enough? Logically, I know I'm just worn down and in pain, but my emotions and thoughts don't seem to accept that as a reason for this empty feeling inside of me. So I cry. More than I'm proud of, longer than I thought possible, until there's nothing left. After that, I somehow manage to clean my clothes in the shower the best I can, dry myself, and lay my clothes out by the fire so they can dry too. Then I find a large shirt in the chest, put it on, and crawl into bed beside Callum. We're lying face to face because I'm too tired to move again. As I stare at his face, for some reason, I think about his gentle kiss when he thought he was dying. Did it mean anything? Or was he just terrified and needed something to hold on to? I don't know, but I let my eyes flutter closed, hoping I'll be dreaming of his kiss, and not of my missing father, or the many creatures that might kill me between now and finding him. For some reason, though, I see my mom's face, and hear the words of the creature echoing over and over again in my mind. She was murdered? If so, by whom? 16. Callum. I sit up, terror radiating through me, remembering the ogres, the Desirs, the fires, and the hell that was raining down on us. My gaze instantly begins frantically searching for Alora when I freeze, realizing that we're not still out in the open, waiting for death any longer. We're in a room. There's a fire crackling in one corner, a bathroom just barely visible behind a half-closed door, a tiny kitchen, a table with one broken chair, and the bed I'm in. No, the bed we're in. Beside me, Alora is sleeping peacefully. Her hair is damp, and before I know what I'm doing, I reach over and brush it out of her face. The bruises on her skin make my heart ache. This woman is easily the bravest, strongest person I've ever met. My fingers itch to touch her, to pull her close to me, but I know that's not my right. Instead, I think about every moment in the last 2 days that I wanted to give up. When I didn't think I could take any more, and somehow she kept me going. And then I think about the moment I kissed her. There's no doubt that sometime in the future I'll regret showing that vulnerability. But not right now. Right now, I feel like that kiss is the most precious treasure I could ever carry with me. I will carry that kiss with me, like all of the horrible moments in my life, only this time, it's a good memory. The way her eyes seemed both shocked and amazed, the softness of her lips, the way she tasted like rain and tears and sweetness. I shift and wince as my leg brings fresh pain. I pull the covers down and stare at it, realizing for the first time that I'm only wearing boxers. Alora must have undressed me and then cared for my leg, since it's freshly wrapped. For some reason, it doesn't bother me as much as I would have thought to know she saw me in such a vulnerable position. Instead, it kind of amazes me that when I was in such a weakened state, she took care of me when she herself was injured and had gone through hell. My leg had probably rebroken multiple times in the last day, but for the first time, it feels like it's really healing, which I'm grateful for. There's only so long a man can walk around broken before it gets to him, especially mind-numbing pain like that. I glance at her again. It startles me to realize she's only wearing a white t-shirt. It's big on her, but because of the way she's laying, I can see a delicious amount of her long legs. She's bruised, with little cuts all over her, but it does nothing to take away from her beauty. Whenever I look at her, it's like my heart glows brighter than any goldarium. It's a feeling that makes me uncomfortable. Pulling the blanket back over us, I settle beside her. I'm exhausted, injured, and dealing with complicated emotions I don't understand. And yet, it's a while before I can fall asleep again. Even then, I dream of her. Callum? My name is a whisper torn from Alora's lips. I smile, pulling her closer, wanting more than this moment, more than to hold her. I want to bury myself inside her, to hear her shouting my name while I make her come over and over again. Callum. I hear my name again and frown. Something's wrong. Something doesn't make sense. My eyes snap open and I'm looking right into Elora's eyes. Callum, you need to eat and drink or you won't heal the way you need to, she whispers, and then gently climbs over me. I'm still confused and half asleep when she comes back with a flask of water and some jerky in a bag. Rubbing my face, I slowly sit up, wincing from the pain in my leg. She gives me the flask and I drink until I can't drink anymore. Gasping for air, I hand it back to her, and she wordlessly gives me the jerky. I eat it as quickly as I can, past the point when I want any more. Then shake my head when she offers me more and fall back on the pillows. Tiredly, I ask her, "Are you eating and drinking?" Because there are two of us who need to heal here, not just me. She nods. I've been up a few times to eat and drink. I was just starting to worry about how long you've been asleep. How long have I been asleep? I ask, frowning. Maybe 12 or 14 hours, she says, then shrugs. It's hard to tell down here, but definitely long enough that you needed to wake up, even for a short time. How's the leg? My leg? Fuck, I don't want to think about it. But I grit my teeth and move my leg around. To my surprise, it just hurts, dully. Not so sharply that I want to dig my knife into my throat to end the pain. Better. Thank goodness. She looks relieved as she rubs her hands over her face, then through her hair roughly. I was so worried. I like seeing her concern for me, even if it kind of makes me an asshole. You know us Runefalls. We're a hardy bunch. Her smile brightens. It's a smile that's directed at me, which is more than a little incredible. That you are. How's your side? I ask, as she puts another piece of wood on the fire. The view of her bending down in nothing but a shirt is more than a little hot. She glances down as if she'd forgotten about it, then starts to lift her shirt to reveal a delicious amount of her thigh and hip. She keeps one hand pushing down the fabric by her groin, which I don't understand until she lifts her shirt higher, and I realize there's no evidence of her thong this time. Fuck. She's not wearing underwear. My heart hammers. I'm fully aware she's only half naked because we were soaking wet, injured, and barely escaped with our lives. But logic doesn't seem to be discouraging my heart-on, which has presented itself, despite the fact that I'm exhausted and in pain. Dicks are such fucking morons. It looks better, she says, and it does. The bruise is still a little black and blue, but the edges are fading to dark green, which hopefully also means her broken rib, or ribs, are healing. She drops her shirt so that it covers everything except her long legs, but I'm still thinking about her injury. Guilt hits me like a truck, and I lay on my back, staring up at the dirt roof, trying to get my emotions under control. Callum, are you okay? She's suddenly at my side, looking down at me with so much concern that it makes the guilt inside of me grow. You shouldn't have gotten hurt, is all I can manage. She shouldn't have had to save me from that earthworm. She shouldn't have gotten tossed around that river like a doll, and she shouldn't have had to go through the hell we went through with the ogres and the Desirs or the storm. Except my idiocy put her in that position. My ego nearly killed her. We both got hurt, she says gently. I shake my head, not finding the words to explain everything I'm thinking. One side of her mouth twists into a half smile. We found the path. We're safe from the storm and we'll live to fight another day. That's all that matters, she says, and then she yawns. Rest, I say, even though I want to say so much more. She gives a little nod and carefully climbs over me, slipping under the covers with me. The feeling of her cold skin against mine makes me inhale sharply. What? She asks, panic in her voice. Did I hurt you? Her hands go to the covers and she's pulling them down, steadying my leg like she expects to see a bone jutting out of it. But it's the same as it was before, wrapped up, but beneath the wrappings we can see that it's less bruised and miserable looking. I chuckle tiredly. I'm fine. I just didn't realize how cold you are. And then before I can stop myself, I say, come here. Her eyes go wide and I think for a minute she's going to refuse me. My head starts screaming at me about how damn stupid I am when she pulls the covers back up and turns away from me. I'm starting to panic that I ruined the little bit of peace between us when she backs up and presses herself against me. I don't think, I just shift to wrap myself around her from behind. She sighs and presses into me more firmly, and my cock has a mind of its own because it hardens yet again at the feeling of her delicious ass pressed against my erection. My heart beats loudly in my ears and I debate pulling back a little, worried she'll realize what she's doing to me. But she seems content. So I relax and let my arm slide around her waist, pulling her even closer. The movement makes my leg ache a bit, but then it settles back down. It's strange. I don't think I've ever felt this content in my life. Callum, she whispers. Yeah? There's a silence for a moment, followed by, I'm glad we didn't face all of this alone. There's no hesitation when I say, me too. 17. Callum. The next time I wake up, it's to the smell of food cooking. For a minute, I don't move. All I do is inhale deeply of the pleasant smell. For some reason, I can't quite recall where I am or what I was doing, only that I feel ravenously hungry. A few minutes pass and I become aware of a warm body lying next to mine. My mind goes through all the different women that could have been in my bed. It isn't often that I want the company of someone, so the list is limited. For some reason, realizing that most women are just trying to get pregnant with my child, to give birth to the next heir and become powerful and wealthy by sleeping with me, kind of takes away my desire to want to be with other women. For the most part. And yet, I don't feel that familiar sense of dread I usually experience when I wake up after spending the night with a woman. I feel ridiculously happy. Shifting a little, I wince as pain shoots through my leg. My eyes flash open, and I find myself staring at a crackling fire with a pot hanging over it. Memories come flooding back to me once more. I'm in Neverwood. When I look down, I find Alora sleeping beside me. Somehow, she manages to fit perfectly against me, like this is where she was always meant to be. The feeling makes me uneasy and happy. My mind goes through all the various things that have happened over the last I don't even know how long. 2 days, perhaps? I feel a sense of embarrassment that I've done so poorly on my first trip as a goldkeeper without my father. One thing is for sure, I know that my father would be disappointed if he could see me now, lying with a walker. Not just lying with a walker, but we've worked together the past few days in order to survive, and no walker or runefall has ever worked together. Maybe it's never been expressly forbidden, but I don't think it has to be. Yet I don't feel as bad about working with her as I probably should, especially since without her, I might have ended up dead already. Still, I hate my complicated feelings. Complicated feelings and I never get along. Usually when I start feeling this way, I'll say or do something stupid just to return things back to the status quo. I really don't want to do that with Alora for some reason. She shifts and makes a little sound in her sleep. Her lips part. My heart races a little faster. Why, oh why, did a walker air have to be so beautiful? She shifts again, and this time the sound she makes is a distressed one. Her brow wrinkles and she looks frantic. I'm about to say or do something, I'm not sure what, when tears begin to stream down her cheeks. "It's okay, you're safe," I whisper, unable to stop myself. I hate to see her suffering, even in her sleep. She mumbles something about a fire. I stiffen and stroke her hair, hoping to bring her some peace. But her tears keep flowing, and I know in that moment she's thinking about her mother, because she has the same expression she did when she saw the Desir looking like her mom. I don't know why, after all the shit we've been through, that's the traumatic event torturing her in her dreams, but I'm sure of it. And I don't blame her for it. I'd heard the reports of what happened to her mother too, and even though Alora was supposed to be an enemy, even though I had been just a child when it happened, I felt like the world was less safe after her mother passed away. Someone dying in a fire in Paradise Falls is completely unheard of. For someone to die so young, altogether, is unheard of. We have the safest technology, we have the best fire crews, and Goldarium can save just about anyone. Except nothing we have reverses death. It was almost the perfect storm the way her mother died. An unthinkable chain of unlucky events. There was an unexplainable fire in a newly built building where nothing was turned on yet, including the fire alarm and the sprinklers. It was also a building on the edge of town in an area where no one was around to see the fire until it was too late. That, along with the fact that her mom had been in the building late at night with only a few other people, meant that by the time the fire was seen and the fire truck sent out, it was too late. Still, it was a tragedy, and I can see why she's having nightmares about her mom. Seeing the Jasir looking like my aunt would probably haunt me for the rest of my life. Even thinking about it now, the image of her mangled body compared to her smiling face clashes in my mind, and a shudder rolls through my body. No, I'm not going to think about that now, or ever if I can help it. Her gaze suddenly meets mine, her eyes wide open and full of tears. Without thinking, I reach out, stroke her hair some more, and say, "It's okay. It was just a nightmare." She shakes her head. "But what if it wasn't? What if it was real?" I frown and ask, "What do you mean?" And it's like that question snaps her out of whatever is going on with her. A curtain falls over her face, burying her emotions, and she brushes the tears from her face like she's trying to erase their existence. Nothing. I was just dreaming, right? It was just a nightmare. But it feels like more than that. Like I'm missing something. Are you sure, Alora? You said it was just a nightmare, she says, her voice almost accusatory, and then she pulls as far away from me as she can on the bed, curling her knees up to her chest. For some reason, it hurts to have her so far away. It hurts that I can tell that she's suffering, and yet she doesn't want me to be the one to comfort her. I know it shouldn't hurt. I know that I'm probably the last person in the world that she wants to look vulnerable in front of, or to have comfort her when she's afraid. Yet, it bothers me, which is something I'll probably have to analyze later. She takes a shaky breath, one that seems to make her whole chest rise and fall, before she finally says, "Are you hungry?" The question catches me off guard. Am I hungry? She's clearly going through some kind of massive personal turmoil, reliving the events of her mother's death, and yet she's asking me if I'm hungry? But she doesn't give me time to answer. Doesn't matter if you're hungry. We have to eat so that we can keep going. We can't keep going until you feel better. Not knowing what to say, I simply nod. She climbs over me yet again, her body brushing mine in all the right places as she does so. I have to bite back a groan as my body reacts to her, and then mentally shake myself because what I'm feeling is wrong and stupid. Alora is one of the only people in this world that can make me feel so many complicated emotions all at once. One moment I'm worried about her, the next I'm horny as hell. It isn't something I'm proud of, the fact that I don't seem to be able to control myself around her. But I'd realized long ago that there's nothing I can do about the way she makes me feel, except hide my feelings. She goes to the fire and starts babbling, much to my surprise. I woke up sometime in the night and went through the room, looking to see what else they had here. It was actually stocked up pretty well, enough to make a simple soup with some dried vegetables and jerky. She fills a bowl with the soup, puts a spoon in it, then walks over to the bed. Be careful, it's hot. It isn't something that she needs to say, but I get the feeling that she hadn't liked me seeing her in a vulnerable position, so she's trying to make it feel like everything is back to normal. Not that I think things will ever be truly back to normal with Alora and I. But I don't say any of that. I just take my bowl. She avoids my gaze as she goes back to the pot to serve herself some of the soup, too. The storm's probably over by now. When do you think you'll be up to travel again? I glance away from her and down at my leg, then move it around a little. Pain rolls through my leg, but nothing like before. This is manageable. Like a car had run over my leg, instead of a bus running it over, then dragging me for miles before letting a dinosaur chew on it. The truth is that if I had to travel right now, I probably could. I have a suspicion, though, that I'd just end up re-breaking my leg if I had to do anything more than walk slowly. One thing a person shouldn't be and never would is vulnerable. I'll probably need another day, I tell her, even though it's a little embarrassing to admit. She nods, putting the pot back over the fire. That's what I thought. And that's okay with me.
That's the end.
I know
of the
we
first
haven't
book
really
in
found a
this
lot of
fantastical
Goldarium,
world.
but
I
I
hope you're
could
enjoying
use the
it
break.
so far. As an author who
Again,
loves
I'm
to write
surprised.
fantasy and paranormal
Alora
romance,
isn't a person who
this
shows
series,
vulnerability
based on a
very
dream,
often,
holds a
at least
special
from what
place in
I've
my heart.
seen.
The
And
characters
right
are
now I feel like
absolutely
she's
beloved
being
to
more
me,
vulnerable with
and the
me,
idea
even
takes
though
so
she's
many
clearly
twists
still
and
uncomfortable
turns
with it.
that I hope it'll be a
Have
surprise
things
to all
between
my
us changed
listeners.
that much?
I wonder if you figured
Or
out
is this
what
just
might
another
happen
one of those
next.
strange moments between us that we both pretend never really happened? I don't know. So I decide that I'll try to enjoy things for what they are. She takes her own bowl of soup and walks back across the room to sit beside me on the bed, her movements graceful. I adjust my legs so we both have room, and then we eat together silently, almost comfortably. Like this isn't one of the first meals we've shared together that didn't involve me being half out of it, which is oddly nice. The food is incredible, warm and filling in a way that feels like a miracle. Probably only because we'd spent a couple of days living on jerky, fruit, and water. But I don't care why it's good, only that it is. It's also nice to have Alora beside me on the bed, too. She doesn't talk, just eats, but it allows me to watch her out of the corner of my eye. She's clearly showered since we first came here, because the dirt is gone from her face and hair. Her pale brown hair has been left down, and it's tangled around her pale face, but it sort of makes sense with the fading bruise on her cheek. It all honestly makes sense when it comes to Alora, because she always seems to have this strong vulnerability about her that would make absolutely no sense to anyone who doesn't know her. She's just striking, more than lovely, more than beautiful. She's the kind of woman that gets hurt and still hauls the asshole she hates to safety because it's the right thing to do. I've never understood that about her. How she always seems to find a way to do the right thing because the gods know I'm the opposite. If there's an opportunity to do the wrong thing, I'll seize it, usually thinking it's the right thing, and then screw everything up. Because, as my mother and father always said, I'm a screw-up, a waste of space, a disappointment. They've made it clear from the time I was little that if they could have another child to replace me, they would have. I'm sure Alora's dad never said that to her, probably because that's the furthest thing from the truth when it comes to her. Alora is a kid a parent would be proud to have. Alora catches my eye and lifts a brow. What? I stiffen. Nothing. You were staring. She doesn't say it in an accusatory way, but I'm embarrassed. I look away and focus really hard on eating my soup. Nothing. After a minute of looking at me, she goes back to eating quietly, and I feel a wave of relief. I'm awkward enough that I don't need her to catch me staring like a moron. When we're done, Alora takes my bowl from me and washes hers and mine in the little sink in the kitchen. For some reason, I like that she's taking care of me. I don't have a memory of anyone ever taking care of me, so I find myself smiling as I watch her. Is this what it feels like to have someone care? I even like the way she looks in just a shirt, with her long legs revealed. Some part of me can imagine her just like this one day with her husband. A pang of jealousy moves through me. One day she'll be married to a man who she'll take care of, who will get to see her every day and sleep with her every night. But if she was with me, we'd take care of each other. And I'd be the one experiencing those moments with her. Every precious moment, because that's what they would be with Alora. Precious. The second the thought enters my mind, I push it away. I don't want that. I'm admittedly attracted to Alora. I'm fascinated by her in a way I can't understand. But that's all any of this is. A weird fascination with the only person in the whole world who has some of the same life expectations as I have. When she's done washing the dishes, she puts more water in the soup over the fire, probably so that we can continue eating it for a few days. Then she adds more wood to the fire, doing so gingerly, as if she's still hurting, which she probably is. Then her gaze meets mine. I remembered something last night. Something? I asked, confused. Instead of saying more, she goes to the chest at the foot of the bed and starts to dig through it. I watch her, not able to do much more, until she stands. In her hands, she's carrying a book, and I instantly know what it is. Each cabin is supposed to have a journal. One of a gold keeper's responsibilities is to use these journals to share information with each other. Still, I've never been in this cabin before. What kind of entries have past gold keepers left behind? She catches my gaze and I stare at her. And she gives a sheepish smile. I thought maybe reading the journal would help prepare us a little better for what's next on the path. I don't want to read too much into the fact that she had said us instead of her, because I don't want to get it into my head that we're going to be traveling together from this point forward. Even though the notion sounds good to me, better than it logically should. She returns to the bed, and for the next couple of hours, we go through the journal entries together. It's strange reading them, reading the words of people who had come here before us. My eyes even sting a little when I read the journal entries from my aunt, even though the entries aren't exactly emotional. They're more factual, but it's still a piece of her that I hadn't had before. And I value that in a way that's hard to explain. Then we get to some more recent entries. It's even stranger reading journal entries from my father. Most of them report things like ogres that had been spotted along the path or trolls. One even discusses the fact that he's worried that there's a coming storm. But none of it's too helpful or too interesting. Just a few sentences for each entry. Then we read the first one from Alora's dad. He has the date marked and has written quite a bit more than my father ever had. He described the day when he had to make a terrible choice. He had run out of seeds, but had seen some goldarium off the path. What follows is a recounting of him getting caught in the exact same field we'd been in with the trolls, and him barely escaping with his life. Nothing that he describes is written in a matter-of-fact kind of way. It's descriptive and interesting, and shows what a wonderful writer Alora's father might have been if he hadn't been bound to this life. At the end of it, he describes barely getting out of the field with his life. But he also said something that's particularly interesting. He said that he'd negotiated with the trolls, that he'd made a deal with them, and that they'd willingly let him go. Alora looks up at me. Her expression is confused. Negotiated with the trolls? How could he do that? They don't talk. I shake my head, feeling as confused as she is. There's definitely no way to negotiate with trolls. I wish her father was here to explain it to us, because it feels like we're missing some pieces of this puzzle that would help all of this make more sense. Whoa, what about this? Alora says, drawing my attention back to the journal. The next sections rotate between Alora's dad and my dad. None of the entries are particularly interesting. They feel the same as most of the ones that came before them, with just a few facts. But then things get more interesting. They warn other gold keepers that goldarium was almost impossible to find up until this cabin. But after this point, we'd be more likely to find it, so to be on the lookout. They talk about various nature spirits causing trouble on their journeys, and then they speak excitedly about reaching the next ecosystem. Ecosystem? Alora asks, glancing at me. I shrug. No clue. It must be beyond the 5 days, she says, no doubt because our longest trip into Neverwood had been 10 days, 5 days out and 5 days back. Neither of us had journeyed beyond that. But why don't they describe the ecosystem at all? Aren't these journals meant to help us figure out what the hell to expect next? She frowns. Maybe it's because most gold keepers have an actual guide for all of this part of Neverwood. Or at least they're supposed to. It's strange. Maybe she's right, but it sort of feels like our fathers are purposely keeping secrets from us. I mean, just the fact that they have rotating entries said they'd been working together. And that means there's more going on here than we know. At last we get to the final entry in the journal from her father, and Alora reads it out loud. Alora, I have failed you in more ways than you'll ever know. Do not continue on from this point by yourself. Go with Callum, no matter how wrong it feels. You two need to work together from this point forward. You will not survive if you don't. Paradise Falls is not what it seems. The council is not what it seems. You're in danger there, and when you're ready, we'll tell you everything. But not yet. Not until we know you can handle it. Do what they say. Tell them nothing of what you do here beyond what you have to. Continue playing the roles that they've set out for us. The Runefalls and the Walkers are enemies. It's what people expect, even though the reality is we never really were. At the end, in my father's handwriting, more is written. Callum, watch out for Elora. Take care of her carefully, from a distance, and she should do the same for you. And if anything ever feels wrong, know that you both are in danger in Paradise Falls, and trust your instincts. And that's how it ends. The rest of the pages of the journal are blank. Elora looks at me like she's as stunned as I feel. How did they know we'd end up working together? I shake my head. There's no way they could have known. The two families never worked together. I guess until our dads. Something I still haven't quite wrapped my mind around. But if the paths hadn't made it clear they'd traveled together, their journal entries certainly did. And what do they mean we were never really enemies? The Runefalls and the Walkers have always been enemies. Her stunning eyes are wide as she stares back at me. Again, I shake my head. Us being enemies is something I've never questioned, even if I didn't like it. I trusted it as much as I trusted the fact that the sun rose each morning. But there's no reason for our fathers to lie to us about this. And why would Paradise Falls be dangerous? I find myself hating that my only answer is, I don't know. None of this makes sense. Because Paradise Falls is the safest place in both worlds. Right? 18. Elora. My mind is spinning. The two families have always served the people of Paradise Falls, and as far as I know, it's always been a positive relationship. It's not that it was always easy having our families serve the community, doing a dangerous job where most of us died early, but I thought our families were honored to contribute to Paradise Falls, and the community was grateful for our sacrifices. Yet my father's cryptic journal entry seems to be painting a completely different picture, one that I can't wrap my mind around. Who in Paradise Falls would want to hurt us, and why? Did it have something to do with Callum's mom and security chasing our dads when they disappeared into Neverwood? Did you ever ask your mom why she and security were chasing our dads that day? I blurt out, needing to know for some reason. Callum looks at me as if his head had been in a completely different place. Yeah, but she wouldn't tell me. Not that I was surprised. She doesn't tell me anything. Damn it. At least then I'd have the answer to one question. I'm going to take a shower, I say, wanting to escape this room. Or maybe just my confusing thoughts. Callum looks up at me like he wants to say something. Whatever he has to say, I'm not ready to hear it just yet. Right now, I just need to clear my head, clear my thoughts, and decide how I feel and what I think. Springing from the bed, I dart into the bathroom and start the water. The water's freezing cold, because even though we used Goldarium to give us indoor plumbing, there are limits to what we can do here. Neverwood can't have a lot of complicated technology. It erodes really quickly and requires more and more Goldarium to fix it. So simple is best when it comes to using the powerful element to create things. I stand beneath the gold spray, my teeth chattering, using the simple shampoo and conditioner and soaps that are always left here to clean myself. Supplies I'll have to refill at a later date. My thoughts are focused on the final journal entry, my relationship with my father, and why I feel so damn betrayed. From the time I was little, my father had made it clear to me that being a goldkeeper was special. It was something to be proud of, something that helped our community, our people, and now it seems all of that was a lie. I freeze, shampoo in my hair, blinking into the shower spray as my mind runs through my many memories with my dad. I don't know if he actually said any of that or just let other people say it and kept his mouth shut. which is more disturbing than even the journal entry itself. Standing there, I stare and stare. But no matter how much time passes, I can't seem to separate what my father said from what the council, my mom, or the community said. I tried to think of specific moments when my father told me how great it was to be a gold keeper. The problem is I can't think of any. I laugh by myself in that shower. Laugh because I'm stupid. Laugh because I'm pretty sure I'm a damn fool. When people said how lucky we are to be gold keepers, my father's response was typically to smile and nod. But when I try to think of an instance when he told me that himself, only a couple of moments came to my mind, and even those aren't clear moments. Like when I told him how great it would be when I became a gold keeper. He'd hug me and say how much fun we'd have together. He wouldn't agree that being a gold keeper would be great. If I'm remembering correctly, it means that my dad wasn't just constantly lying to me about my future, just that somehow I'd been brainwashed by everyone I knew into believing it. Brainwashed into believing something that I'm not sure is even true anymore. Which means everything I've ever believed could be a lie. Tears fill my eyes. It feels like the foundation that I'd built my life upon is crumbling beneath me, and all I want to do is grasp onto the pieces and force them back together. Technically, my father hadn't said what we do isn't important. Technically, he didn't say anything of that kind. Still, I feel an overwhelming sense of unease. The question keeps coming back to me, circling through my head. What do I really know? What do I really know about anything? And what could my father possibly mean when he said that the Runefalls and Walkers were never really enemies? Of course we were enemies. That's one thing I would have staked my life on. At any other time. Now, well, I just don't know anymore. I finish my shower feeling like I'm going through the motions, thinking about the fact that I've spent my whole life staying away from Callum because that's what I was told to do. But now, apparently, I'm supposed to believe he's the one person I can trust. Yeah, that makes sense. I should just forget everything I've ever known, everything I've ever believed, and just change it all based on one journal entry. A journal entry with information that my dad could have told me 1,000,000 times before, but never did. Yeah, that's what I should do. For some reason, I find myself growing angrier and angrier with my father. How could he do this to me? What if he isn't just hurt or lost? Just a few minutes ago, I would have done anything to find him. Now, I'm beginning to wonder if my father really just chose not to come back. Chose to stay in this horrible place filled with dangerous creatures rather than come back home. The thought leaves me feeling alone and uneasy. If I can't trust my father, I'm not sure I can have faith in anybody in this world. Even Callum, supposedly the only person I should be trusting. I just want to be home. I want to go into my room and listen to music way too loud and forget all about Neverwood, my father, and everything else that's happened on this trip. What's the point in having all this supposed power if none of it is really real? I get out of the shower, dry my hair, and run the rough brush through tangled strands. When I'm done, I stare at myself in the mirror, feeling lost, empty, and alone in a way I never imagined I could feel. No matter what I'd been through in life, I always felt that I had my father there right beside me. I always felt like I understood him and he understood me. Now I've lost that. And it feels like I've lost my purpose and my drive right along with it. When I exit the bathroom, Callum is standing beside the bed. He looks like he's been trying to walk in circles. His lips are pulled tight like he's in pain, and his jaw is clenched. Without thinking, I race over to him and put my shoulder under his arm, just like I'd done when we've been out in the woods.
"It's okay,"
He says, and I can hear the pain in his voice. Go lay back down. You're not ready for that yet, I tell him, trying to use my serious voice. He shakes his head.
"No, I'm gonna take a shower."
Shower? Are you sure you can handle that? He gives me a funny look.
"What, are you volunteering to help?"
I feel my cheeks heat. No, I was just saying. I don't know what I was saying. He flashes me a smile like he'd never really been serious, and I feel some of my anxiety go down.
"I just smell like hell,"
He tells me and then shrugs.
"I'll manage, and if it gets too bad, I'll sit in there."
Okay, I nod, even though I'm kind of doubting he can stand through a whole shower. With his change of clothes under one arm, he makes his way to the shower and disappears inside. I just hope I don't hear him fall and then have to run in and help, because seeing Callum naked, I feel my damn cheeks get hot again at just the thought, is not something I want to experience. Seeing that man naked is something I'm sure no woman could forget, given how good he looks clothed. My legs are shaking, even though I'm not really sure why, so I slowly lower myself onto the bed. Laying down, I stare up at the dirt ceiling and wonder if the storm is still raging outside. Usually they're pretty quick. Not that it matters. If you're stuck in one, it doesn't matter if it's 5 minutes or 2 hours. You're pretty much dead. I sigh. I don't know why my thoughts are focused on the storm outside when I have a storm going on inside my head. Closing my eyes, I will myself to go to sleep. Maybe everything will look better after that. But I can't seem to fall asleep. After a little while, I'm not sure how long, Callum comes back out of the shower in new clothes, sweatpants and a t-shirt, looking tired and in pain. I scoot to one side of the bed and he climbs in, ready for a nap. His face is clean but drawn tight, and his jaw is clenched. I nod, and without thinking, I curl into him. When I realize what I've done, I tense. But to my surprise, he simply wraps himself around me. Even though far too many things are going on inside my head, for some reason, having Callum wrapped around me makes it so much easier just to slip into sleep. 19. Alora. We're both dressed and ready. My side feels as good as new, and Callum has made it clear that while he's not 100%, he's pretty damn close to it. So we're going to say goodbye to this cabin and continue on our journey. Pulling open the journal, I note the earthworm's location the best I can, along with what happened with the river, the ogres, the trolls, and the storm. I don't say who the Desir took the form of, but I say that they took the form of people we loved. I also note that 2 of them helped us, and 2 of them seemed to make our struggles worse. This, I feel, is significant. I've never before heard anything about the Desir helping our kind. When I'm done, I close the journal and look up. Callum is sitting by the fire with his pack by his feet, watching me. And the look in his eyes is so intense, it takes my breath away. I swallow hard. Our entry has all the most important notes about what we saw.
"We?"
He asks, and I can't tell what he's thinking. Did you want me to lie and pretend I traveled alone? I'm confused now. Maybe I should have. Our fathers were the first of our family lines to work together. One day we'd have to explain this to our children, and I imagine it won't be an easy conversation to have. He shakes his head.
"No. We might have to lie back home, but we should never lie in the journals."
Something about his words strikes me as strange. But I tuck the journal back into the chest, and Callum puts out the fire in the fireplace. We put our packs back on and climb up the ladder, then out of the cabin as cautiously as possible. To my relief, the skies are clear, and even though there's evidence of the storm everywhere we look, and the lightning and fire have left whole trees and areas scorched, the forest survived. And so did we. We choose the direction that keeps us going deeper into Neverwood, knowing that as much as we might want to head back home, we can't until we have a hell of a lot more Goldarium, or we'll face the wrath of our people. Callum and I continue to drop our seeds as we walk, knowing that this path will continue to expand, being owned by both his family and mine if we do so. Knowing that if our fathers chose these paths as their most recent ones, there had to be a reason why. A reason we're going to figure out. A reason that will hopefully lead me back to my dad, wherever he is. Birds whistle their unusual songs around us. One's melody seems familiar, but I don't know why. And then Callum laughs. They're playing one of my dad's favorite songs. I look at him, surprised. He continues, a smile on his face. It's about this man who loves someone who can never love him back. He wants to be with them his whole life, but it isn't until they're in a retirement home together that they finally get to be in love. Apparently, something in their life made their love impossible. His gaze meets mine, and then his smile fades away. It's a silly song. I nod, my heart fluttering. Callum, when we get back, how do we handle Neverwood? He answers quickly, getting right to what was bothering me. Our dads were smart men. They learned early on, apparently, that they need to be careful what they told our people. I think we do the same. We tell them we traveled, that we found Goldarium, and that we went home. Separately. It does make sense, but something is still bothering me. Do you really think we can't trust the people in Paradise Falls? This time he answers slowly, seeming to study the trees and the birds as we walk along the path and drop seeds. I get the feeling he doesn't want to answer, but he finally does. Alora, you and I have always been different. I think I see Paradise Falls for what it is, and you see it for what it could be, for what they want us to believe it is. What do you mean? He sighs and looks at me. Councilman Vin? Every muscle in my body tenses. Councilman Vin was responsible for training us from a young age until we hit 18. The man was a monster. He seemed to glory in hurting me in a way I've never seen anyone do before. No matter how hard I pushed myself, it was never enough. I still have scars from his training, and as I got older, he changed. Touching me more, touching me longer. I wrap my arms around my chest, feeling sick, but then I always feel sick when I think of him. I hate that man. I finally manage. He nods. A perfect society wouldn't have people like him, and it certainly wouldn't have people like him in power. In fact, a perfect society wouldn't be okay with what he does to us to make us ready for Neverwood. Maybe he's just a bad apple in an otherwise good bushel, I say. But even I don't believe my words any longer. Callum exhales slowly. I'm not surprised that our dads warned us about our people and our world, Alora. I think that they've tried to paint what we do as something noble and wonderful for our world, something we should be proud of. But in reality, we're just shiny tools they'll use until they don't have a use for us anymore. I don't know why his words hurt so much. Do you think that's what happened with our dads? They didn't have a use any longer, so the council was coming for them that day? Is that why they ran? Callum shakes his head. I don't know why security and the council came that day, but I will say my parents have never been in love. They've always had more of an arrangement than a marriage. And yet I think my mom loved my dad like a brother or a friend. I can't imagine her coming that day to do him harm. But I could be wrong. Her heart is pure ice when it comes to anything except him. And you, I add, before I can stop myself. His face tenses. No, just him. I don't know what to say. Does Callum really think his mother doesn't care about him? She's cold, but that's something else. I'm sure your mom loves you, in her own way. It's quiet as we keep walking, and then he asks, "Do you think your stepmom loves you?" Oh, shit. I think she cares about me. She doesn't dislike me, so I guess that's true. "And what about your real mom?" he asks, even though no one ever asks about my real mom. "I'm not allowed to talk about her," I say before I can stop myself. It's a reaction, an answer I was told to give and shown how to give over and over again. But I push past the tightness in my chest and continue. She loved me and my father down to her deepest soul. That I know for sure. "I'm glad," he says, but it kind of sounds like I wish I had that. Unable to help myself, I ask, "Have you ever had dreams and thoughts that felt real but weren't?" "Yeah, I think everyone has that," he answers simply. "I mean, the same dream, over and over again, hounding you, but if it was real, you'd have to accept that everyone in your life had lied to you." For some reason, I sound out of breath. He shakes his head. "Do you have that?" I nod, but I don't want to say more. I just needed to ask someone if it was normal. Uncomfortable, I changed the subject. "So, what do we do about Goldarium? How do we decide who gets what?" After a minute of staring at me, he grins. "How about whoever spots it first gets it?" I smile back. Agreed. What follows is the calmest part of our entire trip, even though we don't see any signs of our fathers and don't find another cabin with a journal to answer more of our questions. Because we are further from the entrance to Neverwood, however, we do find more Goldarium. I usually sense it first and know that it's somewhere near us, but I'm not always the first one to see it. We spend 3 nights sharing a tent, sticking to the path except for when we see Goldarium, and getting enough that we know the council will be happy. Then we agree it's time to head back. The return takes another 5 days that are strangely pleasant. We talk, mostly about nothing important. We work together, and even though we have 2 tents, we share one. The first few nights, we fall asleep quickly. But with each night that passes, we both seem to stay up longer. I'm always pressed against him, acutely aware that he's hard. Our breathing is fast. The tent grows warm. But we don't do anything beyond hold each other, even though sometimes I wish otherwise. On the last day, as we draw closer to the entrance to Paradise Falls, the energy between us changes. Callum looks tense, and I feel the tension in the air. Once we step through, everything will change, and for some reason, I find myself not wanting to go back. And then we go to our separate family cabins, unload the supplies that we needed to stay, including our belts, and place our Goldarium in the crystal containers that are required to return to Paradise Falls. Outside of our cabins once more, we stare at each other. Back in Paradise Falls, I begin. "We stick to our agreement and follow the advice of our fathers," he replies, his voice cold. He sounds like the Callum I knew before, and something in my chest aches at the realization. I look at him for a moment, and I think he might say more based on the intense look on his face. But then he leaves. Without anything else I can do, I step through right after him. Returning to Paradise Falls. Returning to reality. 20. Alora. I'm driving in my truck, filthy. My bag on the floor of the passenger seat, the crystal box on the seat itself. Up ahead, Callum drives his own truck. It feels weird to be apart from him after spending so long together. It feels weird to know that from this point forward, until we return to Neverwood, he and I are enemies again. Somehow I feel like I don't remember what to say or how to act around him. But I also know I need to figure it out pretty damn fast. Throughout town, everyone who spots us stops to stare. There are few vehicles in Paradise Falls to begin with, and only a few trucks, so it's obvious that we've returned. I spot security, probably already radioing in that we're in town. This is yet another part of being a gold keeper that I'm not as familiar with as I should be. My dad had picked me up a few times and shown me the process, but I'd never done it on my own. We go to the Science District, an area full of 3 or 4-story buildings, all sleek and white and silver. On the edge of this area is the building that my mom was supposedly in when she died, although I don't believe that's what happened any longer. I hadn't told Callum, but I'd decided to trust the strange nightmares and the Desir's words and investigate her death. Not today, though. Today, I have to come back to reality, to the real world. I park my truck behind Callum's, and we both get out at the same time. But he doesn't look at me as we come to the big glass doors. 2 security officers open the doors at our approach. There are several more security checkpoints, but then this building is like our bank. It's where we house the Goldarium at its purest form. Then it's taken to the industrial buildings, on the poorer side of town, where it's processed before being divided up for trade to the medical teams or to the power company. A security officer swipes a card and then steps back. Only we go on from this point forward. I glance at Callum, but he continues looking forward, so I follow. There are crystal doors in front of us, and as we move toward them, they part. Inside the room, the walls are lined in crystal cases with slots with gloves that allow hands to reach through to safely touch the Goldarium. These are for our people, so they can handle the Goldarium without being harmed. Callum goes to one of the chests, I go to another. The chests reach about to my waist and are attached to the walls in every direction. I carefully open the top of one, knowing that everything in this room, except for the gloves, are made of crystal, and that if I accidentally break anything, it'll be insanely expensive to fix. I open the small chest I'm carrying and scoop the Goldarium out, placing it in its new crystal home. When I get it all out, I close the chest and look at Callum, who is closing his own chest. I guess we're done. He shrugs, then heads for the door, taking his small chest with him, just like I do. Back out in the main corridor of the building, Callum's mom and several of the other council members are waiting. All of them seem to be prepared for the worst, or at least, I sense they are, even though they have smiles painted on their faces. Even Councilman Vin is grinning at us. His clothes are the traditional white color they all prefer, while a gaudy silver chain hangs around his neck. "Welcome home," Councilwoman Kayla says, grinning at her son. "How did it go?" I tense, but Callum answers smoothly. "Fine. I got Goldarium and I'm back in one piece." Then she turns to me. "And how did you do?" Lie, lie, lie. Watch every word you say. "The same. I got Goldarium and survived." A minute later, a scientist comes and whispers in her ear. She frowns and looks at us. "You did fine, but we need a great deal more Goldarium than what you brought back. You can rest for 3 days, but then you need to return to Neverwood." My stomach flips. I guess I expected more time than that to recover between my travels. Our fathers usually got a couple of weeks between each time, but then it seems the council somehow managed to burn through most of the Goldarium they collected over the years. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised they're going to push us harder than they pushed our fathers to make up for it. We're their tools, after all. I hate the thought, because it feels true, and because I'm not a very good liar. The last thing I want is for any of these people to know what I'm thinking, to know that I see them differently than I did before, and that our fathers didn't trust them either. "Well, rest," she says with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. "We'll need you in fighting form to do your honor for our society and bring back more Goldarium." Why is the supply of Goldarium so low? The question springs from my lips before I can stop it, but I won't say I regret asking it. We should have a lot remaining, So what's going on? Why the blackout and the push to return with more so quickly? Her smile widens but grows colder. You have no idea, my dear, what goes into running a perfect world like ours. Maybe I don't, but I know in past years it was said that we always kept enough goldarium on hand to get us through 10 years, and that a small amount went a long way. So I don't believe her, but I won't push it. If I'm going to figure out what happened to my dad and who he was worried about here, I can't give myself away. I guess that's true, I tell her, but I can't quite manage the fake smile she so easily paints on her face. Councilman Vin is suddenly reaching out for me, and I flinch away from him. His eyes are cold when he steps forward and grabs my shoulder harshly. Well, I, for one, am proud that 2 members of the families that I trained did so well on their first mission. His hand burns into my shoulder, and I want to break the damn thing. Then it's yanked off of me. Callum has shoved between the 2 of us, heading for the front door. Over his shoulder, he says, "Well, I'm going to do what you guys suggested and rest." Councilman Vin steps closer, blocking me from my path to the front door. Were you able to use your training well? His gaze rakes over me, and a shiver rolls down my spine. Laura! Callum barks across the foyer. All eyes turn to him as he holds open the door for me. Get your ass in your truck. I'm not going to listen to you whining that you're too tired to do your job and leave it all to me. I rush around Councilman Vin without looking at any of the council members, and then out the door Callum holds for me. Before he gets into his truck, I see his face. He's enraged. His jaw is so tight, I'm worried he might crack one of his teeth. His gaze meets mine, and those stunning green eyes of his gentle, if only by a little. He gives a little nod and gets into his truck, but he doesn't leave. I get the feeling he's waiting for me, so I climb into mine and drive off. He follows me until our paths diverge. Then I watch his truck turn down the next road, my heart aching just a little. I've been with Callum for every minute of the last 10 days or so. It feels strange to be away from him now, almost like I'm missing a part of myself. But in 3 days, we'll be together again. The thought makes me oddly happy. Happier than it should because there are just so many things I don't like about Callum. Even though I can't think of any of those things right now. My stepmom is passed out drunk on the couch when I get home, which is honestly a bit of a relief. There will be time to talk to her later. For now, I have more important fish to fry. Like figuring out what the hell I do from here. I hurry up the stairs to my room, place my backpack and crystal chest on the floor, and peel off my filthy clothes. Unable to help myself, I go to my mirror and stare in shock at my own reflection. There's only a little bruising still on my side, but I've lost some weight. My battered, dirty body combined with my tangled hair and my loss of weight makes me look like I'd been through some kind of war. Which I guess I had. Turning away from my reflection, I head for the bathroom. I barely let the shower water run hot before I slide under the spray. There, my thoughts instantly sharpen. Things have changed. I don't trust the council any longer, but I need to get better at hiding my feelings, or they'll become suspicious before I even have a chance to figure out what my father meant when he warned me about them. Callum and I are also enemies here, but not really. Apparently, he's the one person I can trust. Something I still can't quite wrap my mind around. But there's more. I have just 3 days before I have to go back to Neverwood. So that means I have 3 days to investigate my mom's death and figure out what secrets my dad was hiding. Secrets that will hopefully help me find my dad and keep me safe. Luckily for me, I know just where to start looking for answers. 21. Callum. I go home and put away my stuff, shower, and change. But I don't want to stay home alone. There's always this wild, unpleasant energy inside of me that I can't escape when I'm alone. It makes me pace, makes me want to scream. It's like I want to crawl out of my own skin, but I can't. Although it's worse today. The thing is, the only person I trust in this fucked up place other than Alora is Teth. So I head to his house. Maybe this feeling will go away with him. It doesn't always, but it usually gets quieter. It goes away when I'm with Alora. I push that thought away because I'm going to have to get better about not thinking about her now, or she'll become an obsession. Hell, she already is one. My mom doesn't like me going to Immoral Court, the poor side of town, but I've never been one to listen to her, even when I was young enough that I had to walk there. Immoral Court is just like Giltwood, only with better people and less flash, even though my mom would freak out if she knew that's how I feel. So I get in my truck and head across town. All the pretty houses in Giltwood flash by my windows, followed by all the pretty shops, and then the science district. The town is smaller than it seems, so it takes no time at all to pass through to the tiny, decrepit houses covered in soot. Just behind them is the industrial side of town. The buildings have smokestacks that puff garbage out into the air, part of the process the council uses to make the Goldarium last longer. The air filtration systems they use are only implemented at the border to the science district, so it's always a bit of a shock when I cross the border onto this side of town. These assholes probably had to work harder to make sure our air was clean and their air stayed dirty. That's just one of the many things that bothers me about the council. If they can give us clean air, why can't Immoral Court have clean air too? It's a choice they made. A choice to value resources over what's best for our people. They don't seem to care what the pollution does to the people here. People like Teth's family. But I'd learned a long time ago that speaking up resulted in lectures and absolutely no differences. That's yet another reason why I don't hold Alora's beliefs about our world. I'd tried to make things better in the past, and quickly learned that I'm nothing more than a shiny figurehead to these people. I drive through Teth's neighborhood and stop outside of his house. Turning off the engine, I climb out of the truck and start up the sidewalk. Unfortunately, I immediately hear the sound of Teth's parents yelling. I freeze in place, not sure what to do next. Teth's parents have a hard life, working all the time, but I've never heard them yell before. Something must be wrong. Slowly, I keep approaching the door, wondering what to do. My mom would say to leave and mind my own business, but Alora? I can never imagine her walking away when a friend was in trouble. "This is unacceptable," I hear his dad screaming. "Absolutely unacceptable, and you know it!" "What if people found out?" his mom asks, and she sounds upset. "What if the council found out?" "This is for your own good," his dad shouts, and then the door flies open, and he's marching out of the house, purple fabric clutched in his hand. Teth comes running after him, his face pinched in a way I've only seen a few times before. "Please, just give it back to me. No one ever has to know." Then they both see me. His dad freezes on the sidewalk, and he actually looks terrified as his gaze meets mine, like I'm here about to destroy his world. Teth stares at me silently, pain in his eyes for a moment, before he says, "Come on, let's go to my room." I watch as his dad goes around to the trash can at the side of the house and throws out something that looks suspiciously like a dress. My gaze darts away from him, and I follow Teth through the small living room. It's dark and dank, always holding a chill from the poor insulation that I never feel on the other side of town. His mom is crying on the couch, coughing in between each sob, and I see the gut-wrenching hurt on his face before he darts down the hallway. Without a word, I follow him to his room. It's about the size of a closet, with a bed that takes up most of the space and no actual closet at all. Everything he has goes beneath the bed or on the small side table. I collapse onto his bed, and he lies down beside me, both our legs hanging off the bed. Want to talk about it? I ask, trying to keep my voice light. No, he says. And he doesn't sound angry, just crushed. He sounds so defeated that it actually hurts my heart to hear him. Using my arm, I bump him. Offer's always open, is what I say. But I know he hears. I care about you, and I'll always be here for you, whatever you need. I heard you were back, he says. Teth doesn't speak much, so when he does, he always means more than he actually says. He's telling me he doesn't want to talk about what just happened to him or why his parents, who are normally kind and understanding people, are angry at him. What's going on is too painful, too raw for him. Instead, he wants me to talk until he's ready. And I owe this guy everything, so the least I can do is that. I barely got back with my life. I feel his gaze on me, waiting. Elora saved me. If she hadn't been there, I would have died before ever making it back. He waits, and there's no pressure as he does so. It's a Teth thing, something completely unique to him. I've realized that when he gives me time to talk, even time to talk my pointless thoughts out loud, there's no pressure. If I find something to say, great. If I don't, it's still okay. Which makes it easier to talk. We found out our dads were working together in Neverwood. They left information for us telling us to work together and telling us that we're not safe here. Did they think you ever imagined you were? Teth's tone is almost amused, because he knows about the dark side to Paradise Falls better than most. Elora did, but I didn't have it in me to explain all the darkness in Paradise Falls. I think she's starting to figure it out, though. Glancing at his nightstand, I see a new science textbook added to the others. I point at it. Been keeping busy? He nods. Mostly with applications. My gut turns. And how are your parents? Not why were your parents yelling at you, because we both know the reason. At least, I suspect I know. And it's a reason neither of us would say out loud. Here in Paradise Falls, if you're different in any way, you're gone. 1 minute you're walking down the road, and the next a van pulls up, snags you off the street, and no one ever sees you again. It's been whispered about that the people are simply flown out of Paradise Falls, but no one has ever seen any of them on a flight. Other people suspect that these different members of our society are put on the old path to walk out of Paradise Falls or die. But no one has ever seen the old path, as far as I know. The truth is that the path is more legend than reality, and those different people are probably dead. They're getting sicker, Teth says, sounding lost. If I don't get them out of here, they're not going to make it. I need to get into a college outside of here and get them out of this place before it's too late. Teth's parents, like many people on this side of town, have developed a cough that will eventually kill them because it isn't something the council has deemed worthy of fixing with Goldarium. Most people in Giltwood have no idea this is even happening. Just like the people disappearing into vans, people here die quietly, and then they're replaced with other workers. Teth has been working hard since he was a small child to be able to get his parents out of here before the gold cough kills them. And I've been doing everything in my power to help him, knowing there's only one way out for them. My influence might have gotten Teth into my school, but it isn't enough to get his parents, who don't have any skills that they can use in Giltwood, out of this side of town. Teth is their only chance, and he knows it. Have you heard back from any of the colleges yet? There's only one in Paradise Falls, of course, and he's already in it. Teth, however, has been applying for colleges outside of our city, hoping to create a better life for himself and his family. He shakes his head, looking even more depressed than before. Let's do some more together, I suggest, giving him a smile. Teth is definitely the scientist between us, but as for filling out boring documents, I'm the king. He stares at his hands. Aren't you tired after Neverwood? I am, but I try to look excited for the paperwork, knowing that he needs my help. No. And so we get to work. A couple of hours have passed by the time we manage to complete 2 more applications. Then I offer to take Teth into town for a meal, and he gladly accepts. We drive together in comfortable silence across town, and I notice the way he relaxes into his seat as we travel. Poor Teth really isn't meant for Paradise Falls. Even though he intends to be a scientist, I get the feeling he'd be happiest traveling. Always on the road, lots of time with his own thoughts, free of this place and the burdens of the world. What was it like working with Alora? I stiffen. Teth has always known that my connection with Alora was different than what other people thought, but we never actually say it. There are so many things we've learned to never say, which is one of the many reasons we're friends. It was nice. I feel him glance at me and know he's read more into that one sentence than my mom has read into anything I've said in the past year. Life might be crappy sometimes, but having a best friend like Teth just about makes it all worth it. Especially now that I don't even have my dad to turn to. He and I weren't exactly close, but there were things that only he understood about me too. Mostly about Neverwood. And now he's gone. Without a trace. Probably dead. We pull into the parking lot of our favorite burger joint and see that at least it isn't too busy. There's the usual half a dozen or so college kids hanging around, and of course, Cyril, one of Alora's best friends. He waits tables here, usually on the days we come, even though he only works a couple of days a week. I see him grinning at some people sitting at a table, his notepad in hand. Out of all the people we have to deal with at school, he's probably one of the more interesting. Whenever we spot him, he seems to be doing his own thing, laughing and having a good time, no matter how boring or tedious the task. He's one of the few men I don't want to punch in the face when I see him talking to Alora. Probably because I understand that what's between them is purely friendship. I guess I'm glad she's found someone safe to be around, who has her back. Because people like that are rare for us to find. Teth pulls down the visor on my car and checks out his appearance, smoothing his hands over his thick black hair, though his hair is never out of place. He adjusts his red shirt too, tries a smile in the mirror, then frowns at his own expression before closing the visor. Again, I say nothing, even though going to this burger joint is one of the few times Teth seems so invested in his appearance. If I speak up, he'd just stop wanting to go here. And I have my own reasons to think that coming here is the highlight of most of his weeks, so I'm not about to take that away from him. We head inside, take a booth in the corner, and within a few minutes, Cyril is at our table. "Afternoon, boys. What can I get you for today?" "I'll take a Dr. Pepper," I say, because it's my favorite drink, and I haven't had a sip of it since before Neverwood. Cyril pulls his pencil out from behind his ear. Even though he's tied his long hair up in a bun at the back of his head, a few strands come loose. He scribbles down my order, then turns to Teth. Teth fidgets with the menu, opens his mouth several times, closes it several times, then stammers out, "A Coke." "Coke?" Cyril says, emphasizing the word. "That's my favorite, although Alora is a Dr. Pepper girl too, so I guess we both have best friends with bad taste." Teth actually smiles. "But I got you both." Then Cyril does a little spin like he's in a dress rather than jeans, a dark t-shirt, and a black apron with a name tag, and heads toward the kitchen. A couple of guys sit in the booth behind Teth, but he doesn't seem to notice. He's staring down at his menu, a smile on his face, like he's thinking of something better than this town and this restaurant. Not that I blame him. If I let my thoughts wander, I'm almost certain they'll go right to Alora. "Alora's back," I hear one of the guys say, like he's reading my mind, and my back stiffens. For some reason, I hate hearing her name on anyone else's lips, from any guy. Her name feels like something intimate, something that belongs to me, even though I know that's crazy. I bet she'll be at that big party Rillian's hosting to welcome the Gold Keepers back tonight, another one of the guys says. Big party? I'm sure I have a text about it back at home. Somehow I never think about grabbing my phone before I leave the house. I rarely do when Teth is the only person I want to hear from. But if Alora is going to be there, maybe I should be too. And I bet she'll be thirsting for some cock after being in Neverwood for so long, the third guy says, followed by laughter by all of them. My jaw clenches so tight I hear it pop. Yes, I've kept track of every guy Alora has ever dated, and a mental list of the ones she's slept with. But I've never gotten the impression she's just fucking random guys at parties. If she was, I'd know about it. Wouldn't I? I feel sick. Cyril is back, dropping our drinks in front of us. What can I get for you? Double cheeseburger with fries, mozzarella sticks, onion rings, and potato skins, I say, barely thinking, barely looking at him. Cyril laughs. The boy does know how to eat. Then he glances at Teth. And what will you have? Teth takes so long to answer, I actually glance at him. He's staring at Cyril, so I kick him under the table, and he says, Cheeseburger with fries, please. No onion rings? Cyril asks. Teth looks surprised. You remember? Cyril grins. Of course. He hurries off to put our order in, but I catch Teth staring for a while after. No doubt he's shocked. Being such a quiet guy, he always seems to think people don't notice him, even though he's a tall, broad giant of a man. I've never quite understood that about him. Well, that's not entirely true. I think part of his belief that he's beneath everyone around him, or not worthy of being noticed, has to do with the fact that he's only allowed to go to college and spend so much time on this side of town because of his connection to me. If not for me, they'd have forced him to work with Goldarium alongside his parents. Still, he has to know the stupid rules in Paradise Falls are exactly that. Stupid. He's not any less worthy than the assholes in the booth behind him. A couple of girls slide into our booth with us, giggling. You're back! We missed you so much. I've seen them before. They've hung off me, flirted with me, but they have nothing to offer. Nothing I want. Certainly not like Alora. They hang out at our table, talking at us until our food arrives, and then I send them packing. Before they go, they ask if we'll be going to the party tonight. I don't want to. I want to sleep or spend time with Teth, not go to a party. But if Alora is there... Yeah, we'll be there, I say. Teth gives me a look, but I ignore him, digging into the food that isn't jerky, berries, or soup. I enjoy every bite, losing myself in the textures, tastes, and smells that I've missed so much. Yet when I think of Alora and I sitting together in that bed, eating that plain, watery soup, I'd give all of this up for that in an instant. Just to sit next to her. Just to see her smile or hear her laugh. Or feel the way she curls against me at night. All of which is disturbing. How the hell did she get under my skin without me even noticing? 21. Alora. I slip into the file room at the security office while Beva keeps the officers busy. Technically, it wasn't hard to sneak into this room. Most security officers spend their time patrolling the streets, since there isn't much need for the officers to hang around this building. There's just a room with 4 cells, the file room, and the main room. Few people break rules in Paradise Falls because if they do it enough, they disappear. So, just as expected, the cells are empty, and there are just 2 lone officers watching a show in the main room, while Beva gives her commentary. They're none the wiser that I didn't head to the back to use the bathroom. The room is dark and dusty, but I turn on my flashlight and go to the computer in the corner. I type in my mom's name, and the file number and location pop up, but that's all the information the computer gives me. I memorize both, take a deep breath, clear the search from the computer, and go off to look for it. It doesn't take me long to find the correct box, pull it quietly off the shelf, and put it on the floor. It's dusty. Strangely unexciting for something that might hold the answers to all my questions. But I remind myself that looks aren't everything, and slowly open the top to see a bunch of files crammed in, organized by number. Another breath calms me a bit, and I reach my hands out to let my fingers glide along the file numbers, looking for the right one. It takes me a minute, longer than I wanted, but I find hers and pull it out eagerly. This is it. What happened to my mom? What really happened? Flipping open the file, I see my mom's name, and then softly read the words out loud. On December 14th, security in the fire department showed up on the scene to find Lab 15 on fire. The building was engrossed in flames that the crews were unable to safely extinguish. They did their best to control the fire, to keep it from jumping to the other buildings, but they had no choice but to let Lab 15 burn to the ground. A preliminary report by the fire department suggested that accelerant may have been used to start the fire, but later reports suggest it was simply an electrical fire likely due to faulty wiring, and the accelerant was simply chemicals meant to be used in the experiments in Lab 15. 3 bodies were found within the building, alongside Jane Walker's. All 4 bodies were found on the first floor in a lab near the front door. Those bodies belonged to Varric Perthran, Zave Radian, and Hermes Raylan. It is assumed that they were unable to see through the smoke and flames to see how close they were to an escape. I stare at the file, swallowing around the lump in my throat, knowing that this isn't the time for emotions. I need to think logically. Something seems off with the information in this file. First of all, the fire department thought an accelerant had been used initially. Didn't that suggest that it might have been arson? Or was it really just as innocent as lab chemicals that easily caught fire? It's suspicious. But that doesn't bother me quite as much as the rest of it. All the victims were found together, in one room, on the first floor. Why couldn't they get out? I'd assumed my mom had been caught on one of the top floors, despite my nightmares. I'm not exactly a fire expert, though. And the names. I've seen the other victims' names on the plaque for years, but now they're bothering me. Why haven't I ever thought about looking into these people? Why don't I remember any news reports with comments from their families or friends? There are pictures after the report, and my stomach flips when I get to the ones of the burned bodies. Unable to help myself, I put that one away and look at the rest of the rooms. Technically, the building had still stood after the fire, but it had been so dangerous that they'd simply knocked it down, cleaned it up, and left a little to remind the residents of the tragedy. Is that what's usually done in a fire? Because there are so few here, I really don't know. I hear Beva laugh really loudly, which is our agreed-upon warning signal, so I stuff the file in my backpack, close up the box, and put it back in its place. Checking the computer again, I make sure I cleared everything I was searching, and then I peek out the hall. Seeing no one, I slip out and round the corner. I have to hold back a shriek of surprise when I nearly smash into one of the security officers, a big guy with giant shoulders and long blonde hair left loose around his shoulders. Looking up at him, heart hammering, I force a smile. "Thanks for letting me use the restroom." "Anything for our goldkeeper," he says without a hint of suspicion. Then he leads me back to the main room, crowding my space as he does so. "I'm not huge on public restrooms either." "Right," I say, and want to vomit a little when he winks at me. Okay, slow your roll, dude. He might have only been like 10 years older than me, but that's still a gross age gap as a young person. And besides, he's giving me major ick vibes, like all security officers do as minions for the council. When I enter the main room of the security office, Beva jumps up from the couch she was sitting on, next to an officer. She has a strained smile plastered across her face as she turns to me and the man beside me. "Thank you so much, but we better get going." "We really appreciate it," I add, hurrying toward her. The security officer, who I'd nearly slammed into in the hall, catches her arm before we can go, lifting up her hand with her 2 damaged fingers. "No problem, friend of the Gold Keeper." And there's something in his voice that sounds strangely like a threat. Beva goes white as a sheet. I snatch his hand off her arm. That's right. She is a friend of the Gold Keeper. My best friend, actually. I flash him a smile that I mean to be a threat, and he has enough intelligence to bow his head a little and step back, realizing he'd pissed me off. We hurry outside and get into my truck, but the second we slam the doors, we both let out a rush of breath. "That was close," I say. "Did you get what you needed, though?" she asks, laser-focused as always. The second I told Beva that I suspected something was off with my mom's death, she'd rushed over to help. I'd warned her that I planned to visit the security office, and even though she was terrified of the officers, she'd quickly agreed to go. Which was no surprise to me. Beva is without a doubt the most fearless person I've ever met. "I got my mom's file," I tell her with a smile. Her eyes widen. "And did it reveal a conspiracy?" I shake my head, trying to ignore the flutter of disappointment in my chest. "No, but it pointed me in the right direction, I hope. I think my next step is to research the other people that died in the fire. I have a feeling that might tell me more about what actually happened." She nods, looking determined. "I'm with you. Anything you need." We buckle up and head out of the parking lot, intending to get dressed and ready together before going to the party, even though a party feels like the last thing I want to do right now. But I'd already accepted, since it's a party in my honor, and I know it'll cause problems if I don't go. So I'll make an appearance and duck out early, when everyone is too smashed to notice. "I need to tell you something." "Okay, that sounds ominous. What's up?" Her tone says this is serious even before I understand what she's saying. "I've been sending off applications for colleges outside of Paradise Falls for a while." The second her words hit me, I feel like someone has thrown a bucket of icy water all over me. Beva is applying for schools outside of Paradise Falls? Leaving to get an education is one of the only reasons people are allowed to move from here, with the expectation that they'll be back when they get the skills to help our town. But Beva? I can never imagine her leaving. "Okay." She sighs. "And I got accepted for one for next semester." It's suddenly hard to breathe. "Why? Why do you want to leave?" "You know why," she tells me quietly. My back goes as stiff as a board while I scramble to think what to say. "Beva, I can keep you safe. I mean it. I'd die for you. I'd never let security, the council, or anyone else touch you." She reaches out and takes one of my hands off the steering wheel, holding it in her own. "I know you believe that, Alora, but I don't want to live in a place where I'm only allowed to survive because of my friend. I need to go somewhere where I'm not constantly in danger. Can you understand that?" I look at her. My friend since childhood, my friend who loves to read, who always tells me the truth, who has this way of smiling that lights up her whole face. I'd miss her curly red hair, her freckles, even just the way I feel when I'm with her. But none of those reasons are more important than the fact that she wants to leave. None of that outweighs what's best for her. Even if some part of me wants it to, even if some part of me wants to collapse onto my knees and beg her to stay. Things I can't do if I'm even half as good of a friend to her as she has always been to me. I can understand that. Of course I can. My voice cracks a little. I'll just miss you. She can't tell me she'll be back because she won't. If she gets out of here, she'll never return, and her family will be sure to follow her with some excuse. Then they'll be gone too. Maybe it's for the best for her. She's brilliant. So if she thinks it is, it is. But it doesn't hurt any less. I'll miss you too, but I'll always care about you. Again, she can't say we'll stay in touch. It's very difficult to speak to anyone on the outside once they leave. The council makes a special exception for people leaving to learn more and return, but all the phone calls between family members are monitored. No doubt she and her family would have agreed upon code words for when she was established enough to be able to house them and care for them on the outside. If they even plan to follow their daughter. You're going to do great out there, I tell her, my voice cracking even more. She wipes a tear off of my face that I didn't even know was falling. And you'll do amazing things here. I just know it, she says. Even if those amazing things are different from what you always thought they would be. I don't know what she means exactly, but I'm sure one day I will. We drive the rest of the way to the house in silence, and even though Beva will still be here for a while longer, it feels like I've already lost her, along with my faith in my people, in the council, and maybe even myself. I miss Neverwood. I miss Callum. 23. Elora. The music is loud as Beva and I stare up at the house in front of us. She seems excited to get into a little trouble, but some small part of me wants to turn around and run the other way. All this noise and all these people seem overwhelming after my time in Neverwood. Paradise Falls just lacks the magic and the freedom I feel so connected to there. But I'm here, dressed in a short skirt and a tank top, which, according to Beva, makes me look hot. So I guess I'm ready to party, for a short period of time until I run away and collapse into bed. Ready? She asks me, flashing a smile. I nod, even though I don't feel ready, and we enter the party. Within seconds, I'm swarmed by people congratulating me on my first solo trip to Neverwood, asking me questions they don't really want the answers to, and sharing shots around the room. I manage 3 vodka shots before I wave them off. It's more than enough for me to feel a buzz. 2 more and I'll be drunk, another couple and I'll be puking up the pizza Babe and I had shared earlier. I manage to turn down the next couple of shots, then spot Beva pressed against a wall, flirting with a good-looking guy named Connor. She and I both knew the guy she really wants to talk to is Varric, but he isn't the type to go to a party like this. Actually, I'm pretty sure he's never been to a party before. He spends most of his time hunting in the woods or exploring. I honestly don't know what she sees in him, but to each their own. Yet, Connor must be good enough for tonight because Beva gives me a wink to let me know she's okay. I flash her a smile in return to tell her to go enjoy herself. I'm fine. Then I keep pushing my way through the crowd, heading for the living room. After a few minutes, everyone starts to calm down a bit as I continue to give them short, uninteresting answers to their questions. I'm not rude, but I try to make it clear that I'm just here to relax and unwind, not to answer 1,000 questions or get hit on by every guy with a heart-on. It still takes them a while before they clear enough space around me to actually breathe, and then I see him. Callum. At any other time, I might think he looks incredible in his tight black shirt. But not now. Not with one girl sitting in his lap on the couch and girls at both sides. He's grinning while the girl in his lap, Prisma, pushes her boobs so far into his face that he wouldn't need to move to lick them. An unnamed emotion uncurls inside of me. No, it's not unknown. It's jealousy. Red, hot jealousy that burns so deep that I actually look down at my chest, half expecting a mark. In Neverwood, It felt like, I don't know what it felt like, but there was something between us. I know it wasn't just in my head. When he thought he was dying, he'd kissed me. But maybe that really meant nothing to him. Maybe he would have kissed anyone in that moment. There's a bitter taste in my mouth when a man suddenly stands in front of me. Farron, Mr. Football Player himself. Only today he isn't wearing his trademark backwards hat or stalking me outside my classroom. He's combed his dark hair, which is still a little wild, and he's wearing a nice blue shirt that hugs his strong body. "Hey, Laura, I was waiting for you," he says, then offers me a shot. Without thinking, I take it from him. We clink our glasses together and slam them. The liquid burns down my throat, and I feel that familiar cloudy feeling. Actually, I think it had been building before, but now it's really hitting me. "You look really beautiful tonight," he tells me, grabbing our shot glasses and setting them on a nearby table. I smile. "You're looking good too." Reaching up, I run my fingers through his hair, then pull back, realizing what I'm doing. I think I like this look better than the hat. His eyes widen with surprise for a minute, and then he grins. "Then I'll wear it like this more often." "It's that easy?" I ask, leaning closer to him, because, honestly, hearing a guy say something like that when my ego feels battered is really nice. "Anything for you, Alora," he says, and he practically purrs my name. Why is that so damn hot? Probably the booze, but I don't care. "Want to dance?" I ask, my ego feeling just a little less wounded. Again, he looks surprised, but he takes my hand and leads me to one side of the living room, away from Callum and the girls that are rubbing all over him, which is perfect for me. In the crowd of moving bodies, I can dance and forget all about Callum, Neverwood, and the dark secrets in Paradise Falls. I can just not be me for a little while. The music is loud, so loud it seems to vibrate through my entire body. I spin, laughing, and he's there, hands on my waist. We dance together, at first with a lot of space between us, but soon the space disappears, and our bodies are pressed against each other. Any other time, I would have pushed him away. But I'm tired. Tired of everything. Tired of being a goalkeeper. Tired of trying to figure out the secrets and lies that seem to be weaved into every inch of Paradise Falls. And more than anything, tired of the complicated feelings Callum always seems to make me feel, when he doesn't deserve any of my emotions. When the song ends, he leans in closer to me and asks, "Want to get some air outside?" My body feels warm, pressed up against him, and I nod. We do another shot as we're leaving, clinking our glasses together again, and I catch Callum's gaze and freeze. The fury in his expression is so raw I can almost feel it pulsating through the room, more powerful than the vibration from the music. It's so raw that I get the sense that he would kill the man beside me if he could. I shiver, feeling my nipples harden, wanting, I don't know what. And then the woman in his lap turns his head and plants a kiss on his lips. Now I'm pissed. All other complicated emotions gone. I tug Farron through the living room and kitchen, then push open the back door with more force than necessary. Some people are out on the back patio playing beer pong. No, not beer pong. Strip beer pong. They're down to their underwear. The girls have even already lost their bras. I wrap my arms around myself. Farron pulls me along off the patio. 2 couples are having sex in the hot tub, and not quietly. A third is literally in the middle of the lawn, banging like rabbits. Farron leads me past all of them to a slightly secluded bench that stares out at the pool. We have a clear view of the people having sex everywhere and the half-naked beer pong players, but we're mostly concealed by shadows. "This is nice," I say as I relax into the bench. He wraps an arm around my shoulders, which feels nicer than I would have thought. "It is,"
Allure, you have no idea how long I've dreamed about us like this.
I laugh and answer without thinking. You and the rest of Paradise Falls. His gaze meets mine, and he shakes his head, frowning.
It's not like that. I'm not one of those guys who just wants to get into your pants because you're a gold keeper.
I turn a little to look at him better, and his expression is so damn sincere, even though I kind of doubt what he's saying is true. Fine. Then tell me anything about myself, Farron. Any possible reason you like me for more than my last name? To my surprise, he smiles.
I've been in school with you since preschool, and you were always more than your name. You were kind to everyone, including me when I was a scrawny guy.
He looks embarrassed for a minute.
Remember that day I got hit by a ball in the crotch when I was in preschool, and I, peed my pants?
The memory comes back to me, and I let out a little gasp.
You saw what happened, and you took your water bottle and drenched your crotch. When people noticed, you said we both thought it would be funny. People laughed, and it seemed like no big deal. And then I told the teacher, and she had my mom come with a change of clothes.
It wasn't a big deal, I tell him, and I mean it. We were little.
It was a big deal to me,
he says, and he flashes a smile I actually kind of like.
I can think of 1,000 different moments where you did something just to protect people who didn't have a name to protect them like you. And even though I don't want you remembering me as the guy who peed on himself, I wanted you to know that this isn't about your name.
Unable to help myself, I lean forward and brush my lips against him, surprising us both. My heart races. That was stupid, I think. Between the liquor and him saying just what I needed to hear right now, I couldn't help myself. But I need to stop doing stupid things before I regret them. I think I've had a little too much to drink. Any chance you can get me a water?
Of course,
he says, and he stands, looking strangely stunned. I watch him walk away and then see Callum on the back porch, arms folded over his chest, glaring. It's dark over here, so I'm not sure if he can see us, or even if he was watching us. But I don't care. He can't be making out with half-naked women and then get mad at me because I kiss a guy. He heads back into the kitchen, and a second later, Farron follows him inside. I lean back on the bench, realizing that my head is swimming just a little. How many shots had I had? Or is this less to do with alcohol and more to do with the fact that I haven't taken it easy since Neverwood? I don't know, but minutes pass, and I grow bored. Where is that guy, and why is he taking so long? Inside, I hear some kind of chaos erupt and decide that rather than sitting here waiting for Farron to get back in his sweet time, I'll check it out. The beer pong people have already headed inside to see the chaos, so when I get to the back patio, I have to squeeze past them, only to see Callum and Farron beating the shit out of each other. They're actually tangled together on the floor fighting, while people are shouting and screaming in a circle around them. My jaw drops. Callum has a black eye forming, but Farron is under him on the floor, and although Callum's blows are calculated, not too hard to kill the guy, it's very clear he's trying to do a lot of damage. Farron's lip is bleeding, his face is bruised, and yet he continues to fight back. I shove past the drunk people who are screaming for blood and use all my strength to shove Callum off the other man. And Callum must not have expected anyone to step in because he goes sprawling onto his back. His gaze snaps to me and his expression says he's more than angry. He's enraged. Your boyfriend doesn't need you to fight his battles for him. He flings the words at me like an insult. I feel all eyes snap to me, but I ignore them because Callum has gone too damn far this time. He doesn't get to make out with half-naked women and then beat up the only guy I have the slightest interest in. I mean, he's supposed to be my enemy, not my cock blocker. You're a fucking gold keeper, I scream back at him. This is hardly a fair fight. I was going easy on the limp dick, asshole, he says before taking a look at Farron and lunging a little. I catch him before he can attack again. Stop this. Right now. His entire body is hard under my touch, warm and hard, and I distinctly remember curling into this body, feeling it wrapped around me, his erection hard behind me each night. My gaze moves up to meet his, but there's no recognition in his eyes at my touch. No softness, just anger. "Fucking Walker bitch," he shouts at me, and his words shake me from whatever stupor I was in. "Fucking Runefall pig," I shout back, shoving him a little. I'm surprised at how much the words hurt. Surprised by how much I hate having that anger turned on to me. And for what? What the hell did I possibly do to deserve his wrath? Just exist? I knew things would change back in Paradise Falls. I guess I never realized how much. Farron rises to his feet, but blood is streaming from his face. "Fucking psycho? Said I crashed into him. He crashed into me." "Are you okay?" I ask, moving away from Callum to check on Farron. Callum is beside me in an instant, catching my arm, stopping me from touching the other man. "The pussy is fine." I jerk my arm out of his touch. "He's not a pussy." Farron glares at him, but there's some fear in his gaze too. "I'm going to go clean up." And then he turns and pushes through the crowd, disappearing into it. I look back at Callum, my breathing fast from my anger. "You didn't need to do that." He smirks, not an ounce of anything remotely close to an apology on his face. "Sorry if your fuckboy will be out of commission for the night." I don't know what comes over me, but I lean in closer to Callum and run my hand from my throat down my chest, really slowly. "Don't worry. All the parts I need from him are still working. I'll just head home and have him join me for a little fun." Then I lean back from him as he stares at me in shock and wink. No, I don't plan to fuck Farron tonight. I don't know where that came from. I just want to get out of here and crawl into bed. Not that Callum needs to know that. So I push through the crowd, knowing that the easiest escape will be through the back door and out the side gate. The drunks are hard to shove out of the way without hurting any of them, but I manage, and then hit the cool freedom of outside. In the backyard, only the couple in the hot tub are left. But I ignore them. They're too busy to bother me anyway, and I sure as hell don't want to interrupt that. I step out of the light from the back patio and wind my way to the side yard, which is dark and creepy as fuck. Suddenly, someone grabs me and shoves me against the side of the house. For a second, I don't know who it is in the shadows and nearly react, striking out. But I stop myself when I see Callum's huge figure looming over me. Instantly, I'm enraged. "You're a dick. You know that? But if you think..." His lips crush into mine, and then I can't think. All I can do is melt against him as his lips press against my own, claiming me in a way that sends fire racing through my blood. I part my lips to drag in a breath, and his tongue sweeps inside. My thoughts flash to the last time we kissed like this, and I jump up, wrapping my legs around his back just like before. He groans, grabbing my hips roughly, and then I hear voices. Voices that are coming closer. Too close. I shove him away, adjust my skirt and underwear, and then I'm running for the gate. Looking back for the briefest moment, I can see Callum fixing his pants, but he's staring after me. Heart hammering, I take off out the gate, and within seconds I hear Callum talking to whoever had interrupted our moment. Our mistake. If someone had caught us, I shiver at the thought. We can never be that reckless again. Working together in Neverwood is one thing. Us becoming something more is another problem altogether. While walking home, I text Beva, letting her know I headed out. Within seconds, she sends me a text back, telling me she's fine. That's one thing about her. She's independent as hell, so at least I have one thing I don't have to feel guilty about. Everything else, I need to forget, to never think about again. A shiver rolls down my spine, and I wrap my arms around myself, hating that I'm pretty sure I'll never forget my almost moment with Callum. Pretty sure my only regret might be getting interrupted in the first place, which is absolutely stupid. The ramifications of what we almost did would have changed our lives forever. For the worse. So, no regrets. No anything involving Callum from this point forward. At least until we get to Neverwood. And then we're partners in surviving. Nothing more. And that's what I keep telling myself over and over again the entire walk to my house. When I eventually make it home, I check the couch and the hot tub for my stepmom. Not seeing her, I go to my parents' bedroom. She's sprawled in bed, a wine bottle still clutched in her hand. 3 empty bottles on the floor. I go in and take the one out of her hand, set it on the nightstand, then cover her up. For a moment, I just stare at her, realizing that I truly don't see her as a mother, no matter how much I was told I had to. I never did. To me, she's just a sad, broken person. Another victim of Paradise Falls. She was forced to become the perfect wife to attract my dad, but never did. Not really. She was his consolation prize after my mother died. Never a real mother to me. Never a real partner to him. I feel sorry for her. Even if some part of me feels hurt by her in a way I don't understand. In a way I don't want to think about any longer. Not after a day that already feels too long. Closing the door softly behind me, I head upstairs, but freeze when I see the cord leading to the attic. The attic's still closed. There's nothing unusual about the cord, and yet I can't seem to look away from it for one long moment. Probably because of the secrets it hides. Glancing back down the stairs, I hold my breath, but I hear nothing. Nothing to indicate that I had accidentally woken my stepmom at any point, which means I'm essentially in the house alone. So I slowly move to the attic and pull down the cord and stairs. I've never done this without my dad before. And then we only did it when we were home alone. Doing it now seems stupid. But for some reason, I can't help myself. Climbing carefully up the stairs, I pull the light on, and then creep through the empty attic space. I glance back to make certain I wasn't followed, then release a slow breath when no one appears. I'm okay. My stepmom is asleep, and I'm alone. I can do what needs to be done. Kneeling down, I move some insulation along the back wall, revealing the hidden chest underneath. It's made of wood, carved by my father with the Walker family name and some vines and flowers, and is just a little smaller than the average moving box. Taking it gently out, I settle onto the floor and pull open the lid. It takes me at least an hour to go through the pictures of my parents dating, always smiling, looking so damn in love. Then I see their wedding pictures. Not the ones from their giant wedding with all the town watching, but the secret wedding they had beforehand, with a couple of friends. My dad wore a blue shirt and slacks, my mom a simple lace dress with a crown of flowers. Both of them looked youthful and filled with hope for the future. And the background of the picture is simply the woods and some hot springs, although it's a location few people know about. I flip through those pictures smiling, even though I've seen them before, until I get to my mom's pregnancy photos and the photos of me growing up. I don't know why, but I start to cry. My hands shake as I hold the pictures. Unable to help myself, I reach out to stroke my mom's face, wishing I remembered all these moments, wishing I had more than these pictures to remind me of my mom. Brushing away tears, I set the photos aside. All that love is hard to see when I'm so alone. Inside the box, I find their wedding rings, the cake topper on their wedding cake, and more little memories that I'd seen 1,000 times before. There's even a few dolls and a bear stuffy I had as a kid, along with a gold onesie with the Walker family name on it. There's more, but the tears running down my face seem to think it's time to stop. That doing this is stupid, just like kissing Callum. But I guess I'm a glutton for punishment because I don't regret this. Maybe I don't even regret kissing Callum. I put everything back in the box and carry it to its secret spot. But then I freeze and set the box back down. Right where the chest had been, there's a book I've never seen before. A chill rolls down my spine. The only way it could be here is if someone put it here. Yes, it could have been my dad, since I haven't been here for a while, but I don't know why he'd have hidden a random book here. But if it was someone else, I was in trouble. The smart thing would be to pretend I didn't see it, put the chest back, and never come back here again. But if I do the smart thing, I'll be turning away from a possible clue to where my father is and why he disappeared. And for the first time in my life, I'd rather know the truth about this place, flies and all, than to keep living in denial. Picking the book up, I sit back down and open it. Instantly, I recognize the handwriting. It's my mom's. I tremble so hard I drop the book. My gut clenches when I see a page falling out from between the pages. Did I seriously drop something of my mom's and ruin it? I pick up the book and flip it to the page I'd ruined, only to discover it was actually a page folded up and pushed into her journal. My heart hammers as I unfold the paper to find a map of a building. Confused, I stare at it for a while, not recognizing what I'm looking at, and then go to read the journal entry the map was hidden on top of. Goosebumps erupt over my body, and a chill rolls down my spine. This journal entry was written the day she died. My gaze snaps to the scrawled words. Tonight is the night. I must burn down the facility, no matter the cost. I wish Victor wasn't in Neverwood, but I can't wait for his return. Tomorrow they will open it, and then Alora and Callum's lives will be ruined. I've seen the hell they have planned for those innocent babies, and this is the only way to buy us more time. It will not stop the sick plans they have for these children, but it will give us time to run. Anywhere but here. If we have to find the ancient path out of Paradise Falls, we will find it. But even if our only option is for Victor to take her to Neverwood, even if I have to stay here and die, anything is better than what the council has planned for my sweet baby. So the lab will burn. I will hide and will hope they don't suspect it was me until after Victor returns. I'm scared. I know how dangerous this is. I know the council already finds the way I question their treatment of the two families suspicious. But as much as I fear being taken from Victor and Alora, I fear what they will do to my child more. I'm shaking. It's the last entry, and it shows that my suspicions were correct. My mom's death was more than just her accidentally ending up in that building at night. But does this mean she was killed the way I saw in my nightmares? Or is that wrong too? I sense a change in the house. There's a small sound. Maybe the house settling, maybe more. I close the journal with the paper, hide it and the chest once more, and hurry downstairs. Shutting the attic behind me, I rush to my room and close the door, heart pounding. A minute passes, and a shadow appears beneath my door. There are no sounds. No one knocks or tries the handle. After a minute, the shadow leaves. My knees give out, and I crumble to the floor, staring under my door. Who was that? My stepmom? Or someone else? Someone more dangerous? Dad and Mom were right about this place. It's not safe. And if it's the last thing I do, I'll figure out the secrets that took my parents from me. And whoever is involved, I'm going to make them pay. 24. Unknown. There are only 2 people in Paradise Falls who know about the secret place that Victor hid Alora's mother's belongings. At one point, there were 3 of us, until Victor disappeared. I hope I wasn't wrong to hide her mother's journal there. She needs to find it. But I need to keep my identity as secret from her as long as possible, at least until she understands what we're up against. I only hope that she discovers it soon, because her attic looked to have been undisturbed for some time. Placing it there was a gamble, but it's the only spot I knew no one else might accidentally stumble upon it and destroy it before she found it. And this is one gamble we can't afford to lose. Elora is a smart and capable person, but she also has no idea just how corrupt Paradise Falls is. In stealing her mother's file, she's already drawn the attention of dangerous people. I can only hope she's smarter moving forward. Otherwise, everything her mother feared will happen sooner than she knows. And Elora and Callum will experience a kind of hell they never knew was possible. A shudder rolls through me as flashes of that cold, dark room come to my mind. Maybe instead of giving Elora her mother's journal, I should have given her a way to end her life quickly, if it comes to that. I know that's a kindness I would want if I was her. Danger haunts the 2 heirs every step. I just hope in trying to save them, I don't doom them. This has been Cursed Ever After, a fantasy romance, The Royal Goldkeepers Book 1. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Read for you by Daphne Fields. Copyright 2023 by Lacey Carter Anderson. Production copyright by Lacey Carter Anderson.
That's the end of the first book in this fantastical world. I hope you're enjoying it so far. As an author who loves to write fantasy and paranormal romance, this series, based on a dream, holds a special place in my heart. The characters are absolutely beloved to me, and the idea takes so many twists and turns that I hope it'll be a surprise to all my listeners. I wonder if you figured out what might happen next.
Sinful Ever After. The Royal Goldkeepers Book 2. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Read for you by Daphne Fields. 1. Elora. I'm actively trying to pay attention to the professor as she drones on and on, but it's hard to focus on her when nothing she's saying feels as important as what's going on in my life. Tomorrow morning, I'll be returning to Neverwood, and I don't know what the hell I'll face when I get there. I haven't seen Callum, not since the party where he beat the shit out of Farron, since we almost had sex. Which is a whole can of worms. In Neverwood, we'd left things off agreeing to be enemies in Paradise Falls, but work together in Neverwood. Is that still what he wants? Or is he avoiding me because things have changed between us, and it's hard to keep up the illusion? Either way, my goal is still the same: to find my dad and uncover whatever the hell mystery he left for me to solve. It'd be easier and safer to do that with Callum at my side, but things between us just keep getting more complicated. I don't know if he'll be angry tomorrow, fine, or something else, and I don't know what to hope for. Feeling movement next to me, I startle, looking to my side. I see my best friend's hand in the air. She's waving it back and forth to draw the professor's attention, her disfigured hand hidden beneath her desk. Her back is straight, her expression is serious, and her curly red hair is tamed in a bun at the back of her head, like the perfect student she strives so hard to be. Not that I blame her. In Paradise Falls, perfection is expected. No, demanded. Professor Dunte, instructor of History of Paradise Falls 201, pauses in her lecture about the beginning of our city. She looks up. Yes, Beva? What about the path out of Paradise Falls? Beva asks, looking excited. The professor's expression softens. She loves when any of us take an interest in what she's saying. It's believed that our ancestors found the old path when escaping from the outside world. The mountains surrounding our town were nearly impenetrable, but by staying on the path, they found the valley we built Paradise Falls in, and they found the entrance to Neverwood. In doing so, everything changed, and not only did they survive, but they thrived. But do the ancient books give any indication of where the old path is? Beva emphasizes, and I perk up. Since when has Beva been interested in any of this? Professor Dunte loves to talk about the history of Paradise Falls, but she suddenly looks uncomfortable. Scooting her glasses off her thin nose, she rubs the bridge of her nose as if fighting a sudden headache, which instantly sets me on edge. My father had warned me that everyone here was lying to me, that no one could be trusted. Is she about to spout pure lies? She clears her throat, and her high voice comes out again. There's not much. The first books of our coming here were mostly destroyed. By who, I wonder? But there was a rhyme. Toward the north you must go forth. Past the T you must flee. When in doubt, stick to the route. When you see the green, don't be seen. To enter the wall, you must crawl, or continue on to the great beyond. She laughs. What does it mean? We have no idea. Historians and scientists alike have tried to follow the rhyme without success. To my surprise, both Beva and Ari on my other side are scribbling down the rhyme. No one else in the class makes a move. They just continue to sit, bored expressions on their faces. Exactly what I would expect from them. So why do these two have an interest in such seemingly boring information? I'll have to ask Beva later. Suddenly, Ari speaks up, smirking as she does. But we've never put a lot of effort into finding the path, right? Then she does that thing I've noticed she likes to do, pushing her pencil through her long dark hair and behind her ear in a way that oozes arrogance. Even though I might not agree with her delivery, I look back at the professor, wondering about the answer. I've never particularly liked that the only way people can leave Paradise Falls is if the council allows it, and by flight. If someone is leaving to study another university and come back, or if their family is going to visit them, are the only two reasons to leave. Not that this stops people from just disappearing and never coming back. It also doesn't lead to anyone within Paradise Falls talking about the outside world, which I never thought was weird until now. With all the things I've been learning recently, I'm starting to wonder if the council wants it that way. Is this less a paradise and more a cage? Is that why no one is allowed to talk about the outside world when they come back? Professor Dunte smiles widely and answers, no indication that she's involved in some dark plot to trap us here. Well, no, we've never put much focus on finding the old path, because why would we? No one wants to leave Paradise Falls. The students cheer in agreement, but I see Ari roll her eyes. I find her reaction interesting, but I doubt she's deeply involved in the conspiracy I'm researching about the council's control over us. She's probably just an emotional 20-something-year-old. Actually, everything I've seen from her has shown exactly that, so I guess I've officially become completely paranoid in my search for the truth. When the bell rings, we all collect our stuff and head out. Beva is at my side. I know she has something to say, but we spot Farron waiting for me at the end of the hall, share a look, and then she goes ahead of me. I watch her walk outside, and then my attention turns to the football player eagerly waiting for me. The poor guy still looks like hell, his face blackened and bruised, and I'm betting the rest of him doesn't feel much better. Unfortunately for him, he's not like Callum and I. He doesn't heal miraculously, so his little fight with Callum is going to affect him a hell of a lot longer than it will Callum. And for some reason, I feel guilty about that. Maybe because I kind of think Callum picked that fight with him, because he saw me with him. A couple of girls stop me just outside the class door, and a pretty blonde says, "Alora, do you want to come hang out with us tonight? We can do anything you want." I shake my head. Sorry, I'm busy." When I try to step around them, they crowd me again. "We could hang out anytime you're free. We're open, seriously, anytime at all. And maybe you could tell us about Neverwood and stuff." "I'll think about it," I say. They squeal and head off. "Yeah, thought about it. Nope." A guy slides up next to me. "Last night in town. Want to grab a drink?" "No thanks," I say. Down the hall, his friends hoot and howl at him. Frustration grows inside of me. This morning had been worse than usual. Everywhere I went, there were more and more people trying to get a piece of me, and I was exhausted. Going down the hall feels like going through quicksand. A few people ask for my autograph, a few others snap bright photos of me while sliding up next to me to get in them. My frustration grows to anger, and I have to swallow it down as I finally come to Farron. He doesn't deserve my anger. "Hey," I say when I come stand in front of him. "Hey," he says back grinning, and I notice he doesn't have his trademark backwards hat. Hadn't I told him something about preferring him without his hat when I was drunk and miserable? Fuck, I think I did. Man, I really hope I'm not leading this guy on. I start heading for the door, and he walks at my side. Unlike any time in the past, we're actually walking together rather than me rapidly trying to escape him while he keeps pace with me. Students in the hall see us together and share glances that I don't like one bit. Being a goldkeeper means I'm some kind of prize that everyone wants to bag, but I'll be damned if I actually accept that nonsense. "Sorry I missed you at the party," he says. I stiffen. "Yeah, I left early. Are you okay?" That looked like a hell of a fight. Anger crosses his face. "I'm fine. I just wish those fucking rune falls didn't have to be such assholes all the time. I mean, I don't even think I touched him before he freaked out." I don't know what to say. He's got a bit of a temper. He snorts. "You think?" "Neverwood has a way of changing people," I say, then fiddle with the golden chain around my neck, instantly regretting the words. It feels like too much, like a confession. Like something I shouldn't be sharing with a random guy I maybe tolerate a little better now that I know him better. "It hasn't changed you," he offers like it's a compliment. I shake my head, but can't say more. Of course it's changed me. How can a person live through a giant earthworm, a waterfall, trolls, ogres, storms, and weather spirits without being changed? How can you watch someone nearly die without being different? Not that I can tell him that. There's only one person I can talk to about that, and he's the one person I can't. Farron pushes open the doors leading outside, and I'm momentarily blinded by the sun as I walk into the warm day. Then I'm blinking for a moment before I find Farron staring at me. Not moving, just staring. I'm about to ask what's wrong when he speaks. "Do you want to hang out sometime?" Hang out. "I'm going to Neverwood tomorrow." "Tonight?" he suggests. "Or after, I don't care. I just want to see you." My brain's working too slowly, trying to come up with an answer that makes sense. Only a fool would start something with one man while their heart feels tangled up in another. But Callum had made it clear, we're enemies here. Is that still the case? Can we really exist in a world where we're something else in Neverwood and nothing here? And if we do live that way, do I owe any kind of loyalty to him? And also, is there really something between us? I don't even really know. Callum is there, shoving Farron back, his gaze blazing as it leaps from the other man to me. It feels like all the air has been sucked out of my chest as the object of my obsessive thoughts is suddenly right in front of me. And he looks good. Really good. like he was never nearly on death's door. His dirty blonde hair, cut lower on one side and left longer on the other, is nicely styled, and he's clean-shaven once more. He's also wearing a dark green shirt that brings out the incredible color of his eyes and dark jeans that hug his long legs.
"What's your problem?"
Farron says, glaring at Callum.
"Because I sure as hell didn't knock into you this time."
Callum squares off with the other man, even though he's got several inches on Farron. Around us, I can sense people watching, probably excited by the idea of a goldkeeper killing someone in a fight. But as excited as everyone seems to be, I'm dreading another issue between them. Farron doesn't need to get his ass kicked just for being around me when I don't even know how I feel about him. I push between them, glaring at Callum. Go to class. This is over.
"It's not over until I say it's over, princess,"
he says, gaze flickering to the other man.
"I can handle him,"
Farron says bravely behind me.
"No, you can't."
I know you get a hard-on at just the thought of screwing with anyone connected to a walker, but you need to keep it in your pants. Our rivalry is between us, not with Farron. His lips curl. Teth is suddenly at his side.
"We have class."
Callum's best friend's shoulders are back, his eyes as dead as always. His dark hair has been recently cut and his beard trimmed, which is strange for the man. He has always seemed to not give two shits about the way he looks. I guess we're all changing. Callum looks between Farron and Teth, and I see some of the anger fade from his eyes. Out of all the people in the world who have a chance at calming Callum, Teth is pretty much it. He's not looking at Callum, though. As I follow his gaze, I find him staring toward my friends, who are standing at attention beneath our favorite tree. Beva and Cyril look like they can't decide if they should come help or stay out of it. Maybe Teth is wondering if he was wrong to get involved. After a tense moment, Callum and Teth head toward the doors to the school. I'm about to breathe a sigh of relief when Farron says,
"So, when do you want to get together?"
Callum freezes. Please, just go through the door. Just go through the door. Instead, he turns back to face us. He takes 2 steps closer, and I do the only thing I can think of. I shove him back. He doesn't expect it. It's the only reason I can understand why he stumbles back. And then he turns wide, surprised eyes onto me, as if the reason for my actions aren't clear. He's losing it with Farron, and he needs to be reined back in before the council turns its attention to us. Go to hell. He stares. I shove him again. Runefall, get the hell out of here! He's breathing hard, anger washing over his face. He grabs my arm, pulling me closer, then whispers in my ear.
"This isn't fucking over, princess."
Then he's gone inside the building, and I'm left breathing hard, wondering what the hell I've done to myself. Tomorrow, we're supposed to travel through Neverwood together. My father had told me to stay with him and that he was the only person I could trust. Did I just fuck that up? 2. Elora. I know this is taking a risk, but it's the safest choice if I want to find the information I need. Glancing around to make sure no security has followed me so I can do my research in private, I hurry up the steps to the library and slip inside the doors. Instantly, I'm struck by how much darker and quieter it is here than outside, and I love the scent of the books. It always takes me back to days spent in these dark shelves, trying to escape from the rest of the world. There are only a few people inside the library. On both sides of me, a few children and their parents are playing in the kids' book sections. Up the stairs past them, I know the librarian waits, although I can't see her. Taking a deep breath, I grab the railing and start to head up the stairs, and nearly run straight into Cyril as he bounds around the end of a row of books. He flashes me a smile as he ties his long black hair up at his nape. I was sitting at home, bored as hell, and realized I could be here helping you, He lowers his voice. With your mission. I can't help but return his smile. Thank the gods. I didn't know what I was going to do. It's not entirely true, but I want to reassure him after he was thoughtful enough to come here. We head up side by side, and I'm eternally grateful to see that Miss Bell is at the desk. There are 2 head librarians at the Paradise Falls Library, Miss Bell and Miss Tack. Miss Bell is as sweet as candy, while Miss Tack is as friendly as tack. Miss Bell smiles at our approach, making the wrinkles in the corners of her eyes dance. Her dark hair has been cut even shorter than the last time I saw her, now done in more of a boy haircut style than the bob she sported for the last few years. The style is strange for Paradise Falls, but I like it. Hello, I greet. She gives a little bow of her head. Goldkeeper Laura, now what can I do for you? Cyril starts to speak, but I speak over him, worried about what he might say. We're interested in looking at your ancestry books for a paper we have. Her smile widens. Ah, yes, I thought that was a first-year report, but those professors of yours are always changing things up. I'll take you to them. She rises, standing at nowhere close to 5 feet tall. Most of the women in Paradise Falls are tiny, but she's tiny even for one of us. Are you interested in a particular family, or do you just intend to write about the one that strikes your fancy? Again, Cyril opens his mouth, but I speak. I think whoever strikes our fancy. Although we'd appreciate it if you told us how it's all organized, so we can check our own, too. Smart. Then she casts me a glance. Although your family line is surely the most interesting one you could write about. I wrinkle my nose, hoping I'm coming across the way I want to. I hardly think I'd want to write about my own family. She laughs, and her laugh is light and happy. I guess it's not as interesting when it's your own fascinating bloodline, huh? This time, Cyril does talk. Do the books talk about how each family member dies? Her walk slows. It does, but most of the people simply died when it was their time. At least when technology developed enough for the elderly to no longer be a burden to society. A burden to society. I've heard those words 1,000 times before. The elderly are useless, they say. They're burdens, they say. When they get to that point, we do a mercy to them and remove them from this world so they can move on to the world of the gods. It never sat right with me, but I couldn't explain why. Now I really wonder, if this is another one of those things my father wanted me to question. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just paranoia again. I don't know. Miss Bell takes us to a quiet part of the library, then into a corner with a table and 4 chairs. She points to the shelves around it. This is where the family trees are, and all ancestral information about the families in Paradise Falls. They're sorted by surnames. Thank you, I tell her, trying to keep a friendly smile. She nods. Just let me know if you need anything. We watch her walk away, then set our backpacks on the table. Even then, we say nothing for a long minute, until we're absolutely sure that we're alone. And then we both release rushed breaths at the same time before exchanging a glance. He grins. Where do you want to start? I open my backpack and pull out the list of people I'm here to research. Varric Perthran, Zave Radian, and Hermes Raylan. Those are the 3 people who died in the fire along with my mom. Varric Perthran, Cyril says, wiggling his dark brows. Huh? He grins. The father to the great Varric Perthran Jr.? Son to Varric Perthran? You know, the son is the guy Beva can't get enough of. I laugh, feeling stupid that I hadn't thought about Beva's crush while trying to figure all of this out. I really hope he's not involved in any of this, or Beva will kill me. My best friend doesn't exactly have a long list of guys she's got the hots for, but something about Varric has really gotten under her skin. Personally, I don't get it. He's tall, dark, and handsome, but he takes the mysterious loner thing to a creepy level. All he does is spend his time in the woods. I'm not even sure if he's capable of having a conversation. Some distant part of me remembers him when we were young as someone happy and playful, but the loss of his father changed him. I was too young when it happened and busy dealing with my own trauma, so I don't exactly remember everything around that time. But I remember how different he seemed in our classes as we grew older. I remember the fact that he stopped talking and how the teachers reached their limit with his lack of communication. Still, he stayed a silent man of mystery. That guy? Cyril asks. The woodsman? Nah, he's just weird. I don't think he's mixed up with any of this. And we don't really need to search his family line if we already know he's the man's son, I say. Still, we're already here. I shrug. Okay, let's start with Perthran. We work together to go through the shelves, searching for the last name until we find it. Then we pull it open on the table and start reading about his family. It's strange. Most of the families have the names of their original family listed in the book, the family members that came to Paradise Falls. But theirs doesn't. It simply skips over that generation. What the hell? I ask, turning to Cyril. Have you seen that before? He shakes his head. I guess the historians could have missed them. The archives are incomplete. He looks thoughtful. And that's probably what anyone else would think seeing that. Maybe, I say, playing with the chain around my neck. It's weird, though. Every person here descends from one of the original families. They have to. No one has ever come here since the original families because the council doesn't allow it. So why isn't the original Perthran listed? We continue going through the pages, but find nothing of interest in their history. Their family seems to be completely ordinary. All of them grew up in Glintwood and had respectable positions in the town. It's not that I expected something glaringly obvious, especially when I wasn't quite sure what I was looking for in these books, other than the current family members of the 3 people killed in the fire with my mom. And then I get to his parents' generation. Next to his mother's name is simply the word missing. Missing? What the hell does that mean? It's another thing I wouldn't have thought about much before my doubts about Paradise Falls, but now it feels significant. I glance at Cyril and see the moment he reads the word. Have you ever seen that before? He shakes his head. No one just goes missing. How would that even happen? I don't know, but that's suspicious. Not just that it happened, but that no one's talked about it. If people are simply disappearing from Paradise Falls, that should be on the news, right? Not just all the bullshit about how awesome the council is. We keep reading until we come across more information. Phelan Perthran disappeared in the woods surrounding Paradise Falls. Her death has been presumed, although her body has never been found. Every muscle in my body freezes. I'd heard that in other areas of the world, beyond Paradise Falls, a person going missing is an everyday occurrence. But here? This should have been all over the news. Everyone should have been talking about it. And yet, this is the only place I've ever heard about Phelan Perthran disappearing. How is this possible? Cyril's expression is one of disbelief. We could take it at face value and assume Phelan did simply disappear. But the council didn't want to stress out the people and kept it to themselves. His gaze meets mine. Or we can assume this is another example of them doing shady-ass stuff. And there's probably a reason that they didn't want anyone to know about her. Either way, it's strange that Varric had one parent die in a fire and another just disappear. Has the council just been letting him live alone and raise himself? The plot thickens. I jot down some notes, then close the book, glancing at Cyril. Shall we look into Zave Radian now? Cyril doesn't even answer, just springs up and heads for the shelves. It doesn't take long before we find the book and start moving through the pages. There's a lot of history about their family, like all the families in Paradise Falls. The book talks about the advances in science the family contributed to our society, the buildings they helped build, etc. I skim through a lot of it until I come to the family tree. Then my jaw drops. Ari is the daughter of Zave Radian. How is it that I didn't know that? I let my finger linger over the names when I see something sticking out of the next page. I pull it out, then stare in shock at an image of a woman, man, and child. The man I recognize from town. I'd seen him picking up Ari from school a few times when we were younger. But the kid, something about the sight of her makes me feel sweaty and uncomfortable. Images flash through my mind of her when we were younger, playing together. It makes no sense. I never played with Ari. I barely knew her. But the images are there, like the images of my mother being shot. They feel like a reoccurring dream or a nightmare that lingers in the shadows of my mind. I think I need to talk to Zave's daughter. Cyril's gaze is heavy as it lands on me. Is this something? I don't know. It could be. Then our eyes meet. Do you ever remember playing with Ari Radian when we were kids? He shakes his head. No, but I could have. I think all of us pretty much played with each other at some point. Maybe that's true. Maybe I had played with Ari as a kid, but it doesn't mean anything. Yet there's this nagging voice at the back of my head that says otherwise. I slip the photo into a folder in my bag and search for the next lead. We find Hermes Raylan's book with ease. It has nothing particularly interesting about it. He had no kids, no siblings, and both his parents were dead. Hermes, however, has a wife named Ethel who appears to still be alive, even if she's getting to an elderly age. She might be someone we can find and talk to. Maybe she'll end up being the lead we're looking for. Scribbling down the last of my notes, we put the books back and repack our stuff. As I stand, I catch someone's eye through the shelves. Hey! What? Cyril says. I don't answer, just rush around the table and dart toward the shelf. Freezing, I look down the dark row of books and see nothing. I'm breathing hard, suddenly unclear about whether or not I actually saw what I thought I saw. What's wrong? Cyril asks in confusion. I stare down the row cast in shadows. Do you ever feel like you're losing your mind? Like you can't trust your own memories or even your own eyes? There's silence for a minute. No, never. Are you okay? I shake my head but say, yes, I'm fine. Probably just tired. He sets a hand gently on my shoulder. Let's get our stuff together and go get some food. That'll help clear your head. My gaze lingers on the spot I was sure someone was standing, and I feel a chill slowly roll down my spine. If someone was watching me, why were they doing it? Do they know I'm looking into my mom's death? And if they do, am I in trouble? I turn slowly away and grab my stuff. We head out, and I try to forget about what I thought I saw. Neverwood is waiting for me tomorrow. For today, I just need to make the best of my time here. 3. Elora. You think the restaurant is going to be busy today? I ask Cyril, playing with my chain again as I drive. It was something that had become a habit since my father gave me the family necklace, a habit that soothed me a little. And right now, I need to be soothed. He shakes his head. This is normally one of the days I work. It doesn't get busy for a few more hours, since it's that weird time between lunch and dinner. It should be quiet enough to hear crickets. Nice, I exclaim, feigning being in a better mood than I am. He casts me a funny glance. Nice. Come on, Alora. He's right. I'm trying too hard. Right now, I just want to crawl into a ditch and disappear. I sigh and let my smile fall away. Okay, all right. I'm a little off my game. A little? Girl, you're not even playing the same game as the rest of us. I glare. Okay, more than a little. This investigation is proving to be more emotionally charged than I thought. But that's not all. And tomorrow I'm going to Neverwood. Feeling nervous? He asks, his dark eyes gentling. Yeah, but I don't say that. I also don't want to deal with everyone. You know how people get. I just don't want to talk to people or have to answer anyone's dumb questions about Neverwood. Being the official goldkeeper in charge of bringing Goldarium over has only increased how irritating people are, and I'm over all of it. I'm almost looking forward to going to Neverwood, just so I can get a break from everyone. Otherwise, I might be one of those people who just completely freaks out. Well, I'll take care of any people, and the second they approach with their friendly smiles and greetings, I'll be like a ninja, leaping to attack and keeping them at bay. I grin, feeling a little better. I knew I could count on you. When we arrive at the restaurant, sure enough, Burger Bliss is pretty well dead, and it smells like hot fries and fried cheese, which is pretty much my paradise. Except when my gaze moves over the room. I spot Teth in the corner booth. Callum's best friend isn't eating yet, but he has a drink in front of him, and he looks kind of glum. Glum, but also still well-groomed. His short, dark hair is neatly styled, as is his well-trimmed beard. He's also wearing a collared red shirt that looks great against his dark skin. Why he's dressed up, I have no idea. Outside of Callum, Teth doesn't really talk to anyone. So who is he trying to look nice for? I almost roll my eyes at the thought. He doesn't need to be trying to look good for anyone. He can just look nice. I need to get my head out of my ass. Before I can say a word, Cyril is hurrying over to Teth. What's my favorite customer doing here on my day off? I follow in disbelief. Are we talking to Callum's people now? Teth's eyes widen as Cyril approaches, and he looks a little like a frightened deer, which is surprising. There are many ways I'd describe Teth, but a frightened deer is not among them. Just eating, Teth says, opening his hands helplessly. I tried to give Cyril a look to tell him that we should go find a seat, preferably as far from Callum's best friend as possible, but Cyril and I are not on the same page. He turns to me with a bright grin and says, "Should we join Teth for lunch, if he's up for it?" I stare at Teth, who's blushing. No, we should not join my arch-enemy's best friend for lunch, a guy who couldn't possibly hold a conversation. This whole situation is just a disaster waiting to happen, and I have no idea how I got on this sinking ship. When I don't answer, Cyril turns back to him. Would it be all right if we joined you for lunch? To my surprise, he stutters, Sure. Cyril, I say, trying to tell him with my mind that this is the last thing I want to do. But before I can, Cyril scoots right into the booth across from Teth. He's grinning too, his eyes practically sparkling. Damn him. Cyril loves everyone, even this guy. He's like a dog that only ever learned how to cuddle. I stand there for a minute feeling dumb. Is this really what's happening? Am I really going to eat lunch with Callum's best friend? When Cyril notices me still standing, he pats the seat next to him and says, Feeling shy? There's a wicked twinkle in his eyes. I'm fine, I say. Okay, this isn't the worst thing. I can handle this. I can get through one lunch with Callum's friend. I scoot into the booth. It only takes a minute for a pretty blonde to come and take our drink order. She flashes a little smile at Cyril and Teth, and then takes off to get our drinks. I have to hold back a sigh. I prefer some girls spending the afternoon flirting with them over some guy flirting with me. Okay, so this will be fun. I'm going to spend a whole meal watching Cyril and Teth getting flirted with by the waitress, while I just try to eat my food and get out of here. I can do this. I can handle this. Cyril turns to Teth. So, how are things going? For 1 second, I actually think Teth is just going to stand up and run right out of there. That's how uncomfortable he looks. But to my surprise, he says, Good. And you? Okay, that is the most I've ever heard Teth talk. Or if not the most, pretty close to it. Cyril has many skills, and apparently, one of them is getting people who don't talk to talk. Beva should get this guy to work his magic on Varric. Good, Cyril says. I was just helping Alora with a little school project. Oh? Teth asks, wiping his hands on his jeans nervously. I shoot Cyril a look, reminding him that we can't tell people what we're doing. But to my relief, he isn't dumb enough to reveal it. Yeah, just something for school. Not a big deal, but it was still fun to do together. Then Cyril glances at Teth's school bag. Have you been doing any more art? Teth blushes, and I stare. Teth does art? This solemn, angry guy is an artist? Okay, yeah, I guess I can believe it because a lot of artists are angry and weird, from what I've read. I bet he sketches a bunch of stuff like skulls and tombstones, maybe stretched out screaming figures in various states of death. Teth shrugs. Yeah, I've been working on some stuff. The waitress returns with our drink orders and menus, but we don't need them. We all give her our orders, and Cyril dismisses her sweetly when she tries to strike up more of a conversation with him, before turning back to Teth. Can I see your work? Cyril asks, and he sounds so genuinely interested that I wonder if he actually is. To my surprise, Teth nods and reaches for his backpack. He unzips it and pulls out a folder, then flips to the back. But even though my curiosity is piqued, Teth keeps a hand over the scribbles on his page and glances at me, as if he suddenly remembers I'm there. Cyril smiles. It's okay. I know you're like most artists and like to keep your art private, but she's cool. She won't say anything to anyone about it. I again get that feeling that Teth is about to stand up and just walk out the door. But he takes his hand off the page and pushes his notebook towards Cyril before settling back in the booth, closing his eyes and looking absolutely mortified. Leaning forward, I look down at the page and stare and stare. He's designing clothes? I never would have expected it. What's more, his drawings are incredible and unique. He has several sketches of bright clothes the likes of which I've never seen before, the likes of which no one in Paradise Falls has ever seen before. This is good, I say. Even I can hear the shock in my voice. Teth's eyes pop open, and he looks at me in a way that says he doesn't believe what I'm saying. The thing is, I'm not lying. I'm just surprised. Beauty and clothes are not two words I would have used when describing Teth. He studies me. I smile. Seriously, this is really, really good. This is like some professional level shit. Cyril grins. I told you she'd like it. It surprises me. Just how often do Cyril and Teth talk? Enough to discuss me? Enough that Teth has shared his work with Cyril before. It's all strange. Teth shakes his head. It's nothing. It's just scribbles. Cyril makes a gasping sound. Scribbles? Don't you dare call this artwork scribbles. It's amazing. He turns to me. I was telling Teth that he could do this professionally. He could become the first real clothing designer in Paradise Falls. I think of how we typically get our clothes. They're basic pieces of clothes that are approved by the council and shipped in. Technically, there is a designer in Paradise Falls. he's just not very good. He's a man who's been around for at least 40 years, and his fashion has barely evolved from that time. It might help if we had access to media from the outside world, but everything we see is carefully controlled by the council, so I imagine it's hard for our designer to get inspiration. Our town deserves more. I can't believe I'm about to say this because Teth isn't exactly my favorite person, but I say it anyway. Teth, this could change Paradise Falls, really shake things up. This could give all the people a brand new style. Why aren't you pursuing this? Why don't I ever hear anything about this from anyone or in school? As I talk, Cyril flips through the book, revealing more and more outfits, some of them bordering on outrageous, but beautiful all the same. Basically, the polar opposite from that of the simple colors and styles most of our citizens wear. Teth shrugs, looking really uncomfortable. Like I said, they're just doodles. I'm not going to do anything with them. Cyril groans. I was telling Teth that if he could get over his lack of confidence, this could be something. I've been looking into business management as being my possible degree, despite my parents hoping for me to be a scientist. If I went that route, we could work together. I thought Teth could design the outfits, and I could run the business. I look at my friend in surprise. Does he really want to run a business with Teth? Doesn't he barely know this guy? I'm missing something here. Sitting back, I watch them as they talk. Well, as Cyril mostly talks and Teth stares at Cyril with a little smile playing across his lips. Their relationship is more than what I thought it was. They actually seem to be friends. It shocks me because Cyril isn't exactly a quiet person. It seems like he talks to me about every single aspect of his life. So why didn't he talk to me about Teth? Why didn't he talk about them sharing Teth's art and this dream? I've bitched about Teth and Callum enough times that Cyril has had just about every opportunity to tell me about a friendship with Teth. It makes no sense that he hasn't. Or maybe he hadn't talked to me about it because I've bitched about Teth and Callum so much in the past. Damn it. I'm going to have to find it in me to accept that Cyril and Teth are friends, and make my friend feel comfortable enough to talk to me about their relationship. Cyril lets me talk to him about just about anything, so he deserves the same for me. Especially when I've never seen him glow like this when talking to anyone before. Literally never. I stare. After a few minutes, the waitress comes back with our food, and Teth rapidly hides his artwork from her, returning it to his backpack. We then continue the strange dance we're doing. I basically watch the two in fascination, while Cyril animatedly talks to Teth, and I dig into an excellently made burger and fries. I never would have expected Teth to enjoy being around someone like Cyril, with how quiet and moody he always seems to be. I just assumed Teth preferred quiet, moody people like Callum. The fact that he not only seems to enjoy Cyril's stories and his company, but seems to have sought him out to show him his artwork and to talk about shared interests means that Cyril and I will have a lot to talk about when we have a break from Teth. It doesn't take long before we've finished our food. Cyril grins like it's the best day of his life when he asks Teth if they can get some dessert. And to my surprise, Teth smiles in response. I try to remember ever seeing him give a real smile before and come up blank. I listen to the two of them talk while we wait for the waitress to come back, thinking about how I should enjoy all these moments before Neverwood. Food was one of the things I missed the most when I was gone, but my friends were a close second. There were other things too, like being warm and dry, being clean, and feeling safe. As my thoughts drift to these things, my gaze moves to the window. To my shock, I see Callum driving up in his truck. I don't know what to think or how to feel when he parks in the parking lot of the burger joint and gets out of his truck, but my gaze clings to him. He's wearing the same green shirt and jeans, both of which hug his body in all the right ways. I hate that I'm aware of every single part of his muscular body. I hate that I'm even aware of the breath moving through his chest. It's like some small part of me can't separate the man walking through the parking lot with the man who touched me and the man who seems to hate me. Both of them are the same, and yet they feel so different. When he opens the door of the restaurant, every muscle in my body stiffens. Somehow it hadn't occurred to me that he would be here. What will happen now? Clearly, he's going to see his best friend sitting with us. And then what? Are we all going to sit down and eat cheesecake together? I doubt it. Callum strides inside. His gaze moves from the empty booths separating him from us until our eyes meet. And suddenly, we're staring at each other. And it's like everything around us fades away, and we're back in Neverwood. Just us. And nothing else matters. His expression changes, and the light disappears from his eyes. Shit, I mutter. Cyril's gaze follows mine, and then Teth's turning around in the booth to look as his friend storms closer. What the hell is going on? Callum asks. Teth's the only one at the table who doesn't jump. Just having supper, man. Having lunch with her? He emphasizes the word and points at me. Teth shrugs like this happens all the time. I grab my stuff. I should go anyway. Cyril's hand snags my arm, and he gives me a pleading expression. Maybe we could hang out for a little longer? I shake my head. Sorry, I gotta go. Getting up, I look back at Cyril. He hesitates and says, I might stick around for a little while. It's like a punch to the gut. I shouldn't feel upset that he's going to stay here with Callum and Teth, but I do. He's one of my best friends. He and I always have each other's backs. The last thing I thought he would do is choose to hang out with my enemy. Although I'm not even sure if he really is my enemy anymore. Turning away from them, I walk out, trying my hardest not to look back. But I swear I can feel Callum's gaze on my back. It bothers me that he's angry at me. What does he think I did? Sought out Teth just so I could see him? Yeah, right. Still, I wonder if this is just yet another thing he's going to be pissed at me about when we get to Neverwood. 4. Elora. I spent what was left of the early evening running errands and getting ready to leave Paradise Falls for a while, however long that might end up being. I saw Beva, although she was busy studying for her classes and didn't have a lot of time to chat. She did, however, mention that she was already preparing to leave for college next semester, and that she may even be able to leave earlier to get herself settled. It broke my heart because I'd miss her so much. But I also knew it wasn't my place to tell her not to go. With her being considered imperfect, leaving was her only chance at being truly safe. Logically, I knew that. But my heart was a wicked little beast and felt empty at just the thought. I listened as she eagerly described how happy she would be to leave our home, but my heart wasn't in it. If Beva left, that would be the last time I ever saw her. I would miss one of my best friends for the remainder of my life. We'd never even be able to communicate with each other, because even though she might pretend she was coming back, she wouldn't. She'd find a job and run for it, never looking back, like the tiny number of people who chose that path. It was heartbreaking. After I was done running all my errands, I started walking back home, lost in thought about Beva, Callum, Teth, and Cyril. I was so lost in thought that I nearly ran into Farron before I saw him. I leapt back and curled my hands into fists, ready to fight. When I saw who it was, I took several deep breaths, forcing my muscles to relax at the same time. Sorry, he says. It's okay, I tell him. It's not you. I just always have to be at the ready, just in case.
He nodded. I know. Neverwood isn't a safe place. I can't say more. We aren't allowed to say more. Neverwood being dangerous is one of the only things people know about it, and we'd like to keep it that way. So, I say, my gaze moving to the bruises on his face. You're still okay? I'm not entirely sure how normal people heal. Does it still hurt? He shrugs. I'm fine. I've been in a few fights with drunk assholes. That wasn't a big deal. Yeah, but most of those drunk assholes aren't gold keepers. And it's only one fight, not two so close together. True, he said, ruffling his dark hair and looking at anything but me. So you're going to Neverwood tomorrow? His dark gaze finds mine, and it's gentle, almost understanding. Yes, in the morning, hopefully. He nods, and a few quiet moments pass. Have you thought about my offer to hang out when you get back? I stare. What am I supposed to say? I've come to realize that Farron isn't actually a bad guy. He's not bad-looking. He's smart and hardworking. I know he gets good grades and has a good reputation. There isn't really anything wrong with him. More than that, he actually seems to like me for more than just the Goldkeeper title I hold. At least, that's how he came across. I still didn't know for sure. Either way, there aren't that many different people to choose from as romantic partners in the city. To hit all the things that he hit, I'd be an absolute fool to not consider him as something more than just a friend or an acquaintance. One of the many requirements of a goldkeeper is to get married and produce children. It's actually one of the most important things that we're responsible for, because if we don't have children, there won't be goldkeepers for the future. Considering my requirements and what I need in a partner, Farron is probably one of the best choices of partners I've met. If I just turn him down or make him feel like crap now, he might never take an interest in me again. And then who might I end up with? Yet my heart isn't interested in Farron. Not in that way, even though it's a silly thing to want. Some part of me still hopes that I end up with someone who is more than a business relationship. Like the situation between my father and stepmother. I want someone real. I want real love. But if I can't have real love, the next best thing is someone who will treat me well. And Farron, I suspect, will treat me well. What do you think? He says. I realize I was doing that thing again, playing with my necklace and staring off into space. Yeah, maybe we can hang out when I get back. I don't know. I have a lot going on. I just don't want to lead you on. To my surprise, he smiles. I've been patient this long. I can keep being patient. It's awkward and sweet. Can I walk you home? He asks, with a boyish innocence that warms my heart. Sure, I say. We walk back to my house, but when we reach it, I'm surprised to see not only my truck out front, but Callum's. He's sitting in the driver's seat. The second he sees us, his eyes widen and then narrow. His truck turns on, and the engine roars to life. There's a brief second that I seriously worry he might run Farron over, but then he drives past us, never looking back. Why the hell was he at my house? I guess I'll find out in Neverwood. 5. Elora. I'm in my truck heading toward Neverwood, so early in the morning that most of the city is still sleeping. It smells like unshed rain and trees, and the truck is a little cold, but not so cold that I'm uncomfortable. Like always, Paradise Falls is pretty much the perfect temperature, and yet I feel miserable. My stomach's tied up in knots for a number of different reasons, part of which is because I have no idea how Callum is going to react when he gets there. Will he yell and scream? Will he call me names?
Or will he just pretend everything in Paradise Falls never happened? It's strange. When we were just enemies, I knew what to expect from him. Now I have no idea. But I keep playing back the look on his face when he saw me with Farron. Clearly, I'd hurt him. Or maybe I'm just imagining it. Callum has never actually said that he's interested in me in any way. Us nearly having sex may have had more to do with pent-up feelings than any real connection between the two of us. I truly have no idea. But I do know one of the things he feels for me is hate. And I thought one of the things I feel for him is hate too. But now I'm not really sure. Callum isn't the only reason I'm feeling stressed, though. Last time we'd gone to Neverwood, we'd nearly died. It isn't like that meant we were suddenly so much better and more experienced travelers. We still don't have a clue what we're doing. It's scary, frankly. But if I have any hope of ever finding my father, I have to work through this fear. I have to face Neverwood the way he did, like it's a second home, and not like it's some big, scary place hell-bent on destroying our lives. I don't know how I'm going to change my perspective on it, but I have about a minute to do it. Reaching the parking lot, I see that Callum's stuff is already there. That's a bit of a surprise. Callum isn't exactly the type known for being an early riser. But I have to admit, some part of me feels relieved that he's here. Even if another part of me wonders if he'd gotten here early so he could get a head start and not have to work with me. The idea of facing Neverwood alone puts my stomach into knots. As much as I'd hate to admit it, I'd rather face Neverwood with him skulking and glaring than by myself. But I might not have a choice about it. Grabbing my bag, I take it out of the car, throw it on my back, and start the small trek to where the entrance to Neverwood is. The path is pretty, lined by huge green trees, little bushes, and even flowers. It looks like an oasis. The perfect place to have the entrance to such a magical world. To my surprise, when I reach the end of the trail, Callum is waiting, sitting on a rock, bag at his feet. His gaze rises and meets mine, but his expression gives nothing away. I do the only thing I can think to do. Kneel down, open my pack, and go through the contents one more time, just like my dad had taught me to do. Callum says nothing the entire time I check it over, but I keep losing track of what I was counting and what I was doing with the weight of his gaze on me. At last, I finish repacking my pack and stand up with it on my back. "Are we going?" I ask. Callum rises to his feet without a word, goes to the entrance to Neverwood with his big shoulders back, then pushes forward and disappears through the green wall. Which I shouldn't have exactly been surprised about. Callum is not exactly a good communicator. I take a deep breath, then follow him through the giant wall of green that separates our world from the world of Neverwood. For a minute, there's that familiar sensation of pulling and twisting, like I'm being torn into pieces. But then it stops, and I come out on the other side. Neverwood. The scent of caramel, familiar and comforting, hits me, and the golden light of the sun caresses my face as I take in the brightly colored trees. This is the part of Neverwood I love. The part I miss. The part where I have so many memories with my father. I glance around and see that the door to Callum's family cabin is already open. He must have already gone into the chest inside and started getting the items he needed. I decide to do the same, not wanting to be left behind. No matter how much I'd love to stand here for a minute and reminisce about my dad. Going to my family cabin, I press my finger to the door pad and prop the door open. Inside, there's a chest near the door at the foot of a bed, and it has all the contents that we need to survive, at least for a little while, in Neverwood. I open the chest and get the pack I'll put around my waist with all the seeds, count them, and add more, since I'd gone through quite a few on my last journey. There is still a good supply in the cabin, but I remind myself that as the new gold keeper, and the only one in my family, it's my responsibility to find more seeds and dye them the different colors we need. I'll also have to keep an eye out for more seeds as I travel. Once I have everything in place, I close the chest and go back outside. Callum's door is closed, but he's nowhere to be found. So I wait, and wait, and wait, but see nothing of him. At last, and with a lot of trepidation, I walk to his family's door and push my finger onto the keypad and open it. Inside, it's empty. Callum is nowhere in sight. Apparently, he'd left without me. My heart sinks. So I guess we won't be working together. Yes, our paths will eventually combine, because I won't be going a different direction. But if we're going different speeds, we may never even run into each other. Unless, of course, he went a different direction altogether. Then we definitely wouldn't see each other. I feel a little sick as I close his cabin door. Then I turn to my family's path lined with green flowers, take a deep breath, and start walking. I feel sad and disappointed. I don't know why. It isn't just that I'd always planned to travel these paths with my father. It's that some part of me doesn't want to travel without Callum. We're not friends, exactly, but we did have each other's backs. At least I thought we did. And now it's back to me surviving on my own, even after our fathers specifically told us we needed to work together. My pack feels heavier, the day feels duller. I keep walking, spreading the seeds from my hand as I go along, expanding this path that my family has used for so many generations. The morning passes uneventfully. I come to the place that I'd been attacked by ogres last time and find the goldarium they had put out as a trap has disappeared. No doubt the ogres had moved it to set up another trap. Goldarium might appear at random places, but it doesn't disappear randomly. That's the nature of the incredible substance. Although the ogres moving the goldarium doesn't entirely sound right. I'm still not exactly sure what happened that day with the ogres. My father was absolutely certain they were too stupid to do anything like setting up a trap. So maybe it had been something else. Maybe I'd misunderstood, and maybe I would never know what really happened. Midday, I stop and have a lunch of jerky and dried fruit. The instant the flavors hit my tongue, I remember how much I miss the food in Paradise Falls. I have no idea how long this trip will be, but it'll be longer than the last one. By the time I'm done, no doubt I'll be dying for some real food. I keep going and reach the point where my family's path meets with Callum's. Heart in my throat, I look both ways, expecting to see him, but see no one. My chest aches, and I will myself to keep going, to keep dropping the seeds, to keep expanding this path. All along, I've been looking for goldarium, even knowing that I'm likely not going to find it this close to the entrance. But as I continue on, I start searching more carefully. It's my duty to my people, I say into the quiet of the air around me. To my surprise, a creature lifts its head from the bushes near the path. A stag. He's magnificent, with bright red fur and silver antlers. The silver means he's young. I try not to think about the last time I saw one, when the ogres had caught it and were eating it, and instead focus on how incredible it is that I'm seeing one now. He eyes me suspiciously for a moment, then is suddenly running. He crosses the path, and since he means me no harm, is able to. He falls at the other side, runs a distance, then stops and stares again. It's weird how nice it is to not be alone. I guess we're surviving this world together, little buddy. At my words, he turns and continues on in a flash, disappearing into the woods on the other side of me. I sigh and keep going, trekking along the path. It isn't long before I reach the spot where Callum and I had nearly been eaten by the earthworm. I retrace the path as far as I'm willing to go, dropping black seeds to tell all future gold keepers that this path ends in danger. then continue on. A few hours pass before I feel the familiar pull. Goldarium, I whisper, then look around. My mind goes back to the trap with the ogres, but there's no warning tingle in the back of my mind, no deep instinct that leaving this path will be dangerous. But I don't just pay attention to my instincts. I pay attention to everything around me until I feel relatively certain that it's safe. And then I journey slowly off the path, dropping my green seeds as I go, until I reach the Goldarium. It's on a flower petal, a little ways off the path. The metallic gold color looks brilliant against the pale white flower petals. I kneel down, and with all the tenderness in the world, I use my finger to roll the gold into my palm. There it sits, warm and with the texture of liquid metal, rolling in my palm with each small movement. For a minute, I imagine all the many things that this nice-sized chunk of Goldarium could create, before I unzip the pouch and put the Goldarium into one of the small pouches in the pack around my waist. Standing and focusing back on the dangers around me, I journey back to the path and don't take an easy breath until I reach it once more. My feet are lighter as I continue on. Already I've found some Goldarium. Already I have accomplished something. I wonder if Callum has found anything. If he was in front of me, I imagine he would have felt the pull of the Goldarium, so he must be behind me. But shouldn't I have caught up with him by now? Last time, we reached each other far before this point. I look behind me. Should I go back? The forest doesn't answer me. If he's hurt, I should look for him. But if he's just being a stubborn ass, he won't appreciate my meddling. And if he's ahead of me, but just hadn't felt the Goldarium, I'd be creating more distance between us, and if I do turn back now, he'll get all the gold before I can. Hesitating for a minute later, I curse under my breath. I'll keep going. It isn't until nightfall, when I set my tent up on the path, that I start to doubt myself. If he's somewhere behind me, hurt, I'll never forgive myself for not going back. I should have seen some sign of him by now, shouldn't I have? Unless he's gone in a completely different direction. Damn it. 6. Callum. I'm a damn fool for not looking more carefully before going for the Goldarium. The thought pops into my head as I limp along the path in the darkness, biting down a hiss of pain with each step I take. But I hadn't been careful, because I'd been in my head, mad at myself for how I'd handled things with Alora, and mad at Alora for wiggling her way into my head in the first place. This isn't how things are supposed to go, I tell the darkness. I'm not supposed to be some great oaf getting hurt repeatedly while in Neverwood. My dad had been a great goldkeeper. So had my aunt, and their father and brother before them. That was my legacy. Not this. I want to blame Alora for it, but it isn't her. The fault lies with me. Rubbing my hands on my arms, I shiver into the darkness. It's only a little chilly, and I'm wearing a jacket, but I think the injury is playing with my temperature. All I'd done is wrap the fucking snakebite before continuing on. Why? Because it was getting dark, and I hadn't found Alora yet. Fucking idiot. If something happened to her because I didn't travel with her, I'd never forgive myself. Another quiver rolls through my body, and I clench my teeth. The snake had been venomless, that I know for sure. But it doesn't take away the pain, and yet, I don't care. I just want to find Alora. I should have found her by now. What if she left the path and got hurt? I freeze. I could have passed her anywhere on the path and not even known. My heartbeat fills my ears, and I look behind me, then ahead. I'd travel for a few more minutes, and if I didn't find her, I'd go back. Fucking Farron. I keep picturing them together,
over and over again, and it's like something comes alive inside me. A monster that's dark and twisted. A monster that wants to see his head on a spike. If I see him talk to her again, if I see him touch her again, I'm going to have to kill him. I shouldn't, but I don't think I'll be able to stop myself. This side of me is frightening in a strange way. Maybe because it doesn't scare me, but I know it should. Maybe because some deep instinctual part of me thinks Alora belongs to me. But she can't. She doesn't. Nothing can ever really happen between us. And yet, that night at the party, I didn't give a shit. Great. Now I'm hard and in pain, I mutter into the darkness. And I am. Hard, confused, and in pain. Just the thought of sliding into her tight, wet body has me twisted into knots. Maybe I could gain some kind of control if I'd just finished when we fucked. Like hell. It wouldn't have been enough. I'm about to turn around when I catch sight of a light up ahead. Heart in my throat. I wind down the glowing path until I spot her gray tent in the center of the path. Relief flows through me. Alora's safe. Deciding it'd be better not to wake her up and just slip into the tent, I carefully undo the outside and open the flaps, only to have her spring out. I'm so startled that when she goes crashing into me, knife at my throat, I simply topple backwards, groaning as I land, and she slams down on top of me. "Callum?" she whispers, her big, mismatched eyes locking onto me. For a second, I'm lost in her. Her eyes, one blue and one hazel, are extraordinary. Even beneath the light of the glowing flowers, I swear I can see the flecks of gold swimming in them. And her body on mine, it takes my breath away. My blood rushes south, and I can't seem to think about the crazy position we're in. She pulls the dagger back from my throat. "What are you doing?" I wince. "I got hurt and was looking for your tent." Her eyes widen and she resheathes her dagger before wiggling off of me, which is the hell it sounds like when I'm lying on my back, sporting a hard-on that seems to be beyond my control. "Come on, let's get you inside. Then you can show me." Show her. The thought of showing her my dick flashes in my mind for half a second before I remember that she's talking about my injury. She offers me a hand, but I shake my head and climb up, wincing as I do. She removes my pack, then leans into her tent to place it inside, leaving me staring at her glorious ass in her soft pajama pants. I try not to stare, but when I realize that's impossible, I just give in as she fusses with whatever in the tent. Turning back, she says, "Okay, come in. I arranged things for you." I hobble into the tent, feeling the furthest thing from manly. Inside, she's spread out our 2 sleeping bags, like she had when we were traveling together, in such a way that we're sleeping together. And I like it. Technically, we couldn't exactly sleep far from each other, but this way she's basically made our sleeping bags into one big bed. Collapsing onto one side of the sleeping area, I watch her as she turns up the little lantern in the tent and climbs in next to me. Her first aid kit is beside her on the sleeping bag, and she glances at me with concern on her face. "Where are you hurt?" I shift my ankle to show the blood and the tear. Snakebite. The color drains from her face. "Callum, was it poisonous?" Her concern makes my chest feel warm. "Nah, it looks worse than it is." She tries to roll up my pants, then frowns. "I think you're going to need to take your pants off." I hesitate, wondering if she's going to see my boner from hell before I reach for the button and zipper. When I pull them off, I try to arrange things not to be quite so obvious. But she doesn't seem to notice. Her gaze is focused on my injury. "Why didn't you stop and take care of this?" She sounds baffled. "I was looking for you."
Her gaze meets mine, and she nibbles her lip. I feel like she's going to say something about that statement, but then she simply says, "Well, if we clean it now and bandage it up, you should be fine before morning." Leaning back, I watch her clean out the wound. It hurts, but her hands on me are worth the pain. It's like her fingertips know just how to awaken every nerve in my body. Or maybe I'm just overly aware of her, because I've never had anyone other than her take care of me like this. It's nice on a level I don't understand. Something beyond my body. You have to take better care of yourself. Her voice is barely louder than a whisper. It's dangerous out there. I want to be snarky with her. No, that's not true. Snarky is just easier with her. When I'm not, it's like this barrier falls between us and things get dangerous. But here in Neverwood, I don't know if I need that barrier as much as I need her. I'll try to be more careful. She wraps my ankle, cleans up the first aid kit, and sighs. Hungry? You need to eat if you want to heal. I nod, knowing it's true. She reaches for her pack, but I shake my head and go for my own supplies. Together we eat our jerky and dried fruit, then drink water. She seems to be reluctant to look at me, save for glances beneath her lashes, which makes me feel strange. Kind of like I just want to grab her and make her look at me. She probably looks at Farron all the time. The instant the thought enters my mind, the food in my mouth seems to turn to ash. I finish it, feeling anger and jealousy so strong that I realize I'm shaking. Her gaze moves to me, and then concern colors her face. She reaches for me. You're shaking. Are you okay? What the fuck is going on with you and Farron? I don't think she could have looked more surprised if I slapped her. Why? Doesn't matter why. She begins to slowly repack her food without looking at me. Callum, I've never asked you about any of the women you've fucked, so maybe you don't need to ask me about Farron. I lean forward and capture the back of her head, gently forcing her to look at me. I'm not talking about any of them. I'm talking about Farron. Clearly, she says, her tone biting. I feel like a ticking time bomb. Have you slept with him? She lifts a brow. Who have you slept with? I don't give a fuck about any of the women I've wasted time with. None of them matter. I couldn't even tell you half their fucking names. Why can't I be like that? Why can't I be unsure about whether I fucked Farron? Because none of it matters. Releasing her, I take several deep breaths, scared about the place this woman is bringing me to. Fine. I'll kill him. Then it doesn't matter. She stares at me for a long minute. When I think she realizes I'm not kidding, her expression shifts. You're insane. You know that, right? The woman's right. But it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the way I feel right now, which is so pissed off that if Farron was here right now, I don't know if I could stop myself. I think we should go to sleep, she says, finishing with her pack and sliding into the sleeping bag. I slide in too, but I'm not tired. Turning to her, I say, have you seen me with women since we started traveling together? At the party, she says quickly, casting me a dirty look. I think of the party, the women on my lap, rubbing all over me. They were no one. Literally, I couldn't tell you who they were. Being a goldkeeper meant that those types of women were always around me. Did she really think that meant something? That was nothing. How can I even explain just how little any of that meant to me? If I was on some guy kissing him, would it be nothing? She asks me, lifting a brow. My stomach twists and my thoughts slip back to her and Farron in the garden, kissing. I'd been frozen in place. Rage, white-hot rage, had flowed through me. If Alora hadn't stopped me, I might have done more than teach him a lesson. Callum,
She says my name like she's trying to pull me back from a cliff. My gaze snaps to her, and my words are measured. I don't want to see Farron near you. Why? Why? Fuck it, she knows why. I just can't say it. We can't say it. But I couldn't be more clear if I ripped my fucking heart out and presented it to her like a prize. That's what I thought, she says softly. She reaches up and touches my cheek. I lean into it and close my eyes, imagining a life where I can say the things I want to say, do the things I want to do. And then she turns away from me. I don't ask. I just wrap myself around her beneath the blankets, trying to give just enough space so that I'm not poking her all night. Damn it. This is going to be a long trip. But being without her is impossible. I guess this is just how things will be between us. Closing my eyes, I will myself to sleep. But her scent drifts over me, and the softness of her body calls to me. My desire is painful and acute, and I swear, if she gives the smallest sign that she might want me to touch her, I'll fall. And just keep falling, no matter how bad the eventual crash might be.
The intimate scene has been removed to comply with YouTube standards. To listen to what you're missing, I have included several places to find it below this video.
8. Alora. 2 days pass before we hit the path lined with burned trees. Memories of the storm and of the Desir come back to me. The destructive ones who burned the trees and created havoc, and the kinder ones that looked like Callum's aunt and my mom. A shiver rolls down my spine as I remember her words, the ones that launched my investigation on what truly happened to my mother. It's eerie, he says. The trees or remembering what happened? His gaze finds mine. I was in so much pain. I was completely out of it. But you remember? He nods, his face a paler shade. All of it. My aunt, your mom. But it's kind of like a nightmare. I never want to get caught in another storm again. Agreed, he says easily. We decide to keep going until we reach the cabin in the early evening. Even though it's still bright out, we call it a night. We're happy to have a bed for the night, especially when we have no idea how many more cabins we'll find up ahead. We make a real meal over a pot over the stove and take turns showering, washing our clothes, and refilling our packs. Then I pull out the journal again and reread our father's sections, continuing until we get to the point where they begin writing together. Why do you think they started working together? Callum reclines beside me on the bed, seemingly studying the fire. It kind of sounds like they've been working together for a long time. Although this path wasn't here when we were kids, so maybe it's been just since then? Unless, did this path exist for your family alone? I shake my head. No, we stuck to another path every time we journeyed. And both our dads have been refusing to do longer trips for, what, the past year? I think about it. Yeah. So about a year ago, our dads worked to combine a path and then set out expanding it rapidly without ever telling us. And while seeming to hate each other, I add. His gaze finds mine. They've taught us a lot of rules about what we have to keep hidden in Paradise Falls. Maybe this was another one of those things. Hell, maybe they really never were enemies. My nose wrinkles. Then they were damn good actors. He shrugs. Maybe they had to be. If they had shown Paradise Falls that they'd become friends, no one would have let them hear the end of it. We don't say more, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about us. How we have to be in Paradise Falls. If we continue becoming friends in Neverwood, we'll be elders and still pretending to hate each other in town. It's a strange way to live. I return to the journal and read the final entry aloud. Alora, I have failed you in more ways than you'll ever know. Do not continue on from this point by yourself. Go with Callum, no matter how wrong it feels. You two need to work together from this point forward. You will not survive if you don't. Paradise Falls is not what it seems. The council is not what it seems. You're in danger there, and when you're ready, we'll tell you everything. But not yet. Not until we know you can handle it. Do what they say. Tell them nothing of what you do here beyond what you have to. Continue playing the roles that they've set out for us. The Runefalls and the Walkers are enemies. It's what people expect, even though the reality is that we never really were. I pause. And then your dad says, Callum, watch out for Alora. Take care of her. Carefully, from a distance. And she should do the same for you. And if anything feels wrong, know that you both are in danger in Paradise Falls, and trust your instincts. Callum shifts on the bed. So, maybe neither of our families were ever enemies. The idea is just crazy. But if that's true, why didn't they tell us? His question settles uncomfortable between us. Maybe they planned to, but they disappeared before they did. Disappeared where? Why? I shake my head. But I think maybe these journals will tell us. This entry is from after they left. If we keep going, we should get a peek into their heads. He gives a humorless smile. Figure out my dad? What a novel idea. Putting the journal aside, I go and check the stew. It's done, so I ladle it out into 2 bowls and then return to the bed and hand him a bowl. I sit back against the wall next to him, my mind spinning. I know we're going to piss each other off in Paradise Falls, but can we agree to travel together, moving forward? It takes him a ridiculously long time to answer. Yeah, I regretted it last time anyway. Did he? I smile. So, the great Callum Runefall has regrets? His gaze meets mine. All the time. Whoa. I look away, trying not to get lost in his pull again. So, neither of us knows what we'll find on the path moving forward. This should be an interesting experience. We just have to keep each other alive with almost no knowledge about how to survive here. That shouldn't be hard. A not-so-subtle sarcasm drips over every word. After letting our stew cool, we eat, then get more and more. We burn an incredible amount of calories, and our bodies know it. At stops at the cabins, or places where we collect food from Neverwood, we make sure to eat as much as possible. It keeps us going in rough times. When we're done, we clean up and collapse into bed. His gaze finds mine. We need sleep tonight. I smirk. No kidding. He clears his throat. It would help if you could make fewer sounds and move less. I stare at him. You want me to be quieter and move less while I sleep? He doesn't crack a smile. It would help. Swallowing down a laugh, I nod. Whatever helps you. We lay down, him on his back about as far from me as he can get on the bed. The past couple of nights, he's held me, quietly asserting his desire for me like a hot log of salami against my ass. I've ignored it and tried my best to fall asleep with his hands burning into my waist. I have not, however, been making any kind of movements or sounds that could be considered distracting. Minutes pass, and I settle into sleep, my muscles relaxing. When I hear him say, "Fuck it," I have to suppress a laugh when he pulls me close again, hot salami poking into me from behind. Then, just to make my point, I give a little moan and wiggle my ass against his dick. Callum leaps out of bed like he's caught fire and says, "I'm going to take a shower." I press my face into the pillow, laughing before calling after him. "It's lucky the only setting is cold." He's grumbling when the door closes, and this time, I don't hold back my laughter. Without waiting for him, I settle back in. He's right about a lot of things, but especially about the fact that we need our sleep tonight. Being on alert is a must in Neverwood, my father always said. And I believe him, even if right now I don't believe him about a lot of things. 9. Elora. It's almost nightfall when we come to another cabin. I'd found Goldarium 3 times that day, and Callum had found it twice, so we were feeling pretty good. Even if we were exhausted from all the walking while carrying our heavy packs. We'd also managed to catch a rabbit and find some wild carrots near the path, so we'd be having stew with fresh meat, which was a treat. Pressing his finger to the door, Callum gestures for me to enter first, and I flip on the switch that turns on all the flickering flames on the walls around the room. We close out the slight chill of the night, and Callum hangs up the rabbit by the fireplace and begins to work on building up a nice fire to cook our dinner over. I unpack, making sure the bedding is cleaned, and shower. When I come out, the rabbit's already chopped up and in the pot. Callum steps into the shower and I take over, preparing the carrots and adding them to the stew, along with adding other things I find in the cabin. When I'm done, it's time to wait for it to cook. Callum comes out of the shower, his blonde hair wet, shirtless, and drying himself further. I stare, even though I try not to. Even the football players aren't as large and built as Callum is. Between our training, our time spent in Neverwood, and our naturally larger bodies, he simply looks like a god among men. "What do you want to do?" he asks, and our gaze catches. What do I want to do? I want to get naked and do some dirty thing we'll both regret. But that's probably a mistake. No, that's definitely a mistake. I clear my throat and look away. "The journal?" He nods. I open up the chest at the foot of the bed and find the journal waiting on top. Climbing onto the bed, I slip under the covers and lean my back against the wall. Callum follows me under the covers and scoots close to me. His familiar scent of freshly cut wood and nature washes over me, and I inhale deeply, hating how comforting his scent has become to me. Focus. I flip open the pages and we start reading together. To our surprise, the journal is fairly new and only has a dozen or so entries within it. "Start with the first," I suggest. He nods. We go through nearly a half-dozen journal entries that are written alternating between my father and his father. They comment about escaping a storm, mention the sightings of ogres, giants, and wolves. They also discuss the fact that this path has had a wealth of Goldarium so far along it. Nothing stands out as particularly interesting. Then we get to a couple longer entries, the most recent ones. I begin reading my father's handwriting out loud. The two families have journeyed deeper within Neverwood with each generation that has passed. As far as the people in Paradise Falls know, our only goal is to find more Goldarium. The truth can never be known. The true goal of all Gold Keepers is to find the end of the Phoenix Trail and the source of the Goldarium. Separately, Archer and I have followed all of the most established paths by our families, and found nothing except clues. Clues which led us to believe that this path is the true path, but that we'll only survive together. We shall see. When I stop reading, I look at Callum, wondering if he's as surprised as I am. He's frowning. "I thought the idea of the end of the Phoenix Trail was just a myth. Do all the Gold Keepers really believe it?" "They seem to, but I don't really know that much about the legend." Callum gives me a funny look. "I'm starting to think neither of our dads believed we were old enough or mature enough to tell us this stuff." "My dad knew I was," I say, And then I admit part of what's bothering me. But I'm not sure if he knew where my loyalties lay. He might have thought I'd tell the council what he told me simply because I trusted them so much. What changed? He asks, looking genuinely surprised. I hesitate. The secret feels as deep as my soul. Can I really trust him with it? Regarding him, I chew my lip. Callum likes to hurt me when he's hurt. Could he throw this back at me later? At the same time, it seems we'll be keeping hundreds of secrets between us. Does one more really matter? I'm investigating my mom's death. His brows lift, but he says nothing, just waits. I focus on pulling on the strings on the blanket while I talk. I've had these reoccurring dreams since I was a child, but they've been just fragments and pieces. Recently, the dreams went deeper, and I remembered them better. In them, my mom was in my house, and I came down the stairs as a little kid. Security was there, and so was your mom. They had surrounded her. And I think she was covered in ash or something. She said she was going to tell my father that they wouldn't get away with something, and then they shot her and killed her. Your mom scooped me up and brought me upstairs and tried to reassure me, but someone forced me to take medicine or covered my mouth, and everything went blank. I looked into the report of what happened in the fire, and apparently, everyone who died on the first floor near the door to get out. It didn't make sense. And the Desir suggested that my dreams were what truly happened and that she was murdered. So I've been looking into it. Finishing, I glance at him, wondering what he'll say. Honestly, he hesitates. I think you're onto something. You do? I'm surprised. Some part of me feels like I'm going a little crazy. Yeah, that sounds like something the council would do. They're capable of awful things. But I think the biggest question is why? Why did they do it? I shake my head. I have no idea. My mom wasn't a member of the council. She didn't take on any leadership roles. The only thing she cared about was my father and me. Then it has to do with you or your father, he says, as if it's the easiest answer in the world. It must have, but what? I can't begin to guess at what she could have done involving us to become a target of the council. When we get back, I can carefully peek into some of my mother's stuff, he offers. One of the many reasons I'm so jaded about the council is because living with a council member has given me a lot of insight into the shitty things they do. I can imagine, I shiver. Then a thought comes to me. Have you ever heard of anyone going missing in Paradise Falls? He laughs. No, that's not possible. Varric Perthrand's dad was in the fire too, but their records say his mom just disappeared. Callum's amusement falls away. The quiet kid? His mom disappeared? That's really suspicious. I'm looking into his family and the families of all the people who supposedly died in the fire. He gives me a strange look. You do know that chances are, if your mom never died in the fire, they burned down that building and everyone inside to cover their tracks. Every muscle in my body stiffens. I didn't think. Could they have really done that? Just how fucking evil is the council? It's a surprise, though, he says, looking thoughtful. They were really excited about that building. It took them years to create it because it was completely made by Goldarium. They've been working on the replacement of it since nearly the day it was burned down. I didn't know that. He glances at me. I heard my mom saying that the new building is going to be dedicated to the people lost in the first one. They have a grand opening plan soon. My mom's been non-stop about it. The whole thing is just weird, I say, sighing. It's a puzzle I can't solve. Well, I'll help you. he tells me easily. We just have to be careful. Poking around the council is dangerous. We don't want to draw their attention right now, when we're keeping so many secrets. Agreed. I look back at the journal. Should I keep going? Yeah. He slides a little closer. It's hard to think with his warm body so close to mine. The forest ecosystem will end soon, and so will any semblance of safety. Remember that the path is safe, but part of surviving as a gold keeper is that you must leave the path. Not just for Goldarium, but for food and water. In the mist ecosystem, this will be important, as will watching each other's backs. That's it. That's all. I glance at Callum. What the hell is an ecosystem? I don't have a clue. He leans back against the wall. It sounds like something we should have learned about in our science courses, but we know those are limited. Limited? I'm surprised he thinks so. Don't we have some of the best classes on Earth? His gaze finds mine. Laura, don't you get it? They only tell us what they want us to know. Everything we learn is limited. The council members are the only people who have access to the outside world, along with the top scientists who study on the outside. The reason they don't mind us leaving to learn is that we need to know more than they teach us to do the things our scientists do. I didn't know any of that. How is it that I never questioned any of this? His face grows cold. You didn't have to. You had a good life with your mom and dad before she died. When you're in pain, when you're an outcast, when you're always looking in from the outside, it changes your perspective. You begin to see the world through eyes that no one else can. You're doing that now that you're questioning things with your mom. I'm not an outcast. He gives me a strange look. Do you really feel like you belong in Paradise Falls? I hate the thought that rushes at me. No, I've never belonged. I've been something else, something that doesn't quite fit there. A person who steps between worlds and doesn't belong in either. Turning back to the journal, we continue reading. Most of the entries that follow are from his dad. He mentions small paths they made that led to Goldarium but ended. One in a cliff, one in an ogre camp. Others that took them away from the clues. What are these clues? I ask. Another thing they didn't bother to share with us. We get to the last entry, which is from my father. We are on the right path. Trust us. As difficult as the coming months or years will be, trust that we did this for a reason. The path will grow more narrow. Soon you'll know it has only been traveled once by us. But you will have to trust us when we've given you no reason to. Beware the mist. You must enter it to survive, but the things it conceals can be deadly. Pack yourselves well with food and water, even though you'll run out. And watch each other's backs, and do not trust the elves. I glance up. What are elves? He shakes his head. A kind of plant? Maybe. Elves, I repeat to myself. It's got to be that, or a kind of animal, since that's all there is around here. Or something like the ogres or the trolls, Callum asks. A shiver rolls down my spine. I hope not. But whatever it is, I'm sure we'll know it when we see it. He frowns. Is it weird that I'm picturing a plant with teeth? Now I am too. Glaring at the page, I am tempted to slam it shut. So we're expected to avoid things we don't know and trust a path that hasn't been well trodden? All because the two men who abandoned us said so? You sound like me, he teases. That bad? I ask. He laughs. Well, we know what mist is, so I'm guessing there will be mist moving forward. So helpful. Closing the book, I go to check the stew and find that it's ready. I get some for both of us, and we sit back down and eat our fill, going over the pages of the journal again, and trying to figure out anything we've missed. Based on the size of the path right now, he says, our dads traveled this path a lot over the past year. But based on what the journal says, a lot of where we're going moving forward, they haven't explored as much. Isn't it weird they have so much faith in this path when there are probably millions of others that our ancestors have explored? Maybe, or maybe the other paths lead nowhere, so it made it easier for them to have confidence in forging a new path. Or they found something on their paths that indicated they should go this way, and that's where the clues came from. I shrug. It's possible. But what could they find? Neverwood doesn't have intelligent creatures, so it's not like one could leave clues about where to go to find the end of the Phoenix Trail, right? The end of the Path of Flowers, the location where the Goldarium comes from. It all sounds more like a myth than reality, but our dads seem to believe in it. Why? I have no idea. He looks thoughtful. Maybe a past goldkeeper found the end of the Phoenix Trail, wrote how to get there, but didn't make it back to tell the others. Maybe they found their journal or something. Maybe. That actually sounds like the best possibility. So does that mean you think there's an end to this path? And the end is somehow important? He grins. I have no idea. We finish eating, clean up, and put the journal away. It's late enough since we have an early morning ahead of us and a long day of walking. Last time we were gone for what, 6 days? I ask. Are we planning to make it 12 this time? Basically, we would have been heading back by this time last time. It's weird. My dad was usually the one to tell me how long we were going to be gone, and I never really knew how he came up with the time to leave. The council gave us permission to stay longer, but my guess is we'll stay until we get to a natural stopping point and have a lot of Goldarium, since our people seem so desperate. Agreed. We won't stay longer than we have to. He gets a funny look, and I suspect there's going to be trouble before he even opens his mouth. Are you eager to get back? Oh boy. Yes, in some ways. His jaw clenches. Because of Farron? Yep, I was right. For several reasons. You know the guy is both an asshole and an idiot? A rare combination, right? I shoot him my own look. There's nothing wrong with him. Like hell. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, I eye him leaned back against the wall, no longer in a relaxed pose on the bed. This man is itching for a fight that I don't want, but we may need to have. Here in Neverwood, where he can't run away and ignore me after. Look, at some point, you and I are going to have to find partners in Paradise Falls, get married, and have kids, right? It's a wonder the council hasn't been harassing us about it already. And it is weird. Usually goldkeepers are expected to be married by our age. We can't just ignore that aspect of our responsibilities. His gaze holds mine, and there's even more anger in his green depths. Are you telling me you're thinking of marrying Farron? Time to be honest. I don't know, but I do know he's the first guy I've met that might fit the bill. He gets up in a flash, and then he's pacing, hands dragging through his hair. He has the energy of a wild animal, and I suspect he's just as dangerous. Somehow I hadn't expected this reaction out of him. Whirling toward me, eyes blazing, he says, "That's bullshit." I lift a brow. The last thing you should be thinking about is which asshole to marry. Irritation rises inside of me. I didn't say it was my main focus, but it's something I started thinking about recently. Since we almost fucked? His voice is low and dangerous. What am I supposed to say? That he's been making me crazy? That I have needs, that somehow spending time with the person you want, but can never have, has made me want to find comfort in someone else's arms? I point between us. We can never be anything. We can't have anything real. Why pretend otherwise? That's not what you were saying the other night. He's enraged. I stand trying to ignore the way my cheeks heat at the thought of our intimate moments together. We agreed that Neverwood would be different. These would be separate worlds. But even then, we'd try not to complicate things. Well, maybe that deal doesn't work for me anymore. Every muscle in my body stiffens. What do you mean? He stalks closer to me. Maybe what happens here matters. I stare up at him. He's the only man who can tower over me, and there must be something wrong with me because I love the fire in his eyes. I love the way his hands are clenched into fists and his jaw ticks. Some deep part of me knows Callum could never hurt me, but it also surprises me when I get a sense that he cares for me more than he shows. Callum. Unable to help myself, I reach up and stroke his cheek. We can only pretend that what happens here can be something real. That's all we can do. So let's pretend. Before I can respond, his lips find mine, and I'm consumed by his mouth on mine. His touch is electric. When one of his hands finds my waist and the other digs into the back of my hair, I'm lost. This is all I've wanted, his hands on me, the distance between our bodies fading away to nothing. It's not smart. Hell, it's dumb. But I don't care. He's right. We can pretend nothing back home matters, and that only this thing between us exists. 10. Callum. Evening is setting, and we've yet to see a cabin, so we may have to spend the night in our tent. I don't mind, not really. Not when Alora is in my arms, her soft body pressed against mine. It's the sweetest kind of torture, and yet I'd accept it every night forever. If only I could. Knowing I can only have her in Neverwood makes our time together even sweeter. She stops on the path, dropping the seeds in her fingertips back in the pouch at her waist. Staring at her hands, I remember all the things she did with them the night before. Who knew such delicate-looking hands could be so firm? I lick my lips, feeling hungry for her again. No one is here. I could just take her right now and slip inside her. I could make her come, make her scream my name that loud way she does that drives me wild. Don't be desperate. She can't know how fucking crazy you are about her. She lifts her head high, and my gaze travels from the loose hair flying around her beautiful face to those mismatched eyes of hers, which are filled with curiosity. It isn't until she grabs more seeds and begins to make her way slowly off the path that I realize she's up to something. Tearing my focus from the beautiful woman ahead of me, I stand on high alert as we make our way off the path. Never again will I be as foolish as I was with the earthworm, nor will I allow anything to happen to her. We make it a few steps when I begin to sense it, the Goldarium. Somehow, I suspect she always senses it before I do. I don't know how, but the familiar pulling and tugging is there. She kneels down by a rock and touches the metallic gold substance with her fingertip until it rolls on. Then she zips it into the pouch at her waist. The birds around us sing a cheerful melody as she looks back at me, and the gentle sound of the nearby water is the perfect backdrop. Should we get some water before we go back? I nod, unable to take my gaze off of her. We continue on a little further, her dropping her seeds with each step, and me following closely behind while dropping my own seeds. If Neverwood wasn't so dangerous, I'd take her in my arms now and kiss her until she gives that confused look that only makes me want to kiss her harder. It's like she doesn't understand why I can't resist her, when she's so clearly a siren to my soul. Callum? I glance up at the hesitation in her voice, noticing for the first time how silent the birds are. Up ahead, over the wide river, is a wooden bridge. On either side, there's no trail, which is impossible. Only a gold keeper could build something like this, and yet they would have dropped their seeds along the way. Why is it here? How can it be here? Elora goes to the river edge and kneels down, cautiously filling up her water cans, and I follow. But we're both staring at the bridge, feeling uneasy. Something about this is wrong, impossible, and I get that sense, yet again, that there's so little I understand about this world. Maybe there's a trail that ends in the flowers on the other side, Elora suggests. We just can't see it from here. Maybe, I say, but I don't think so. I don't know why. She rises from the edge of the river, continuing to drop her seeds as she comes to the edge of the bridge. Her hand rests on the rope, and she glances back at me. I think we should look and see. I'm on my feet in an instant, putting my water cans away. I don't think so. Her nose wrinkles. Why? This could be the end of some other goldkeeper's path, and we could connect it to ours. And there must have been some reason they thought it was important enough to waste time building a bridge over it. Let's just go back. I sound afraid, and for some reason I am. She shakes her head, grinning at me. I'll just peek over the other side and come right back. My feet carry me to the edge of the bridge, but I don't touch it. I just watch her as she carefully begins to climb over. Her caution eases my worries just a bit. The bridge seems sturdy, but she's taking each step with care, so I know she's not going to be reckless. A song begins to play, and we both stiffen. It's eerie music, played low, on what I have to imagine is a fiddle. It's an instrument that shouldn't exist here, that no creature can play here, yet it continues. Elora, I call her name with urgency, wanting to be back on the path. She's turned away from me, her step slow, short and measured, as she moves toward the center of the bridge. I expect her to jump back, to run to me, but she does nothing, just continues to move forward. The music grows louder, seeming to come from all around us. My gaze skips around the trees and grass, looking for the source, before running across the water. My heart in my throat, my eyes land on the water near the middle of the bridge. A man swims, with just his eyes and his dark hair floating around him, skin as pale as the water itself. I see movement beneath the surface and the slow playing of his fiddle. It's impossible. He doesn't quite feel human. He can't be human. Something is wrong. Leaping forward, I snatch Elora by the back of her coat and yank her backward as the center of the bridge gives out, falling into the water. I keep going until I fall back on the shore with Elora on top of me. The song stops. I look toward the man. He lifts from the river, and his razor-sharp teeth flash in the evening light. I haul Elora to her feet and start running. She can't quite get her feet under her as I keep going, my hand tangled in her coat. But the creature is emerging from the water, pale and wrong-looking, with long limbs and that horrific mouth of his. He's chasing after us, and I don't know what he'll do when he reaches us, but it won't be good. We have to make it back to the path. Elora manages to get on her feet, and then we're both running instead of me dragging her. We don't stop until we leap onto the path, and then we turn back. The man, the creature, races up to the path, then bounces back. On the ground, his eyes dart over us hungrily, and he tries to jump at us again. But he's knocked to the ground once more. With an angry hiss and his eyes continually moving from Elora to me, he sinks back, and I get the sense he's returning to the river. But each step he takes away from us, he shifts slowly, no longer looking like a man, but a dark being with sharp teeth and sharp claws. A shapeshifter? I look at Elora.
What the fuck was that? She shakes her head, but there's fear in her eyes. I think if I would have fallen in, it would have eaten me. It was a trap, I say in shock. That thing set up that bridge to catch things, to eat. She wraps her arms around herself. Remind me to never be curious again. We throw a hefty amount of black seeds at the start of the path we'd taken, to remind us and future goldkeepers that the path is dangerous. Then we keep going, as far away from the bridge and the creatures as we can go. It's just before dark when we spot a cabin up ahead. We hurry ahead to the cabin, but pause when we get outside. The path continues on, into something strange. It looks like a wall of sorts. No, not a wall. Like if we were inside a bubble looking at the substance surrounding us. What's that? She asks. I don't know. But it looks worrisome. Should we check it out? I lift a brow. Didn't we just get to experience why curiosity isn't always a good thing? She flushes with embarrassment in a way that makes me want to take off her clothes and really make her blush. Fair enough. But tomorrow we're going to have to go through that thing. Maybe there's something about it in the journal inside. She looks relieved and nods, so we head inside and start our usual process. We'd found some mushrooms and onions during our journey, so we throw those in a pot with some dried meat and veggies, and get them cooking over the fire. We shower off the long day, then sit on the bed with this cabin's journal. Alora eagerly flips through it, and I don't blame her. This is her only tie to her father, and our only guide in this dangerous new world. She snorts. What? I ask, my gaze moving to the journal. Entry 1, she says, pointing out her father's handwriting. Beware of a bridge, ice, or a boat on this path. A knock-in, a dangerous freshwater creature, uses these items to lure people into the water, and then it drowns and eats them. She glances at me. Real helpful now, right? When we go back, I'm adding this warning to the last cabin's journal. I laugh, then study the words. It's truly like they weren't leaving the most helpful information until their last entries, because they planned on being here with us. Her amusement fades away in a flash. I think they were, but something kept them away. Then she glances at me. But if they wanted to, couldn't they have waited along the path for us? Why are they just gone? She wants me to tell her that nothing happened to them, and for once, I care about someone enough to lie. I'm sure they had their reasons for continuing on the path without us. Maybe they're waiting somewhere ahead. The little smile she gives me and the expression of relief is all I need to know that I made the right decision with my lie. Even if I've already decided that when we find their bodies, I'll be there to care for her and take care of them, so she doesn't have to. Lying to her might spare her pain for now, so I'm doing it. But I can't lie to myself. They're dead. It's the only possibility. They're dead, and there's no end to the Phoenix Trail or source of the Goldarium. All of this is just lies told to desperate, broken people doing a horrible, shitty job. I wrap an arm around her while we read the entries, breathing in her scent of fresh flowers, loving how soft and small she feels in my arms. My father's entries are boring, useless. He talks about the Goldarium he's collected, how it's growing scarcer along the path. He talks about a storm hitting after they've reached the safety of the cabin, and that's about it. It's factual and useless. I almost miss the older entries from generations past. Here's the last one, Alora says, drawing me from my thoughts. You will hit the mist ecosystem soon. Listen to our warning. Put on the cloaks and the clothes left for you. Wear the swords. Carry several days' worth of supplies.
Eat the red berries, but never the blue or green. Eat live animals, never dead ones. Pay attention to how the ground feels and what falls from above. Do not trust the elves. Do not go near the elves. If you see their drawings, run. I turned to Alora. They really hated these elves, whatever they are. And it looks like our jousting lessons may come in use, she teases. But for what? None of it really makes sense. If they were trying to be helpful, they failed. But maybe they really did think we were going to be walking this path together, and the entries would be nothing more than insurance. She shrugs. I think none of this makes sense now, but it will soon. I just hope we pick up on what it means fast enough to avoid being hurt. Then she sighs. Do you mind if I do the journal entry this time? I smirk. We both know I hate doing it. Go ahead. While she works on that, I check on the stew, then get some for us both. I watch her finish the entry while letting the stew cool, and find my thoughts drifting. How is it that I'm starting to like Neverwood more than Paradise Falls? In Paradise Falls, I technically have my mother and Teth, but I don't really have my mother. I have a woman thirsting for power, spending her days on phone calls and filling out papers. The only time she notices me is just long enough to remind me of my duties to the city, and that's about it. And Teth? Teth might be leaving to another college soon. The thought makes my stomach turn. Just before leaving, I'd learned that he's had 2 acceptance letters and has been given permission by the council to have his parents check out the college he'd be going to first, before he committed to it. It wasn't something normally done, but I'd asked my mom for the favor, and she'd agreed. I suspect because she doesn't want me associating with people outside of Glintwood. Part of me thinks she hopes I'll make friends on the rich side of town if he leaves. She'll be surprised when I simply choose not to make friends when he leaves. So, soon I'd have nothing in Paradise Falls. Glimpses of Alora with Farron, lonely days and nights, and nothing. Anger and desperation bubble inside of me. Glimpses of Alora with another man, a man she's thinking about marrying and having kids with. I don't think I can fucking take that. Alora sets the journal aside and grins. That should be quite the tale for future goldkeepers to read. I kiss her, and within seconds, she relaxes into my arms.
The intimate scene has been removed to comply with YouTube standards. To listen to what you're missing, I have included several places to find it below this video.
Rest and eat? She asks softly. I kiss her shoulder. Rest, eat, and fuck again. She laughs. Are you always this horny? Only with you. And it's true. The number this girl has done on me, it's frightening. 11. Elora. This is definitely not right, I say. Callum and I stand on the path staring at what looks to be a giant bubble going all the way up into the sky as far as the eye can see and in both directions. We're wearing the clothes left in the cabin for us. There was a variety of jeans, long-sleeve shirts, gloves, jackets, and cloaks, along with swords, so we put those on. It feels far too heavy and warm, but the journal had mentioned we'd need this stuff. Given that we are headed towards something called a mist ecosystem, we gamble on the fact that we might need to be dressed warmer. Maybe the weather will be turning soon. This is the way of the path, Callum says, so I guess we just have to trust it. I'm surprised when his hand suddenly takes mine, sending butterflies fluttering in my stomach. He squeezes gently, and I glance at him. Never would I have thought this man was comforting, but he's comforting at this moment, and it's nice. Taking a deep breath, I start forward, and he comes along with me. We press into the weird reflective surface, and I hold my breath. For some reason, I thought it'd be like pressing through a bubble, but it's more like exploding through nothing and falling into another world. I gasp as the chilly air hits me, and I stagger as the earth swings beneath my feet. I'm disoriented as my free hand flails out and grasps a rope. My gaze moves from the wooden planks beneath my feet that are shifting back and forth to the space beyond the wooden planks, which is just misty. There's mist everywhere beneath us, which thins when it comes to the bridge we're apparently walking on. Looking up, I spot huge trees spreading out in all directions around us. Trees that make even the trees in Neverwood look like tiny saplings. They stand like giants among the mist. Rope bridges like this one can be seen between some of them, lighted by our flowers which are growing along the edges of the bridges themselves. A gentle glow also lights the sky. One that doesn't quite feel like the light from a sun or a moon, but something in between. Whoa, I whisper. Another chilly breeze sweeps past us, and birds explode on both sides of us. They're gray, sickly-looking things that disappear into the mist. However, they're also the only apparent life beyond the trees and flowers. I've never seen anything like this before, Callum says, and his bright green eyes find mine. I guess we know what a mist ecosystem is now. I nod. Do we keep going? It doesn't seem like we have a choice. We let go of each other, and I lead, feeling safer with my hand tightly wrapped around the rope handrail. The wooden bridge swings ever so slightly with our movements, but it's surprisingly more steady than I would have imagined. You think it's possible for this thing to break? I ask. Callum takes a minute to answer, so I glance back at him. He's staring over the edge of the bridge, squinting his eyes, as if hoping to catch a view of the ground. I think if our fathers have crossed this bridge multiple times and encouraged us to go down this path, it has to be relatively safe. You're probably right. But let's go steady, just in case. He gives a small grin that makes my heart race. Don't feel like living on the edge? I lift a brow. I already live on the edge. We continue along the bridge for what must be several hours, although it's hard to tell with no sun or moon in sight. At last, we come to the end of the bridge. It's anchored to a huge branch, a branch wider than most houses, where the flowers light our path forward. Climbing off the bridge onto the much more solid branch, I look at Callum. How high up do you think we are? He grins, and it transforms his handsome face into something inhumanely beautiful. I think we don't want to fall. I shift closer to him and run my hand along the stubble growing on his chin. I think I like this look better than your clean-cut one in Paradise Falls. His gaze clings to my lips. Yeah? I smirk. The pretty boy look just doesn't suit you. He leans in and kisses me gently before groaning. We can't fuck on a cold branch. Scared little Callum might shrivel up a bit. He bites my lip. Call it little Callum again and see what I do. I'm tempted to do just that, but we have a full day of walking ahead of us. If we take too long, we might not reach the next cabin, if there even is a cabin up here. I try not to pout. Let's keep going. When I turn, he gives my ass a little smack. I'd follow that anywhere. Ass? Sugar tits? I whirl on him. Did you honestly just call me sugar tits? Never again, I say, thrusting my finger in his face. He leans closer and slides his hand under my shirt to grab my breasts. Sugar tits. I shiver, wondering if we do have enough time to fuck. Damn him. Jerking back from him, I straighten my shirt and my cloak. Let's focus. When I turn around, I swear he's laughing at me. It takes us a while to come to the end of the branch, where we find two things: the path continuing on, and a ladder leading down into the mist. I'm about to ask Callum which way to go when I feel that familiar pulling. Turning to him, I can't help but contain my excitement. Goldarium! He frowns. Where? I point down. He glances at the ladder. Are you sure we should leave the path? We don't know anything about this world yet. We don't even know what's down there. You're right, but how are we going to learn? There's no one here to teach us, and our job is to bring back Goldarium. After a second, he nods. Okay, but we go carefully, prepared for anything, swords at the ready. I'm not sure how competent we'll be with swords, but I don't argue. Some strange part of me is excited to go into the mist, to learn more about this world, even if another part of me wishes like hell my dad was here now to give me any warnings I might need. I'll go down first. Before I can take a step, Callum stops me, eyes flashing. I'm going first. I roll my eyes. I can handle whatever big, bad stuff we find down there just as well as you can. He moves closer until he's towering over my smaller form, and I'm forced to look up into those beautiful green eyes of his. Catching my chin, he says, I want you to imagine what will happen to you if I'm climbing above you and I lose my grip. Oh, I say, feeling a blush stain my cheeks. But what if I fall? I'll catch you. Just like that? He smirks. Just like that. Fair enough. Leaning forward, he presses a kiss onto the top of my nose. You know you're headstrong, right? Butterflies flutter in my stomach. And you're just a dick. Careful, he growls, and then I'm in his arms, his mouth devouring mine. When he plants me back on the ground and releases me, it takes me a minute to steady myself. Damn, that fine boy. He knows just how to play me. And we won't be dropping seeds, clearly. He laughs. Clearly. Before I can say more, Callum is already climbing down the ladder. Well, ladder is a strong word. There are simply large pieces of wood nailed into the tree, every foot or so going down into the mist. Well, it's now or never. I talked a big game, now I have to show my moves. Starting down the ladder feels strange. There's only the huge tree in front of us, stretching out like a dark brown wall, and on the sides of us, behind us, and below us, nothing. Absolutely nothing but the mist and air. The ground could be a few feet beneath us, or it could go on forever. We know nothing about this world. We also know nothing about what the mist conceals. This is weird, I say, knees shaking just a little. Definitely. Birds shoot out from the mist, flying all around us, and a scream catches in my throat. What the ever-loving fuck? Callum chuckles like the asshole he is. We continue climbing in silence for so long that I begin to think we made a terrible decision. How long could we climb like this before we get tired? What if we found ourselves doing this for so long that our only option was to climb back up, but we were too tired? Now that I'm thinking about it, so many things could go wrong, and I'm starting to silently freak out. Ground, Callum says with a grunt. Thank the gods. His hands find my waist, and then I'm lowered onto the ground. It's unnecessary, but a nice gesture. I turn around and the mist hangs so heavy between us that I can scarcely see him, although the glowing coming from the Goldarium in the necklace at his chest helps. I'm about to ask him about turning the hell around and climbing back up when I feel the call of the Goldarium. My fear had been so strong, and my mind so lost in thought, that I'd pushed away the sensation. But now it's roaring inside of me. I turn and start walking, following the feeling. Callum snags my wrist. Stay close and stay quiet, he whispers. I nod before opening my pouch to drop seeds, because you never know. As we move, shapes separate among the mist, glowing with a light pink light. To my surprise, I realize what they are. Plants. How they can grow without the sunlight piercing the depths of the mist, I have no idea. Hell, I don't even know if there is sunlight in this world. It smells like dampness and green life. It's so heavy it's almost hard to breathe. I even feel like moisture is gathering on my skin, even though I can't be sure. What a strange place. I can't watch where my boot lands, but I walk carefully, making sure there's footing in front of me with each step. I'd be damned if I was the goldkeeper who simply stepped off a cliff and fell to my death. Dark green plants with red berries separate themselves from the mist. Red berries? I whisper to Callum. He nods and stops, opening his backpack. We fill one of the empty bags inside his backpack until we have enough to give us some fresh fruit on our journey, and then get back to walking. Every so often, I turn back and make certain of what tree we climb down from. At last, the pulling of the Goldarium becomes impossible to ignore. I kneel down and allow a little faith. Sticking my hands into the mist like this is a completely normal thing and will not end in me being bit by some kind of mist snake. I feel the warmth of the Goldarium on a rock. It rolls onto my fingers, and when I pull my hand back, I have the largest amount of gold that I've seen since we became gold keepers. Glancing up at Callum, I lift my hand, showing him. His eyes widen, then I slip it into my pouch. This Goldarium will most definitely be split between us. It's the only fair thing to do, but this is also monumental. No matter how much Goldarium we collect from here on out, our people are going to be very happy with what we've collected. This much may even get the council to start trading again with the outside world. I rise to my feet, grinning. Standing up on my tiptoes, I go to give Callum a celebratory kiss. His gaze moves from my face to behind me, and then his eyes widen. There's not enough time to even react as he throws me to the side, his body rolling over mine as a roar fills the air. Callum? He's off of me in a second, pulling his sword out and leaping to his feet. I follow suit until we're back to back. What is it? Some fucking hairy thing. It looked like a giant cat, I don't know. My mind pulls up the image of a giant hairy cat. At first, the image is comical, but it quickly shifts into something horrifying. Long, sharp claws and deadly teeth, with the quickness and agility of a cat. That's not something I want any part of. What do we do? I'm puffing, out of breath, adrenaline racing through me. We can't see it. We can't see anything in the mist. It could be inches from us and we wouldn't know. Is it better to stay still? Run for the tree? The growl rises up from between us and the tree, low and angry, and my heart drops. Follow me, he whispers. He backs up slowly and I move forward, still back to back. We shift inch by inch, and I realize that he must be trying to go around the cat to get to the ladder. With no sudden movements, nothing to make it easier for our shapes to be separated from the mist. I pray this plan works. Sweat beads down my back despite the chilly air. My palms grow slick, and my head snaps side to side, searching for any movement, any shapes. There are plants, rocks among the mist, dark shapes that could be anything until we get closer. But it feels like we're miles away from the tree. The growling of the beast awakens a deep fear within me that echoes deep into my soul, but when it's quiet, somehow the silence is so much worse. The beast growls again, and my stomach flips. It's in front of us now. It's teasing us, taunting us, playing with its food. Neither of us is an expert with our swords. We may be able to combat each other, but not a wild beast. What the hell are we supposed to do? Callum and I switch direction again when the beast's growl comes so close that the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It's nearly close enough to touch. We could leap at one another right now, and it'd be over. But I doubt we'd be the victors. Suddenly, a man's voice comes from behind me, and it's not Callum's.
When I say 3, run in the opposite direction. My men and I have the Yule Beast.
Every muscle in my body stiffens. Another person? Who? That's impossible.
1.
Callum?
Do as he says. 2.
I guess we don't have any choice.
3.
Callum has an iron-tight grip on my arm as we go racing into the mist. I nearly trip, falling over rocks and boulders as I do so, but Callum keeps me upright. There's the shouting of the men behind me and the roaring of the beast, and then I nearly come slamming into a tall woman with long blonde hair. "This way," she whispers, her voice urgent. Without another word, she turns, and we have to race to keep her in our sights as she runs. Light appears in front of us, and then we're entering a cave with torches at the entrance. It dips lower into the ground with torches along both sides, and the walls grow closer on each side of us until we come to a section barely big enough for Callum to fit through. But as soon as we squeeze through, it's like day and night. Within, there's no mist, no chill. It's chased away by the huge fire in the center of the expansive room. My gaze moves all around the room, where small tunnels seem to break off into every direction. There's also food cooking near the center, an underground pool of water, and evidence of people everywhere. I look at the woman, breathing hard, feeling disoriented. She smiles. "You guys are lucky the hunters came upon you. You were moments from death." I don't know what to say. I'm busy staring. Humanoid creatures can't exist in Neverwood. No journal, no tale has ever spoken about this being possible. My gaze moves from her booted foot and the leathers and furs that cover her from head to toe. It drifts up to her long face, huge eyes and pointed ears. She might look different from us, but she's definitely humanoid, and even speaks our language. Tilting her head, her smile widens. "Your kind usually speaks our language. Do you?" I untangle my tongue. "Yes, we're just a bit shocked. We're not from around here." She grinned. "Of course you're not. You're one of the sky people. The ones who can walk among the trees and not succumb to Hrísfalgr." I don't know what she's talking about. Glancing back out the entrance of the cave, I ask, "Will your men be okay?" "I'm our strongest hunter, but even they can take down a Yule beast." "Okay, good to know." I glance at Callum, unsure what to say. He's studying the cave with an unhappy expression, his eyes calculating. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that he doesn't like this. But even though I don't either, this is better than being out there with that thing. Again, I feel frustrated. Couldn't my father have warned us about that Yule beast? Couldn't he have told us about intelligent beings in this world? Now we're having to figure it all out with no background information. "Not big talkers, huh?" she says, her demeanor relaxed. "It's okay. The hunters should be back any moment, and then we'll have a feast. Your people visiting us is a cause for celebration. What's more, inexperienced sky people shouldn't be wandering the mist alone." She leads us closer to the fire, and we sit on some of the rocks encircling it. She offers us something from a jug, and Callum finally speaks up. "We have our own drinks." I kind of wanted to try what she had to offer, but I grab my water instead, and we both watch her drink. Her demeanor easy and happy. It's like what just happened is an everyday occurrence, or maybe even a good thing. But how can anyone think that was a good thing? We don't know a lot about this world, I confess, the words falling out of my mouth. "Can you tell us about it?" Callum shoots me a look. He obviously wants us to say as little as possible, but I don't think he understands our situation properly. There's intelligent life in Neverwood. This could change everything for us. What if we could trade with these people for Goldarium? What if we could stay with them while traveling and have some safety and protection in this world? What if we could make friends and get to know a whole new civilization? The woman drinks a bit more, then wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. You're in the kingdom of Midane. The people are few and far between. Most plants and birds are plentiful. Beasts are rare but deadly. And the only thing that goes into the trees are the birds, reptiles, insects, Harisfalger, Rotatosker, the gods, and the sky people. I guess that's why you call us sky people? I ask, smiling. Yes, because you come from the sky. And that thing out there is a Yule beast? She inclines her head. Their fur makes excellent coats, and their meat is tough but tasty. I nod, trying to decide how to take that. Suddenly, noise explodes from the entrance, and a dozen men come in, carrying a massive beast between them. I rise, shocked by the creature. It's a dark gray color with huge yellow eyes and tiny pupils. Its ears are large and pointed, and its sharp teeth are so long that I have no idea how it could close its mouth. The men toss it on the ground, followed by hooting and hollering. All eyes turn to focus on us, and they have the same energy as this woman. They seem elated to have us here, which is a hell of a lot better than them having an issue with us being here. They all have fur wrapped around their faces up to their eyes, but they begin to unwrap themselves as they come toward her. I don't blame them. It's warm and toasty by the fire. Not that I'm ready to get comfortable enough to start removing layers. A man comes to stand in front of us. His hair is jet black, his face is strangely elongated, and his ears are the same way. His eyes are dark and they practically sparkle as he stares down at us. Hello, I'm Nim Balric, and this is my clan. Welcome. Even though we met under unfortunate circumstances, we are glad to have come across Sky People. It is an honor. He sweeps down like he's bowing, and then begins to undress, just feet in front of me. I glance around and see the other men are undressing too. Chancing a glance at Callum, I see that he's noticed as well. Anger fills his face, and his jaw is so tight, I feel like he has to be cracking teeth. Within moments, all the men are naked and laughing. They slap each other and each other's dicks as they race into the steaming water not far from the fire. Nim removes the last of his clothes, then stands before us. It's impossible not to glance at the thing. But like his buddies, the dangling sock of meat isn't anything to write home about. It looks like someone took a regular dick and chopped it into thirds, then shaved the thing down until it looked like a broken pencil. Please, he says, sweeping an arm to the water. Join us in our celebratory swim. I don't even have a chance to speak before Callum says, We'll be keeping our clothes on. His eyes twinkle. I forgot how shy your people are. Of course. The blonde goes to work on skinning the Yule beast while the men frolic in the water. When she catches my glance, she says, I know this is men's work, but sometimes we have to let the boys play, right? Right, is all I can manage. As she continues to work, Callum leans in close to me. I think I know the way back. We should make an excuse and leave. I'm not surprised, but I also kind of am. Don't you think we should stay? This is an amazing opportunity. Humanoids in Neverwood. He scowls. I don't like them, and I imagine there's a reason we haven't heard anything about them. Maybe our dads never came across them. His gaze meets mine. Or maybe they just hoped we never would. I shake my head. Can we at least stay the night and then have them take us back to the tree in the morning or whatever? If we leave here, we'll only be guessing at the right direction. They seem to know this place well enough to show us how to get back. He doesn't hesitate. We're not sleeping with these people, but we can stay longer and then have them take us back. That's probably the right thing to do. I got so excited that these people even exist that I'm forgetting to be cautious. Like following Goldarium over a cliff. Agreed. After the naked bathing, the men dry by the fire while loudly telling each other what a good job they did on the hunt. They honestly sound like men saying, "No, bruh, you kicked ass with that trick. Nah, you did, bruh." But in mist people speak. I glance at the woman. Are you the only woman here? She looks surprised. No, our women typically hunt the more dangerous game. They left me behind to watch over the men. The men must survive without them for a few weeks until the women have successfully hunted a creature big enough for us to survive on for a while. What an interesting society. The woman doesn't ask me any questions about myself, which I find a little strange. But she begins to cook the Yule beast meat over the fire. The seasonings she puts on smell strange and unexpected, spicy and rich, even if they still smell good. The men dress in thin shorts and then some join us around the fire, while the rest disappear into the tunnels. Nim smiles at me. Is it strange to be on the ground, Sky Princess? Callum tenses beside me. This world is definitely different. I take a deep breath. So, do you even have a sun and moon? He tilts his head, frowning. I've never heard these terms, sun and moon. They're big balls of light in the sky? He laughs. Balls of light in the sky? No, we have nothing like that. The mist gods provide us with everything we need to survive here. Hearty and filling foods from the ground, red berries as sweet as women's lips, and meat from the beasts that keep us strong and mighty. They provide all we need, and we ask for nothing more. But there are people who live in the trees? Like us? He frowns. Once upon a time, there were many of your sky people above us. They would come down and collect what foods they couldn't find among the branches, and were beloved to our people. But they were taken away to the land of darkness and became rare. Their ladders were forgotten. I don't understand most of what he's saying, but I try not to show how confused I am. And you've never climbed the trees? He shivers. In the trees? No. Safety is on the ground. Death is in the air. Interesting. I hadn't seen anything dangerous in the trees, but maybe I simply hadn't seen it yet. Turning a smile onto me, he says, The celebration tonight will be for you and the gods. I guess that's kind of sweet, even if it feels weird. Even if some part of me is having trouble separating the man that just killed a huge beast outside with the one smiling dumbly at me now. He's either a good actor, pretending to be a good hunter or to be kind, or these people are different from my own in more ways than I thought possible. And what if we can't stay for this celebration? Callum asks darkly. The other man's smile flickers before returning. We hope you will. It's customary to celebrate the Sky People. Sky People who brought us a Yule beast, too. What do you do at this celebration? Callum's words are so cold they could be icy. Nim grabs a water skin and lifts it. We eat and drink. The three men near the fire and the blonde woman cheer before Nim drinks. So the party is an excuse to get drunk? It seems these people celebrate in much the same way we do. It'd be a good time if Callum wasn't so tense. Soon the delicious scent of the meat fills the cave, and the other men have returned. Every minute is filled with them joking and laughing over the successful hunt, competing with each other, half naked and drinking. It's honestly funny to watch, and even Callum seems to be relaxing ever so slightly beside me. These men honestly seem helpless. Given everything I'd heard, the women seemed to treat them more like children than adults, and it showed. When one of them passes a drink to me, I glance at Callum. He shrugs, but there's a warning in his eyes. Yeah, I get it. I'm not going to get wasted in a strange world with strange men. I'm not a complete idiot, even if I'm also ecstatic about the turn of events that led us to meeting intelligent beings in Neverwood. I sip the drink and nearly choke, coughing. What the hell? It tastes like I imagined sweet paint thinner to taste. I hand it to Callum, rubbing my mouth and wincing. He lifts a brow and rejects it, so I pass it on. The food is handed out, and I begin to feel the buzz of the alcohol sweeping through my veins and pooling in my belly. My muscles relax, and I feel good. Really good. It's a bit of a shock that so little of the drink could impact me like this. It's almost scary. No wonder these guys are such idiots. The meat is exactly how they described it. Tough, but good. We're given ribs and offered anything we want as the guests. For now, though, we're both happy with this and wave it off. Someone starts to play a drum. Drunken people dance as they eat, happy and relaxed. Every so often they shout, "Sky people," and everyone cheers. Finally, I finish my food and realize I have to use the bathroom. I move to stand and Callum catches my wrist. "Where are you going?" "Bathroom." He looks wary. "I'll be fine. Just a minute." Going to the blonde, I ask her about the bathroom, and she points me to one of the many tunnels that are lined by torches. "Go just a short distance and turn left." I thank her and stumble a little as I make my way to the tunnel. The drink was a dumb idea. It was so little that I'd honestly thought I'd been smart. I thought it was just enough to sate my curiosity, but I guess not. I guess that's why they say curiosity killed the cat. I giggle at the thought. We killed a big cat. As I walk down the tunnel, I pass a couple spots that split off and keep going. I'm walking for a little bit when I remember that I should have turned. Didn't she say to turn? I'm about to turn back when I see something. Red on the walls. I frown and move closer to the wall near a torch. The red splotches separate themselves, and I see pictures. They're drawings. A story. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I take the torch from the wall and start to follow the pictures as they move down the wall. I see the people in the trees and the people on the ground. The tree people come down the ladder, just the way we did, and the people on the ground and the people in the trees celebrate. How nice, I smile. Then there's something, and it takes me a minute to figure out that it's a giant woman's skirt made of mist. The mist god? She's staring down, smiling. I continue further and freeze. People are tied in the center of wood and fire, burning. The sky people. And the people on the ground are dancing around them. Then the mist god lifts her skirt, and animals and plants are visible everywhere. The ground people rejoice with more dancing, and I stop, staring. What the ever-loving fuck? These people burn our kind? I turn around, and like my worst nightmare, I see the exact pyre that the sky people in the picture had burned on. It's in a high part of the cave behind me, with more torches all around it. Fuck. If you see their drawings, run. The words suddenly come to me. Are these elves? My stomach flips as my knees shake. Backing back down the tunnel, I try to keep the scream in my throat from coming out. These people are going to burn us to death. This is part of the celebration. We have to get out of here. We can't overpower this many people. Turning, I slam into a chest. Looking up, I see Nim, smiling down at me. 12. Elora. I couldn't find the bathroom, I say, my voice shaking. "Oh, let me help you find that," he responds, smile never wavering, and then his gaze goes to the wall.
Have you been admiring our artwork?
I swing the torch a little further away from the wall, stepping back at the same time. Artwork? No. I didn't notice any. I was too busy looking for that bathroom, you know? When a girl's gotta go, a girl's gotta go. He glances toward it.
It's actually lovely. It depicts a beautiful moment between our people and the sky people.
The elves? I ask softly. His gaze hardens for a half a second before the look disappears, like a trick of the light. Maybe that wasn't such a smart thing to ask.
Yes, we're elves. Have you heard of us?
I shake my head a little too hard. Just that beautiful elves exist in the mist world. That's all. It's hard to tell if he believes me.
Well, let me take you to the bathrooms.
Walking forward, the light in my hand bounces off the walls, illuminating the drawings as we make our way back to the big celebration. I want to run. I want to shout for Callum and get the hell out of there. But I force myself to take even steps. We can't face these people in a head-on fight, but we can just sneak the hell out of there if we keep their trust. Suddenly, I'm slammed against the wall by a big body. The torch hits the ground, and I suck in an unsteady breath as I look at Nim, grinning as he stands tall above me. His hand comes down and grips my throat as he forces my back against the wall and slowly drags me up. My air's cut off. I start to panic, legs and arms flailing about me. Spots grow in front of my vision, and there's only Nim's face above me.
I can't kill you. That wouldn't be fair to the gods, but I can bring you very close.
I lash out, punching him in the face. To my shock, he doesn't react. I start kicking, hitting him each time, but somehow it's like I'm doing nothing at all. These people, they're stronger than us. Nothing I do makes a difference, and my vision begins to fade to black. The knowledge that I'm dying is a screaming siren in my mind, but I can't do anything. And then his hand is gone. I drop to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Gasping in breath, I try to bring my vision back into focus. I see Callum standing over Nim as the other man lays sprawled on the floor.
Don't touch my woman. Don't ever fucking touch my woman.
My voice comes out raspy. He's stronger than us. The man tries to stand, and Callum kicks him back down. I don't know if he heard me, but he's in a fighting stance. Each time Nim tries to rise, Callum is there again, knocking him back down. But the elf is just grinning. I get the sense he's toying with Callum. Drawings! Elves! I rasp, hoping to get him to fully understand just how much danger we're in, as I struggle against my lightheadedness. Then, Nim springs to his feet and knocks Callum down. The elf begins to wail on him, fists moving almost faster than I can follow. Callum manages to block most of the blows with his arms, but then the bastard gets to his face. I climb to my feet, my head still light, my body still feeling slightly off, and try to yank Nim backwards off of Callum. But it's like I'm doing nothing at all. Punching the bastard in the side of the face does nothing, too. My heart aches. Callum is being hurt because of my stupidity. How can I help him? Fuck, my sword! I'm not used to having a damn sword. I grab it from the sheath and swing down. The bastard turns, catching it with his bare hands, grinning as blood leaks from his wound. Then he tosses it on the ground. What the hell do I do if my sword won't kill him? Glancing around, I see the torch and scramble to it. With the heavy weight in my hands, I press the flames to the back of his hair, and it catches fire. Not just his hair, but his skin too. And he begins to wail horribly. He jumps off of Callum and races back down the tunnel. I don't think he really knows where he's going when he hits the pyre and falls forward. The wood instantly catches fire, and when he tries to get back up, I kick him back down. The sound of flames crackling and the smell of flesh burning fills the air and the man stops getting up. He just lies within the wood. Turning around, my stomach feeling sick, I run back to Callum. He's already risen to his feet, although his face is already starting to look black and blue. "We have to go," I say, resheathing my sword. "Can you make it?" He nods. I pull the hood of his cloak up over his head, the best I can, and he looks at the ground. I lead us through the people who are drunk and dancing, and grab our stuff. Luckily for us, the blonde is nowhere in sight. We slip back out the way we came and make it to the entrance of the cave. "Which way?" he says, his voice hoarse. I look from one direction to the other, my heart in my throat. Which way? Which way? And then I see green light. Green, like from my seeds. It's the only green light in all of the mist world. "This way." I hold on to his arm, and we start running. The green light isn't far ahead of us, but nothing can hurt us once we're between the seeds and on the path. If the seeds have even made enough of a path for us to stand on already. The seeds usually take much longer to grow, so I'm having trouble picturing if the green lights will truly offer us the security we so desperately need right now. But I can't think like that. The light is the path, and we'll be safe once we reach it. That's all that matters. Then I hear a feminine voice. "Hey!" The blonde. We reach the path, and sure as hell, it is a path, even if it's only a foot wide. Still, I don't know if it'll be enough, so we run along it until we reach the tree. Callum doesn't protest when I push him to go first, and then we're both climbing up it. We're maybe 10 feet from the ground when the elves come. They're shouting, angry. I feel a rock hit the back of my head. One hits my body, and I pray Callum can handle this after all they've done to him. The blonde is on the ladder beneath us. I don't know how she got there, but I tell Callum, "Hurry, they're coming after us." He increases his speed, and so do I. We're huffing and puffing, moving as fast as possible. The ground beneath us fades away, and there's only the mist around us, and the sounds of the people chasing us. One man says, "But the Hrisvalgar," and the blonde shouts, "The gods need their sacrifice." I don't know how long we continue like that, but I don't see the branch above us. I don't see anything to give us hope that we'll be safe soon. Truthfully, I don't even know if these creatures can go on the path or not. We've never faced something like them before. Sweat beads down my forehead, the muscles in my arms are screaming. The chilly wind rushes around us. And then I hear a scream. Jerking my head toward the sound, I see a dark shape disappearing in the mist. It has to be a bird. Nothing else could simply be in the air like that, right? I don't know what it is, but I do know it's big. "Callum!" "I know," he says, and we move even faster. A second later, there's another scream, followed by a, "The Hrisvalgar!" Looking down, I see that the blonde is staring up at me with big eyes. She's not far below me on the ladder, but she's stopped climbing, as have her men behind her. A second later, a massive, feathery shape bigger than a bus is covering her. She screams in pain, and I watch in horror as the enormous creature snatches her, propelling her into the air, sending the blonde sailing inches from me. Her desperate hands reach out, caught in a suspended moment before she plummets down. The creature tosses its head back, and silencing her scream, swallows her in one bite. The creature cocks its head in that way birds do, and looks at me. For a second, I think it's going to eat me. And then I hear the words, "Sky people, be wary of the elves," in my head. What? The rush of cool air from the beat of its wings disappears as he fades into the mist, and I continue to hear the cries of the elves on the ladder beneath me, as, I guess, the Hrisvalgar eats them one by one. Callum and I never slow. not trusting that the creature won't come for us until we make it back on the branch and back onto the safety of the path. There, we collapse beside each other, panting. When enough time passes that my heart doesn't feel like it's going to beat out of my chest, I say, "When I see my dad again, I'm going to teach him a thing or two about the helpful information that should be included in a journal entry." Beside me, Callum laughs, and his laughter is filled with relief. 13. Elora. We set up camp in the middle of the path on the branch in silence. My hands shake as we do so, but it isn't until we get in the tent that I feel some of my anxiety ease. Turning to Callum, my heart breaks at the sight of his beautiful face, beaten black and blue. "I'm sorry for trusting the elves." He smirks. "You didn't know what they were. And besides, we weren't left with a lot of choices." It's true, but still, I feel awful. "You need food, or you won't heal." He nods, and I go through his backpack to find the red berries. I eye them suspiciously. Selecting one, I cast him a look and pop it into my mouth. I wasn't sure what it would taste like, so I'm pleasantly surprised when sweetness rushes over my taste buds. Biting down gently, I find no seeds, just sweet fruit that tastes similar to a raspberry, only sweeter. "It's good," I say, then offer the sack to Callum. He digs in and we eat together, side by side. My head rests on his shoulder, and he tangles his fingers with mine. The sound of the wind is the only thing I can hear, and I shiver, thinking about that creature flying around us somewhere. Did you hear it speak in your mind? "The Harisvelger? Yeah, it was really weird." "Do you think it means we're safe from it?" I pause to think, rolling my necklace between my fingers, listening to the rushing of the wind. The whole time we were up here, it didn't bother us. The elves were scared of it, and the second they climbed onto the trees, they were attacked. Maybe it didn't hurt us earlier because we were on the path, but given what it said in our minds, we're probably safe from it. That's what I thought. He gives a small smile. His scabbed, swollen lips look painful as he does so. "I still want to be careful up here, but I think I trust that creature more than the elves." "Definitely," I say with a laugh, then put away the berries and pull out the jerky, and we start on that. "And the seeds grew freaky fast," I say. He looks thoughtful. "Maybe that's why this world is this way, because nature grows really quickly here." Interesting. I'll have to make a note of that in the journals, too. When he seems to be done eating, I put the jerky away and take out the first aid kit. "Shirt off and anything else you need to remove." "Anything else?" He lifts a brow, and again I can't help but think about how different Callum is here than back home. It's nice. "You're in no shape for that," I tell him with a laugh. To my surprise, he reaches up and touches my throat. "You've got bruises too." I push his hand away, shaking my head. "Not as bad as yours." He drops his hand with a frown and undresses down to his boxers, and I have to hold back a gasp at the bruises covering his chest and arms. I'm glad I killed that bastard. "Me too, princess," he says with a small sigh, then leans back on the blankets cautiously. Watching me from where he lays, I try my best to ignore him as I put water on a cloth and begin to clean out the wounds on his face. He winces several times but says nothing. I know he's been hurt before by the goalkeeper trainer and when we went down the waterfall, but this is a different kind of injury. An injury I feel responsible for. Heck, I think I felt responsible for the waterfall too. "You know, we might not have figured out what the elves were in time if you hadn't gone off alone," he says. He's trying to comfort me, and I appreciate it. Those drawings and the pyre were creepy as fuck.
A pyre and drawings?
He sounds surprised. Hadn't I told him? Everything was so crazy I might not have. The walls literally told the story of them meeting us and burning us as sacrifices to the gods on a pyre. And then a real pyre was right behind me. It was like a horror movie come to life. A shudder rolls through me.
Elves.
He shakes his head angrily. I guess this is why our dads told us to stay away from them. One minute they were nice, and the next, they were trying to kill us.
And they were so strong.
Callum sounds as shocked as I felt. Way too strong, I mutter. I guess I just always thought that we were the strongest people that existed. It seemed impossible that anyone could come close to competing with us, but it turns out Neverwood has more secrets than we imagined. When I'm done cleaning out his wounds, I put ointment on them and then clean up the mess I've made. What do you want to do now? His gaze runs over me. I laugh. Let's get some sleep and let you heal. He seems disappointed, but I'm right. In Neverwood, you have to take care of yourself. One wrong move could be death. He's injured. He needs to heal the best he can before we have to keep going tomorrow. Peeling off my clothes, I strip down to my bra and underwear, and then we both get under the blanket. He pulls me close with my head resting on his chest, despite his injuries, and his arms wrap around me. Doesn't that hurt? I whisper.
It's worth it,
he says. We lay together for a minute with only the angry wind around us. His body heat slowly warms mine. Callum, do you think our dads are okay? He's quiet for a while before he says,
I was sure they were dead before. But now, I've been thinking a lot and I don't know. I think the council has more to do with why they disappeared than something bad happening to them in Neverwood.
But surely our dads wouldn't just hide out in Neverwood. There's only so long you can endure this before you have to go home, right?
I guess it depends on what was waiting for them in Paradise Falls.
His hand runs along my arm lightly, sending goosebumps rising on my skin. My heart hurts a little. My dad had me waiting for him in Paradise Falls. What could have been more important than that? Silence settles between us as he strokes my arm.
There's very little I understand about love, but I know your dad loved you.
I don't tell him that his parents love him because it might be a lie, and he knows it. I just hold him tighter, wondering what tomorrow will bring. Certainly more dangers, but I hope there are more answers, too. 14. Callum. We'd only been walking a few minutes after finishing our lunch on the tree branch when I feel the call of Goldarium. My head snaps around until it focuses up the trunk of the tree and into the mist. I freeze in place and realize Alora has done the same. Those incredible mismatched eyes of hers find mine. Goldarium. I nod. It's not a question of whether or not we'll try to find it. We have to. We don't have a choice. This is our fucking job. The one that was given to us before we were even born. The one that we have to accept no matter what it costs us. It's just a matter of how dangerous it'll get to be. A familiar resentment rushes over me as I think about Alora and the elves. She would have never been down there and would have never been hurt if she hadn't been trying to find the fucking Goldarium. Regardless of how little we both know about the dangers of this world, our obligations weigh heavily on our shoulders, to the point that we put ourselves in deadly positions. And for what? So that we don't end up living in a city like the rest of the world? One that doesn't use Goldarium to run every damn thing? Would it really be so bad if our doctors had to heal people with medicine? If we had to build all our buildings with our own 2 hands? If we had to trade with the outside world for something other than Goldarium. How do we get up? She asks, eyes narrowing as she studies the trunk. It's hard to distract myself from my anger. We've never been above the level the path is on. Can we even go up? The trunk is huge and smooth. To go up, there would have to be another ladder leading to a possible other level of branches. We could walk around the base a bit and see if there's a way up. Or not go after it. Just bring less Goldarium back to all our people all the time, only going after any that seem safe. They'd never know. Only we'd know, and we wouldn't tell. But Alora still cares too much about our people to do that. Her brows rise. Or what? She'd just go after it on her own. Nothing, I mutter. Every muscle in my body tenses as she steps off the path, and I follow her, alert to anything that might hurt her. But all seems calm. The Hraesvelgr has been nowhere to be seen since the elves, and the birds that fly past, while twice the size of the birds back home, seem harmless enough. Still, I'm not about to let my guard down in any way. This world seems designed to kill us, so it's an enemy in my book. A cool breeze slips past, whipping our cloaks behind us, and I shiver, even though I'm warmly dressed. Alora looks cold in front of me, her typically pale nose red, her cheeks flushed. I want to ask her if she thinks all of this is worth it, but I keep the words to myself. My dark thoughts shouldn't plague anyone else. They're my burden to bear. There! She points and my gaze follows the direction, spotting what looks to be another ladder. Only this one is going up. Some part of me wonders who put these ladders up here and why. If they all lead to an early death. But my thoughts are just being assholes. We stop at the base and I say, "You go first. I'll be under you, just in case." "Just don't spend the whole time checking out my ass," she says as she starts up. My groin tightens. If only. Staring at her ass would be way better than clinging on for dear life. I follow her up, and my chest aches a little from the movement of climbing. That damn elf really did a number on my chest and arms. I might be a little twisted, but I'm not at all bothered by him burning to death, or the others being picked off the tree and eaten like insects. The assholes deserve it for hurting Alora. We climb for what feels like forever, way longer than I'd wanted to search for some stupid Goldarium, when Alora says, "We've reached another branch." The branch is nearly as large as the one we left, so it takes us a bit to get to the top of it. But I hear Alora say, "Whoa," when she does. I prepare myself for the worst as I reach the top of the branch and carefully climb off the ladder and onto it. When I steady myself, I glance up and gasp. This branch has others very close to it, creating a shelf of sorts. And on the shelf, plants, flowers, and tiny trees grow. Little butterflies with silver wings float in the air, and a little stream rushes through it all, running down the trunk of the tree and disappearing somewhere below. Somehow. The pull of the Goldarium comes again, and Alora must feel it because she starts moving through the beautiful space. We come across larger, light red pods with little thorns growing from a tree. Many of them have been eaten by bugs or birds, signaling that they must be good to eat. I clumsily use my sword to saw off one of the coconut-sized fruits, and then I crack it open, taking a little of the flesh onto my finger. I try it and glance at Alora, surprised. It tastes like a combination of a pineapple and a strawberry. It's good. Alora tries it, and we sit for a minute to enjoy the treat. Excited to have a break from the stuff we've been eating for days. Any new food is good food in Neverwood. When we're done, we saw off half a dozen more pods and pack them in my bag before we continue on in silence. All our senses are focused on the world around us, trying to listen or feel for the tiniest indicator that we might be in danger. My dad always excelled at that. Maybe by the time I get to his age, I'll be just as good. If I survived. We keep exploring. There's a plant with white flowers. In the center of them is what looks like faces. It's creepy, frankly, but the faces don't seem to be alive in the typical sense. Laura points out a blue flower and tries to pick it. When she pulls on it, a little creature that looks like a monkey the size of our fingers squawks, and then dives back into the earth. Laura spots a bush covered in prickles, points, and hurries toward it. Nothing grows near the thing except pink and green mushrooms that seem to crowd the plant into where it grows. When she reaches it, she indicates the goldarium on one of the dark branches, gold and shining. As she tries to get it carefully, without scratching herself, I study the strange bush. Most of the nature here is luscious and colorful. This bush has no leaves. It's all twiggy black branches and thorns. Ouch! Elora hisses. My gaze jerks to her arm, where a thin spot of blood blossoms. Elora, it's fine. She reaches in deeper and then gets the goldarium on her finger. But before she gets her hand and arm back out, she hisses again, and I see she's caught another thorn. Then she's free and grinning. How about them apples? She says, showing off a good-sized little pool of gold. She puts it in her pouch, and then I snag her arm, studying the wounds. They're small and shallow, a little painful-looking, but not life-threatening. It's fine, she tells me, smirking. Some of my nerves ease. I take the first aid kit out, and even though she protests, I clean the wounds and bandage them. We might heal quickly, but that doesn't mean we can't get an infection. How about we have more treats before we go back down? And more water, I say. We check that the water is safe to drink and then fill up our water cans before returning to the plant covered in fruits. We just had lunch, but it was an opportunity we couldn't miss out on. Breaks in Neverwood are few and far between. Breaks in a paradise-like place with this beautiful woman who makes me feel like Play-Doh in her hands never happen. Eating more than what's necessary, we finish, and Elora smiles. Race you down. I shake my head, even though it's hard not to smile at her. Slow and steady, that's our plan. Standing, she whispers, Whoa. I look at her, and she has a funny look on her face. She puts one hand on her forehead and staggers a little. I've got an arm around her in an instant. Elora? She shakes her head, and then she's smiling again. It's okay. Just got up too fast. You sure? My heart's racing. I'm sure. Seriously, I'm fine. I study her for a long minute, but then she punches me lightly when she sees that I'm still looking at her with concern. We were nearly killed by elves, and you're worried about a little head rush? Come on, man. She has a point. Our kind aren't exactly vulnerable and weak. I'm overreacting. Seeing shadows and every bit of light in my life because I'm used to everything good I have being taken away. Elora is okay. We are Neverwood together, and we'll have each other until we get back. I push the thought aside and follow her to the ladder. Even though I'm not worried about her any longer, I sweep ahead and go down first. She rolls her eyes, but I honestly just feel better this way. If she misses a step or something, she's going to have to take me down with her before she falls. We start down, and then I hear Elora make a small sound above me. I look up, and she's falling, dropping from above and plummeting toward me. My heart seizes into my throat. I hold on tightly with one hand and then reach out with the other to catch her. She falls past me, and my hand slips over the fabric of her pants. My heart stops. I'm still wildly trying to grab some part of her, but nothing catches. I feel my life slipping away along with her. And then I snag a hand into her backpack. When I catch her weight, I nearly fall myself, but manage to keep hold. My sweaty hand grips the wooden ladder, and she swings back and forth beneath me, dangling over the mist, dangling over a fall to her death. Elora! I shout, my voice filled with panic. She doesn't move. She doesn't respond. She simply hangs from my hand, limp, and I wonder if her backpack will slip off of her, or if her body will jerk, and the movement will be the final thing that makes my hand slip. But nothing happens. I tried to pull her up to me, but her weight, along with the backpack, is too much. My fingers are slippery, and I have no choice but to release and re-grip. It takes a fraction of a second, but my life flashes before my eyes, and then I'm clinging to the tree again, wondering what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Climbing up with her like this is impossible. I need both my hands, but I can't pull her up. What the hell am I supposed to do? Sweat rolls down my back and I'm breathing hard. Tears sting my eyes. You're going to have to let her go. I shake the thought away. If I let her go, I'm falling with her. If you fall, I'm falling with you, my love. Love. Damn it. I can't process that now. Elora! Elora! I scream her name in desperation, but she still doesn't react. At last I grit my teeth, telling myself that I have to do something. Anything is better than nothing. With every bit of strength I have, I drag her higher toward me. Every muscle in my body shakes, but then I can snag her under her shoulders. Breathing so hard that the sound fills my ears in a creepy, echoey way, I stand, with her half squished beneath me, pressed against the tree. Now what? I look at her pale face, and now I can see that there's truly something wrong. Her coloring, it's off, almost green. I have no idea why or how this is possible, but she needs help, and I can't get her it until I get us to safety. There's no chance I can climb all the way down with her, but I think I can climb up. So, with incredible effort, I manage to get her over my shoulder. Then I have both hands, even though her backpack pulls her down more than I like, and I have a reoccurring image in my mind of her slipping off my shoulder and falling to her death. Moving at a painfully slow pace, I make my way back up, then off the branch. I fall onto my knees and lie her down on the branch in front of me. It takes a minute to catch my breath and calm some of the tremors rolling over my body, and then I drag Elora away from the edge of the branch to the edge of the plants. I stop and remove her backpack and mine, then stare down at her. What's wrong with you? What happened? Did she hit her head? She'd eaten and drank enough. She shouldn't have just fainted. My gaze moves to the bandages on her arm, and I decide, the hell with it, and unwrap one of them. The wrappings slip from my fingertips, and I stare down at the black veins spreading from the wound. What the fuck is this? I look around like someone might be there to explain it. What the fuck is this? I run my hands through my hair, yanking the strands. Then I angrily tear away the other bandage. The same thing. Black veins. Poison? She was fucking poisoned? I pound my fist into the tree branch, feeling like something is coming undone inside of me. Giants and ogres I get. Killer elves, fine. But poison? This has to be a joke. There's something dark inside of me trying to rear its ugly head. Something that can't handle Elora being hurt. Something that has no idea what it would do without her. But I have to tame it down. Push it so deep inside of me that it can't distract me. When I was hurt, Elora saved my life. I need to do the same for her. I'm not a good man. No one, not my father or my mother, would say I was anything more than a fuck-up. But Elora deserves better than that. She deserves someone who would keep it together when they need to and put her first. So, what do I know about poison? I know it's something I can't break. It's something I can't beat up. Breathe. Think. My father had gone over poisons with me. Not this one, but many of the other ones I might come across in Neverwood. Not extensively, but enough. At least given the fact that there aren't many known plants and animals that are poisonous. Bee flower. It's starting to come back to me. The bright yellow plant with 2 petals that looks like a bee. It was poisonous, but the white lily flower was the antidote if you ever let the juices of the bee flower touch you. In Neverwood, where something poisonous exists, the antidote exists too. Okay, it might not be the solution, but it's better than nothing. My mind instantly goes to the pineapple strawberry fruit we'd found. I stumbled toward it and cut a couple down. Then I cut them open and begin trying to feed her with the fruit. When nothing happens, I try applying the fruit to her wounds and still nothing. Should I just wait? My whole chest aches. I don't know what to do. But as I stare at her, her lips begin to turn blue. She's sure as fuck not getting better. Rising to my feet, I rush through the knot paradise, my gaze jerking from the flowers with the faces to the flowers that are attached to little monkeys. I consider grabbing them both and just force-feeding her to see what might work, but I know I can't do that. I could make her sicker. There has to be some logic behind what I grab. Then my gaze moves to the green and pink mushrooms. Kneeling down, I see that parts of the black plants have crumbled off, so it's not touching anywhere the mushrooms are touching. This is something. This has to mean something, right? I don't fucking know, I mumble, but I peel off some of the mushrooms, feeling sick. Wild mushrooms can be deadly. They can be incredibly dangerous if you don't know which ones are good and which ones are bad. If I give her these, will I just be poisoning her in a new way? I shake my head and run back with them. Alora's entire face is blue now. She's getting worse. I have to try something. Something is better than nothing. Grinding up the mushrooms in my hands as finely as I can, I start force-feeding her. And then I put the mushrooms on her wounds too, just in case. When I'm done, nothing changes. She still lays still, and I've never seen her like this. So devoid of life. If she doesn't make it, I can't go on. I can't do this alone. I hold her hand, and the chill in her hand terrifies me. Her chest begins to rise and fall erratically, and then it just stops. Elora! I roar her name. You can't die! I refuse to let you die! Come back! Come back! My words feel like lightning escaping my chest. They sizzle in the air around me, powerful, like a storm being unleashed. And then I pick her up, deciding to bring her to the river and give her the other flowers, to try everything I can to save her. And then I hear, Callum? I look down. I see her breathing. Her eyes flash open, and she looks at me sleepily. Are you yelling? I bring her close to me and hold her tightly, my whole body shaking. Thank the gods. I did nothing to deserve this woman. But I'll never forget this moment. 15. Elora. Callum is staring at me again. I can feel it. He's been doing that a lot since I was poisoned by that damn bush, and I have no idea what it means. Did I shit and puke on myself while I was out? And now he's just silently remembering the horror of it all? No, I'd know if I shit my pants. I hope. Glancing at him, I lift a brow. Everything okay? His gaze snaps away. Fine. Do you need to rest again? After I'd been poisoned, we spent a night in the little slice of paradise that turned out to be just another dangerous area in the mist ecosystem, because I didn't have the strength to climb down. The next morning, the cuts had healed, but the trails of black still remained from the wounds, even if they weren't as bright as yesterday. We'd managed to climb down the tree, but the experience had exhausted me. It was embarrassing having to stop and rest so often, but I knew pushing myself to the brink in Neverwood would be a mistake. Still, Callum was treating me like I was made of glass, and it was more than a little bit annoying. I'm fine. I'll tell you if I'm not. He keeps his focus ahead.
Maybe I should collect the next Goldarium alone.
I huff. Fat chance. I already told you I'd split what I get, and I'll keep my word. I'll split it too. I should just be the one to get it. It's hard to hold back my sigh. We'll see. You know, you're stubborn, Princess. And you're not? I say with a scoff. His hand suddenly finds mine, and we continue walking, hand in hand. The green and blue flowers that line our path stretch out in front of us, reminding us about the fact that this path was created by our fathers, traveling together. Not as enemies, but maybe even as friends. It's almost time to set up for the night, Callum says. We have at least a couple more hours of traveling, and he knows it, even though the idea of resting sounds pretty damn good. Let's try to go a little longer. Glancing ahead, my eyes narrow. What's that near the path ahead? Callum follows my gaze and then makes an irritated sound. Probably some fresh problem. I don't argue with him because he's probably right. If my past experiences in this world are any indicator, we're as likely to lay an egg as we are to have some happy little thing up ahead waiting for us. I steel myself, expecting the worst, but hoping for better. It only takes a few minutes to reach it, but then we're staring down at a dead bird just off the path. It's gray and sickly looking, like all the birds here, but it's just lying dead. Blood is spread under it, and something seems to have opened it up and eaten out the organs, but everything else is left intact. This is weird, right? He nods, releasing my hand. Most creatures would have eaten the whole thing if they killed it, or at least most of it. So, what would do this? I have no idea, but I don't think we want to run into it, he says. Ugh, this is creepy. Why can't we find butterflies that give us kisses instead of birds with their body parts removed? Why do my organs hurt now? He chuckles. Let's just keep going and get our minds off of it. Only that doesn't work, because it appears that something has killed more birds every so often along our entire path. The thing honestly feels like a warning or a dark omen. Dead birds have to be a bad omen, right? Could the elves be somewhere up here, stalking us? The idea doesn't sit well with me, but it feels like the only option right now. Maybe, but as long as we stay on the path, we'll be okay. He's right, but it's still unsettling. We keep going and the birds keep decorating the path, varying amounts of blood smeared across the branches the bodies lay on. There's also no signs of rot, which says this was done recently, which is just as unsettling as the birds themselves. I'm constantly looking around, including above us. Something is responsible for this, and that something is nearby. Cabin, Callum says. I spot it and relief flows through me. Our pace picks up even though exhaustion flows through me. The damn poison makes me want to just curl into a ball and go to sleep. But I remind myself that if I keep going, I'll get a warm bed, not surrounded by dead birds to sleep in. Want some bird for dinner? I ask jokingly. Hard pass, he says as we reach the cabin. He presses his finger to the little black square, and the door pops open. We slip inside and do our routine, getting the fire started and using the water in the cabin to get the pot boiling with dried meat and veggies in it. I don't even ask. I just slip into the shower first, washing my clothes at the same time. When I'm done, I put my clothes near the fire, and he takes his turn. While he's busy, I pull out the journal, but wait for him, realizing this is our thing now. When he comes out in nothing but a new set of boxers, I take the opportunity to gawk at him as he lays out his clothes. It sucks that the man's so fine. It makes it hard to be mad at him, Hell, it makes it hard to focus on anything except his glorious arms, perfect abs, and incredible ass. He turns around and looks at me, and I shoot my glance away, feeling my cheeks heat. He doesn't need to know what I was looking at. The ridiculously sexy man slides onto the bed next to me and says, "You sure you want to read the journal right now?" His hand runs along my leg and stops to rest on my thigh in a way that makes my insides turn to jello. But I'm not about to let him know his impact on me. I clear my throat. We should probably do some reading. He groans and rubs his face, which is satisfying. So I get to you too, huh? I'm smiling a little when I flip open the book. Again, there are very few entries, less than even before, indicating they didn't go this way very many times before they disappeared. What's strange is that this path was only created over the last year, but they obviously put a lot of effort into expanding it in such a short period of time, unlike past paths. All because I'm not sure why. The first entry is from your dad, I say, then begin reading. The Mist ecosystem, or as the natives call it, the Mist realm, is roughly 6 days' travel in length, factoring in the typical stops for Goldarium and the inevitable problems that this world brings. The lower level continues to be fraught with elves and large predators. The higher levels offer fruit, vegetables, and meat. Beware anything that seems unhealthy, as the animals tend to avoid them too. The gods reign over this realm as well, and some storms appear as dangerous as the storms in the forest realm. Callum leans back against the wall. All information that would have been more helpful a day ago. Right? But at least there's some interesting stuff here. The natives call this the Mist Realm. What do you think is the Forest Realm? The last one we were in? That makes sense. And the storms? I glance at him. How worried should we be about them? He seems to study my face for a minute. We'll handle them if we have to. Okay, that's not exactly an answer. At least we know now to climb up for food and supplies, more than down. Look at that. Them saying something useful. I snort. Callum, I really think they thought they'd be here to tell us. I think these were just basic notes. Maybe, but it doesn't suck any less. Agreed, I say, and glance back down. Most of the rest of the entries are done by Callum's father, but none of them are groundbreaking. Just helpful, which is nice, at least. They mention animals that make for easy meat, how to identify vegetables and fruit that are safe, etc. Again, we get to the final entry, which appears to be rushed, but far longer and more specific. Likely their last one before disappearing. It's written by my father. There will be more dangers up ahead as you come to the next ecosystem. Remember not to tell the council about anything you see or experience. Do not tell them you've had any signs of us or any information from us. If they think we've communicated in any way, you could be in danger. That's all. What kind of danger? We're the only gold keepers. What could they possibly do to us? He shakes his head with a humorless laugh. It's not like they can make more of us. Sighing, I lean back. Speaking of Paradise Falls, how much longer do you think we should travel before going back? He seems to consider my words for a long minute. Maybe until we reach the next ecosystem? I'm guessing it'll be within the next couple of days, and we've already gotten a lot of Goldarium, so our people should be happy no matter what. Agreed. I could use a bit of a rest before going to the next ecosystem. He traces his fingers over the black lines on my arm. These still hurt? I like his touch. I wish I could have it all the time. My dad told me stories about when the council had decided he should start looking for a wife. They pushed all kinds of women at him, but he knew my mom was the one for him the instant he saw her. It was solidified the moment they touched. He said her touch made him feel alive, like electricity coursed under his skin. That's the way Callum makes me feel. But unlike with my parents, we can never be something. I'll have to find another partner before the council's pressure becomes too much. Actually, my dad had said by 17 the council had been already after him to find a wife. We're in our 20s, and there had only ever been offhanded remarks, but nothing else. Calum is staring at me, so I force a smile. No, it doesn't hurt. I'm just a bit tired still, that's all. I hesitate, and then say, I don't want this to turn into a fight. Those brilliant green eyes of his find mine. What? Well, no point in holding back now. Do you think it's strange they haven't pushed us to find people to marry yet? I feel him tense, but instead of reacting, he takes a minute to answer. Yes, our parents were having people pushed at them by this point. My father describes being required to court the women with the best genetics, the proper age, and the best looks, many times. My dad was the same way. They were forcing women at him, but he only had eyes for my mom. Even after Mom died, they were pushing women at him in hopes that he might produce another heir. I hesitate. So, that's why I asked. I've been starting to think about marriage lately. I can tell by the way his face falls that he doesn't like where this is going. Why think about it if no one is forcing things on us yet? Why am I thinking about it? Maybe because I'm imagining the cold relationship my father had with my stepmother, and the equally chilly one Calum's mom and dad had. And I feel like I'm closer to heading to that than anything else. And maybe because having whatever this is with Callum is making me really think about how horrible that life would be. Because, inevitably, it's going to happen. And we can't just stick our heads in the sand, especially with how heated things have been between us in Paradise Falls already. His jaw clenches stubbornly. I don't want to talk about this. Of course he doesn't. I know, but Farron, his face contorts. Fucking hell. I don't want to hear his name. Frustration bubbles up inside me. Who do you want me to end up with? It's a question that's been plaguing me lately, because my dad leaving has taken away even more of my innocence. Him being a goldkeeper protected me in ways I hadn't even realized. Now I'm facing the dangers in this world, yet somehow I'm equally afraid of what's going on in my world. In the future, inevitably, I'll be forced to marry someone, so I can have more children and keep my line going. The council will want me to choose a proper man, and if I don't, one might be forced on me. If I push away all the decent guys like Farron, who will I end up with? Then I think of who Callum will end up with, and jealousy awakens within me. I don't want him to end up with anyone, except for me. I push the thought aside. It's impossible. If we even tried to be together, the council would separate us. Our people would riot. There would be chaos. We wouldn't be able to take a step in peace. And if we had kids, there wouldn't be the two families any longer. There would only be one. And how the hell would the council take that? Change is coming, whether we like it or not, and I can't feel torn up in Paradise Falls if I choose to pursue something with Farron. I need to feel like he won't kill the guy, and I need to prepare myself for whoever Callum ends up with. Callum, answer me. His gaze finds mine, and the rage in his expression takes my breath away. There is nothing you can say or do that is going to make things easier for you to be with anyone else. So we're not talking about this any longer. This discussion is over. And I don't want to hear his name, or any other man's name, come out of your lips ever again. Then he pulls me into his lap. I'd planned to say more, to do what I was determined to do and find a compromise before we returned to Paradise Falls. But his lips found mine and everything else slipped away.
The intimate scene has been removed to comply with YouTube standards. To listen to what you're missing, I have included several places to find it below this video.
16. Elora. What the hell is killing these things? Callum asks beside me. I shake my head. I have no idea. The thing is, I'm honestly worried the elves are leaving them here, that they're waiting somewhere around the path to attack us again. It's the only thing that makes sense. I don't know any animal that would just eat the organs out of another animal and leave the rest of it. But what's more worrisome is how fresh all the dead birds are. Whatever killed them is close. We head across another bridge between massive trees and notice that the wind has really picked up. Is a storm coming? Fuck, that's just what we need now. The bridge swings the slightest bit with each of our steps, but we've grown used to it after dozens of them. If two branches don't connect, these are always there, with flowers growing on the sides to offer us protection. The only difference with the bridges is that we don't drop seeds on them. We keep our hands free, knowing the path can't be spread wider here. Reaching the other side, I release a slow breath. We continue on the branch until we reach the trunk. And then that familiar tingling and pulling spreads over me. Goldarium, I say. Callum glances at the dead birds. Is it worth trying to get it when we don't know what's causing this? I don't know. Our people would never know. Agreed. But it's our job. If we don't collect it this time, we'll likely end up collecting it the next anyway. Besides, the pull is going up, not down. I doubt elves are above us. He looks reluctant but nods in agreement. But as always, we stay alert. There's danger everywhere. Basically, we won't be fooled by another paradise. We step off the path around a dead bird with dark, silent eyes staring out at nothing. Dropping seeds with each step, we circle the tree until we find the ladder up. Do you think our fathers made these? No. They would have made a path to it, he says, and I realize he's right. I start up the ladder and he follows behind. I try not to see the ever-fading black veins on my arms as I make my way up the ladder. Remembering the poison is more disturbing than I want to think about, as is remembering that one moment I was climbing a ladder just like this, and the next I was falling. My memories don't include that part of it, but Callum had told me as much. Our breath and the sound of the wind are the only things that disturbs the silence as minutes pass and we climb upward. Over the past few days, I'd begun to figure out how high the next layer of branches seemed to be. At least I thought I had, given that I'd started counting in my head every second that passed when I climbed. It'd taken about that long. If I was right, the next branch might be another 15 to 20 minutes of climbing. I'm right about the amount of time it roughly takes to get to the next level in the tree. We climb onto the branch and find this one is a platform weaved with big branches, almost like it was planned that way. More water runs down the branch and plants grow all around it. We quickly identify a couple of black bushes with the thorns and avoid them. Then look at the pineapple strawberry plant and agree to come back for them. A breeze sweeps through us, stronger than before, angrier than before. I look at Callum. There's definitely something going on with the weather. He frowns. Yeah. Do you think we'd be safer up here with our tent near the trunk of the tree, or down below? I take a second to think. Maybe up here? The plants offer a little protection. Okay. We'll set up camp after we find the Goldarium. Following the pull of the Goldarium, I let Callum take it this time. He kneels down next to the plant and carefully lets the metallic golden drop roll onto his finger before putting it in the pack around his waist. Turning to me, he shrugs. Yeah, I get it. He still doesn't care much for what we're doing, and maybe I don't either. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to live in Paradise Falls too, along with my friends, I don't know how much I'd be willing to risk my life for this any longer. Should we eat and rest before setting up camp? He asks. That sounds amazing. We're heading back toward the pineapple strawberry plant when something starts to bother me. I pause, and Callum continues ahead of me. But I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Glancing around, I see nothing that should make me feel this way, but that instinct in the back of my mind that danger is somewhere around us is here. Are leaves falling? I don't know. Is the branch shaking? I'm not sure. And is there a smell? And then I'm certain of it. I feel shaking. Glancing down, I can't see anything different, but I'm sure the ground is shaking beneath my feet. Leaves fall from the plants, just a little, more than usual, and I look toward the surface of the water to see that it's disturbed. Callum. He looks back at me, nearly at the strawberry pineapple plant, his expression confused about why I'm so far away. I open my mouth, and a dead bird drops from above and lands just in front of me. Heart in my throat, I slowly look up to find something akin to a massive weasel curled around the tree above me, claws firmly in the bark. I open my mouth to scream when the thing pounces. With only seconds to react, I roll. It hits the ground and there's nothing but fur around me, but I'm running through it like branches in a forest. Exploding out of the dark fur, I nearly fly over the edge of the branch. Screaming, I turn around and the weasel adjusts to face me. Using one pawed hand, it swipes out at me, and I try to jump to the side, but it knocks me in midair. And I go flying over the edge of the branch, plummeting to my death. I'm falling, screaming. There's nothing to grab onto and only the ground rushing up at me. Air and mist are all around me. Maybe I'll hit a branch below this one and die there. Or maybe I'll fall until I hit the ground and only the elves will find my body. I don't know, but I know this is it. There is no other way this ends. Not even Callum can save me now. Then I'm swooped into strong arms, and my head whips in that direction, wondering how the hell Callum could be doing this. Only it's not Callum. It's another man. He has long, dark hair whipping wildly about his head, and dark wings, like a huge bird's, that pumped furiously behind him. Lightning suddenly sizzles through the air next to him, and he whirls with me in his arms while I scream. He's darting and diving as the wind picks up, and it batters against me so painfully that it feels like it's trying to tear my skin off. I press my face to his chest, wondering what the hell this is. Elves with wings? Have I been saved from one death only to be presented with another? And where's Callum? Is he safe with that thing? I tried to ask the man what he is, who he is, what he wants with me, but he doesn't seem to hear me. Hell, I can't even hear my own words any longer. A storm is swirling around us, and we're being battered like a bird in the wind. It's hard to tell if he even knows where we're going. I don't know where we're going. Hopefully back to the branch and to Callum. But I can't even tell. It's just chaos around me that seems to have no end. The wind, the mist, flashes of branches and trees. Then we shoot out of the storm and roll, feathers all around me, before coming to a stop. I'm breathing hard. I look up and I'm on top of the man. His wings are curled around me. His head is bowed down forward as if to protect me, but his eyes open, and pools of gray stare back at me. He smiles. You all right? No, I'm not all right. I'm with a strange man, with wings, in the gods only know where. Nothing is broken, I don't think. He seems content to lay here with me, grinning up at me as my hands rest on his bare chest. Lucky I was flying through. I nod, then glance around at his wings. Can we get up? His wings unfold around me, and I find myself in the strangest room imaginable. Wood is all around me, along with shelves of books that cover nearly every inch of the walls. There's also something similar to a fireplace on one side, but it's piled high with glowing red stones, and no fire leaps from within it. It seems to light the room, though, and the space is far warmer than the outside. Climbing off of the man, I stare around in shock at the bed, the little dining room. Everything is all made out of wood. A piece of heavy leather attempts to cover the hole we came flying through, but it flutters in the storm. He rises to his feet, going to it. He closes wood over the exit and latches it, quieting the room and creating a strange stillness. Am I sealed in here with him? My gaze moves to him. He's not like the elves. While they seemed like stretched-out humans, the man is evenly proportionate, but with a wiry kind of strength. He wears long leather pants with boots, no shirt, and a cord around his neck with a feather. His dark hair is messy from the wind, and his gray eyes radiate kindness. Still, I wasn't afraid of the elves either. I hurry to the entrance and press my hands to the exit, looking at him nervously. Thanks for saving me, but I have to go back where I was. He frowns, looking truly perplexed. You want me to toss you back into the air to fall to the ground, like the wingless being you are? No, not at all. I want you to take me to the branch above that, the one I fell from. I was up there with a companion. Why did you leap from the branch if you want to stay with a companion? He asks, tilting his head in a movement that's almost childlike. Some kind of beast with fur and claws and teeth and whiskers attacked us, sending me over the edge. Just thinking about it makes my pulse pick up once more. Ah, he nods solemnly. You stumbled upon Ratatosker. Ratatosker? What the hell is this man talking about? And why isn't he just taking me back where I came from? He turns and walks toward the little table with 2 chairs and waves for me to join him while filling 2 cups with liquid. Ratatosker is the messenger of the gods. He's a tricky little fellow, causing trouble between the serpent on the ground and the eagle in the trees when he delivers messages between them, by peppering their messages with insults, which causes them to fight, resulting in these storms between the gods. I feel like he's speaking another language, but I don't care. Callum is out there with that thing, alone. Anything could happen to him. Will Callum be okay with it? Callum? I don't know this creature. Fuck on a stick. My friend, Callum. He was left on the branches with it. Ah, he looks curious. Is this friend your mate? What an awkward thing to ask, and not at all my point. No, not exactly. I don't know. It's complicated. Will he be okay? He looks thoughtful. Does he have wings? No. He winces, tapping his chin. Is he clever? I don't hesitate. Very. Then he may survive. But he doesn't sound convinced. My stomach turns. We have to get back to him. The look of genuine remorse that comes over his face makes my chest ache. That's not possible. Storms, as they say, only give a wink of warning, and then their deadly winds appear. Winged creatures beware. If lost among the wind, one may lose their mind and their life. My hands curl into fists. It doesn't matter. I have to go back out there. He stands slowly, but there's no threat in the movement. My lady, you are of the Sky People, friends to the Tree People. If it was within my power to bring you safely back to your Callum, I would. But the winds would kill us both. For the time being, all we can do is stay safely in my home. When the storm dies down, we can go in search of your Callum." "No," I say, and then before I can stop myself, I unbar the window and throw it back. Pushing past the thick leather flap, I'm met with a kind of wind that grabs at me like angry fingers. I'm hauled out of the window and over the edge, where I see nothing but mist and death beneath me and all around me. Strong hands yank me back, and I'm tossed on the floor. The opening is closed and secured again, and the man stares at me with wild eyes. "My lady, do you intend to kill yourself?" Rising on legs that tremble, I shake my head. "I just thought there was a way. I didn't know." I wrap my arms around myself, feeling on the edge of tears, thinking of that beast, that Ratatosker with Callum. How will he ever get away from it? How can he survive? I'm not even there to help him. I'm here, in a situation I don't even understand. His tone gentles. "I understand. This is hard. Your people know so little about this world, and there's so much danger here. But you're safe within my home." "Am I as safe here as I was with the elves?" I ask, my voice coming out soft. His entire body stiffens. "My lady, the elves are cruel creatures who still practice the art of sacrifices to the gods. The tree people have long since left those ways behind, and the sky people are our allies and friends. Even though your people are few and far between, we'll never forget the friendship we formed between our kinds." I think about where I am. Apparently, in a hole in the side of a tree with no way to go up or down. With a storm outside and no way to get back to Callum. I could fall apart. I could fight this man. Neither thing would change my situation. Feeling exhausted down to my soul, I take my backpack off and set it down. He looks relieved. "Let me get you food and water. Nutrition is a way to ease the soul." I eye the pink liquid in the glass on the table, but slowly move toward it and sit down. Deciding to go easy, thinking about the drink from the elves, I take a sip and taste nothing but strawberries and pineapple. "Is this from the red flowers?" "An anasardby," he says with a smile. "Yes, the berries are sweet and plentiful, so we use them for drink and food." He goes to the red stones, over which a pot hangs. Using bowls, he scoops the contents and then returns with them, setting them down on the table before producing spoons. I stare down at it, feeling tears prick my eyes. Callum and I have shared many meals like this over our time in Neverwood. Where is he now? Is he safe from that creature? Is he safe from the storm? "It's good," he says, lifting up some of the stew to his lips, blowing on it and eating. I try to manage a smile, but it's hard to do so as I cautiously try the stew too. I'm surprised. It's good. Far more flavorful than the meals we've been making. The spices are unusual, rich and earthy, but good. "Thank you. It's lovely." "Like you," he offers. He focuses on his dish, but continues talking. "Most of the sky people are male. The recent ones older. It's refreshing to see a beautiful female." I barely comprehend his compliment. "You saw older men?" He nods. "Lord Victor and Archer. They've come through here a few times as the dew vine moved through its cycle. But before that, no sky people came for so long that we only knew of them in our books." "Were they okay? Were they safe?" He laughs. "Lord Archer and Lord Victor were far safer than you were. I never had to rescue them from the sky. I only had to teach them about our world. I don't care about that. It only means they're better goldkeepers than I am. I only care that it means they're safe. At least the last time this man saw him." "How long ago did you see them?" "When the dew vine was not yet covered with flowers," he tells me proudly. That's not a measure of time, I understand." "And did they seem happy?" He tilted his head. They seemed focused. We sit and eat the delicious stew, and I catch him constantly glancing in my direction. But when I meet his gaze, he looks away. It's like a weird game we're playing. Then he reaches out and turns my arm over to look at the black veins. You encountered a black death and survived? I nod. That was because of Callum. He gave me pink and green mushrooms and fixed it. He studies me for a moment. The cure to Black Death is medicus. When I look at him confused, he explains. The green plants, with creatures attached to them. I don't know what to say to that. Callum had told me the mushrooms had fixed me, but I'm not about to argue. So, do you live here alone? Sadness comes over his face. My parents lived near me until the Valkyries brought my mother and father to Valhalla, but they were warriors, and deserved a warrior's death. I'm sorry for your loss, I say. He looks troubled. Their deaths have certainly left many empty places in my life. And there are other tree people like you nearby? Not near, but there are others. Our numbers have dwindled. It is said that the presence of sky people brings fertility and births, though, so I imagine our numbers will begin to grow once more. I have no idea how seeing us brings more births in their people, but I don't tell him that that sounds like superstition nonsense. Instead, I continue eating, thinking, trying to keep my mind off of Callum until I can see him safely once more. Sometimes I can hear the rushing of the wind outside, but it's mostly quiet, and it really does feel safe. Can I ask you a few things? He asks. I nod. Are you here to collect your golden dewdrops too? Golden dewdrops? That's one way to describe Goldarium. Yes, it's the job of all goldkeepers. And is the man with you doing the same? My heart aches. Yes. He smiles. Your people amaze me. They do so much and risk so much for something so silly. It's not silly to me. I can show you why. Instantly, his face is alarmed. No, thank you. Your golden dewdrops are quite deadly for all but your kind. I'm surprised. How is it that only the two families can touch the Goldarium in this world too? I somehow thought this man, with his wings and his knowledge of the world, would be different. Why do you have wings? I ask. There is a twinkle in his eyes. Why don't you? Fair enough, I laugh. You have a nice laugh. It's better than your fear and your distrust. Thanks? He cocks his head. I hadn't realized how much I missed the lull of conversation and the sound of laughter until now. I think I like it enough that I wouldn't mind your lack of wings or lack of knowledge. If you wanted to stay here and be my mate, I would be glad to take you. I would make certain you were safe from all things, never hunger, and never fear. I am startled to my core. Well, the thing is, our people don't move quite that fast. We have to get to know each other before making decisions about mates and whatnot. He seems interested in that. Okay, understood. I yawn. He stiffens. You must be exhausted. Why don't you rest? You can take the bed. I'll take the floor, and when the wind's calm, I can try to bring you back to your Callum. I want to refuse. I'm uncomfortable sleeping in a strange place near a strange man. But I agree and climb into bed, listening to the sound of the storm raging in the distance. But I don't go to sleep. I just listen to the sound and think of Callum, hoping that wherever he is, he's safe. 17. Callum. Blood runs down my arm as I kneel, soaking wet in the center of the tent. I tear off a piece of fabric and tie it around my wound, finally stopping the bleeding. Then a sob bubbles out of my throat. The minute Alora had gone over the edge, the fucking creature had attacked. I'd been in the fight of my life while wondering if the love of my life was dead. How could she have survived? I pressed my good fist to my mouth, trying to keep control. The storm was both my savior and my destruction. The second it unleashed its full force, the rabid beast had crawled back up the tree and disappeared from view, leaving me alone. But I couldn't even try to check for Alora, because the rain came pelting down and the wind threatened to tear me off my feet. Not sure what else to do, I'd crawled to the trunk of the tree and set up camp in the semi-safety of some trees and bushes. It wasn't enough. My tent was still being battered, but it was better than it was. As soon as the storm eased, I had to look for Alora. If she fell onto the branches beneath these, she might have a chance at surviving. Maybe. It's possible, I don't know. If she kept falling, I would still search for her. I would look for her forever, if that's what it took, to bring her home to me. And I would stay with her no matter what fate I was signing on for myself. Her or her body wouldn't be left here alone. The storm calms. It's like it's taking a breath, but I don't think. I just undo the flaps and rush back out. What I see is impossible. The mist is swirling together until it forms a face. The face of a goddess. Of that I have no doubt. As I stare, the face turns to me, and then it opens its mouth, and a rush of wind comes out that sends me flying back. I barely manage to catch a sapling, but I hold on tight. The wind and rain lash at me like an angry beast, and I begin to scream into the storm. I don't know why. I'm flung off the sapling and tumble head over feet. I manage to snag another plant, and the angry face of the goddess looms over me. I scream again, remembering the stories of the gods. Please, please. I don't ask for my life for myself. I ask for it for her. She has to live. My fingers slip off the plant, and I see the edge of the branch, and the storm stops. I hit the branch with an ungodly amount of force, and sit, dragging in breaths. The face of the goddess studies me for a minute, and then it turns, facing the other direction and letting its wrath unfurl. I stagger to my feet. My head spins, and it seems to take forever to find my tent once more. I crawl inside and collapse. I want to sleep forever. I want to never wake up. But Alora is out there somewhere, and she needs me. It's hard to force myself to eat and drink, but I do. My limbs shaking, my arms and head aching. When I'm done, I'll collapse. I'll heal, and I'll set back out. And no matter what it costs me, I'll find Alora, dead or alive. Falling to my side, my eyes close, and the world fades away. 18. Alora. My eyes open slowly, and I wince. My body aches a little everywhere, but I'm surprisingly comfortable. I find I'm staring at a wooden wall, so I roll onto my back and glance around. Tree Man, I really have to ask him his name, is sitting at a table with a book in hand, a spread of food in front of him. When he sees me staring at him, he smiles. "Did you sleep well?" I nod. I did. It must have been the poison still working its way out of my system. "Hungry?" he asks. "Actually, yeah." He stands and gestures for me to join him, which is actually kind of nice. I crawl out of the bed and join him at the table. There is a plate of some kind of meat, veggies, and a few odd dishes. He spoons out some of each item onto my plate, and then does the same for his own. We eat in silence at first as I carefully try each food and sip at the pineapple strawberry drink. To my surprise, all of the food is good in different ways. One reminds me a little bit of a cheesy burger pile. Another could be pizza, The others are clearly fruits and veggies, but they're all good. And one pile is definitely eggs. Where did you get the eggs? They're often found in the trees. If you find a blue sapling, there are often nests in the branches. Good to know. And what about this? I point to the meat that tastes a bit like cheesy burgers. Gray bird mixed with cheese, he smiles. Your people actually taught us about cheese. It's one of the things we take from the ground. The ground isn't our favorite, but it has uses. Very cool. I could teach you how to catch a gray bird if you want. Maybe, I say. But I really just need to get back to Callum. I understand. He's quiet for a minute before he says, As few females as there are, I would be lying if I said I hadn't looked at you as a potential mate. However, you don't have to stay as just a mate. If you and Callum both wanted to stay, I would be glad for the company. There is another nest close to this one. I could build a walkway, so you both could walk from yours to mine, and a ladder, so you could reach the lower levels. I would help you survive, and I wouldn't mind the company. It's a sweet offer, and I honestly feel a bit bad for him, being lonely up here. We have to find more of the gold stuff. It's our goal, so we probably can't stay here, even if I hope you'll let us visit again. Visit? He smiles. I shall mark the trunk of my tree by the path, so you know to look for the ladder and come up to see me. I'll arrange things to make it simpler for you. That would be nice. Then my thoughts spin. You know, if you're feeling lonely, you could always get a pet. A pet? He frowns. I don't know this word. How do I explain that? A pet is an animal that you don't eat. You keep it around as a companion. You talk to it, you feed it, and it keeps you company. He laughs, looking skeptical. And you don't eat it? I wrinkle my nose. Not at all. Where I'm from, people often treat their pets like children. They can't bring in food or other things to your home, but they're still nice to have around. Then a thought occurs to me. Just don't get a pet that can eat you or anything. He tilts his head, and his eyes sparkle. A pet. I shall think about such a thing. We finish eating, and I help him clean up, which he seems happy about. Then I check over my stuff and decide to go for it. I think we should go look for Callum now. Just one moment, he says. For a minute, I'm worried. Is he not going to let me leave? Is this going to be another elf thing? What the hell do I even do if that's the case? I can't exactly fly out of here. He goes into a chest and comes out with a little wooden container. Can I see the black marks? I offer him my arm, even though I feel a bit nervous. Then he rubs a green substance over it and closes the container before putting the container in my hand. That will treat the poison in the future. For now, it will help remove the reminder of what you've been through. Smiling, I thank him, then tuck it into my bag before putting my bag on. Hopefully, the storm has passed. The gods have calmed, he reassures me, then carefully opens the window and pushes aside the curtain made of leather. Light filters in, but it's that dim lighting, like on a very cloudy day. It's always so dark here. Is it? He asks, sounding genuinely surprised. He gets a thoughtful look and hurries back into the house, kneeling down over his chest, then going to the strange fireplace. A minute later, he comes back and shows me a small pouch in his hand. When he opens it, red light flows out, and I see some of the red balls from the fireplace. They can brighten any area you need, and they're warm, even though they won't burn your hand. He closes it back up and hands it to me. Thank you, I say, surprised and happy. In this realm, I imagine these will come in really handy. You've really been too kind to me, I add, kneeling down and putting the pouch into my bag. Crimson stones are easy to find if you look in the mud in the rivers, he tells me, waving my words away. I rise to my feet. Still, I appreciate it. I offer him a small side hug. He pats me on the back and is smiling when I pull back. You're as friendly as Victor. My heart warms. Well, he is my father. Victor of the Watcher clan is your father? He sounds shocked. I nod. He is a just and brave man. He is, I say, my voice sounding small and sad even to my own ears. I hope he's okay. He looks sad too. The path to the end of the Phoenix Trail is not an easy one. They say that silver and gold is only met for the start of the world, and then only those of silver and gold may reach it. What does that mean? He gives a small smile. I don't know. Sometimes the elders say words that have too much meaning and not enough. I kind of know what he means. Isn't that how most advice is? As we turn to go, I remember something that was bothering me. I never caught your name. He puffs out his chest. Zarex, of the Samez clan. I'm Elora, of the Walker clan, I say. He clasps my hand. Elora of the Walker clan, I hope this is the start of a friendship between our clans that will stretch through the days. I hope so too. He dons a little pack that sits high on his back to make room for his wings, then wraps his arms around my waist. I feel strange, holding him like this, but as there's no other way to travel, I put my arms around his neck. Instantly, I feel him harden. Embarrassment floods his cheeks. You're going to have to wrap your legs around my waist, unless you want to risk slipping. It would have been less awkward for him to just come right then. At least he would have gone soft. Instead, I have to wrap my legs around his waist while he pokes me uncomfortably. He makes a little sound. You have to understand, there aren't many females, and the ones that are, let's just find Callum, I say. He looks relieved, and if he wasn't poking me with his man-bat, I'd feel sorry for the guy. Instead, he pushes back the curtain, with the other arm wrapped around me, and climbs out of the hole. A scream tears from my lips, and then his giant dark wings are flapping above me, and the wind is whipping around me. At least the horrible fear of falling to my death helps me forget that I've got a leaky salami pressing into my crotch. Slowly, my screaming stops, and I manage to glance around me. My lips part on an O, and I look around me. Zarex is grinning when I glance at him, and then I'm looking all around again, at the mist that we're cutting through. It feels strange, fun in a completely unexpected way, now that there isn't a wild storm around us. Do you like it? He asks. Yes, tears from my lips, and I mean it. Your heart is among the tree people, he says, and he sounds more than a little pleased. We travel like that for a time before I say, Are we heading back to where you found me? Yes, I'm just trying to remember exactly where, and given that you were falling, you must have come from higher than I was. But how high, I'm not sure. We stop on the first platform of branches that we come to, which Zarex calls an oasis. As I search for Callum, he points out things, naming them, telling me which things are safe, which things can be eaten, and how they should be cooked, and which things I should stay away from. I'm focused on Callum, but I listen and make notes in my mind. I don't know that we'll come across Zarex again, but we'll be traveling this path when we have kids, so the more I can learn, the better. When Callum is nowhere to be found, I'm back in Zarex's arms. He politely tries to shift himself, but in his leather clothes, the effects of me being near him are hard to ignore. I briefly wonder if I should feel flattered, and then try to think about what it would be like to not see another man for a long time. I'm pretty sure a guy's face could look like a shoe, and I'd still be into him. We fly to 2 more oases. On one, we're clearly at a higher level than I've ever been before. Even the air feels strange, colder and harder to breathe in. He sets me on the oasis, and I see there's ice on the plants, like the tops of the mountains that surround Paradise Falls in the winter. I kneel down and touch the frost. Behind me, Zarek says, "There's more ice the higher you go." Is this how high you were, or higher? Lower, I say. I didn't even know there could be ice up here. Where do you think the rivers come from? Snow gathers at the tops of all the trees, and when the sun comes out, it melts the snow. I glance at him. You have a sun? He laughs. Yes, the sun god stays high above the tops of the trees, higher than any sky person can reach. Amazing. I turn back to him. We should go down further. Callum isn't here. Worry creeps through me again. I'd been trying to keep it at bay, but it's impossible. My mind keeps flashing back to that creature and the storm. Callum is tough, but I remember him broken and bruised from the waterfall. I remember him after his fight with the elf. His poor face had barely healed. He tries to act like he's immortal, but I know he's not. I've seen his mortality firsthand. Zarex pulls me into his arms again, and we sweep back into the air. This time, I'm not afraid. If I wasn't so worried about Callum, I might actually love it. I know most gold keepers are a bit of thrill seekers. We like the rush that doing crazy things brings, probably because we have to do crazy things whether we like it or not. I hold one arm out as we fly and close my eyes, imagining I'm the one with wings, capable of soaring through the clouds. As we soar, Zarex does loops, flying us upside down and around. It makes my heart drop into my shoes, but in the best possible way. And we're both laughing by the time we're landing on another branch. What the fuck? Spinning around, I spot Callum, and he looks like hell. His arm is stained with blood, and there's a bloodied white shirt bandaged around his arm. He's filthy and ragged-looking, as if he'd stood here on the edge of the branches throughout the storm and hasn't moved since. I run straight to him and wrap my arms around him. You're okay. You are too. And you're with that thing. He sounds exhausted and upset. My muscles tense, and I realize that Callum knows so little. He's been through so much. His body trembles in my arms, and I pull back. Sit down. You need help. I'm fine. Who is that? He demands. He looks like he'd fall over with the slightest breeze, but I realize this stubborn man will never listen to me. Glancing back, I smile at the man who saved me. This is Zarex. He's a tree person. His people have been friends with our kind for a really long time. He even saw our fathers and spoke to them. We thought the elves were friends too. He practically sneers. To Zarex's credit, he doesn't react. He just stands with a gentle smile, seemingly waiting patiently for Callum to like him. Being friends with elves is a terrible idea. They like to kill your kind. Thanks for the information, he replies sarcastically. Take your bag off at least, I tell him, going to his back and trying to remove it. I'm fine, he says, then stomps over to Zarex. At least, he tries to, but I'm pretty sure in this state, he's mostly just stumbling forward. And how did you come into this equation? I caught her when she made the mistake of trying to fly without wings. She was lucky I was there. Things that fall from that high tend to do little more than leave marks on the ground. Stepping between them, I give Callum a pleading look. He saved my life and kept me safe during the storm. Then he took me back to find you. I asked her to be my mate, but she said it takes longer to woo women in her culture. Callum's gaze swings to me with a questioning glance. I don't even know what to say, but my cheeks feel hot. Zarex is innocent. He doesn't understand a lot of things, like the fact that Callum is seriously considering beating the shit out of him right now. I need to defuse the situation, but I have no idea how to do that.
Or perhaps she told me no because despite the fact that you're not her mate, you're in the process of wooing her?
Zarex gives another innocent smile as he glances between us. I sigh. Something like that, Zarex. Now, Callum, can I please take care of your arm? He reluctantly sits. I remove the binding around his injury and his shirt. It's bad. Long and deep and gnarly looking. It's already begun to close, so the scar that will be left behind will be bad. A sob builds in my throat, and I set out to gently clean not only his injury, but his arm and body that have been stained by blood. As I study the wound, realizing that it may not do much to stitch it together, Zarex appears at my side with another wooden container.
This will help it heal properly. I don't want anything from you,
Callum says, followed by a glare. Thank you, I tell Zarex, then take some and gently smear it along the wound. Callum tries to flinch away, and I grab his arm harder. You will stop being a stubborn ass and let us help you, or I will kick your ass.
You can't tell me what to do.
Watch me, pretty boy. Those incredible green eyes of his find mine.
I thought you'd fallen to your death.
Unable to help myself, I lean forward and plant a kiss on his lips. Get over it. He lifts a brow. Zarex leans forward and tries to kiss Callum. Callum scoots back, shouting in shock. Zarex looks at him with those big, innocent eyes.
I wanted to help.
Callum is sputtering.
That's not how friends help. So we're friends.
Callum glances at me. I lift a brow.
Something like that,
is all he offers. Apparently not yet ready to accept Zarex, but at least it's something. Then he turns to him.
Don't do that to us, either of us.
Without another word, Callum pulls me into his lap and breathes deeply into my hair. I really thought, I know, I say. I was worried about you too. He holds me for what feels like forever, and then I force him to let me go, even though he keeps me in his lap. I pull out food and water and make him eat and drink. Zarex shares some of his snacks with us, and Callum reluctantly eats them. When we're done, Callum claims to be feeling well enough to keep going, and Zarex says he'll travel with us, so he can ensure we don't die again. Callum isn't happy about it, but he agrees. We take frequent breaks. I don't tell Callum it's because of how rough he looks, but then I know he wouldn't rest. Twice we sense Goldarium, and Zarex flies me up to get it, so Callum doesn't have to climb. There's a vein in Callum's neck that I'd never noticed before, but it stands out now. It doesn't help that Zarex is friendly. Most of what he says and does feels like flirting, yet he's the same way with Callum. Though that fact doesn't seem to calm my grumpy guy down either. Callum does perk up a bit as Zarex talks about the plants and animals and how to be safer in the Mist Realm. He even tells us that before the Ratatosker there is usually a slight scent of rotting animals and a slight trembling of the tree. I don't remember either, or maybe there is an echo of something in the back of my mind. But fear has washed those memories away. I mention the Hraesfalger and he laughs and says that it's only a legend of the elves, which is interesting. There was definitely a giant bird that killed the elves. When we at last see a cabin ahead, we're almost relieved. Until we also see a familiar wall that reminds me of a bubble rising up into the sky. Callum and I exchange a look and quicken our pace. At the cabin, we find ourselves just 30 feet or so from the next ecosystem.
This is where your fathers rest before they leave our realm,
Zarex says, and he sounds a little sad.
Then I don't see them again until they come back through.
Callum turns to Zarex.
Well, I guess this is goodbye then.
I frown at Callum. Shouldn't we have him stay longer and maybe—
It's been long enough,
Callum says. Zarex looks disappointed, but nods.
I'll keep an eye out for you on the way back.
He spreads his arms and hugs me tight. I can practically hear Callum growling. Then Zarex surprises us both by hugging a stunned Callum too. When Zarex pulls back, he says,
I wish you the best of luck in the Ash Realm. May the blessings of the Sky People go with you.
Then he takes off into the sky. I watch him go. So we had a chance to ask him all about this ash ecosystem, and we sent him away?
We can figure it out ourselves.
I sigh. You better hope we figure it out faster than we did the Mist Realm, or we're in trouble. 19. Elora. We made a stew over the fire, quickly showered, and ate. I also tended to Callum's arm again, which looks worlds better than it did before. Whatever Zarex put on it, it had done a good job. The minute we're rested enough, we bring out the cabin journal and settle in on the bed. Callum wraps an arm around my shoulder as we lean back against the wall, and I lean into him. Closing my eyes briefly, I breathe him in, and try not to think about how much I'll miss him when we return to Paradise Falls. Sighing, I open my eyes and flip open the journal. Yet again, there are fewer journal entries than before, and most are written by Callum's father. Start at the beginning? I ask. He nods. I begin. There are multiple levels to the Mist ecosystem. The lowest level has the elves and other large predators, although it also has a good amount of Goldarium based on our first trip. Higher levels have safer options for food and clean water. We also met one of the tree people, winged humans, who were helpful in our travels. Looking at Callum, I say, I'm going to move this information to the journal before entering the Mist Realm for future travelers.
Good idea,
he says, giving a small smile. I start on the next one. The tree people have proven to be helpful at teaching us about the Mist Kingdom, although they are also lonely. No doubt as a result of their dwindling numbers. We've also discovered larger predators in the higher levels. We now watch for scents of death and unusual slight movements in the trees to predict when they are coming, then hide until they pass. Running is not advisable. Okay. I move to the next entry, this one written by my father. The importance of making it further into Neverwood is growing more significant with each day that passes. We're pushing ourselves harder and harder while still collecting enough Goldarium to not draw attention to ourselves. Even so, it hasn't escaped our notice that the Council seems to be misplacing more and more of the Goldarium. We don't know where it is going, but it's disappearing at alarming levels. Is it just a ruse to keep us underfoot? We don't know, but we do know we can't trust the Council. We're also aware that we know nothing about the dangers that lay in front of us and can't be reckless, or it could cost us our lives. My eyes burn. What if it did cost them their lives? Callum squeezes my thigh.
They're okay.
These journals are just ramblings because they thought we would be with them when reading them. At least until the last trip, when they disappeared. They were just writing notes mostly geared toward future gold keepers, with the belief that we'd have added to them too. And they would be useful for the people who followed us. Take this as the rambling it was meant to be. I nod. I just wish they had told us something. Anything. I feel like I'm piecing together a mystery that no one ever wanted us to solve. Why did our dads work for the Council and also not trust them? Why pretend they're enemies when they never were? It's like gold keepers were different from anything I ever imagined. It's like they did what was expected of them in Paradise Falls, and then whatever the hell they wanted in Neverwood. Maybe they did. I glance at him, and Callum holds my gaze.
So much pressure and attention is forced on us in Paradise Falls. So much is expected of us. Here, though, we're our own masters. It's not a cushy life or a safe life,
but it's our own in a way it never will be in Paradise Falls. It's hard to breathe. I never thought about my life that way. I've always thought about my life as horrible in Paradise Falls and horrible here, but there are some good moments in both. He doesn't say more, but I read a lot between the lines and have to hold myself back from kissing him. We go down to the final entry, written by my father. Listen closely. The next ecosystem will be the ash ecosystem. If you are not yet traveling together, do not continue on without being there for each other. The ash realm is dangerous. Pack lots of food and water. Dress for warm weather. Do not touch the lava, the hot liquid. Eat the lava spiders, iron snails, and lava snakes. They will keep you alive. Do it. Drink the brown plant with water. Eat the red berries. Trade or you will die. Be respectful. Bow often. Do not hold eye contact. Do not go far from the path and trust nothing that flies in the ash ecosystem. It's unlike anything you've experienced before. Do not judge a book by its cover. I sit back, realizing that I'd been reading tensely. Another ecosystem? No, I prefer the term realm. But another one? And an ash one. What's lava? Hot liquid, I guess, Callum says, which just sounds like a ball to deal with. It can't be worse than the mist realm, I joke. He nods, but he looks tired. And we'll be eating spiders? I think I'll just stick to our packed foods. Right, I say, grinning. Then I look back at him, letting the book settle on my lap. So that's coming soon. It sounds like something we're going to want to be rested and ready for, Callum says. So we should wait to go there until we've gone back home? Callum is quiet for a moment before he says, Agreed. We've already been gone far longer than we ever have before, and we've gotten an impressive amount of goldarium. So after tonight, we head back? He nods. But we don't travel back with the tree guy. I give him a look. What? Zarex was kind and helpful. He saved my life. I could have saved your life if I had wings. His jealousy is out of place. You have saved my life. Remember the poison? He traces my arm. Even though the markings are gone, his movements are tense. What did you do with him? He seemed far too interested in you. I debate about whether or not to be honest. You already know he asked me to be his mate. But he was a gentleman the whole time. He gave me his bed and slept on the floor. He didn't try anything funny. He obviously wanted more, but I think mostly because he's lonely. He seems to take a minute to think over his words. We're nothing in Paradise Falls. But what are we here? His words catch me off guard. Sometimes I feel like he wants something more than what we have, and sometimes I feel like he wishes there was nothing between us. And honestly, I feel the same way, which sucks. Our lives are complicated enough. It's hard to have a complicated relationship, too. I don't know what we are, I tell him honestly. He looks exhausted. It's been a long day. Let's just go to sleep. Which is code for, I don't want to talk about this anymore. But as we snuggle together, I think about the fact that he was the one who brought it up. I wonder how often he thinks about us. Maybe what he sees us as is nothing more than two people bonded together through obligation, who bang. Or maybe he's starting to have the same deeper feelings that I'm having. Maybe I'll never know. 20. Callum. Tomorrow we'll be back in Paradise Falls, and my thoughts are starting to spin while I hold Alora in my arms. She's asleep. She's been asleep for several hours, cuddled up against me,
But as much as I want to just slip into sleep along with her, I can't. Because tomorrow, everything changes. I can't do this. Live two lives. I know our dad said it was necessary. I know Alora seems to be able to do it with ease. But I'm just not built like that. Love is new to me. Some foreign thing people explain to me, but I never really felt. My mother tolerated me. My father ignored me. Neither loved me, of that I know for sure. So I never had anything to look at to say, that's love. Except maybe Alora and her father. But that's a different kind of love. This thing, it feels too big to hide. Too powerful to ignore. If I can't be with her every second, if I can't hear her voice or feel her skin, what am I supposed to do? How do I even exist? You're good at feeling nothing. The thought makes every muscle in my body stiffen. I am good at feeling nothing. Except maybe anger. I'm good at walking around, just existing. That's what I'll have to do in Neverwood. There's no other way. I'm simply not a good enough actor to do anything else. It'll hurt Alora. Maybe, maybe not. But she has to understand this side of me if she's going to care for me. She has to accept that I can't be like Farron, Teth, or Cyril. I can't be like any other man. I'm too broken. I love you tonight, Alora. But tomorrow, I'm no one again.
21. Alora. It took us 6 days to make it back to the entrance to Paradise Falls. 6 far easier days because even when we sensed Goldarium a couple of times, we didn't try to get it. We stayed on the path, and we stayed safe. We didn't even see Zarex again. So there wasn't anything to slow us down. We did see ogres watching the path, but they did nothing to us, and Callum didn't seem concerned about them, so I tried not to be either. We'd left journal entries at every cabin on the way back, and when we reached the end of the path, we went into our separate cabins, unpacked, and placed our Goldarium in our crystal chests. When we exited our cabins, Callum wouldn't look at me, and my heart sank. I don't know how he can do this, how he can hold me the way he does one minute, and the next cut himself off from me. But I guess he has more practice being cold than I have. When we get back there, things will be the way they always are, he tells me, then steps through the green wall and disappears from view. I take a moment to mourn the man I cared about, and as I glance back at Neverwood, I have the strangest urge not to leave, which surprises me. This world is dangerous. It's lonely. There aren't any other people, well, few other people. No safety, no community, and yet somehow, I feel like it's better for me. Am I happier here? At least here I know to be afraid of everything. Back home, I'm constantly surprised by my enemies. Releasing a deep breath, I step through the green wall. I'm tugged and pulled, and then I'm back in Paradise Falls. The air feels drier, less full of life, and the colors are duller. Trees surround me, yet I get the sense that people are nearby in Paradise Falls. Callum is nowhere to be seen. My heart hurts. It's nearly as painful as when I'd thought Callum was dying. Here, the man I know is dead in the strangest way. Is this what my future will be like? Me feeling like I'm losing him over and over again? I start walking and reach the parking lot as Callum is pulling away. He doesn't even look back at me as his truck disappears from view. I put the crystal chest on the seat and my backpack on the floor of the passenger seat, then climb into the driver's side and follow him. As my truck rolls through town, I see security calling in my location. People stare, some point. Kids are jumping up and down in excitement. It's strange how much I want to recoil. There are so many eyes, so much noise here. The unexpected desire to turn around and go back to Neverwood flows through me. I always liked it here. Why don't I like it here right now? I pull up behind Callum's truck and he's at the door, waiting for the scientist to let him in. As I get out and stand beside him, we don't speak. We just wait in silence until the doors are opened. The scientists lead us through the security doors until we reach the crystal room. We take the goldarium and place it in the secure chests, and the scientists use their specially made hands to handle the goldarium, probably to count it and weigh it. When we go to leave, an older man with gray hair and brown eyes is smiling at us. "You guys did well. This is a score your fathers would be proud of." "Thank you," I tell him tiredly. The crystal chest in my hands suddenly feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds. "But if you don't mind, I think we'd like to get home. We're exhausted." "Of course," he says, followed by a chuckle. "I just thought you two would want to know who brought home more. Your fathers always wanted to know." "I want to know," Callum says, his hands curling into fists. The man's eyes move to me. "The Walker heir did." "Fuck," Callum mutters, then storms away. Is his reaction for show? I don't know, which is frustrating in itself. I didn't even realize we were competing anymore. I thought this part of our competition had been worked out because, in Neverwood, we'd tried to divide up the goldarium evenly. I guess next time we'd have to make sure he had more. I don't know. But right now, I don't even care that I brought back more. I glance at the older man. He grins. "That's how the Runefalls always respond when they lose." Callum looks even more annoyed as he heads outside. I follow, my heart racing. Everything feels wrong and different, far faster than my heart seems to understand. Hurrying out to my truck, I try to catch Callum's eyes, but he doesn't look back, just squeals away. After weeks together, he's just gone. And I'm alone and reeling. How can he switch it on and off so easily? I set the chest on the passenger seat and start driving, feeling exhausted and numb. When I'm almost home, I see Beva's curly red hair and pull over, even though I'm tired. Even though a huge part of me just wants to go home and shower, eat, and sleep in my own soft bed. I can't bring myself to pass my friend. She turns to me with the slightest bit of fear, and I realize she might have thought for a moment I was a van coming to make her disappear. But the fear fades fast and she smiles. Going to open my passenger door, I shove my stuff over to make room for her to sit down. Instantly, she hugs me. I laugh. I can't smell all that great after being in Neverwood for 2 weeks. "I couldn't care less," she says. "I missed you." We drive home more slowly than we need to, but all the golf carts on the road don't mind. They get out of the way of Callum and I's trucks whenever we're out and about. Not that I blame them. "You're a sight for sore eyes," I tell her, and I mean it. She's wearing gloves to hide her 2 injured fingers. She has on mascara, making her long lashes around her big blue eyes look even darker, and she's wearing a dress. She's more dressed up than I usually see her, other than her curly red hair, which has been left loose and wild. "I actually had a meeting with the council today," she tells me, going for nonchalant, but I can sense the tension and fear in her voice. Without a thought, I pull over, near the entrance to my neighborhood. "Are you okay?" My stomach twists in knots. Beva is only safe here with her imperfection because of me. If they did something to threaten her or make her life harder, I'll burn this place to the ground. I'll make it clear to them that they'll never get another ounce of goldarium from me again. It's nothing like that, she says, then takes a deep breath, her intelligent eyes meeting mine. I was asking the council's permission to leave early for university, to get myself settled and to see the campus. And it was granted as long as I'm pursuing a career in the sciences, which, of course, I am. She gives an awkward laugh. I mean, no one is allowed to study elsewhere unless they are, but they really emphasized that they expect me to come back and be among the greatest scientists in Paradise Falls. And I agreed. She glances at me nervously. They also reminded me that when I come back, I won't be able to talk to anyone about the outside world, on penalty of death. I wasn't sure if they were trying to scare me into not leaving or just remind me what was at stake. But either way, my mind is still made up about leaving. My chest aches, and it's hard to breathe. My best friend is getting out. She will be safe, and at the same time, I'll never see her again. She's going to go, and there won't be a phone call, an email, or even a letter. It'll be like I lost her, like I lost my mother, like I lost my father. I'm sorry. This isn't the way I wanted to tell you. You barely got back, and My eyes sting with tears, and I hug her tightly. No, this is such good news. I'm so happy for you. We're going to have to go through your room and figure out what outfits to bring. And you'll have to bring pictures of us, too. It'll be so much fun. When does the semester start? She pulls back and winces. Not for a couple more months, but as soon as the council arranges a flight out for me and my family, we'll be gone. They're going to go with me to help set everything up, then come back. Soon. She's leaving soon. It's a blow I'm not sure I can handle right now. It's like the walls I keep around my emotions are crumbling and broken, and I'm scared I'm not capable of saying the right thing right now. Congrats, I manage. It's so exciting. Want a ride home? Yes, thanks. Then she proceeds to tell me all about her new university. Apparently, the place doesn't use enough goldarium to keep the weather always nice, so she'll have to get cold weather clothes. She got a scholarship, like most people from Paradise Falls, that will cover all her living expenses and her dorm. I tried to pay attention after that, but my heart is beating so fast that it's hard to hear her. When I pull up in front of her house, I feel like I'm in a waking nightmare. One in which I have to smile and say the right things. Oh, she says with a happy smile. Did you hear about the opening of the new Science Center building? Maybe I had heard something about the building that had been slowly being built over the years being finished soon. I think from Callum. I don't know anymore. But it took 10 or more years to build a science building capable of using goldarium, or processing it, the way we needed. I didn't really understand all the mumbo-jumbo, or maybe no one had really cared enough to explain it. But it'd be a big deal in Paradise Falls. And it's going to be dedicated to your mom and the other people who lost their lives in the fire. I stare at her, remembering. Someone had mentioned something about this, but I hadn't really processed it at the time. Is this dedication supposed to be a good thing? Another way to remember my mom's death? For some reason, I don't like it. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I don't remember the date offhand, but there's supposed to be a big celebration. If I'm still in town, we should go to it. Totally. She hugs me again. I'm so glad you're back. Me too, I say. But I don't mean it. She leaves and I head home, feeling numb, feeling lost. I almost want to drive to Callum's house and hug him, kiss him, make love to him so I feel like I haven't lost everyone I care about. But I've lost him, too. I pull my truck into my driveway, kill the engine, and bring all my crap into my room. I'm aching to take a shower, but I search for my stepmom first. To no one's surprise, she's passed out in bed. There are 9 wine bottles around her, so either the cleaners haven't been here recently, or she had a busy day. I ignore the bottles, but cover her with her blankets. Staring down at her, I realize that I feel nothing when I look at her. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I'm broken in more ways than I know. But it hits me that for some reason, I've never been close to her. Possibly because she was brought here to replace my mom. Or maybe she's broken in her own way, too. I don't know. Closing her door, I head upstairs and to my room. But before I get there, I see the cord that opens the attic. I have no idea why I do it, but I stand onto my tiptoes and pull it open silently. Climbing up the ladder, I go to the back and pull back the insulation that hides the little chest that contains all reminders of my mother and her journal. Again, I get the sense that someone has been in the room. It's unsettling. But I don't feel the journal or chest have been touched, just the room itself. But I can't say why. Going through the pictures, I smile at the images of my dad and mom and decide that I'm going to take one of their wedding photos to Neverwood. If I'm going to have a different life there, a life of secrets and love, my parents should be part of that life too. Then I pick up her journal and decide to go through it. Again, there's the paper with a blueprint. I study it, but it makes no sense. There are 4 levels, which means it can't be a home, and since most of the commercial buildings are only 1 or 2 floors, I imagine it has to be a science building or an industry building. There's one huge room at the entrance of the first floor, but that's the only unusual thing. Frustrated, I put it aside and start reading through the journal. Smiling, I devour the chapters surrounding her days with me as a toddler. Most talk about how much she misses my dad in Neverwood, but she talks about my milestones and the moments she loves with me. I keep flipping through the pages until a name catches my eye. Zave and Ari came over again today. I love that my daughter is best friends with my best friend's daughter. It's amazing that they've been able to play together since the day they were born. I hope that they'll be friends for life. I stare. My mom was best friends with another person who died in the fire? How is that possible? And how is it possible that no one ever told me? I don't even remember ever playing with Ari. My stomach twists. Is my whole life just a giant lie? Is any part of it real? I put everything back, but decide to take my mother's journal with me to Neverwood. I won't carry it everywhere with me. That would be too dangerous. But I'm going to put it in the first cabin. There, I can read it. And I feel like it's safer there now, somehow. Looking at the attic, I make sure it looks the way it did before, climb down the ladder, and put everything back in its place, except for the picture and the journal. Those I hide in my backpack for Neverwood. Going to the kitchen, I gorge myself on cookies, treats, and snacks. Then I head upstairs and take the longest, hottest shower imaginable before laying down in bed. But I don't sleep. I stare at the ceiling, my thoughts churning. I need to talk to Ari. It's my only solution, but I need to do it carefully. For all I know, she could be an enemy, and talking to her could alert the council to my investigation. My father said to only trust Callum, but it feels like it's worth the risk to learn more information. I just hope I'm right. 22. Callum. I lead Teth to the council building through a familiar side entrance that's always left a crack open for the staff to take trash out through. The council, rightly so, figures no one would be stupid enough to cause issues in their building, so their security isn't exactly the best. Teth and I have taken this path to get into the building since we were small children, or any time we've just wanted to escape the world and be together. We go up some service stairs and then find a little, almost hidden door and crawl through it. When we come out, we're on a small ledge overlooking the main council room. It's dark below because the council doesn't exactly keep 9 to 5 hours, which is exactly what I expected. Thanks, I tell him. Thanks for coming here when we could have gone anywhere else, just because I needed a break. In the last few days, people have been flocking all around me. Alora and I's recent trip is the talk of the town. We'd apparently brought back more Goldarium than our fathers typically brought back on their trips, so trade would resume with the outside world. I'd also learned there had been 2 blackouts during the time we were gone, so people had been extra anxious, wondering if we'd be able to do a good enough job to properly help the town and get things back to the way they were. I guess now they'd decided that they could use as much Goldarium as they wanted again, because we'd be the saps risking our lives day and night, so they could have pretty things. I hate this place. As a result of accomplishment, every woman within even a possibly passing dating age has been throwing herself at me. And everyone's efforts to become my friend has gotten to a point where I feel like punching someone. It seems the city has officially accepted that Alora's dad and my dad are dead, and we can successfully take their places. Assholes. We're not even people to them. We're fucking tools. Alora almost died for their fucking Goldarium, to make their lives easier. And my only purpose is to bring them their gold and give them babies who can keep the cycle going. I hate them. I hate almost every person in this town, and if I don't get some space from them, I'm going to lose my mind. Teth could tell, so he suggested we get some space. I hate everyone, I admit to him, the words slipping out. It's almost everyone for me, he says softly. There's only you and... I stop myself. And someone else. That's all I have. Teth regards me carefully. I think he suspects who I like, but maybe not. Either way, he'd never tell a soul. He's the only person on Earth I'd even consider confessing the truth to. But I won't. I won't put him in the position to have to hide such a dangerous thing. To my surprise, my friend's words come out soft yet strong. Some love is not meant to come to light. It's too dangerous. It would cost too much. You understand? I can't hold back my surprise. I've never seen him so much as look at a girl. The only person I've seen him even speak to outside of myself is Cyril. Maybe he knows who Teth likes? It seems, Teth hesitates, then continues, Elora and Farron may end up together. At least, that's what the rumors have said. You should end up with someone too. Every muscle in my body tenses. Those are just rumors. It's been said that she's shown more of an interest in him than anyone else. Late-night walks and talks. Someone even said they saw him leaving her house late last night. I swear I can't breathe. She wouldn't have. She couldn't have. Could she? Didn't I fucking tell her that she could do what she wanted here? That we're only together in Neverwood? But didn't I also tell her I didn't want her anywhere near him? I don't know what I said and what I only thought. If not him, it'll be someone else soon, right? Because that's the way it has to be. Does Teth know it's her I want?
Is he trying to get me to understand I can't be with her? Because I know. I want to scream at him that I know. But I can't risk that. I can't put him in the position of having this information. I thump my head angrily against the back of the wall. You'll find someone too. You'll have the pick of anyone. I hate everyone, I tell him again. Except you. There's the rare sound of his laugh. You have to like someone other than me. I don't. Even though I just said otherwise, because right now, I really don't. It's important that you have friends, that you find someone to marry. I realize this whole conversation isn't like Teth. He's getting to something. Maybe not because he knows about Alora, maybe for another reason I haven't quite figured out. But I was too far up my own ass to see. Why? I ask him, studying his dark eyes. He's staring forward, seeming to struggle with his words. I got my acceptance letter into 2 universities on the outside. My parents have been given permission to visit both to decide which one I'll attend. I wasn't given permission to leave until the decision was made, though. They've already left Paradise Falls. I can't think about the fact that this might be the most I've ever heard Teth talk in one shot, because I'm too focused on his words. He got into a university on the outside. He was going to escape this wretched place. His parents were going to get to escape too, and not die from their cough. It was everything I wanted for him and more. So why do I feel so hollow? You go, man. He says nothing more. You don't seem excited. He doesn't. He looks miserable. Things are complicated. It's hard to untangle my tongue. This is your way out. I fucking know. The words sound torn from his chest. Then quieter, he continues. It's not logical. I'll just go. But you're not sure you want to. He says nothing, and I'm left to deal with my surprise. I would never ask Cyril who the woman is that has taken Teth's heart, because that would be a betrayal, but I'm curious. Is she really worth giving up what he's always wanted? A path out for himself and his family? I think of Alora. Maybe I understand. Maybe some love defies the bounds of logic. Maybe some love changes you in ways that are foolish and complicated. But it's still worth the risk. I'm going to miss you. More than I can ever say. Teth puts an arm around me and we hug tightly for a minute before letting go. The dust on the ledge causes my eyes to water and I stare into the darkness, trying not to think about my future. Friendless. Watching Alora marry Farron. Marrying some terrible woman myself. Because my future sounds a little more bleak than I can handle. 23. Alora. We're standing before the council waiting for their remarks, but I already know they're happy with us. Unconsciously, I find myself playing with the necklace around my neck again, and with the little crystal ball surrounding the goldarium. Somehow, touching it makes me feel connected to my father, and to all the gold keepers that wore this necklace before me, which gives me confidence in the times I need it most. Times like these. My gaze slides over council members Abraxas and Olivia, then lingers on council member Runo. He's adjusting his glasses far too much, as twitchy as usual, but he seems to be beaming. I'm guessing the opening of the new science building has the head of the scientists in a really good mood. Councilmember Prisma has more jewelry on than usual, easily 20 gold necklaces that run all the way up her neck in loops, along with rings covering her hands and bracelets dangling off her wrists. My gaze lands briefly on Councilman Vin, who is seated next to Callum's mom, Councilmember Kayla. They're both wearing white,
sitting smug as hell together. A shiver rolls down my spine. I hate the man. I hate that he has power here. The realization that one day he might train my kids hits me. And I decide that I'll kill him before I let that happen. He won't hurt them the way he hurt me. And then there's Callum's mom. Does she know what the council is hiding? Does she know why they're dangerous? I'm sure she does. Even though she's only the unofficial head of the council, if anyone knows, she would. As I stare at all of them, I realize that I don't just dislike them any longer. I don't trust them. For some reason, the two things feel completely different. Before, I didn't like how they treated my father and I, but I felt like everything they did was for the betterment of our society. Now, after my father's warnings, I just don't know. And that makes me feel like their only purpose now is to cast a shadow over my life. I wonder if Callum feels that way too. Chancing a glance over at him, my heart aches a little. He looks so good in a black button-up shirt and dark jeans. His hair has been styled, and his scruff of a beard has been shaved. He looks clean-cut and handsome, but part of me misses his wilder side, the one I get to see and never would. I look away, knowing I shouldn't stare too long, and wait for the council to get their notes in order before Callum's mom clears her throat. The others fall silent, and she stares out at us. Her gaze is cool as it rests on us. Goldkeeper Callum and Alora, you have done very well on your second mission to Neverwood. It has become clear to the council that the solution to our limited stock on Goldarium is not more trips, but longer trips, since it seems to allow you to explore deeper in Neverwood and return with what we need. This is what you'll do moving forward. Although we are not cruel people and we are aware of your limited training, so we will be giving you longer breaks in between your trips in order for you to be at your best in that dangerous world. Longer breaks? It's weird how much that idea hurts. It's only now that I realize that some part of me prefers my time in Neverwood to my time here. Neverwood is dirty and dangerous without the comforts of home, but it feels more real. It feels like the place my heart belongs. And what's more, I can be there with Callum. Councilmember Kayla continues. We are aware that at this point in past Goldkeepers' lives, they were journeying more regularly to Neverwood than you were, and they were either settled down with their partners or were in the process of selecting their partners. Is that why you called us here today? To talk about our marriages? I asked Callum's mom, feeling my stomach sink. Councilman Vin and Councilmember Prisma both smirk. The others simply avoid our gazes, including Callum's mom, before she continues speaking. No, we understand that Alora and Farron are pursuing a relationship, and that Callum has his many women. We don't plan to change that just yet. I glance at Callum, wondering about his many women. His anger is poorly contained, and I wonder if it's because they brought up Farron, or revealed just how busy he's been keeping himself. Either way, I'm annoyed with him right now. Councilman Vin speaks up, and just the sound of his voice makes me want to peel my own skin off. But don't worry, we'll be getting those heirs sooner rather than later. He flashes a disgusting smile of pearly white teeth. Around him, several council members shoot him dirty looks. I guess he's the only one who wants to talk about us spitting out babies right now. Big surprise. Although, it kind of is a big surprise. We're the last heirs. We're inexperienced. If we die in Neverwood, they'll have no one. All logic says their big focus should be our marriages. Not that I'm complaining. Callum's mom looks a little frazzled, and she never looks frazzled. You'll be returning to Neverwood in 4 weeks. Focus on your training, continue with your schooling, if you wish, and stay healthy. Expect physicals from the doctors just to ensure that you are. Do as they ask. You're dismissed. 4 weeks? That's actually a significant amount of time compared to what I expected us to get off. I think the most time my father ever had was 3 weeks. But I can't exactly complain when the council thinks I'd rather be here. I force a smile, nod at them, then head out of the meeting room with Callum at my heel. It didn't strike me until that minute that he didn't say a word through it all. Sometimes I wish I could figure him out, but I never really know what's going on in his head. We're walking down the same street with him right behind me, moving away from the council building and toward our homes. When I can't take it any longer, I spin around to face him. His face is a mask of anger, but where the anger is directed, I don't know. What do you think about that? About the time off? And then another thought tickles the back of my mind. And since when do gold keepers need physicals after our youth? We're always in good shape. There's no reason to do one. He doesn't look at me as he pushes past me. Irritated, I call after him. Come on, you don't want to talk about any of that? He freezes, and for a minute I think he'll just keep walking. But then he turns back around. Here or Neverwood, I don't care about you. I don't have anything to talk to you about. Figure your own shit out. Then he keeps walking. I wait until he turns on another street and disappears from view before I start down the dark, lonely street again. Wrapping my arms around myself, I almost wish I was in Neverwood. But like he said, here or there, I have no one. 24. Unknown. Elora is not being careful, not with her actions or her emotions, which she wears like a flag waving on her shoulder. I want to pick her up and shake her. I want to demand she does better. Because of the lives that were lost to protect her. Because of the lives that will be lost if she doesn't do better. But I can't tell her anything. Not yet. Not unless I want to expose myself. They've never watched me closely. Never even suspected that I might have been left enough information to know what happened. And I need to keep it that way. If the council starts to look my way, all of my careful work will be unraveled, and everything that was fought for will be lost. It was painful to give up Elora's mom's journal, but I needed to give her a piece of what I knew to start her down the right path. So when the time came, she'd know what side to take. It seems my plan is working, and yet the girl has to be more careful. I'm so lost about what to do. I wish I had someone in my life I could go to for advice. The time is approaching where Elora and Callum will lose their lives, where their enemies will swoop down, and no one will be able to stop them. All the council needs is more Goldarium. Unfortunately, Callum and Elora are bringing their enemies the very tools that they'll use to destroy them. I need a way to warn Elora about her impending doom. But how much of a risk am I willing to take? I promised myself I wouldn't be like those before me, that I would stay in the shadows, stay safe, and do what I could. But I'm faced with the very decision they made. Am I really going to watch these 2 young, innocent lives be destroyed because of my desire for safety? I don't know. All I know is that right now there is only one chance for these 2. And I'm it. This has been Sinful Ever After, The Royal Goldkeepers Book 2, written by Lacey Carter Anderson, Read for you by Daphne Fields. Copyright 2024 by Lacey Carter Anderson. Production copyright by Lacey Carter Anderson.
That's the end of the second book involving Callum and Alora. I hope you've enjoyed this idea as it's being revealed. I hope you like the contrast between the dystopian world that these characters live in and the fantasy world they are trying to survive. Both places are important to the plot, so I hope you're paying attention to all the little breadcrumbs that will eventually lead to the end.
Bonded Ever After, a fantasy romance. The Royal Goldkeepers, Book 3. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Read for you by Daphne Fields. 1. Elora. I'm breathing hard as I jog through the empty streets of Paradise Falls, which is so unlike me. But I've been exhausted lately. Overhead, thunder echoes through the valley and lightning splits the sky, but no rain falls. I shiver. 1 week. 1 week until I have to return to Neverwood. Except storms will be a hell of a lot worse there. A lot may be worse there. The past 3 weeks have been brutal. Callum has become something beyond cold to me. There's venom in his gaze when he looks at me that he's not a good enough actor to fake. I don't know what happened to make him so angry, but I know in my gut that it'll carry over to Neverwood, and the thought makes me sick. I need him in Neverwood to survive. Don't I? But more than that, I want to be with him. Everything was so good with Callum in Neverwood. I've felt things with him that I've never felt with another person. Stupidly, I believed I was falling in love with him, even though I knew, logically, that we could never be together. But there, I trusted him with my life. There, he touched me tenderly. Like, maybe he loved me too. So what changed? I've racked my mind, and I keep coming up empty. Why does he suddenly hate me? And what does this mean for Neverwood? I don't even think he'll want to travel with me any longer, but I can't imagine going through the Forest Realm, the Mist Realm, and the Ash Realm alone. After everything we already know about these places, I don't think the two of us can survive without each other. What am I supposed to do? I reach the end of the houses at the edge of Paradise Falls and stop and take a break, breathing hard. I've been pushing myself, training for what's to come, but I don't think anything will be enough. How can I possibly be strong enough for everything I'm going to face in Neverwood? Motion catches my eye, and I glance over at the woods. There, for just a moment, I see Ari Radian. She's wearing a bright red jacket, her long dark hair left loose around her shoulders. She glances around as if looking for anyone who might catch her, then slips into the woods. My heart hammers. I need to talk to Ari about what I found in my mother's journals. I've been trying to figure out the best way to do it without risking someone hearing us. Seeing her now, I realize that I won't have a better chance than right now. Hopefully, she'll help me. I'm not sure, though. We have the shared bond of both our mothers dying in the fire at the science building, but I don't know if that's enough to make a connection with the cold and sometimes cutting woman. Hurrying away from the houses, I slip into the woods after her, and immediately feel a change sweep over everything around me. In town, things had been quieter. No birds, no insects. Just silence, as it tended to be around people. Everything felt like the world was just holding its breath. But it's so much different in the woods. The birds sing to each other. The insects are alive and loud. This place feels like life in a way Paradise Falls just doesn't. It's almost like being in Neverwood. I'm not sure where to go, so I just follow my instincts. Before too long, I catch sight of her red jacket and speed up. I spot her with a large map in her hands that is covered in handwriting and different colored lines, which is weird. What is she doing with a map like that out here? I've almost reached her when she whirls around with a look of panic, but the panic changes to surprise when her gaze falls on me. I just stare at her. From her long dark hair and dark eyes, which are the polar opposite of my blonde hair and mismatched eyes, to her red jacket, jeans, and boots. She looks ready for a hike. But no one would hike out here, right? Hiking is hardly an activity for the people of Paradise Falls. "Why are you following me?" she blurts out, folding her map in her hands. I blush. "I wasn't following you. I mean, not at first. I was out for a jog, but then I saw you, and I wanted to talk to you." "Talk to me?" She lifts her brow in a strangely cocky way. "We have class together. You couldn't have talked to me then?" I try not to melt in embarrassment, reminding myself that Ari is good at making people feel stupid. "The thing is, I wanted to talk to you alone." "Alone?" She crosses her arms in front of her chest. "Why?" Fuck. I hadn't thought about how I would approach this. I can't exactly tell her about the journal. My mind starts working as she stares at me, pinning me into place with her gaze. "I've started to have some memories of life before my mother and the fire." The words come out rushed and tangled. "Memories that involve you and your mom." Ari doesn't look surprised, just suspicious. "Okay, and?" "Were we friends as kids?" She huffs. Everyone in Paradise Falls is friends with kids their same age. Why do I feel like she's dodging the question? "You know what I mean. Were we friends? Did we have playdates? Did we hang out together?" She takes a long minute to answer. "Yes. Why?" "Okay, that's something." "Were our moms friends?" "Yes." Now we're getting somewhere. "Best friends?" She hesitates. "Yes." I frown. How is it that I don't remember any of this? "Shock?" she offers with a shrug. "You changed a lot after your mom passed." "But your mom passed away in that fire too, and you remember," I point out. It's silent between us for a long minute, and her expression is guarded. "Why are you asking about all of this? Aren't some things better left in the past?" How can anyone think that? "No, I think it's more dangerous to be operating without all the facts," I say, then press on. "Did your mom leave anything behind for you? Anything that talked about why our moms would have been in that science building late at night in the first place?" She looks uncomfortable. "No, nothing." Then she gives me a funny look. "Are you sure you want to be looking into this? Anything involving the council is usually better left alone." It's weird. I get the feeling she knows more than she's letting on. But how can she? She was just a child too when our moms died. There's no reason to think she would have information that I don't. "Well, if you think of anything, you're welcome to reach out." She nibbles her bottom lip, not making eye contact. Where is this coming from anyway? The fire was a long time ago. A cold wind blows around us. Like I said, I just started remembering some things from that time and wanted someone to help clear up my memories. I have so few with my mom, so they're precious to me. She nods, but I get the sense she doesn't believe me. Well, I'll let you know if I think of anything else. For a minute, I have the feeling she wants to say more, but then she closes her mouth and looks away. What is this girl hiding? So, I glance around. What are you doing out here anyway? Her entire body stiffens. Just exploring. I like to come out here and camp and stuff. Really? I thought Varric was the only one who did stuff like that. She blushes, which I wouldn't have expected from her. No, I enjoy it too. Do you ever see Varric out here? She instantly shakes her head in a way that tells me she does see him out here. Ah, okay. Well, I better get back to my jog. I turn to go when, from out of the woods, Varric comes crashing between us, holding a map decorated in different colors, just like Ari's. His eyes widen when he swings his gaze from me to Ari, and he instantly folds the map and puts it away. As I stare, his broad shoulders curl, like in doing so I won't be able to see all 6 foot something of him. Unable to help myself, I study him. He's got dark, wavy hair, left too long so that his green eyes peek out from beneath his heavy head of hair. He's wearing jeans, a gray jacket, and a backpack similar to the one I own. Which is weird. No one needs that heavy of a backpack out here. But then again, he's been known to disappear for long periods of time. Maybe he's disappearing out here? But why? Hello, I greet him. He doesn't respond other than a nod. But then again, it shouldn't be a surprise to me. He hasn't spoken since the day his father was killed in the fire. It seems that while Ari was able to bounce back from what happened, Varric and I haven't been as lucky. What are you doing out in these woods? I didn't expect a response, but I wanted to read his expression. His surprise at finding us fades away to a hard look that's as guarded as the man himself. Whatever he's doing out here, I'm not going to figure it out. He's making that clear. You both have maps, I say, turning to Ari. Why? Ari shrugs. Just exploring. Is that a crime? No, so get back to your jog and leave us alone. I bristle at the attitude in her voice, but realize I'm done with these two anyway. For now. Okay, well, have a good hike or whatever. Turning, I head back to the city, but when I glance back, they're heading in different directions, which is strange. I'd have guessed they were working together. It looks like I was wrong. But then, what had drawn the two of them out here to begin with? And does it have anything to do with the fire or our dead parents? 2. Elora. I'm oddly tired from the jog this morning. Like, completely exhausted. And I have no idea why. Maybe it's that I know I'm leaving to Neverwood in a week, and my body is just screaming no. But it's never been like this before. What about this one? Beva asks, stepping out of her closet as she holds up a floral skirt and a pink shirt. I feel like it says fun and sexy. I attempt a smile that says watching her show me 100 different outfits for college is super fun. It's really fun and sexy. She frowns. Well, you won't be able to tell until I try it on. I'll try it on. Then she disappears into her closet. I can't believe I'm leaving Paradise Falls and that I get to see the real world. I know I'm going to have to constantly be on alert for all the crime and violence, but I think it'll be neat to see something new, to meet new people. Yeah, I say, followed by a yawn. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared for a war to break out. As we know, wars break out on the outside all the time. I keep having this picture in my head of a war breaking out in the city my college is in. But then I remind myself that I've never heard of one of us leaving for college and dying. Disappearing, yes. Dying, no. But then maybe the council keeps it quiet so as not to scare us. Uh-huh. Beva's bed beneath my cheek feels soft. My body melds into the mattress, and my eyes flutter shut. I'm just so tired. My muscles feel like jelly. Even my mind feels like nothing but mush. It's like I've spent a whole day fighting and running in Neverwood. Maybe I'll just... I jerk awake and realize someone is shaking me. Looking up with sleepy eyes, I see Beva staring down at me with concern in her eyes. She's wearing the new shirt and skirt, along with some heels. How long had I been asleep? Are you okay? I nod, then sit up, rubbing my face. Yeah, sorry. She frowns. I have never seen you take a nap. Not even when we were toddlers. Yeah, I agree, trying to shake off the heavy exhaustion that tugs at me. Then I decide to share something that's been bothering me. I've actually fallen asleep a couple times in the last few weeks. She sits down slowly on the bed next to me, her brows furrowed. Is that a normal thing for goldkeepers? Because, I mean, it wouldn't be something alarming for the rest of us. Naps are something we enjoy. I hesitate, then decide to be honest. Goldkeepers typically need less sleep than everyone else. It's just something about the way we're wired. So, yeah, this is weird. Her expression seems troubled. Don't you have a physical soon? 3 days. Fuck the council. We don't even need physicals. Goldkeepers have never needed physicals. Would they be able to figure it out if something was wrong? I cast her a look. The last people in the world I'd want to know if something was wrong is the council. I don't trust them. I don't say that, though, because I don't need to. We both feel the same way about them. Rubbing my face, I sigh. I'm fine, though. My body's just probably tired after my long trip in Neverwood. Or maybe it's trying to prepare me for the one I'll be taking in a week. Beva doesn't look convinced. I smile. It's okay. I'm fine, all right? Let's just focus on you and your big trip. She hesitates for a half second, but then returns my smile and glances at her half-packed bags on the ground. I just can't believe it. The council could give me my flight details any day, and then I'd be off to University of Horizon. Even now, my parents are there exploring the institute, waiting to help me get settled when I get there. Allowing her parents to go was a favor to me from the council. Other than Teth's parents and Beva's parents, it was extremely rare for families to get to see the outside just because their students were leaving. The nice thing is that neither Callum nor I call in favors often, so the council tends to listen when we do. She stands up in her outfit. So, what do you think? I grin. It's a winner. She squeals, which tells me she's really excited about leaving, even if I didn't already know it. She's just not a squealer. I just can't believe I'm getting to go. That I'm going to be safe. Her words get quieter at the end, and she looks thoughtful. I dig my nails into my leg gently, trying to hide my sadness. You're never going to have to worry about the council or security again. It's a brave new world out there. Nodding, she heads back to the closet. Let me show you another outfit. I hold myself stiffly, not wanting to fall asleep, even though sleep tugs at me. Maybe I'll just go home and take a nap after this. I'll feel less weird about it when I don't have an audience staring at me, wondering if I'm about to grow another leg or something. There's also this new perfume I bought, she says. It's something different than my usual. It's mostly rose, jasmine, and lily. It was a little expensive, but I decided to treat myself. A minute later, she comes out of the closet in a new outfit, one with tight pants and a loose floral t-shirt. I'm about to say something nice about it when the scent hits me. It's like being shoved face down in a field of flowers while someone buries you in more flowers. My stomach rumbles, turns, and then I'm running for the bathroom. I barely manage to raise the lid before I'm hurling my breakfast into the bowl. Within seconds, Beva is behind me, lifting my hair and saying comforting things I can't quite make out as I continue to unload my breakfast. Maybe my dinner from last night. Possibly even my meals from the past month. It seems to go on without end for an impossibly long time before I'm left dry heaving. She secures my hair with a hair tie, then goes to the sink to scrub the perfume off her skin. I appreciate it, even though the smell doesn't seem to be triggering me anymore. Wiping my mouth, I flush the toilet. Then she offers me an extra toothbrush and gives me a minute to clean up. Embarrassed, I eventually head back into the bedroom. She's waiting on her bed, looking lost in thought as I slowly approach her. The floorboard creaks as I move, and she glances up, seeming relieved. You're okay. I nod. I'll survive. Sinking down on the bed, she pats her lap and I lay down with my head on her legs. Her fingers run through my hair, slowly massaging my scalp. And I relax just a little bit. I need a moment of calm to fully settle my stomach. Have you ever thrown up before? I search my memories for a minute, even though I don't need to. No, we don't puke. You don't get sick? No, I say. Could it be food poisoning? I hesitate. I don't think so. I haven't had anything new. She says nothing. It's got to be something. The exhaustion, the puking, it's got to be all tied together. She releases a slow breath. Don't kill me, okay? But I have to ask. What? I frown. What could she have to ask? Could you be pregnant? Pregnant. Pregnant. Pregnant? The word echoes through my mind. I hadn't even thought of it. Didn't even consider it. Goldkeepers have great difficulty getting pregnant. It usually takes years to accomplish, with the help of tracking ovulation, adjusting sperm temperatures, etc. There's no way I could have just accidentally gotten pregnant. Right? I sit up. Goldkeepers need a lot of help to get pregnant. Okay, she says. It took my parents at least 5 years. Callum's parents were the same. Uh-huh. I just can't be, I stutter. Her eyes lock onto mine. So, you haven't been having sex? My stomach drops, and I think I might be sick again. I have been. Farron? She says softly. I look away. It can't be, though, right? Beva smacks her hands on her thighs. Probably not, but let's get a pregnancy test, just in case. She gets up to go, but I grab her hand. No one can know about this. If anyone finds out, my world will fall apart. A goldkeeper being pregnant wouldn't just be hot news. It'd be the only news. Her gaze gentles. The store clerk will think it's mine. I'll be sure to hide it on the way home. I won't let anyone even suspect it. I know how huge it would be if you were pregnant. To everyone. No one needs to know until you're ready. Thank you, slips past my lips. She hurries out of her room, and I fall back onto the mattress. Every muscle in my body tight. I can't be pregnant, especially not with Callum's baby. The council would never allow such a thing to happen. I would have to. I stop myself, clenching my hands. I'm not going to think about any of that. In all likelihood, I'm not pregnant. Maybe I did just eat something bad. Freaking out about nothing would be a complete waste of time. I get up and start cleaning and organizing Beva's room. It's a total disaster from the packing, so I stay busy with it until Beva returns with the pregnancy test. Actually, 3 pregnancy tests. She hands them to me, and I wordlessly go to the bathroom, read the directions over and over again until I feel like I've memorized them, then pee on all 3 tests. When I'm done, I cap the tests and head out to Beva's room, where we wait. 3. Elora. We sit on the floor, the tests between us, sitting in silence. Time ticks by, and neither of us look at the tests. She just stares at her watch, waiting for the 5 minutes to pass. It's time, she finally says. I pick up one test. There are 2 lines. My stomach flips. 2 lines. That means... Yes, she says softly. But check the others. I grab the next one, and dread fills me as I read the results. 2 lines. Okay. Her voice shakes. Then I lift the 3rd test. 2 fucking lines. Dropping all 3, I lean back against her bed, feeling myself spiraling. This can't be happening. I can't be pregnant with a Runefall man's child, with a man who hasn't spoken to me in 3 weeks. I mean, he hates me with every fiber of his being. Should I even tell him about this? And the 2 families seem to only be able to have 1 child now. Will this be the only child for both our families? Will Callum try to claim it as his family's child? All that is if the council finds out and allows this to happen. I put my hands on my stomach. Would they try to take my child away if they found out? Would they think doing so would allow us to have more children? I feel sick. My hands skim my stomach, and already I know that I wouldn't allow that to happen. Children are a rare and beautiful thing. I could never let someone hurt my child, no matter what it costs me. Are you okay? Beva asks. You've been quiet for a while. I don't know what to say. I'm just scared. I understand. But let's look at this practically. You're a gold keeper. Children from gold keepers are rare and prized above all else. The council might not like you going to Neverwood pregnant so soon, but they'll be ecstatic that there's a gold keeper baby on the way. She only thinks that because she doesn't know the full truth. But I realize she's right. If this were just a baby, the council and all our people would be happy. I could try to pass it off as Farron's, but that would require having sex with Farron soon. Even if the dates didn't entirely line up, he probably wouldn't question it, because he'd just be so happy at being linked to a gold keeper. We would marry, he would spend his life in complete luxury, enjoying all that life would bring. And I know he'd be good to me and the baby. But could I do that? Farron might not mind. But I wonder how Callum would feel. Probably relieved. Not only would no one know what he did, but he wouldn't have to play dad to a kid he doesn't want, with a woman he doesn't want. So is that what I should do? Sleep with Farron? Pass the baby off as his? Get married and give Callum the freedom from me that he so desperately wants? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I just know that I have to keep this baby safe at all costs, even if it's a cost to Callum. It's okay. Just breathe. Beva rubs circles into my back. I look at her. You don't understand. There's so much the council can't know, that no one can know. Her lips tighten into a thin line. Do you want this baby? Yes. The word comes easily. Then it looks like you're going to have to get really comfortable with lying, and lying a lot. If you and this baby are going to be safe, you need to be able to look a person in the eye and lie, even if it means lying for the rest of your life. I'm surprised. Do you really think you can do it? The gods know I've had to lie about a lot of things to stay safe too. It's hard, but it gets easier with time. Beva. She sighs. Elora, do you know what I would do if I could do anything? I shake my head, surprised by the turn in the conversation. Nothing. I would read all day, maybe explore the woods, and do absolutely nothing else. But the only reason I've been allowed to survive is because of you. And because I want to be a great scientist. It's never mattered what I really want. I need to be a scientist to survive. I swallow, hard. I understand. She gives a nod. I know you. I know the second you stopped spiraling, you started thinking about this baby. And I know you're going to love and protect that baby the same way you loved and protected everyone close to you. If that means lying, if that means betraying everyone around you, do it. And don't feel the least bit guilty about it. I realize that she's right. I also realize that if I already love this baby this much, Callum deserves to know the truth. If he then chooses to have nothing to do with me or the baby, that's his choice. But he needs to be the one to make the decision. And secretly, I hope that, at a minimum, he can guide me about what to do. My gut says the only way out for us in this situation is to have Farron believe it's his baby and marry him. But Callum may have ideas that I don't. Unless he's a total ass, talking to him should make this easier, because he's the only person in the world I can be fully honest with. Yet my heart says talking to him is just a formality. With the way he's been acting, I fully believe I'm on my own with this, and that I need to accept a life with Farron, no matter how wrong it feels. Because in just 3 days, I have a council-mandated physical, and everyone will know I'm pregnant after that. Time is ticking to put my plan in place with Farron, and if I'm not quick enough, it could cost me more than I can even imagine. 4. Elora. I drive straight from Beva's house to Callum's house, my stomach twisting with nerves. It feels strange. He lives so damn close to me, but I've never been to his house before. I've never even thought of going in. Not that that would be a surprise to anyone. We're enemies, from the two families. No one would see a reason for us to visit each other's houses. I'd already decided that if anyone caught me here, I would just say it was about a fight we were having in Neverwood, about the competition to see who would win more Goldarium. Now I just need to go in. I just need to face him and tell him the truth, no matter how he reacts, no matter how mean he is. Wiping the sweat from my palms onto my pants, I get out of my truck and look at the house that looks so similar to mine. It's all modern lines, a contrast between white and black, with big windows that have been designed so no one can see into them, just out of them. I walk up the path through their perfectly manicured lawn and pray that Callum's mother isn't home. I'd considered just trying to confront Callum in public, but I'd decided against it. I'd had a feeling that no matter how I approached the topic with him, he'd be an ass, and we'd just attract more attention. Attention we couldn't afford to receive. This is the only way. I just hope he's home. What if the councilwoman answers? I push away the thought. Callum's mom will be out and about, just like she always is. Everything will be fine. Walking up to the door, I take a deep breath, then knock loudly. There's nothing for a long minute. No stirring of life, not even the slightest awareness that anyone is home. But then I sense motion on the other side of the door. A minute later, Callum opens the door, and his gaze falls on me. He looks like hell, like he's not sleeping, like he's been busy partying it up for the past 3 weeks, which I fully believe based on the fact that he's still in his pajamas in the middle of the day, his hair a mess, bags under his eyes, and more than a little stubble on his chin. His eyes widen, and he says, "What the hell do you want?" I draw my shoulders back. "We need to talk. Can you meet me at the entrance to Neverwood?" His jaw tightens. "Not a fucking chance." And he goes to slam the door. I shove my body against it, pushing the door back open. I'm not kidding. We really need to talk. This is important. He leans down so that those brilliant blue eyes of his, filled with malice, are level with my own. What part of not a fucking chance don't you understand? Callum, I don't think you get it. I don't want anything to do with you. My skin fucking crawls when you're around. Just the sight of you makes me want to vomit. I don't want you here. Each word is like a blow to my heart. I can't believe this is the same man who held me so gently, who loved me like I was the only woman on this planet. What changed with him? I swallow around the lump in my throat. It doesn't really matter how you feel about me. We need to have a quick conversation, and then I'll go. Is your mom home? We can just step inside. It'll only take a minute. He crosses his arms over his chest. You've been trying to figure out why your dad left this whole time. I flinch at the venom in his voice, but he continues. He left because of you. It's clear to me now. He didn't want to deal with a spoiled, self-absorbed whore. It's hard to do anything but stare. Callum, please. I'm practically begging him, but I don't care. He leans forward, pushing me back out the door with a firm hand on my shoulder. And maybe that fire wasn't a mistake. Maybe your mom was trying to get away from you any way she could. My jaw drops open, and he slams the door in my face. I stare and stare. I couldn't imagine my worst enemy saying crueler things to me than what Callum just did. But as awful as this is, I think it's a good thing. Now I know without question that he meant it when he said that here or never would. I'm on my own. I'm on my own here. Heading back to my truck, I fight the tears that are threatening to well up. I touch my stomach, then drop my hand, just in case someone is watching. The truth is that I'm not on my own here. I have a baby to think about, a baby to protect. I can't wait any longer to put my plan into action. Everyone thinks I'm already sleeping with Farron, so the scientist shouldn't question the timing later. But I need to sleep with Farron and give him the plausibility that he's the father. A plan is set in motion. I'll find a fairly public event to have sex with Farron. Any doubt anyone might have will be erased that way. Then, when they discover I'm pregnant at the physical, it'll be easy to lie and say it's Farron's. Things will move quickly then. We'll have some grand affair wedding. Both our lives will change forever. We'll both get something out of the match. Me, safety for my baby. Him, anything he could ever want. Because if I don't do this, I know in my gut the council will abort the baby. I won't be given a choice in the matter. It'll be inflicted upon me. And right now, as much as I love Callum, I love my baby more. If hiding who the child's father is saves my baby, then that's what I'll do. I start driving, wiping away a tear I hadn't even known had fallen. In my mind, a picture of Callum, a baby, and me in a happy home disappears like a picture being lit on fire. That was never going to happen. So it's better to focus on my reality. There's a party tonight. I'll make sure Farron is there, and then I can accomplish the first step of my plan. It's my only hope. 5. Callum. I'm drunk again, at a party I don't even want to be at. But anything's better than being alone. I think I've been drunk every day since I found out Alora was sleeping with Farron. I'm in a hell of my own making, and if I feel too much, I think I'll just die. Just cease to exist. Alora was my everything, my whole world. And I've lost her. Worse yet, she seems not to care how I feel. How this has killed me. She wants us to talk together. As if what happens in Paradise Falls really doesn't matter. Fuck that. Why had I ever spoken those words? That what happened here didn't matter. Why the fuck hadn't I made it clear to her that I didn't want her near anyone? That I owned her. That she was mine and mine alone. Hi, stud, some girl says as she drops into my lap. I stare at her, not caring, not feeling, just wishing I could fade from existence. She smiles at me, drawing her face close to mine. Her big brown eyes are encircled by dark mascara that's already begun to run. She smells like cheap vodka and cheap perfume, so strangely at odds with everything about Alora. Another girl drops into the seat next to me. So, when do you go to Neverwood? Soon, right? 1 week. 1 week until I'm alone with Alora in Neverwood. I'd already decided I wouldn't be walking with her. Already decided that if Farron was enough for her here, she wouldn't have access to me. Even if it killed both of us out there.
Still, the idea fills me with dread. If something actually happens to her. I push the thought aside, even as an image of her hurt surfaces to my mind. I'd said the worst things I could possibly say to her, thinking I'd feel better if I hurt her too. But I didn't. I felt worse. There's no end to my misery. No end to the hell I'm in. Before I touched Alora, there was some awareness in the back of my mind that I might be able to have her. Hope. Jagged hope that I could have something pure and wonderful in this life. All of that is gone now.
Are you looking forward to Neverwood?
The girl next to me prompts. I take a swig from the bottle of vodka in my hand. No. They giggle. They banter with each other, each one vying for my attention. I want to tell them to go away, that I have nothing to offer them. Before the night is over, I'll be wasted, my dick too soft to do anything at all. But I don't say that. I don't tell them anything. Music blasts from the stereo. 20-something-year-olds grind against each other in the living room while I sit frozen on the couch, watching it all unfold. The house is crowded. Everyone from the university squeezing in to have a little fun. Do any of them have a clue how pathetic this is? Suddenly, my gaze lands on someone. Farron. His dark hair has been styled. He's wearing a dark green shirt and slacks. Far too dressed up for a party. But I wonder if he's actually dressed up for someone else. For Elora. My gut tightens. Of course he is. He has her now. So he has no need for any other woman. When he can see her, touch her, slip inside her, his world is complete. He doesn't need anything or anyone else to be happy because he has the woman I love. I start to stand. The woman in my lap falls off. I clench the bottle of liquor in my hand and sway on my feet. I'm going to fucking kill him. And the thing is, no one will stop me. There will be no punishment. Because I'm in the motherfucking Gold Keeper. And the only benefit to such a miserable job is that I can act without consequence. I start toward him and stagger in surprise when Teth suddenly steps in front of me. Want to go outside and get some air? I try to push past him. He grabs my shirt, pulling me so that he can whisper in my ear. Let's go outside. I shake my head. No, I'm going to fucking kill him. His grip only tightens. I know. Let's go outside. Let's get some air. No, I have to keep an eye on him. All I want is to beat the shit out of him. To know he won't ever be capable of touching her again. I want to break him like he broke me. Teth guides me back to the couch and we sit down together. Tension radiates from Teth, and I don't blame him. He wants to stop whatever disaster I'm planning, but he also knows he can't. If I want to do something, there's no force on earth that can stop me. I go to take another swig and Teth catches the bottle and lowers it back down. He doesn't say anything, and the urge to fight him wells inside of me, then vanishes. Maybe slowing on my drink right now is a good idea. Maybe I need to calm down before I do something I'll regret. Instantly, my spine stiffens. I turn toward the door. I can't see it from my spot, but I know she's here before she steps into the room. It's impossible to breathe. Impossible to do anything except stare. She's wearing a short black dress that dips low enough in the front that you can see the lace from her black bra. She has on black heels that make the already tall woman look even taller.
Her blonde hair lies in waves down her back, and her lips are painted with a deep red lipstick. My groin tightens. My entire body responds. Fire courses through my veins, and an undeniable need to hold her makes it hard to breathe. I miss her. Fuck, how I miss her. She's animated, seeming to talk to anyone and everyone, which is very unlike her. She seems to be pulling people into conversations she's never spoken to before. There's laughing and excitement around her. It's like everyone in the room is aware of her, is being pulled into her gravitation. And I don't blame them. I feel the pulling too. Then Farron is beside her. Everything changes. Everything inside of me is twisting into something dark and ugly. She turns to him as everyone watches and kisses him hard. His hands go to her waist. She tilts her head for him, and the floor drops out from under me. I start to stand. Teth pushes me back down next to him. My gaze swings to my best friend. I need help. I need guidance. Don't do anything you'll regret, he tells me, his dark eyes filled with warning. There's whooping and shouting, and I turn back to see Alora dragging Farron up the stairs as everybody watches with excitement. Her gaze slides across the crowd, meets mine, and lingers for a half-second before she looks away. Then she's gone up the stairs, and I'm left in even smaller pieces than before. This can't be happening. I get the feeling that this is punishment. Punishment for the way I spoke to her earlier. Maybe she figures she hasn't hurt me enough, that she needs to make it publicly clear that she's fucking this asshole right in front of me. He's probably already touching her, already undressing her. I rise to my feet, and Teth is there in an instant. Callum. I drop the bottle on the floor, not caring when it spills everywhere. Then I meet his gaze. You're not going to be able to stop me, so please, get the hell out of my way. He seems to search my expression for a minute before he steps out of the way. I push my way through the crowd, hating how the music feels too loud, hating that there are people everywhere. It's like I'm crawling out of my skin and no one can see it except me. I reach the stairs and climb them like a man climbing to his doom. If I see Farron up there touching her, if I see him anywhere near her, I'm going to kill him. Not figuratively. I'm going to literally break every bone in his body, and no one is going to be able to stop me. I get to the first door, try the handle, and find it locked. Stepping back, I kick the fucking thing in and see two terrified people in the middle of fucking. Turning away from them, I go to the next door and do the same thing, but the naked people in the room aren't them. Lucky for Farron. 2 more broken doors lead to nothing, and then I'm at the final door. Heart in my throat. I kick it open. Farron is shirtless on the bed. Elora is in nothing but her bra, underwear, and heels. She's standing in front of him as his hands rest on her waist. Her eyes widen as they fall on me, and time seems to stand still. If I hadn't walked in here right now, they'd be fucking. I spring forward. I grab Elora's dress from off the floor and throw it at her, then yank her out of his grip. I swing back my fist to punch Farron in the face, but then Elora is there between us, her face twisted with anger. Get out! Get the fuck out! Back away, I tell her. No, she tells me stubbornly. I'm breathing hard. I'm going to kill him, and you're not going to stop me. She shoves me back, and in my drunken state, I stagger. Go back to your women and your liquor. We're having our own party, and you're not invited. I eye the man behind her. Going to let your slut do all the talking for you? Farron stands. Look, asshole,
If you were any other kind of man, I would have kicked your ass a long time ago. But my hands are pretty well tied, with you being you. I get your families have beef. I get that you would be awful to anyone she dates. But we're together now, and you're just going to have to accept that. I laugh. I can't help myself. Does he really think he can give her what she needs? His gentle thrusting probably doesn't do a damn thing for her. She needs a man like me, a man who can be her equal. Alora puts on her dress between us, then grabs Farron's hand. We'll just continue this at my place. As they go to pass me, I shove Farron back. He glares. I shove him again. Alora tries to get between us, but I move around her. A fighter even in my drunken state. He finally punches me, but it's nothing. Barely a blow. I wind back, and at the last minute, I gentle my punch. I hit him square in the face, knocking him to the floor. He doesn't get up, but his chest continues to rise and fall. Turning to Alora, I don't think. I just act. I pick her up and toss her over my shoulder, then head down the stairs. She punches my back, she kicks, and she must actually be trying to hurt me, because it does hurt. I carry her out of the party and down the street, deciding on a whim to head to my house, since it's only a couple streets away. "Put me down, you oaf!" she screams. I pat her butt and caress it. I've missed that butt. "I'm going to kick your ass when you put me down, you idiotic Neanderthal!" It's weird. I don't even mind that she's yelling or that she's mad at me. I just like being near her. Like hearing her voice, even though that's fucked up. We reach my dark house and I step inside. I flick on a lone light switch and then set her down in front of me. She regards me with a mixture of anger and wariness. I just hope she can't see my desperation as I look back at her. "You can spend one night without Farron's dick." She glares. "You don't get it." I angle her until her back hits the wall in my foyer, and then I lean close and say, "I get it. You've been fucking that asshole every night since you got back from Neverwood, and you can't bring yourself to spend one night without his wimpy, tiny, little dick." To my surprise, she looks confused. "I haven't been sleeping with Farron." I laugh, but the laugh is filled with anger. "Everybody knows. You haven't exactly been subtle about who you're letting into that pussy of yours." She gives me an irritated look. "People talk, Callum. That's what they do. If the rumors are true, you've banged your way through the whole cheerleading squad, all the science geeks, and you're making your round through the art club. All in a week. I imagine your dick is pretty tired after all that." I study her face, trying to see any signs that she's lying. But there are none. "You're telling me that after what I just walked in on, you're not sleeping with Farron?" Her cheeks heat. "That was actually going to be our first time. Not that it's any of your business." I take her by the back of the neck and force her to look at me. "Don't lie to me." Her eyes glare into mine. "Why would I lie to you? I'm a free woman. I can do whatever the hell I want, and it's none of your business." "People said they saw him leaving your house." "He's never been to my house," she says, emphasizing each word. I release her, feeling strange. She hasn't slept with Farron? It's like all the strength leaves my body, and I just want to sit down. Over the past few weeks, I've been fueled by jealousy and rage, and just about nothing else. But I was wrong? How is this possible? "Time to go," she says, taking a step toward the door. "Go?" I say,
the word coming out broken. Go where? She gives me a strange look. Back to the party with Farron. I have plans. I stare. Plans to fuck him? She crosses her arms over her chest. Yes. It's like I've gathered the broken pieces of myself in my arms, and now I don't know what to do with them. You don't have to go back to him. You don't have to sleep with him. Looking away, she says, Yes. Yes, I do. When she tries to head to the door, I catch her arm. I'm sorry. For what? She asks quietly. For everything awful I've said to you. For the awful way I've been treating you. I thought you and Farron. I thought you were together. And I couldn't handle it. She doesn't look at me. You were cruel, Callum. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to forgive you for that. I move closer to her, looking down at her, feeling broken. What had I said to her? Something about her mom and her dad. Biting words. Awful words. I don't deserve her forgiveness after that. But I need it. You're right. I deserve that. I used the things that were most important to you to hurt you. But I'm never going to do that again. I'm going to be a better man for you. I know that you can't believe that right now, but you'll see. With time. She finally looks up at me with uncertainty. I have a lot going on. I need someone I can trust. And I think Farron is that person. I shake my head, a knife twisting in my heart. I'm that person. I know things are complicated, but I swear, I'm that person. You don't get it, she says brokenly. I have to go. I have to sleep with Farron. Why? And I'm begging her with that word. I just do. Tell me. It's complicated. I don't care. I'm pregnant, she shouts, then covers her mouth with both hands, looking horrified. Pregnant? Did she just say she was pregnant? She hasn't been with anyone else. That means she's carrying my child. Laura is going to have my baby. Happiness explodes inside of me, and I pull her into a hug, grasping her tightly. My Alora, the woman I love, pregnant. I can't believe it, I say, a lump forming in my throat. I'm so happy. Happy? She asks, sounding shocked. You know this isn't a good thing. How can it not be a good thing? This is the best thing I've ever heard. You're growing my baby inside of you. We're going to have a family. A real family. She struggles out of my hug and looks up at me, like I've lost my mind. Callum, what do you think they'll do when they find out I'm pregnant? What's the first question they'll ask? I stare, not comprehending. They'll be happy a goldkeeper got pregnant so easily. They'll be amazed. Not when they find out you're the father. Her words drop like stones between us. It's weird. I hadn't thought about that at all. Just the idea that my Alora was pregnant with our baby was all I cared about. Now, the reality of our situation settles over me. There are two families. Two separate families. Never in a million years would anyone think about the two families becoming one. What's more, it seems likely that all future goldkeepers will only have one child. Would this be our one child? They'd never be able to accept only one goldkeeper going to get Goldarium. So what would they do about it?
It's not like they can undo this. It's done, I say, picturing telling the council, telling them to suck it, and that Alora and I would be raising this baby together, with or without their approval. Callum. She says my name softly. They could try to get rid of the baby. I'd have to be careful all the time. Watch my back, watch the foods I eat, even watch the shampoo I use. You know how many ways they have of getting rid of a baby. Fuck. My hands curl into fists. Let them try. Let them try to hurt my woman or my child. I will burn this fucking place to the ground and leave nothing but ashes. She crosses her arms over her chest. That's a nice idea, Callum, but that's not the world we live in. Her sharp intake of breath is audible. The only way for this baby to be safe is for them to think it's someone else's. There has to be a possibility, no matter how slim, that this is Farron's baby. He might have doubts, but he won't share them. I know it. The baby will be safe. It'll be raised safely with Farron and I, and no. I'm shaking my head. No, that can't happen. Callum, look at me. There's no way that I can sit by and watch you raise our baby with another man. Her beautiful mismatched eyes stare into mine. I don't think we have a choice. We do. Then what's your solution? I don't know, I say, but I'm going to come up with one. In 3 days? She asks, sounding desperate. 3 days? I repeat. That's when the physical is. Then they'll know, and it'll be too late to pin Farron as the father. Unless he and I work something out. I come closer and touch her arms. She steps away from my touch, and my hands fall. I'm going to come up with a solution, okay? I swear it. Are you willing to gamble with our child's life on this? My hands clench. Please, just give me until the physical. I'll come up with a plan. She doesn't look convinced. I'll give you 2 days. If you don't have an idea before then, I'm going forward with my plan. I try to hug her, but she steps away. Fuck. I know I hurt you, but thank you for giving me this time. The sadness in her eyes tears at my heartstrings. 2 days, Callum. No matter how hard it is, no matter how angry you get, I'm following through with my plan. This baby is too important to risk otherwise. I try to think of something to say, something that will fix the hurt between us, something that will make her realize just how much I love her. I would do anything for you. Anything at all. Except trust me, it seems, she says quietly. My heart aches. Laura. There's a sound in the house. We both turn and look into the shadows. I glance back at Alora and see her wide eyes. She rushes for the door and slips out. I want to go after her, but instead I tear through the house, looking for the source of the sound, and find no one and nothing. Maybe it was just the house settling. It probably was, but I hate that it frightened her. There was so much left to say, so much left to do. But for now, I have to focus on the problem in front of me. I need to find a way to protect my baby and the woman I love without losing them to another man. And I need to be sober to do it. 6. Alora. Sprawled on my bed the next morning, I stare at another page in my mother's journal. I'd read all of them, but many of the pages contained cryptic notes. One, she spoke incessantly about a well-pruned bird draped in gold that was cowardly and greedy.
but had a speck of gold in its heart. She said she wouldn't trust the bird with much, but that she had one weakness. It didn't make sense to me. I knew she wasn't talking about a bird, but I couldn't figure out who the hell she was talking about. She also wrote about my dad. To no one's surprise, she describes him as an amazing husband and father. There were plenty of entries about my daily life with the two of them, and it seemed most of our days were filled with laughter and fun. She describes me nicely, but the stories paint the picture of a passionate child with a bit of a temper. All of it made me smile. Then there was the blueprint of a building. I'd be comparing it to a map of Paradise Falls, but I couldn't seem to figure out which of the science buildings the blueprint was modeled after. I sigh and set the journal and blueprint on top of the advertisement for the new Science Center building. Rubbing the bridge of my nose, I try to figure out what to do from here. You have to keep looking for clues, I tell myself softly. Turning back to the book and the blueprint, I pick them up, but glance at the advertisement as I do. I freeze, then pick up the advertisement and set it next to the blueprint. Holy shit. They're a match. The new Science Center building has the same large opening as the blueprint and the same larger-than-average first floor. As I compare the windows, a sinking feeling grows inside of me. There's no doubt that they're a match. But why was my mom studying a blueprint of the new building? How is all of this connected? And why the hell would the council remake the same exact building? I need answers. Gritting my teeth, I think of the two people I suspect actually know something and hide the journal and map back into the bottom of my Neverwood bag. I know it's a long shot, but I hurry out of the house and head back to the woods, to the place I'd seen Ari and Varric. People wave to me as I pass, grinning. They try to rope me into conversations, but I politely tell them, another time. Fewer people are on the streets as I get to the edge of town. Then I slow my walking and sneak around, looking for any sign of security. When I see no one, I slip into the trees and trace my way back to where I saw Ari and Varric. There's no sign of them. But I keep searching, aware of where I'm going, in case I get lost. I'm about to give up and accept that this whole thing is a big mistake when I see a flash of red between the trees. Rushing over to it, I stumble across both Varric and Ari. They have identical looks of shock on their faces as we stare back at one another. "What are you doing here?" Ari asks, her voice filled with surprise. "What do you know about the fire that killed our parents?" Ari stiffens. "Nothing." "You know something," I accuse. "You're wrong." I glare. "Do you really think the fire was an accident?" She curses, grabs my arm, and starts hauling me into the woods. I allow it, mostly because these two couldn't possibly be dangerous to me. Any chance that they have information that would be helpful to me far outweighs the risk of going with them. Still, I don't like how far we trek through the woods before she finally stops. Varric stops silently behind her. "Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to say things like that?" She hisses at me. "Why?" I challenge. "It could get us killed," she snaps. "Why?" I ask again. She glares. "Do you think the fire was an accident?" Her gaze slips to Varric's, but his face is a mask of nothingness. No. No, we don't think the fire was an accident, okay? Is that everything? Why were our parents killed? I mean, out of everyone. Why them? She looks uneasy, glancing around the silent woods again. Our parents were killed to keep a secret. A secret? What secret? She doesn't answer. What aren't you telling me? I ask. She snaps.
You do realize that you're the only one in this little group who can't be killed for asking dangerous questions, right? I hadn't thought of that. I just need to know. Questions are dangerous. Varric's low voice comes out low and husky from a lack of use. Ari's gaze flies to him in shock. He continues. My father was a scientist, working on genetic research at one of the labs. Just before the grand opening of the new science center, he was switched over to that new building. From that day on, he changed as a person. I remember him being stressed and upset. My mom would try to talk to him, but he seemed afraid to tell her whatever it was. I remember her telling him that they'd never had secrets between them. And he told her that these were the kinds of secrets people died over. She begged him to leave the project. But he said this was not a project he could walk away from. His gaze is distant. I remember it all. Everything from those days before he died, and she disappeared. The way he says disappeared sounds angry, like she hadn't disappeared at all. And I wonder if that means she's dead. Probably. My heart aches for him. To lose both your parents in such a short time. I can't even imagine. Ari twists her hands together nervously. My mom and your mom met for days leading up to the opening of the building. Days where they would have us play together while they talked in another room. But I would sneak over to their door to listen in on their conversation. They were talking about how to destroy that building. It seemed very important to them. I frown. Destroy a science building? Why? She shakes her head. I don't know. I look at Varric and he shakes his head too. Everything seems to center around this building. What they were hiding. What they were fighting for. Where they died. And even that the building was important enough for the council to rebuild. Do you have any idea why I don't remember anything? I ask. She takes a deep breath. The council has the ability to play with our memories when it's convenient to them. That's sick. Someone played with my memories? I need to figure this out. I need answers. I'm breaking into the science building tonight, I tell them, knowing in my gut that that's what I have to do. Ari takes a step back. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This seems like a dangerous idea. How else will we figure out the truth? She lifts a brow. Why do we need to figure out the truth? Our parents have been dead for years. Why not just move on? Have you moved on? I ask. Silence. After today, there will be people working in the labs every day. It'll be impossible to get in without being noticed. This is our only chance. Our only shot to see what was important enough to lead to our parents' deaths. I'm in, Varric says simply. I nod, then look at Ari. There's a flash of anger in her gaze. If you get caught, you'll get a slap on the wrist, and Varric will be in major trouble. So would I. That's not a risk I'm willing to take. Suit yourself. I hesitate. But I think you'll regret not taking a chance to get to the bottom of this. I won't, she snaps. Sometimes self-preservation is the most important thing. So be it. She turns to Varric with a pleading look in her eyes. Don't do this. His eyes gentle as they fall on her, but he shakes his head. Her hands ball into fists, and she huffs before spinning around and storming off. Varric gives me a look, waiting. The blueprints show a side door on the east side of the building. I'll try to get an access card and meet you there after nightfall, when the celebration is at its busiest. He nods, then follows after Ari.
I wait for them to go, then release a slow breath. Being pregnant, I need to be smarter. I need to hide that I'm carrying Callum's child and focus on a plan for that. This seems like the last thing I should be doing, but I was right. It's now or never. A final chance to uncover the secrets surrounding my mother's death. I just hope I'm making the right choice. 7. Elora. All around me, it's loud and chaotic. School bands make their way through the streets playing music as people crowd the sidewalks, screaming and yelling. Vendors walk around handing out free ice cream, hot dogs, churros, big pretzels, cotton candy, and more. Banners are strung on all the buildings and balloons decorate all the light poles. Big spotlights are pointed up at the new science building, which stands empty. It's a formidable-looking structure with a big entrance into a gleaming foyer that screams perfection. But other than the foyer, nothing else can be seen within the buildings. The windows reflect back the world all around us, rather than what's within, adding to the sense of secrecy around the building. But maybe I'm the only one who feels that way about the place. Sitting on a big plaque in front of the building is the name Walker in big letters, as they had dedicated the building to my mother. It was henceforth to be known as the Walker Building. Underneath her name is a smaller plaque with the names of Varric Perthran, Zave Radian, and Hermes Raylan, the 3 people who died in the fire along with her. People had cried when they announced who the building was dedicated to. They'd held their loved ones, but I'd just stared at the building and felt empty. Something about this place resulted in my mother's death, and I'm going to find out what it is. Until then, I need to try not to feel too disgusted about them naming the new building after her when she wanted to destroy the other one so badly. The council members are up on a big stage in front of the steps leading up to the building, and a crowd had formed around them. They'd already given their speeches, talking about how exciting it is to have their first building made entirely out of goldarium, and that it would allow them to make great strides in medicine. "Isn't it amazing?" a woman asked, stepping into my field of vision. "Your mom would be so proud." I attempt a smile. "Thank you." Fireworks explode in the sky overhead, drawing all gazes upward. Callum is suddenly in front of me, looking like an entirely different man. He's wearing a black button-up shirt and white slacks. His hair has been cut and styled, and his beard is gone. "We need to talk," he says. I want to. I want to see if he's come up with a solution for our baby, but I can't right now. Things need to be timed just right if I'm going to get into the building. "Later," I say. He frowns, looking confused, which is when his mom is suddenly at his side. Her short hair is sleek, as always, and she wears her trademark white color. Although, for once, she's wearing a dress that covers her arms and reaches down to her ankles instead of a pantsuit. It's got lots of harsh lines in a modern style that I don't like at all. "How are you enjoying the celebration?" she asks, and her gaze searches mine. Time to lie. "It's wonderful." "We thought you might like the building being named after your mom." It was a very thoughtful gesture, I tell her, trying not to grind out the words. She clasps her hands together, looking between us for a brief moment before she says, "I wanted to let you know that you won't be having your physical in 2 days. I decided it might be best to wait until after you return to Neverwood, since that should be your focus." I try not to look surprised. "Okay." I want to say thank you, but I hold it back. A physical wouldn't be something for us to put much thought into. Callum, however, looks triumphant. "Great, Mom. Thanks." She gives a tight-lipped smile. "Of course." It's uncomfortable for a minute while she lingers between us. But then Councilman Vin calls her name, and she tells us a hurried goodbye before rushing off through the crowd. I take a step away from Callum, wanting to get to the alley, but he takes a step closer to me.
Laura.
I seriously can't talk now, I say. His eyes narrow.
Why?
I bite my lip. He lifts a brow and gestures to the alley on the other side of the building, away from the one I need to go to. I don't want to go there. I don't want to talk to him right now, but I suspect he's not going to leave this thing alone until we talk. So I nod. We go there separately, trying not to look like we're going to the same place. People stop both of us as we make our way there, and we're both the picture of the perfect goalkeepers. When he slips into the shadows, I wait a few minutes before following after him. When we get there, he pulls me behind a dumpster.
What's going on?
Nothing, I say, avoiding his gaze. He doesn't touch me, but with the intensity of his gaze, he might as well have.
Tell me.
I sigh. You're not going to like it.
Farron?
He asks angrily. I shake my head.
Then what?
Letting out a slow breath, I say, I'm breaking into the Science Center today. There's something about this place that's connected to my mother's death. This will be my only chance to go in before people start working in it. So I'm going to steal a key card from one of the scientists, meet Varric in the alley on the other side, and explore the building. His brows have lifted so high that they've disappeared into his hair.
Why Varric?
His dad died in this building too, and he suspects the fire wasn't an accident either. He's going to help me. He's quiet for so long that I think he might not say anything when he says,
Okay, let's go. If we're going to do this, we should do it when it's crowded and busy, so security won't notice us sneaking around. The later it gets, the more the crowd will disperse.
I stare at him in confusion. Wait, you want to go with me? He smiles at me.
There's a new rule. We're a team. Here or Neverwood. It doesn't matter.
Seriously? He glances at my stomach, like he really wants to touch me, but he doesn't.
We're a family.
That's all he says, but the words sound important, powerful. I step away from him, feeling uncertain. He'd treated me like crap. He'd said awful things. I couldn't just pretend none of that happened, no matter how much I wanted to. But I also needed to pick my battles.
It's okay,
He says softly.
I know it'll take time to fix things between us. Let's just focus on your goal for tonight.
We separately slip back into the crowd. I make my way to where the scientists are standing near the stage. These 10 men and 2 women will be in charge of whatever they'll be doing in this building. I scan all of them, then see one man with his keycard clipped to the pocket of his lab coat. The man who's currently running this science center. So his key should open everything. Bingo. Making my way to him, I plaster on my best smile. Dr. Masters! The man is maybe 10 years older than me, but he already has a bit of a comb-over. His glasses are far too large for his face. He's wearing a checkered shirt and yellow pants beneath his lab coat, and he swings his body toward me as I stride up to him. Instantly, his cheeks heat.
Elora Walker, to what do I owe the honor?
I keep that smile pasted on. I just wanted to say how excited I am for the new science building to open.
Oh?
He asks, but there's something strange in his voice. He looks away from me and at the ground. Trying not to be thrown off by his strange reaction, I say, Yes, I just think what you scientists do is so important to the community. I'm not sure what your specialty is exactly, But I'm sure you'll be in there saving lives and making Paradise Falls all the better. His gaze remains locked on the ground. Yes, of course. He swallows so hard that it's visible. Now or never. I cross the distance between us and pull him into a hug. His whole body stiffens, and I slip my hand into his lab coat pocket, unclip the key card, and shove it into my own pocket. I just can never thank you enough for what you're doing for my people. I pull away from him, smiling broadly. He finally looks at me with dark eyes full of confusion. You're completely different than I thought you were. What a weird thing to say. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? He looks embarrassed, almost guilty, too. It's a good thing, I guess. Or maybe not. I don't know. I tell him goodbye, trying not to think about the weird interaction. Then I slowly, subtly make my way through the crowd and toward the alley on the opposite side of the building. It takes time to find that middle ground between responding to people and doing my best to slip unnoticed by as many people as possible. But I finally reach the shadows of the alley. I creep to the other end, barely able to see through the shadows, and flinch when someone comes up running behind me. I whirl around, and my heartbeat instantly starts to return to normal when I see Callum. I press my finger to my lips, and he nods. We continue forward until we see movement. Then both creep a little forward, wondering if it's Varric. Instead, we find Cyril and Teth kissing. Cyril is pressed up against the door that leads into the science building, and Teth has him trapped against it. Suddenly, Cyril's eyes flash open. He spots us and then shoves Teth away. Teth spins around, fists balled, a look of terror on his face, before he sees us. It's okay, I say, because I don't know what else to say. In response, Teth takes off running. Cyril gives me an uncertain look, then runs after Teth. I glance back at Callum, and his mouth is hanging open. It's so comical I almost want to laugh, but I don't. Maybe because some part of me suspected that something about their relationship was different than a friendship. This is a serious thing, though. If anyone finds out, Teth and Cyril would disappear. Callum knows that. He won't say a word, even if he is shocked right now. So I can be grateful, at least, that we were the two people who caught them. We creep over to the door leading into the science building and wait in the shadows. Minutes tick by. I start to wonder if we should go in instead of waiting for Varric, but then he seems to meld out of the shadows, appearing in front of me. I don't have to tell him to be quiet, because he's always quiet. Looking at the keypad with the little red light, I take a breath and press the key card to it. It instantly turns green, and the door pops open. The three of us enter as quietly as humanly possible, then shut the door silently behind us. I gesture with my hands to check all the doors on this floor, and we get started. The first thing that stands out is the fact that everything is made of goldarium. It's not that everything looks different. I can actually feel it. I can feel the substance in every surface, the strength behind each thing. It's bizarre when I think about it, wasting goldarium like this. What could possibly be the benefit of this? It's absolutely wasteful. I wonder how many trips our fathers had to take to make this building. How many times they had to risk their lives. It's disgraceful. Using the key, we get in one door after another, finding one identical office after another. We search drawers and cabinets, but everything is empty. The occupants not yet moved in. I try starting a computer, but it needs a username and password, so I just shut it down again. Then we head up the stairs to the second floor. As we come out into it, I can't help but gasp. "What the fuck is this?" Callum murmurs. Varric's entire body goes rigid beside us. I take another step in, just staring around. It looks like a torture chamber. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a huge lab with tables with straps on them, and machines next to the tables. All along the back wall are cages made out of pure goldarium that look to be made for huge animals. Needles, scalpels, and horrifying instruments I can't even name are on the trays. As I continue to walk through the tables, I see the other side of the lab. There are huge test tubes on tables, large enough to fit medium-sized pigs in them, filled with blue liquid. Beneath them are controls that seem to change whatever liquid is in the tubes. "What is this?" I ask both of them. Varric shakes his head, looking horrified. Callum's mouth draws into a hard line. "Is it possible it's for creatures from Neverwood?" My stomach drops, and I have to take several deep breaths to keep from hurling. Damn my sensitive stomach. This baby won't be happy unless I'm constantly puking. "There's an armored room over there," Callum says, pointing to it. We head over and swipe the badge. To our shock, it opens. There in front of us is the largest ball of goldarium I've ever seen. It's enclosed in a crystal chamber. Lights are pointed at it, and as the goldarium springs and moves within the crystal chamber, we all stand in silence. Why are the lights going out and the council acting desperate for us to go to Neverwood if they have this goldarium? I ask, shaking my head. Callum doesn't hesitate. "They must be saving it for whatever they're doing here." What are they doing here? "We should see the third floor," I say. We go back in the stairwell and creep up to the third floor. I open the doors, and we all step inside to see a large nursery. I mean, a huge freaking nursery. There are dozens of bassinets lined up, and areas for the babies to play. As we continue through the rooms, we find another large room meant for a whole classroom full of toddlers, and then a room for even older kids. "I don't get it," I say. "One floor for torturing animals, another for raising kids? What is this place?" Both men look as confused as I feel. "We should go," Callum says. The thing is, I have more questions than answers. I thought seeing this place would put all the puzzle pieces into place. But instead, I just seem to have been thrown a whole box of centerpieces. Still, he's right. We won't learn any more just by staring around. I glance at Varric. "We'll talk another time?" He nods his head. We all head back down the stairs and slip out the side door into the alley. One at a time, we weave back into the crowds of people and go our separate ways. But as I head home, I feel like I'm being haunted by something dark and twisted. Whatever ghost that killed my mother. 8. Elora. I clutch the phone in my hand, brushing away my tears as Beva continues to talk excitedly. My gaze goes outside my bedroom window to the early morning sky, and I try not to wallow in my sadness. This is it. There's no more time left. My best friend is leaving, and I'm never going to see her again. "It's amazing," she exclaims. "Can you believe it? Tomorrow morning, I'll be leaving to my new college." Yes, I can believe it, because I love Beva. Selfishly, I feel like everything I love gets taken away. even though deep down I know this is what's best for her. She has to go, and I have to support her in leaving. That's wonderful, I say, heart hammering. I just wish my parents were allowed to call me and tell me what it's like. I bet it's amazing. I mean, if the drugs, violence, and war were that bad, they wouldn't let us leave to study at the universities on the outside, right? Right. I try to sound chipper, even going so far as to force a smile, even though she can't see me. And I reached out to Teth since he's leaving too. His university is several hours away from mine, but we're going to make plans to talk and meet up if we can, so I won't be completely alone after my family leaves. I think of the silent guy who only seemed connected to Callum and Cyril. Yeah, having a friend on the outside will be great. My thoughts go to Cyril and Teth. Callum and I had seen them kiss. I'd never heard of two guys kissing before. Rules are in place to say that such things are illegal, even though no one seems to care about that law. Now I wonder if it's more common than I know. As long as Cyril's happy, that's all I care about. Happy and safe. But if they are going to continue kissing until Teth leaves, they'll have to be more careful about it. If anyone other than Caleb and I see them, well, they'll disappear. Do you have any idea when Teth is leaving? She laughs. He's actually going to be on the same flight as me. We'll be having a layover in his city, then we'll head to mine. My heart sinks. Caleb must be so sad. We're both losing our best friends tomorrow, at a time when we need them the most. But maybe it's best that they're going. The council won't be able to use them to hurt us if things go south. I'm really happy for you, I say. There's a rush of breath over the line. I wish I could be here for you. I know how much you need someone. You'll be here for me in spirit, I tell her. I will be, she says fiercely. I'll think about you every day and send good thoughts your way. Anytime I need you, I'll just remember that. She's quiet for a long minute. You're going to do great. You know that, right? You're going to accomplish wonderful things and be great at everything you do. At being a mom, but she doesn't say that. I hope so. I know so. I swallow around the lump in my throat. So, should we have a celebration meal tonight with Cyril to wish you good luck on your journey? Yeah, an early dinner would be great, so I'm not too tired for my flight. I'll set it up with Cyril and text you the details. Perfect. Our last meal together. I will not spend the whole time crying. All right, I'll get going. See you tonight. See you tonight. I get off the phone and shove my cell phone back into my pocket. Then I get off the bed, standing and feeling lost. I don't know what to do. But I know I don't want to keep standing in my room staring at nothing. I open my door and head to my parents' room. I open the door all the way. My stepmom is lying sprawled on the bed. A bottle of wine has spilled out of her hand and onto the floor. I take the bottle out of her hand and place it on her side table, then grab a towel and clean up the mess. Ignoring the other bottles of wine, since the cleaning lady will take care of them, I just cover her up. For a second, I linger, staring down at her face. She looks like a doll that someone has played with too hard. I wonder what it's like for her to finally have the life her parents always wanted for her, being married to a goldkeeper, having no responsibility in the world. Is it everything she thought it would be? Is she happy? It's strange that I don't know. That I have no connection to a woman who has been around me since I was a young child. I want to feel close to her, but I just don't. I wonder if she feels the same way about me. There's a loud knocking on the front door. I jump a little, cast one look back at my stepmom, then leave her bedroom, closing the door behind me. When I open up the front door, I'm shocked to see a team of 4 scientists and a bunch of the council members at my door. Councilwoman Prisma, Councilman Runo, Councilman Vin, Councilwoman Olivia, and Councilman Abraxas. Everyone except Calum's mom. "What's going on?" I ask in complete shock. One of the scientists lifts a silver case. "Time for your physical." My mouth drops open for a half second before I slam it shut. But it was cancelled. Councilman Vin steps forward and I step back, not wanting the bastard near me. "Council member Kayla canceled the physical without the agreement from the rest of the council. We took a new vote and decided it would take place today instead." They voted without Calum's mom? This is strange. His mom has never been the leader of the council officially, but she always sort of has been by default, since she was willing to do the most work. Why would they do this behind her back? And what the hell am I supposed to do? Reality hits me with a cold flash that rolls through my blood. If I do this physical, they're going to know I'm pregnant, and I haven't slept with Farron yet. If I can't get out of this, I'm in trouble. My baby is in trouble. I'm actually completely exhausted from being up all night partying. Can we do it another day? I ask, then start to close the door. A shoe stops the door from closing. Councilman Vin shoves it back open with a sickening sweet smile on his old face. Because he is old, even if he uses Goldarium to look younger. "Actually, today would be best." My heart races. Wouldn't it be better to meet at a science building to do all the tests in one shot? One of the scientists, the older man with the silver case, lifts it and says, "Actually, we have everything we need right here." Behind him, 3 of the other scientists lift their identical silver cases, too. "Well," I start, but Councilman Vin pushes his way inside, and the others follow. The scientist opens his silver case and pulls out a cup. "First, we'll need some urine. Here you go. Just fill her up." He walks over and pushes the cup into my hand. Everyone stares at me. I rack my brain for a way out of this and come up empty. "Have you already done Calum's? He might be pissed if I go first." "We'll do his tomorrow," Councilman Vin says with a smile. "Maybe we could switch days since I'm not feeling well?" Councilman Vin comes closer, his gaze running over me in an unsettling way. "You're a goldkeeper. I'm sure a little partying is nothing compared to what you do in Neverwood. So why don't you be a good little girl and go pee in that damn cup?" A shudder rolls through me, and I turn and head for my bedroom. Then I go into the bathroom and close and lock the door. Pulling open my phone, I do the only thing I can think of. I call Callum. He answers after one ring. "Hello?" "The council is at my house giving me a physical. I told them you might get mad if I go first." He doesn't miss a beat. "I'll be there as fast as I can. Stall them." The call ends, and I sit down on the lid of the toilet, feeling sick. My sensitive stomach rolls painfully, and I have to fight the urge to vomit. What do I do? Will Calum make it in time? Time ticks away. I jump when someone knocks at the door. Councilman Vin's slimy voice comes through the door. "Are you finished?" "I can't pee," I lie. Just speaking to him makes me feel even sicker. His voice comes low and slow.
We have a stimulant gel out here. I could put it on you, if it would help.
A picture of him putting a stimulant gel on me comes to my mind, and my stomach heaves for a second before I manage to keep it down. No, I'm fine.
You've got 5 minutes. Then we'll try the gel.
It's strange. I'm a gold keeper, the only heir of one of the two most powerful families. I should be treated with respect, but I'm not. This is the problem. The thing I never saw before my dad disappeared. The council, our people, no one actually cares about us, other than our ability to give them Goldarium. I don't have any real power. I pee in the cup, then seal it and set it on the counter, deciding to wait out the clock. Callum will be here. He'll arrive soon, and then he'll come up with some way to get me out of this. Some way to protect our child. There's a sharp knock at the door.
It's time.
I leap to my feet, grab my urine sample, and open the door. I'm done. Councilman Vin is standing with the gel in his hand, with a grin that quickly vanishes. Everyone else has set up in my room, and they're all looking uncomfortable. Clearly, they don't like the idea of some old man touching me, but not enough to actually stop him. Assholes. Councilmember Prisma yawns near my bed. Do we really need to stay here? We made our point to Councilmember Kayla. We're still on schedule. Do we need to do anything else? To my surprise, Councilmember Vin waves them away.
You may go.
A scientist with a big bald head and big green eyes gestures to me.
Come sit on the bed. I'm going to take your blood sample.
I don't move as the council members file out. Everyone but Vin. I actually don't see the point in taking my blood. I'm a gold keeper. You have my blood sample results from when I was a girl. You know there's nothing genetically wrong with me, and we don't get sick. So nothing would have changed. The bald guy looks at Councilmember Vin. He draws himself up taller near me.
This is now standard protocol. All of you will be getting physicals on a regular basis, starting with you and Callum, then continuing this new procedure with your kids.
I just think it's pointless, I say, stalling for time.
Why? You afraid of a little poke?
He asks, invading my space. I take a step back. I'm a gold keeper. I'm not afraid of anything. I just think this is dumb.
Dumb or not, your council is ordering you to do this,
he says, his voice angry like my refusal is a personal slight to him. The scientist gives me a sympathetic look while another opens their silver case and places my urine sample into it. I see a spot beside it for my blood sample, and my mind starts working. Okay, I finally manage, and I sit down gingerly on the edge of my bed. They take my blood sample, then close it up and put it in the silver case before closing the thing. Next, they run through all the standard tests, testing my reflexes, checking my throat and my nose, having me touch my toes while they look at my spine. I do everything slowly, taking my time. I chat with them, try to distract them, and all along try to keep an eye on the silver case. It looks exactly like the other three, so I have no interest in mixing it up. Still, they're always opening one case or another as they run through the tests, and I find myself trying to subtly ensure that my case doesn't get switched. Suddenly, Callum comes crashing into my room, looking pissed.
What the hell?
Everyone tenses.
Why the fuck does the walker get her physical first?
He shouts. The scientists draw into the corner of my room, looking nervous. Councilman Vin, however, just looks irritated. Not that I blame him. The Runefalls are not fun to deal with when they're angry.
We were going to do your physical tomorrow,
Councilman Vin says coldly.
Like hell,
Callum yells. They square off, getting into each other's face as they yell back and forth. The scientists grab the cases and move them out of the way of the potential fight, and I'm again left watching them, making certain I have the right case. When Callum pushes the councilman, the scientists suddenly start trying to break them up. I slip toward the cases, grab the right one, and hurry out. I shove the case in a closet, then come back. I grab one of the scientist's arms. "You should warn the council about what's going on." He gives a frantic nod and runs out of the room. I wait long enough to give him time to be gone while Callum and Councilman Vin scream in each other's face about how they both have egos, etc. Callum's gaze catches mine, and I give a little nod. He steps back. "You know what? Give the bitch her physical. Because we all know that rune falls are better than walkers, and my physical will prove that." Relief washes over everyone. The 3 scientists remaining grab their cases and head out. Councilman Vin gives Callum a warning glance, but doesn't say a word. Probably because deep down, he's relieved to be getting out of here alive. Callum leaves with the others, but I know he won't be gone long. I wait, counting the seconds, needing to be sure that the scientists and councilmen are long gone before I dig out the case. Before Callum comes back. Eventually, Callum slips in from my back door, and I lead him to the hall closet, where I pull out the case. "This is it?" he asks quietly. I nod. We go to my room. I put the case on the bed, open it, and feel the color drain from my face. "This isn't possible." "What's wrong?" he asks. I collapse in front of it, breathing hard. "This is the wrong case. They got the one with my blood and urine." "Fuck. Do you know what science building they were going to with it?" I shake my head. "We could get in the truck. We'll be faster than them. We can find them." "Callum," I say softly. "We could try. But there are a million different ways to get to the science center. A dozen different buildings they could go to. We'd have to be the luckiest people in the world to catch them. And then what? Steal it from them in broad daylight? It's over." But all this was ever going to do is buy us time. As soon as they realized my samples were missing, they'd be back for more. We have to come up with a real plan. He kneels down beside me and takes my face in his hands. "It's okay. You and our baby will be safe." "Because I'm going to sleep with Farron," I say. His expression flashes with anger. "No." "Then give me another plan. Give me a way to save our baby." He's breathing hard. "Do you think Farron would agree to a deal? To pretend like it's his baby? He likely won't even ask questions if it gets him what he finally wants." I think. He might. Actually, I know he'll agree to it. Anyone with half a brain would accept the deal. Hell, if he was crazy enough to say no, someone else wouldn't be. This is a solution that could work, even though passing the baby off as his would be simpler. "Then ask him. It'll take them a couple days to run your labs. We'll have everything arranged by then." He leans in to kiss me, but I pull back, looking toward my door in a panic as I sense movement on the other side. Callum rises to his feet, creeps toward the door, and throws it open. Except no one is there. It's just the empty hallway. Yet it's a reminder. We'd have no way to explain why he and I were here alone. He has to go. His gaze holds mine, and I can feel 1,000 things he wants to say. But then he turns and leaves. I sit back against my bed, head in my hands. Everything is going to change. Nothing will ever be the same again. 9. Elora. I'd actually suggested a clearing near the forest where I'd seen Ari and Varric as the place to share my last meal with Beva and Cyril. We'd set up a blanket, ordered all our favorite foods from all of Beva's favorite restaurants, and now we had a feast worthy of kings spread around us. Leaves were falling from the trees. A cool evening breeze was blowing through the branches. It was the perfect place to say our goodbye. "So, how did you find this place? It's pretty," Cyril asks, combing back his long black hair with his fingers. "Ari and Varric actually showed it to me," I say. They both look at me, intrigued. So I start telling the story about how I found them both over here, exploring the woods, with maps in their hands. The more I talk, the more intrigued they look, until I'm finally finished. "I wonder what they were looking for," Cyril says, sounding curious. Shrugging, I say, "There's never been anything interesting in these woods." Beva sits back, a puzzled expression on her face. "Except the ancient path out of Paradise Falls. That's the only thing someone might need to use maps to search for. And they may be using different colors to highlight the different paths they've tried." "The ancient path?" I'm shocked. I'd never thought about that. But now it makes perfect sense. But why would anyone take that much time and effort to find it? "Maybe they want to leave," Beva says, and I can tell her analytical brain is working. But even if they find the one way out of Paradise Falls, the trip would be really dangerous. And then they'd have to find a way to survive on the outside, I say. Cyril shrugs. "Maybe searching for it is just like a hobby for them." "Maybe," I say, but I decide right then and there that I'm going to ask them more about it. "Those two certainly are interesting," Beva says, laughing and shaking her head. "You couldn't catch me dead in these woods unless something was chasing me." Cyril laughs too. "Same. If you see me in the woods, you better start looking for the bear that's trying to eat me." We all laugh and continue digging into our various foods. This is a celebration after all. Our last meal with Beva. "I actually have some news," Cyril says, and he seems uncharacteristically shy. "What kind of news?" We'd avoided any topic of what Callum and I had seen that night in the alley, knowing that he'd talk to me about it when he was ready. Besides, I have a lot on my plate. I want to be able to focus when Cyril and I have that conversation. "I applied to a university outside of Paradise Falls. Eureka University." My brows lift. "The one Teth is going to?" He blushes. "Yeah, it has some good programs. I mean, I don't know if I'll get in. I've already switched my major to the sciences, but I don't know if it'll be enough." "I'll put in a good word for you," I say. We both know it's his only chance of getting in. Even though both Beva and Teth were approved to leave, very few people get approved. I'm talking 4 or 5 from every graduating class at most, and those kids were usually the best of the best, which Cyril is not. "Thanks," he says, then clears his throat. "I thought we should talk about what happened." I stiffen. Is he talking about what I think he's talking about? "What happened?" Beva asks, looking between us. Cyril draws his shoulders back. "Laura walked in on me kissing someone." "We don't have to talk about it," I rush out, not wanting him to feel pressured. But he looks determined. "The thing is, I'm in love with that person. I think that I've always been in love with that person. At first, I thought I had an interest in them, that they fascinated me, but the more we secretly hung out, the more I couldn't deny my feelings." I stare at him. I've never known two men to be together. I've never even considered the idea. But when I search my feelings to decide how I feel about this, I'm just happy that he's found someone he feels this way about, even if I'm also sad they can never be together. Like Callum and I. Reaching between us, I take his hand. I'm happy for you, and I'm sorry. He nods. Beva lets out a rush of air. I don't really get this, but I just hope she makes you happy. Cyril flinches at the she, but smiles. Thanks. We continue eating. Cyril and I both reach for the last mozzarella stick, fight over it, then end up ripping it in half. I put a generous helping of orange chicken on my plate, right next to a pile of lasagna. So, tomorrow morning? I say to Beva. Tomorrow morning, she repeats excitedly. A plane passes us overhead, and we all look, probably thinking the same thing. Beva will be on a flight tomorrow, and then she's never coming back. She'll finish her degree and then run as far and as fast as she can in the outside, going to a place where Paradise Falls can never find her. You be careful out there, I say. Watch your back, but have fun. And, Cyril grins, remember that you're a badass bitch and that no one is better than you. She laughs, but tears start to roll down her face. Without a word, she pulls us closer to her, wrapping an arm around our necks and pulling us into a tight hug. You have no idea how much I'm going to miss you. Like, seriously, no idea. I'm about to say more when I see movement. Pulling back from Cyril and Beva, I see Ari walking towards us. She has her red hood up and her hands stuffed into pockets. She's looking left and right, as if checking for someone following her. When she reaches us, she says, I have to talk to you, and her gaze is fixed on me. I nod and tell the others to keep eating, then follow Ari into the forest. We walk for a while, definitely long enough to be sure we're alone, but she keeps going. I start to think about telling her we should head back, but I'm too curious about what she's going to say. Finally, she spins around. We need to talk. Okay. I wait, then say, Did you want to know what we found in the science building? I already know. She dismisses me easily. I stare and wait again, wondering what this is about, if not the science building. You're leaving to Neverwood in 5 days. Yes? Where is she going with this? With a straight face, she says, When you go, I think you should stay gone. My mouth drops open. Stay gone? Is this a joke? Her expression grows fierce. No, this isn't a joke. You need to leave Paradise Falls for good. I laugh, baffled by what she's saying. Ari, you have no idea what you're saying. Neverwood is not like here. It's a terrible place without anything close to people. No one could just stay there and never come back. It's a death sentence. Well, maybe Paradise Falls is a death sentence for you two. And if you have to choose a way to die, Neverwood would be better. She's completely serious, angry, and agitated all at the same time. No, I say. There's just no way. Her nostrils flare. I'm taking a huge risk talking to you right now. A risk I'm an absolute fool to be taking. Listen to my advice, or you'll regret it. Her idea is crazy. Just crazy. It's like choosing to be lost at sea, or choosing to remain on an abandoned island full of killer animals. No one can have a real life if they remain in Neverwood. And certainly not with a baby. So a girl who doesn't seem to like me or even care about me is telling me to never come home? Yeah, okay. Of course, I'll listen to you. Don't care about you? She snaps, her face getting red. Do you know how much I risked getting you that journal? My mouth falls open. Her eyes widen like she can't believe what she just said. You're the one who hid my mom's journal for me to find? She looks more nervous than angry now. Yes. Why? Because I knew you needed to be saved, but I didn't want to end up like my mother. I wanted to give you a chance to save yourself without me getting involved, but you just couldn't fucking do it. I don't know what to say. You know a lot more than you're saying. Fear flashes across her face. I do. And Alora, you and Callum should not come back to Paradise Falls. This trip to Neverwood will be your last chance to escape before things go terribly wrong in your life. To Neverwood. But I know what waits for you here. And it's worse. I'm so confused. But I'm a gold keeper. One of the only two. They'd never kill me. Some things are worse than death, she whispers. Then she spins on her heel, but she speaks over her shoulder. Paradise Falls is not safe any longer. But if you're too dumb to listen, that's on you. I tried. My conscience is clear. I watch her stomp off into the woods and touch my stomach. Staying in Neverwood sounds like a nightmare. Never being safe, never having other people around us again. But what if Ari is right? What if staying here is worse? Yet, I can't think of what kind of evil could possibly make Paradise Falls that dangerous. I need to talk to Callum. 10. Callum. Teth and I had snuck through the side entrance to the council room and up the service stairs. We'd crawled into the little alcove overlooking the council's meeting room, then sat together in the near darkness. Every light off other than the emergency one. This was our place. The one we'd been going to since we were kids. It was like a hideout from the world. And right now, that was exactly what we needed. What does it feel like to know your family is on the outside right now? I ask. He gives a small smile. They're away from pollution, away from the stuff giving them a cough and ruining their bodies. It's all I ever wanted. I'm going to build them a whole life out there. Yeah, you will, I tell him, smiling. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, he repeats. We're quiet for a minute. There's not even the hum of the air conditioner to disturb our conversation, or even an awareness of others in the building. Security doesn't keep a careful eye on things here, cockily believing that no one would be dumb enough to break into this building. Teth clears his throat. About Cyril. But then he says nothing more. I shift, uncomfortable. Yeah, so you two are... Yeah. And he's... good to you? Yeah. You're happy? Yeah. I settle back. Then that's all that matters. Really? He sounds shocked. Yeah, I tell him, then knock him with my shoulder. He smiles. I hold out my fist and we bump fists. Any tension that might have been between us fades away. It's true that I've never heard of two men being together. I don't even know why it's in the rules to begin with, but I love Teth. That love isn't conditional based on whether he loves a man or a woman. You know I'll miss you. I know, he says. And you know I'll miss me. I know. We give an awkward hug, and the dust in the air stings my eyes. I've known Teth all my life, and here, in this quiet building, We're saying goodbye forever. The good thing is that saying goodbye doesn't erase all the wonderful memories we've made in life. If anything, it makes them more precious because we'll never make another memory again. Suddenly, the lights flicker on in the council meeting room, and we stiffen, releasing each other. My mom storms in, and the other council members file in behind her, looking like they're full of dread. I don't blame them. If my mom is mad, things are going to get bad. When everyone is seated, she turns to them. On whose authority did you reschedule the physicals for the goalkeepers? Mine, Councilman Vin says smugly, sweeping his hand through his steel gray hair weaved with black. For what reason? There's a tick in her eye. He glances at the others. They look away, and his arrogant voice comes out. It hasn't escaped our notice that you've dragged your feet in building the new science building every step of the way, even though this plan was agreed upon when Callum and Delora were just children. Even though Paradise Falls would be in a much better position right now if the original science building hadn't burned to the ground. It's our belief that you don't agree with our decision. My mother stutters, and she never stutters. That's a blatant lie. I have been there every step of the way, making certain the building was perfect. Vin lifts a brow. Yes, there every step of the way, slowing down everything and demanding perfection. Come on, Council Member Kayla. Are we to believe that all of that is just a coincidence? Her back is straight. You should see that as a sign of me doing a great job, just as I always have. The thing is, my mom is lying, and I don't understand why. Is it because those labs in the new science building are set up for the creatures of Neverwood, and she's rightfully decided that such a plan is idiotic? Or is it something else? Because I've never seen my mom so transparently trying to lie. All over a science building. It's bizarre. There's a loud knocking at the council chamber door. My mom uses the distraction to motion for the person to be let in. A second later, Alora's stepmom is there. She looks half drunk, walking a little unevenly, her hair a mess. Fiody, my mom greets. To what do I owe the honor? Alora's stepmom lets her gaze run over all the council members, and there's uncertainty in her expression. It hangs over her so much that I find myself rooting for her to turn around and walk away, because anything a person is that worried about saying probably shouldn't be said. Fiody? My mom prods. The blonde takes a shaky breath. I have something important to tell you. No one interrupts, and she pushes forward, her words slurred. Elora is pregnant. Fuck. My stomach sinks. Every muscle in my body tightens. I don't think Elora has had time to talk to Farron already. What the hell are we going to do? My mom looks horrified, but not surprised. The others look surprised, though, staring at each other, like their world has been turned upside down. It's weird. They don't even know that the baby is mine. Shouldn't they be happy? Shouldn't this be cause for celebration? There's more, Fiody says, taking a shuddering breath. Callum is the father. Oh, no. Oh, fuck, no. Teth turns to me, and when our eyes meet, I know he sees the truth. The color drains from his face, and we both know. Elora and I are in trouble. This cannot be true, Council Member Runo says, standing up and slamming his fist onto the table, which is shocking to see from the mild-mannered scientist.
All our plans are ruined,
Council Member Prisma says, angrily turning a gaudy ring on her finger. We cannot allow our plans to be pushed off for 9 months. Council Member Abraxas runs a hand over his face. Viety seems to completely miss their distress.
I'm still going to be taken care of by Paradise Falls, right? This doesn't affect my position.
My mom looks pissed for a moment before her calm mask slips back into place. Of course. Now, I think the council needs to discuss what to do. You may leave. Viety hesitates.
She'll be okay, right?
Councilman Vin flashes a smile. You may leave. And the way he says it chills my blood. My hands are clenched so hard, my knuckles are white. I watch her stepmom leave, and then the council members sit back down, silent. A sense of horror settles over all of them. What do we do? Councilman Runo says. This will destroy our plans, setting us back months. Hell, all our research suggests that each of the families can only carry one healthy child to term. This may be it. The only child of the 2 families. Councilmember Olivia combs her long blonde hair back from her face. We have worked so hard to save up enough goldarium for when Alora and Callum weren't able to go to Neverwood. Was it all for nothing? What? Why wouldn't Alora and I be able to go to Neverwood? And why the hell would they let our city go into darkness if they had enough goldarium to keep the power on? Councilman Vin lifts a hand to suggest everyone be quiet. Our initial plan was to tranquilize them, get them restrained in their cages at the science building, and start harvesting their sperm and eggs. We estimated that we'd need a full year of them being restrained to run our trials and see if we could successfully grow their offspring in test tubes, as well as to mix their genetics with other members of our society to see what would produce the most superior offspring. This plan, clearly, can't take place with Alora pregnant. So, the solution is simple. After we have them properly restrained, we'll abort the baby and continue on with the plan. What the actual fuck? My stomach turns and the world drops out from under me. That torture room, that was intended for us? And the nursery is for all our babies? They're planning on using us like animals they want to breed for the best genetics. Against our will. This can't be actually happening. No one could actually be okay with this. And they're willing to kill our baby. Just throw it out like trash because it interferes with their plans? I look at my mom. Something shifts inside me. She looks pale, worried. Not at all like the unshakable force I'm accustomed to. Is it possible she really was trying to stop this whole thing? Councilman Vin claps his hands together. Relax, everyone. This little bump in the road changes nothing. Soon, we will produce dozens of gold keepers who will bring us so much goldarium that we'll have no idea what to spend our money on. I don't know, Councilman Runo says quietly. Last time everything seemed on track, then those fools burned down the science building. Councilman Vin gives a cruel smile. This time, Alora's mom and her traitors aren't here to burn down the building, and we won't have to spend our evening rounding them up, killing them, and covering up their murders. This time, no one is here to help Alora and Callum. Not even their cowardly fathers. The building is made out of pure goldarium. Once we get them imprisoned, they won't have the strength to break free. They'll be completely at our mercy,
And we'll get exactly what we deserve. We should act quickly, Councilman Runo says, just in case they try to escape to Neverwood, like their fathers. Councilman Vin's smile only widens. If they try, this time we have enough Goldarium to force our way in after them. Force their way in after us? Is that even possible? That's just a theory, Councilman Runo warns. A theory I won't hesitate to test, should they try it. Vin stands. Our time of having to bow down to the Goldkeepers is over. We'll own them soon. We'll run their lives soon, and we'll produce a whole army of them to do our bidding. Raised to be the perfect Goldkeepers. Everyone except my mom seems happy. They start chatting, talking about everything they're going to do once they have us imprisoned. Like we're nothing. Not even people. And it's all for their own greed. When they already have so much. It's sickening. Let's get security, Councilman Vin says. We'll get them tonight. Teth and I exchange a quick glance, and then we carefully crawl our way out of our hiding place, hit the service stairs, and just keep running. Elora. I have to get Elora. 11. Elora. I'm sitting on my bed feeling completely alone. My stepmom had gone out for wine, not that it makes much of a difference. She was just going to end up in the hot tub drunk anyway. I want to call Beva or Cyril, but Beva is probably sleeping in preparation for her big day tomorrow. And Cyril is cracking the whip to do better at school, so he has a chance of escaping Paradise Falls. I don't want to bother any of them. So I do the only thing I can think of. I head into the attic. Knowing that Ari was aware of my hiding place has made me feel even more so like my stuff isn't safe in Paradise Falls. So I go to the chest, dig through the pictures, and select my favorite ones of me and my parents, including the one of them on their wedding day. Then I put everything back the way it was. Slipping back downstairs, I take my mom's journal out of my backpack and slip the pictures into it before repacking my bag. Now when I go to Neverwood in just a few days, I'll be able to hide my most important things from any eyes in Paradise Falls. I hear a crashing sound from in my house and feet running. Tensing, I leap to my feet, not sure what to expect, but trying to be ready for anything. My bedroom door comes flying open, and I spot Teth and Callum. We need to go, Callum says, his face pale, his voice full of panic. Before he says more, Teth says, I'm going to run to your house and get your bag. Then he takes off running like there are ogres chasing after him. Go? I ask, shaking my head in confusion, staring between Callum and where Teth had disappeared. What's going on? Callum looks like he's about to break some really terrible news. His expression a mixture of sorrow and fear. Your stepmom must have heard about us being pregnant. My gut tightens. What? No. She went to the council and told them, and I found out what they have planned for us. And there's something dark in his words. What are you talking about? I say, head swimming. He grabs my arms. Elora, the new science building. That scary floor, it's meant for us. They're planning on imprisoning us and killing our baby so they can harvest our eggs and sperm and create an army of goldkeepers that they can raise to be their perfect servants. I feel the color drained from my face. That's impossible. Elora, those brilliant blue eyes of his lock into mine. I heard it all. They're sending security for us tonight, right now. My heart hammers.
Where are we going to go? What are we going to do? Was this what Ari was trying to warn me about? It must be. Fuck! Why didn't I listen to her? We need to go to Neverwood, just like our dads did. We need to run away from the council and this whole damn place. It's our only chance. Live in Neverwood? I ask, just imagining never returning to Paradise Falls. He takes my hands, holding my gaze. We don't have a choice. I nod unsteadily and grab my bag from off the floor. Except the scientist's badge falls out from the pocket I hid it in. I ignore it, but Callum grabs it. There's something we have to do first. I frown, confused. We need to steal their Goldarium. There might be a way for them to use it to come after us. I feel sick. They could possibly follow us in? He grabs my hand and we start running. We leap into the truck and pull out of the driveway when Teth comes running up. I open my door and he tosses in Callum's backpack. Good luck, Teth says, his dark gaze saying a hell of a lot more. Be careful. I care about you. I'll miss you. Just make sure you're on that plane in the morning, Callum tells him, and go home and pretend this never happened. They clasp hands, then step away from each other. Teth slams my door shut, and Callum steps on the gas. We go speeding down the quiet streets of Paradise Falls for the last time, not stopping until he pulls into the alley beside the science building. At the door, I say a quick prayer that the badge still works, and he swipes it. Green. We're in. We're more careful this time, aware that security and the scientists might be walking around, even this late. We take the stairs up to the second floor and head straight for the big ball of Goldarium. Callum swipes the door, and it opens. It's encased in a crystal container, but we open it and grab the soccer ball-sized piece of Goldarium and force it into a crystal chest, then close it tightly. We can't take the risk of leaving it open because it'll draw everyone in Paradise Falls to it. We close everything up the way we found it, and Callum carries the chest down the stairs while I hurry along beside him. We make it to the first floor and head down the hallway to the side door before we hear, "Freeze!" We turn and spot security, a man in dark clothes reaching for the taser at his side. This is official Goldkeeper business, Callum tells him, so stay out of our way. Instead of reaching for the taser that would do nothing against us, he reaches for his radio. We bolt, exploding out the side door and climbing into the truck. I put the chest in my lap and Callum's bag at my feet, while he steps on the gas and gets us out of there. We're speeding through town faster than I've ever driven in my life. But there's a countdown in my mind, an awareness that if we do anything wrong right now, our lives will be forfeit. I picture us strapped down in those cages. I picture them killing my baby and then harvesting my eggs. The thought makes me sick. These people are twisted, wrong. Anyone who could do that to another person is a monster. We're bouncing along the path that leads to Neverwood and park in the parking lot. We get on our bags, then Callum takes the chest and we hurry down the path. We're almost there when I put out a hand and stop Callum. People are here. I can sense it. Our eyes lock. A silent understanding moves between us. Our only way out is through that doorway. So whatever stands in our way will need to be destroyed. He hands me the chest. I take it wordlessly. We leave the path and circle around the back, spotting the council members and security before they see us. There are about a dozen security officers, but instead of regular guns, they have tranquilizer guns. A cold awareness flows through me. I'd rather be shot by a bullet than one of those fucking guns. We get to the edge of the tree line. Callum hands me the chest of Goldarium and gestures for me to stay where I am. I shake my head, shocked. He can't handle all of them alone. But he points to my stomach, and I know that he's right. I don't want to risk hurting the baby. Not unless they leave us with no choice. Callum slowly moves forward until he steps into the light. All the trank guns focus on him. Councilman Vin smiles a deadly smile. It seems that somehow you've discovered information that wasn't meant for your ears. Callum's mouth curls. You fucking bastards. We already willingly gave up our lives to bring you Goldarium, but that wasn't enough for you. You needed more. You needed to be greedy, conniving, heartless pieces of shit. And his mom flinches at each word. The councilman shakes his head. See, you and Jane and her traitors are the problem. You can't seem to realize that our decision isn't based on feelings or what's best for you. It's based on what's best for Paradise Falls. Callum's voice is filled with venom. Killing our baby and taking us prisoner is what's best for Paradise Falls? Like hell. Vin spreads his hands. I'm afraid we don't have a choice, Callum. This is the decision. You always have a choice, Callum says. Just like we've had a choice every time we've gone into Neverwood. Just like our fathers and past generations have had a choice. And every time, they chose what was best for their people. And in thanks for all of that, you make this sickening decision? He spits on the ground. The councilman gives Callum a cold look. Well, unfortunately for you, you don't have a choice. Do you see all these trank guns pointed at you? Just the squeeze of one trigger, and this is all over. Except, where's Alora, Callum? I know she can't be far from you. My mind starts working. I can't let them shoot him. I can't just stand here and do nothing. I squeeze the handles of the chest tighter, and an idea forms in my mind. It's not a perfect idea, but it may be the only way we'll get out of this, even though it's a risk. Taking a deep breath, I stride forward into the light. The council members look in my direction, and they all seem relieved, like they feel the chess pieces they needed have fallen into place. Unfortunately for them, I'm not controlled by anyone. Well, well, well. Pretty little Alora. I'm going to enjoy visiting you in the lab each day, Vin says, a sickening pleasure in his voice. Callum looks back at me with horror. I know what he's thinking, but he'll understand soon. I smile at Vin. That's if you survive long enough. Flipping the top open on the chest, I set it down on the ground and watch as the effect of the Goldarium ripples over all of them. Callum yanks me back as everyone comes running. As they get in each other's ways, they scratch, claw, bite, and fight. A security guard manages to touch the Goldarium, and his fingers burn off, turning to ash as he screams. And yet he continues to try to get to it still. They're all trying their best. Councilman Vin falls on the Goldarium, and it eats away part of his face before he's pulled back. The security officers start shooting wildly, and Callum yanks me behind a tree along with him. He presses his body around me as screams fill the air. We stay that way for a long time, until it grows quiet. Then we step out from behind the tree. Callum's mom has tied herself to a tree, and blood is running down her face. She's fighting the rope, but she's unable to escape. Councilman Vin is crawling toward the chest, and as we watch, Callum's mom pulls a gun out of her waist and shoots him dead. Callum closes the lid, and the silence around us is deafening. Unfortunately, it looks like the majority of them were simply tranked rather than having died. But it's the same to us now, as long as we escape. Mom, Callum says,
Tears run down her face. I need you to know. I helped Alora's mom in secret to burn down that building the first time. I tried everything in my power to stop it the second time, but it wasn't enough. I'm sorry, son. You deserve so much better than me. Callum looks at her, his expression cold. I do. But I'm not going to go into Neverwood hating you. The last thing I'm going to do is bring hatred and anger into my new family. So I forgive you. She starts weeping in earnest now, the deep scratches on her face bleeding enough that blood drips from her jaw. I want to feel sorry for her, but I just can't. Not after what she helped plan for us, even if she wasn't fully on board. Callum picks up the box of Goldarium and takes my hand. You know that with you gone, there is no Paradise Falls, right? There is no perfect place, his mom says softly. There never really was, Callum tells her. And then we step through the doorway to our new home. 12. Elora. The fire crackles near us, and we lay together in my family cabin, holding each other. We haven't spoken. We'd just crawled into bed, shaking together like leaves, trying to let the adrenaline fade from what we'd just been through. But my mind can't seem to quiet. Too much had happened, more than my brain could possibly process. We can never go home, I say, my voice breaking a little. He holds me tighter. Home is anywhere the two of you are. His words make me smile as his hand strays to my stomach. You know what I mean. Callum, what are we going to do? It's simple, he says, kissing the top of my head. We're going to choose a place to make our own. A place to make our own? What? In the woods where our child can be eaten by ogres? Or we can live constantly terrified of a storm? Or in the Mist Realm, where one wrong step could have our child splattered on the ground? Or maybe whatever the hell is in an Ash Realm? Callum chuckles. Take deep breaths. Let's figure this out. I take a few deep breaths, but I don't feel any calmer. I have a baby growing inside of me. A baby that will soon be walking and talking. A baby who will never have a friend or a partner. A baby who will one day be left here alone after we pass. We have a lot of Goldarium. We could build an epic home here. Then we could build large walls to surround it, start a garden, and build a whole little farm. I think, then shake my head. This place can't be where we raise our child. There's nothing here for them. What will they do if something happens to us? He's quieter for another long minute. How about the Mist Realm? That tree guy was pretty friendly. And it sounds like he has more people, even if there's not a lot of them. Didn't he offer to build us a home in a tree? As far as we know, these are the only people in Neverwood. We can stick close to them. I don't know, I say. The Mist Realm doesn't feel like home either. If it was just Callum and I, maybe that would be where we'd go. But our baby deserves better than that. A safer place. Besides, there's this nagging feeling in me. A feeling that's telling me we have to keep going. That there's something better out there for us. I think I want to try and find the end of the Phoenix Trail. The source of all Goldarium. The thing of legend that our fathers likely went in search of. You're hoping to find them, he says simply. Our fathers. My father. So what if I am? Would it be the worst thing for our child to have a loving grandfather in their life?
Tears sting my eyes. They're all we have left now. He takes a ragged breath. And you know there's a chance we won't find them, no matter how far we go. And a chance that whatever is further down the path is worse than where we've already been. I swallow around the lump in my throat. I know, but I feel like we have to take the chance. We have to provide our baby with the best life we can, even if it's in Neverwood. He's quiet for a long moment. I look back at him. His expression is thoughtful before his gaze slides to me, and he kisses me. Okay, we keep going, as soon as we can. As soon as we can? I ask. He nods. Honey, you're just going to get bigger, and traveling is just going to get harder. I hadn't thought about that. You're right. It's weird. My gut says this is the right move, but I'm full of nerves. We'll be traveling into uncharted territory, pregnant, and with only Callum at my side. There's no heading back to Paradise Falls to rest. There's no cheeseburger and fries waiting for us at the end of a long day. There's only Neverwood. Do you think our friends will be okay? He kisses my head again. Death and Beva will be leaving on the first flight out of there tomorrow, so they should be fine. My mind keeps working. What do you think is going to happen to Paradise Falls? He hesitates. Be honest. He nods. Paradise Falls only has one resource, Goldarium. That's what they use to trade with the outside world. They don't grow their own crops, they don't have their own stock of animals. Without Goldarium, everything will descend into chaos. There will be no food, no electricity, nothing. My heart's racing. So then they'll fly everyone out? He hesitates again. No, the wealthy will probably fly out. The rest will probably be left behind. I turn in the bed to face him. They'll just leave most of the population behind? Flying people out will cost money. Money that will be precious to them, he says, as if that justifies everything. So everyone will be left there to die, with no food, no resources, and no way out? He pulls me closer to him and tucks my head under his chin. They'll probably have some time before everything falls apart, but it'll be better if we don't think about it. At least our friends will get out. That's true. Our friends will be safe, and as much as I hate thinking about all those people just being abandoned, my focus needs to be on Callum, our child, and myself. If I don't stay focused, we might not survive. You're right, I say, even though my heart is aching, thinking about all the people who will likely die in that valley, or die in the mountains trying to get out. He clears his throat. Also, something I don't want to say but need to. We got what we found of their Goldarium. We can hope it's all of it, but it might not be. I tense. Are you saying they might be able to come after us? Yes, he says softly. So we have to get moving, and we have to keep up a fast pace until we're sure they won't be able to find us. This is all so scary and overwhelming. Neverwood isn't safe. Paradise Falls isn't safe. And we have a baby on the way. A baby we need to protect from everything in this world. What should we do? He sighs softly. We should get moving. Tonight. We can't have done all of this just to be caught by them. Our little bean has to stay safe. Little bean? I ask, lifting my head and looking at him. Yeah, don't they look like beans at this stage? They do. I wouldn't think Callum would know that. I smile. Yeah, he smiles back. So, they're our little bean. I laugh. Okay, little bean it is. He squeezes me tightly, then rolls out of the bed. Let's get going. We can go over baby names on the way. It's clear he's trying to distract me, to get me to think about something other than Paradise Falls crumbling, or the council coming after us here. So I try to smile as I gather my stuff and focus on baby names. Because what else can we do? 13. Ari. I worked so damn hard. I did everything in my power to help Alora without risking my own life, so I wouldn't die the way my mother did. But all of that has been for nothing. It's stupid that I didn't think ahead. Stupid that I didn't consider what would happen once Alora and Callum disappeared. And now I only have myself to blame. Shouldn't he be back by now? Cyril is bouncing on the edge of my bed, bothering the shit out of me. Varric and I have been talking about Alora and Callum's disappearance, and what that meant for us when Teth, Cyril, and Beva had arrived at my house, demanding to speak to me. I'd taken them into my room, even though at my age I no longer needed a guardian to live with me in my tiny home, so we were alone here. My room just felt safer. They'd demanded to know everything I knew, but it turns out I had a lot more to learn from them. We started putting together the pieces of what we knew and what Varric knew from watching the council. Together, we'd come to the conclusion that Alora and Callum had disappeared into Neverwood forever, and that the council was freaking out. All flights had been canceled, the power had turned off, and all medical centers had been closed. An emergency order had been given by the council for everyone to stay in their houses. Not that we did. Teth had snuck back out, saying he had a way to spy on the council meetings, to give us more information, and we'd been waiting patiently ever since. It was irritating beyond belief. I hated having people in my space, hated talking to them, even hated the way they smelled. Man, I have some serious issues. Varric is the only one I don't mind, the only presence that I can tolerate. From the moment we separately started looking for the ancient trail out of Paradise Falls, we'd created a bond. No, from the day our parents had died. The whole world had kept going, but not for us. He'll be back, I grate out. Or he's been caught and we'll never see him again. Ari, Beva scolds. She irritates me with her too-smart-for-you attitude. You would think a girl missing a finger and only alive because of her friend would be a little quieter and a little more humble. I'm just being honest. We don't need honesty right now, she snaps. You want some lies? I tell her, leveling her with the kind of look that makes most people take a few steps back. Everything is absolutely fine. None of us are going to end up dead in the street. Beva glares and pats Cyril's shoulder like he's a child. We're going to be okay. Teth's okay. A second later, we hear movement in my house, and all of us tense. When Teth throws open my doors, some of my tension fades. At least it's not security here to tear me to pieces because they found out my role in all of this. Teth sits down on the bed beside Beva, looking pale. What happened? Cyril asks gently. It's worse than we thought, he manages. Worse? How the hell could things be worse than we imagined? I hope this boy tends to exaggerate or we're all in trouble. What's going on? Cyril asks. Teth takes a shaky breath. Almost all the Goldarium is gone, and Callum and Alora won't be back. The council intends to flee Paradise Falls with their chosen few people.
They're going to split what's left of the Goldarium on the outside to make sure they're wealthy out there, too. Fuck, I mutter. He nods. That's not even the worst of it. They'll be giving security the instructions to go through Paradise Falls after they've escaped and kill everyone left there. Because they don't want the risk of anyone getting out and telling the outside about what they did. Hell, I say, unable to even form the words. This is horrifying bullshit. Not that I'd expected anything less from the council. His face is tight. What do we do? Because clearly we're not the chosen ones who will be getting out with them. I answer easily. We can't be in the city when they start killing people. But what do we do? Beva asks. There's only one way out of here, and that's on a plane. I mean, we could try hijacking one, but we'd have to get weapons and somehow take someone who can fly the plane. That's never going to happen, I tell her. Security will be all over those planes. Well, what then? She asks me angrily. I look at Varric. He gives a subtle nod, and I take a deep breath. The ancient path. We need to take it out of the city. It's the only way through the mountains. The ancient path? Cyril asks, clearly confused. Beva nods. It's the path our ancestors used to get into Paradise Falls, and it's supposedly the only way in or out. But no one has found it since. The thing is, I explain, Varric and I have been trying to find the path out for many years, and we think we've found it. It follows the nursery rhyme almost perfectly. The nursery rhyme? Cyril asks, clearly confused. Beva stands up taller. Toward the north you must go forth. Past the T you must flee. When in doubt, stick to the route. When you see the green, don't be seen. To enter the wall you must crawl, or continue on to the great beyond. I nod. That one. But have you actually seen a path through the mountains? She asks. Varric and I exchange another look, his dark eyes boring into mine. We'd always planned to travel higher and higher in the mountains, but I'd been scared to get caught. He'd been pushing me to do it, and I'd been dragging my feet. I felt like I had all the time in the world. But I guess I was wrong. No, we've never gotten that far. So, we don't know if we can get out that way, Beva says, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Her attitude is rich. Was her idea to steal a plane so freaking good? She should be thanking us on her hands and knees for having an actual plan that could work. Do we have another option? I ask, pinning her with my gaze. They're quiet for a minute, and I can practically see their brains turning, trying to come up with a better plan. My jaw tightens so hard it pops. There is no better plan. As frightening as this idea might be, this is our life now. Then I watch the reality of our situation hit everyone in the room. There's a mixture of horror and acceptance that falls over their faces, which might have been amusing at a different time. That's right. Your perfect little lives are falling apart. Unfortunately, mine and Varric's lives had fallen apart a long time ago. We don't have anything to cling on to here. Beva finally nods her head. Then we should all go home, quickly pack and meet in the woods. Suddenly, it hits me. Are you saying we're going to travel together? The thought had never occurred to me. Varric and I are seasoned hikers. Taking these three with us will only slow us down. My plan had simply been to point them in the right direction and be done with them. Beva frowns at me. Of course, there's safety in numbers. I scowl, not mincing my words. Varric and I know what we're doing in the woods. All of you will be nothing but a liability. We can take care of ourselves, she says, squaring her shoulders. Looking at Varric,
I'm surprised to see him giving me an expression that says he's disappointed in me. What? What am I doing wrong? I'm being practical. Practical, but not kind. Embarrassment rises inside of me. Surviving is all that's ever mattered to me, and Varric. It's not in my nature to stick my neck out for someone else, not after what happened to my mom. I swore that I'd never make her same mistakes. But it's clear Varric thinks we should help these three. Fine. Everyone has an hour. If you're not in the woods then, we leave without you. Everyone in the room files out, and I instantly focus on packing. Except my hands are shaking. I curl them into fists and will myself to be calm. My mom always said that there was no point in worrying, that worrying was the most useless emotion there was. So I won't worry. I pack my bag carefully, knowing that the items in this bag will determine my survival. Winter items get thrown in, and I belatedly wonder if I should have given the three inexperienced hikers better instructions on what to pack. By the time we reach the tops of the mountains, there will be snow on them. If they don't have warm clothes, none of this will matter, because they'll die. But I can't worry about that now. I have to focus on my own supplies, my own survival. Because the hours remaining of my life are slipping through my fingers like sand. Soon, security will be here to take my life. And I can't be here when they come knocking. 14. Elora. I'm hurling my lunch just off the protected path, while Callum holds back my hair. This is my third time puking in the last few days. Apparently, the baby doesn't like jerky and trail mix. Lucky me. We'll be at the next cabin soon. I'll make you stew, and I'll try to keep an eye out for any berries or fruit along the way, he tells me gently. I clean myself up and we start walking again at a slower pace. We'd been pushing ourselves, unsure of whether or not the council was behind us. Luckily, we didn't have to drop flowers because, well, no other gold keepers would be following us. We'd also taken the journals from our family cabins, not wanting to give the council any insight into what they might come across next. Callum grabs my water and hands it to me. You have to stay hydrated. All this puking isn't good for you or the baby. You're telling me, I say, then drink the water slowly, making sure it's not going to end up coming back up. You okay? He asks, his blue eyes filled with concern. I nod and hand him my water, which he slips back into my pack. It's weird how tired and slow I feel now. Weird because I'm barely pregnant. A lot of women don't even know they're pregnant at this point. But Callum has reassured me that it might be because we're gold keepers. Their pregnancies might be different. Our little bean certainly knows what they like and don't like, he says, grinning at my stomach. How nice, I tell him dryly. He laughs. I can just imagine this stubborn little girl or stubborn little boy stamping their feet and clenching their fists. I smile at the image. Unfortunately, we don't even know where this baby is going to live. My smile fades into a frown and I touch my belly. Callum reaches over and puts his hand on mine. It's going to be okay. We're going to figure this out. You just worry about growing our baby and I'll worry about everything else. Lifting a brow, I smile. I don't think it works that way. Well, we're the only people in Neverwood. We get to decide how it goes. I try to hold on to his optimism, but it slips through my fingers. So I guess you're somehow going to have to learn how to deliver a baby. He looks at me in confusion. You're the only one who can do it. His eyes widen, and then he hides his fear behind a calm mask. I'll talk to the tree guy, Zarex. His whole home was full of books. I'm sure there's one on childbirth.
Hell, he might even know a thing or two. Or maybe one of his people do, and I can pick their brains over it.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good idea. He takes my hand and starts walking.
So, Michael or Logan if it's a boy, and Natalie if it's a girl?
I smile. Those were the names we'd narrowed our choices down to. I love them.
I love them too.
Suddenly, I feel a pulling, a sense of something. I know it isn't the Goldarium strapped to Callum's pack, because that's in the crystal chest. There must be more. I glance all over and see Goldarium just off the path up ahead. That looks easy enough to get, I say. Callum shakes his head.
We don't need any. We have enough to build us whatever we need for our new life. There's no way we're going to risk our lives for that.
He's right. We'd already talked about this. As we keep going, I see movement and spot the ogre hiding behind a tree. I stiffen and grab Callum's arm, pointing. His brow wrinkles, and I realize I didn't tell him about the last trap I was sure the ogres had set for me. It's a trap, I whisper. He lifts a brow.
They're not smart enough for traps.
They set one up for me last time. I think they're doing it again.
No way,
he says, shaking his head. I frown at him, but we keep going. My gaze slides over everything around us until I pick out 4 more ogres. Each time I point them out to him, and Callum looks entirely shocked. When we fully pass all of them, the roars start. The ogres chase after us, even though they can't step on the path. They're roaring, pounding their chests and screaming. Every step of the way, Callum is looking at them like they've lost their minds. His surprise turns to annoyance as they keep following us. He covers his ears. He tries to hurry fast enough so they can't keep up with us, but the ogres shadow us every step of the way. It's hours before they stop, hours before they drop back, and then we're left in startling silence. Not even the birds make sounds around us.
Whoa,
Callum finally says. I told you, I responded, a little smugly. He gives me an amused look.
Remind me to always listen to you.
I flash him a smile. Happy wife, happy life, right? Then I realize what I said and turn bright red. Speeding up, I try to outrun the bugger, but he easily keeps pace with me, a smile spreading across his face. He snags my hand.
About that.
I'm thinking we should make this thing official before our baby arrives. I like the ring wife has to it. Are you asking me to marry you? He shakes his head.
No. When I ask you to marry me, you'll know it.
Okay then, I say, blushing. We're only walking together for a short time when a stag leaps out onto the path. He can't mean us harm if he's able to go on the path, but still, Callum shifts to stand in front of me, and I'm left looking around him at the bright red stag. He has golden antlers, meaning he's an elder, and he stands tall and majestic. Leaning down, he touches the path in front of it, and it turns gold, moving slowly toward us. As it reaches our feet, I feel a tingling spread over me, and I look down at my hand to see that it's turned to gold. Callum looks back at me, completely golden, and gasps at whatever he sees in me. The stag leans down and seems to bow to us before leaping off the path and disappearing into the woods. We stare after him for a moment, probably both wondering what the hell just happened. Callum turns to me.
The gold is fading.
Yours is too, I say, touching his face, which is less and less golden by the second.
What the hell was that?
He asks. I shake my head. No idea, but it was definitely weird.
Definitely,
he confirms. We continue walking until we see a cabin in the distance, just in front of the mist realm, and we both speed up. After too many nights on the hard ground, A nice bed and a good stew sound almost too good to be true. I just hope our friends back home are doing just as well at their new universities. 15. Callum. We've been in the mist realm for days. How many, I'm not sure. It's hard to tell here, since it always seems to be the same brightness through the mist. I'm doing everything I can to make traveling easier on Alora. Every inch of me is hyper-aware of the fact that the person I love most in this world is carrying the baby I love most in this world. I would do anything for them. But I know in Neverwood, that's not always enough. So I'm on guard at all times, ready for anything that might face us. You going to help or just watch? Alora asks, and I startle, my focus having been on everything around us. She's sawing off one of the giant coconut-sized fruits that tastes like a cross between a pineapple and a strawberry. When we'd climbed to the higher branches in search of food, she'd been ecstatic to find them. Apparently, she'd been craving them all day. The fruit gets sliced off the vine, and she cracks it open, drinking the liquid and eating the inside with an intense look of pleasure. I smile and get to work cutting off another one. If my lady wants these ridiculous fruits, she'll get as many as she can handle. These are amazing, she says as I crack open the one I sawed off and hand it to her. Seriously amazing. It's hard not to feel good hearing that. There are so few tasty things I can give her. Watching her eat food that she gets sick from makes me feel like I'm not taking good enough care of her. Good, I say. You deserve it. Just keep growing that little bean. I want one with chubby cheeks. She laughs, then gets a thoughtful look on her face. You know, I don't know why, but I never saw you as the dad type. I lift a brow as I start sawing off another fruit. Yeah? She shrugs. I honestly thought you'd be upset when you found out about the pregnancy. Guilt uncurls within me. That's because I was such an ass, treating you like shit because I was jealous. Have I said sorry about that? A lot of times, she tells me gently. But sorry isn't enough. I need to spend my life making it up to her. I will never again give her a reason to believe that I'll be anything but good to her. She needs to know that I'll treat her like the princess she is forever, no matter what. I crack open another fruit for her, and she says, "Last one." So I get to work eating a couple myself. They're good, but they're not roll back your eyes in the back of your head and moan kind of good, which seems to be the kind of effect they have on Alora. Not that I mind watching her eat and moan, even if it's putting me in the mood. Ready to go? I ask, wondering if it's too early to set up our tent on the path and have a little fun. She nods, and I offer her my hand to help her stand, then get her backpack on her. As we head to the ladder going down from the branch, a massive creature comes leaping onto the branch. It shakes the whole thing so much that we both end up thrown to the ground. The black beast, which looks like some cross between a wolf and a dog, growls low in its throat and starts toward us. I'm on my feet in an instant, yanking Alora to her feet beside me. This thing is the size of a goddamn house. The only thing we can hope to do is outrun it. But not on a tiny ladder going to the ground. You go for the ladder. I'm going to distract it, I tell Alora. No, Alora, just do it, I order gruffly. Then I move away from her as the creature lets out another growl. I circle away from the ladder and Alora, and it follows me, crouching low to the ground as it advances on me. A paw shoots out, and I leap to the side, slamming hard into the sharp branches of a bush. But it doesn't matter. The bush is a lot better than being hit by the creature. Another paw tries to smash me, and I leap again to avoid it, noting that Alora is making her way down the ladder now. Suddenly, the creature lunges at me, and I jump back. Only there's nothing but air behind me. I fucking reached the end of the branch. I fall through the air,
my heart hammering. Please let something stop me before I become a stain on the ground. Arms encircle me as a body presses against me, and I cling onto Zarex, the Birdman. It takes me a second to remember to breathe. You have no idea how happy I am to see you. A big smile fills his face and he hugs me tighter. He changes direction, and then a second later, he snatches Alora off of the ladder. A little scream tears from her lips as she stares at us, wide-eyed. And then we're on the branch below us with the Phoenix Trail, before we land lightly on the ground. Alora, Callum, it's good to see you, he greets. His long dark hair is tangled around his face, and his gray eyes are filled with excitement. It's good to see you. A massive form leaps onto the branch beside us, and I grab Alora and yank her behind me, as if my body alone could keep her safe from the beast. Remembering my sword, I pull it out, feeling like someone trying to fight a mountain with a toothpick. Zarex looks between us and the beast, seeming confused, then says, "No, Garmer, no." To my shock, the creature gives a pathetic whine, then sits. Be little now, Garmer. Little. Before our eyes, the big black beast shrinks until it's the size of a regular dog. Then he lets out the saddest whine and lays down, his head on his paws. His big dark eyes stare up at us, somehow making me feel like the bad guy. Alora, Callum, Zarex says with a smile. Meet Garmer, my pet. Pet? I repeat in shock. You took my advice. Alora seems excited, then looks at me. Zarex was so lonely, I suggested a pet to keep him company. Oh, okay. But that thing is his pet? How do you like having a pet? Alora asks. Zarex puffs out his chest. It's not the same as another person, but it is very nice. It has helped with my loneliness, and Garmer loves when I read to him, which makes me very happy. I'm so glad, she says, and I can tell she means it. He glances between us. So, you are off on another adventure? She shrugs, looking uncertain, probably because she hardly sees this as an adventure. Something like that. I eye the dog and try to explain. We were actually in the middle of eating, because we've gotten so sick of our pack foods. Zarex's eyes light up. Stay right here. He takes off into the air, leaving behind his dangerous beast, who simply whimpers after him. We shrug and shift to make sure we're on the path. You know, just in case Fluffy gets a taste for human flesh. It takes a few minutes, but Zarex returns with a bag. He promptly sits down on our path and sets up a spread of different foods. Foods that actually look very good. You might like this, he says excitedly. For my people, food is always in surplus. There is far more to eat than there are people. Our crops are overgrown, overflowing with food, and with all the time I have, I can make many delicious things. I don't argue. We just sit down. The food is pretty damn good. Eggs, even though they're cold, interesting fruits and veggies, 2 meat items that taste like foods back home. All in all, I'm pretty happy. But what's more important? Alora is eating and keeping it all down. Zarex is growing on me. My thoughts go back to what we're doing. Alora wants to go on this crazy quest. I'm pretty sure because she's hoping to find her dad. But the Mist Realm isn't awful. With Zarex's help, we could make a home here. And I'm pretty sure he'd be eager to help us every step of the way. I'll have to bring it up again to Alora. So, Alora begins, still eating. How have things been going besides the pet? Zarex looks thoughtful. Life is good, but I miss the days of my people. I even miss the days when your people came through regularly. Victor and Archer? She asks. Even before Victor and Archer. Before? I question. Like our other relatives? He nods, but when he sees both of us staring at him in confusion, he continues more slowly. Your families are not the only ones who have ever been to the Mist Realm. There were others. Others who didn't even know about the Forest Realm. They didn't have as much gold in their blood as you do, but they had enough to get here. We're both confused. We don't understand, I say. He shrugs. There were simply others, occasionally, and I miss them. I miss the company. It seems that finding someone to love and care for is too much to ask the gods. Elora smiles and pats his knees. You never know. Sometimes love just takes you by surprise. Her gaze meets mine, and I smile. I hope you're right, he says. Elora sighs. Can I be honest with you, Zarex? Always. This trip of ours is different from the other ones. This time, we don't intend to ever go back to our homes. We're trying to get to the end of the Phoenix Trail in hopes of finding our fathers and creating a life here, as a family. Zarex looks sad. Your fathers had similar plans. Do you know if they ever found what they were looking for? His sadness only deepens. They never came back. That's not reassuring. Elora, I start, trying to find the right words. Are you sure we shouldn't stay here? This seems like as good a place as any to start a life. She gives me a gentle look. We just have to have faith. Can you have faith for me? I take a deep breath and slowly release it. Okay. Anything for you. His head snaps between us. If you ever do decide to build a life here, I will gladly help with anything and everything you need. Elora turns back to him. Thank you, Zarex. You're an absolutely wonderful friend. He smiles. Then she hesitates. Do you mind if I ask you about the Ash Realm? Zarex relaxes a little. I've never been, but many of my people have. What do you know about it? She asks. He takes a minute to think. It's very dangerous. There isn't much to eat, and just about everything will kill you. So, like here, I say. He laughs, like that's the most outrageous thing anyone could ever say. It's not dangerous here, silly. My people have no fear of our realm, but the Ash Realm, everyone fears it. We only go there if absolutely necessary. Great, I mumble. So the Ash Realm should just be a blast. Elora gives me a look, so I try to keep my doubts about the Ash Realm to myself. She decided that that's where we were going, so that's where we were going. It's just my job to make sure we make it through there safely. We'd have to read our father's journal more carefully at the cabin before the Ash Realm. It's basically our only clue about how to survive in the next world. As we continue eating, my mind starts working. Oh, I say, then turn to Zarex. Do you happen to have any books on childbirth or any knowledge about it? Zarex glances at Elora, his brows raised with an unspoken question. She smiles. Yes, I'm pregnant. The joy on his face warms my heart after all the terrible responses to her pregnancy in Paradise Falls. A baby is the greatest of blessings. If I had my way, these trees would be full of the sounds of children's laughter. Congratulations! This is very fine news. We're pretty excited, I admit, and a little nervous since it looks like we'll be doing this thing alone. Zarex's expression grows more serious. I will get you a book that will help you with everything, and I will share all my knowledge with you before you go. Your nerves will fade away, replaced by all joy. It's weird. I think I'm going to miss him when we go. He truly is a good guy. Thank you. He returns to his tree and brings me a book that seems to have been written by a healer specializing in childbirth. Just as he promised, he walks me through several different scenarios for childbirth. Alora looks a little disturbed by all of it, but I take thorough notes. Because when Alora goes into labor, her life and the life of my baby will rest on my shoulders alone. We talk for several hours until Zarek seems to run out of things to say. Then we thank him, tell him goodbye, and keep walking, knowing we're close to the cabin, knowing it's time for bed. Alora holds my hand tightly, and even though she doesn't say it, I can tell Alora is a bit rattled by all the unknown elements in our future. But I try my best to reassure her, because of all the things I don't know about our future, I know that Alora is my everything. When we arrive at the cabin, we shower, change, and lay in bed together, feeling content. Like everything in our world is perfect, even though it's not. A fire crackles near us and the warm blanket covers us like a cloud. I lace my fingers with hers as she lays against my chest. I can't believe I'm actually here with you. There was a time that I thought I'd never get to touch you again. She shifts so she can look at me. Callum, you know things would have been different between us before this if we weren't the two families. My heart aches a little, and my insecurity surfaces. Can you honestly say you would have chosen to be with me if it wasn't forbidden? She gives me the strangest look. Why not? It's not like I chose to complicate my life because it was forbidden. I chose to complicate my life because I wanted to be with you. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. You deserve someone better than me. No, I deserve you. A man who is excited for our baby. A man who has protected me at every turn. Callum, I'm lucky to have you. It's hard to believe that. I'm lucky to have you. She flashes a smile. So, we're lucky to have each other. Releasing my hand, she leans in and kisses me. Her lips are soft, melding to my own, and within seconds I feel myself heating up.
The intimate scene has been removed to comply with YouTube standards. To listen to what you're missing, I have included several places to find it below this video.
16. Beva. I'm going to die. Oh my gods, I'm going to die. The last few days have been a blur. We made it to the woods before we were spotted by security. All of us started running, but when security started firing shots, we scattered. I'd lost sight of all the others days ago, leaving me alone in the woods. The only bright side? I'd lost sight of security, too. Not that that helps me now. I have no idea how to survive in the woods. It's dark. It's night. I haven't had anything to eat or drink all day. I can hear wolves on the mountain and can barely see by the light of the moon. All I know how to do is keep going, hoping to catch sight of the others. Anyone? I shout. Is anyone there? No one answers. Not that I thought they would. I'm totally screwed. Outside of Varric and Ari, I doubt anyone has been this high in the mountains since our ancestors first came here. I have no idea what member of my family was even on that trail. The records of my family were lost from that time. But now, I can't help but think of them, lost in these woods, just praying to find some place they could live. How could they have known that Paradise Falls would change from a paradise to a prison? I was so close to getting out. One more fucking day and I would have left this place behind and been safely on the outside. Now, I don't know what to do. Wolves howl from my right side, and I startle. naturally moving toward the left as I continue to climb. Another howl goes up in front of me, and I freeze, unsure what to do. I start heading to my left, stumbling as I go from exhaustion and hunger. I can't keep going much longer. Not that I think I'm going to survive long enough to starve to death. It's just perfect, I say, laughing to myself. I'm not even sure I want to live on the outside. All I know is that it's my only choice. There is no third option. There's just Paradise Falls and the outside. The thing is, I know nothing about the world out there. I just hope I might be able to carve out some small corner in it to read my books and just enjoy life. Hopefully, that's what life will be like for my family now. Tears roll down my face. That's the one blessing to all of this, that my family got out. At least if I'm going to die out here, I know they are safe. The wolves howl louder, closer from behind me, from in front of me, from my right. I can feel them closing in on me. I know deep in my heart that I'm being hunted, that I'm their prey. I just can't do anything about it. Moonlight catches on something near me. It looks like a wall of thick vines. It's the closest thing I've seen to a place to hide here, so I decide to head toward it. Maybe if I can get deep enough in the brush, they won't be able to get me. I reach the massive plant, a plant the likes of which I've never seen before, and start pressing myself deeper and deeper into the vines. The moonlight reflects on a surface. It's almost like a green surface that moves and changes in front of my eyes. But maybe that's just my exhaustion, my hunger, my thirst. I start pushing on the wall of green and feel myself pushing against something like putty. It pushes back against me for a long minute. But I'm desperate. This hiding place is my only chance of surviving, the only place that the wolves might not be able to get me. Finally, the putty seems to stop pushing me away. Instead, it starts pulling me in. Some foreign instinct causes me to struggle, but it's too late. I'm yanked into the strange wall. Putty is in front of me, behind me, all around me. For a minute, I feel like I might suffocate. I might die. I pop out of the putty onto my knees, and the air is instantly chillier than it was just a moment ago. Slowly looking up, I startle. There's a glowing path in front of me lined with flowers. Mist hangs heavy over the air, and it appears I'm on a giant branch. What is this? Hello? I shout. Nobody answers. I rise to my feet, instantly drawn to the glowing path of flowers. Hello? Is anyone there? No longer scared about security, I shout and shout, tears streaming down my face as I walk along the glowing path. Nothing emerges from the darkness. There's nothing familiar even to cling to. If I thought I was lost before, I was wrong. This place is impossible. It can't exist. Am I losing my mind? Finally, I collapse onto the path, dropping my bag next to me. I'm hungry, thirsty, exhausted, scared, and alone. I can't do this anymore. I'm Beva, a book nerd, a future scientist, not some brave explorer. Are you all right? My gaze jerks up, and I come face to face with the most beautiful man I've ever seen in my life. He has long black hair that frames a face more beautiful than the best-looking guy in Paradise Falls, with gray, intelligent eyes that tug at my heart. And he has wings. Beautiful black wings growing from his back. I wipe the tears from my eyes, then realize I'd done so with my injured hand, and try to hide it from his sight. Hello? He kneels down, looking at me gently. Hello, little one. I stare, unsure what to say. Are you real? He laughs, his expression surprised.
Yes, I'm real.
Except he can't be. How can you be real? He shrugs his big shoulders.
I just am.
I have a logical mind. There has to be a way to test if I'm seeing things, or if this is real. Think. Pinch me, I say. He looks horrified.
I would never want to hurt you.
I frown. It's the only way I'll know you're real. With a lot of hesitation, he reaches over and pinches my arm lightly. I jump. It hurts. So this is real. You exist?
Yes.
He cocks his head, looking at me with concern.
Are you all right?
I'm sorry, I say, and the tears start falling again. I was just running away from my home because they were going to kill everyone. They were going to kill everyone. Except then I was lost in the woods and wolves were chasing me and I didn't know what to do. Then I found this weird wall and I pushed through it and I ended up here. I don't even know where here is. All I want is a warm bed and a book. But that's just too much to ask for. I'm rapidly wiping the tears from my face, hating that I'm crying. He smiles at me, and his smile is breathtaking.
That's not too much to ask for. I can give that to you right now.
I stare at him, trying to decide if he's kidding. I don't think you understand. I literally have nowhere to go, no home, no safe place to land.
You do now,
He says, without a hint of humor in his voice.
My home is very warm with a big, comfortable bed, and the walls are lined with books. If you want to stay with me, I'll always take care of you. You'll never be hungry. You'll never want for anything.
His eyes are gentle.
I should warn you, though, my life is very boring. There are only a few people here like me, and lots of empty homes full of books.
Is this a joke? I ask, because what he's describing sounds like paradise. He shakes his head.
I'd never joke about such things.
I hesitate, looking around. I'm really safe here? He nods.
And if you realize you are not happy with me, I can simply take you right back here, and you can continue to cry and wonder what to do.
I laugh. He smiles.
You have a very beautiful laugh. It matches your beautiful face.
For some reason, I show him my hand. Not everything about me is beautiful. He cocks his head.
I'm afraid you must have trouble with your sight, because everything about you is wonderful. Don't worry. We can get your eyes looked at. I know a man who can help.
I laugh again and climb to my feet, putting my bag on. Going with him is crazy, right? I just met him. He could be planning on chopping me up into little pieces and eating me. He's not even human. And yet, what do I have to lose? I'm Beva, by the way.
Zarex,
He tells me. I offer my hand and he kisses it, then slides closer, wrapping his strong hands around my waist. My heartbeat quickens as he looks down at me, and his gaze slides to my lips. But he just begins to flap his wings, and then we're in the air. And I might be crazy, but this feels like my kind of adventure. The kind I'll survive from. 17. Elora. We hold hands as we stare at the barrier to the ashram, which moves in front of us like a translucent bubble. Only we can't see what's on the other side. It whispers of danger and uncertainty, and I try to fight my nerves as Callum nods in my direction. It's time. I part my lips and repeat what my father said in the journal. The ash realm is dangerous. Pack lots of food and water. Dress for warm weather. Do not touch the lava, the hot liquid. Eat the lava spiders, iron snails, and lava snakes. They will keep you alive. Do it. Drink the brown plant with water. Eat the red berries. Trade, or you will die. Be respectful. Bow often. Do not hold eye contact. Do not go far from the path. And trust nothing that flies in the ash ecosystem. It's unlike anything you've experienced before. Callum nods. We've dressed lightly. Our capes are stowed away at the cabin, along with our heavier layers. We're both wearing t-shirts and the shorts we go to bed in, paired with the swords we were given for this realm. We'd both decided that having a weapon would make us feel more confident. Callum pats my backpack, and we have as much food and water as we can possibly carry. I hope the weight wouldn't be too much. Goldarium isn't very heavy, but Callum is carrying the entire crystal chest strapped to the outside of his backpack. It's not a light thing to carry, and that, along with all the extra food and water, well, it's heavy. And we have a long way to go. He hadn't wanted me to carry anything beyond what I needed to carry, but I'd convinced him that we needed to fill everything up with food and water, based on what we'd heard about the ash realm. Eating red berries, dried berries, jerky, and trail mix seems a lot better than lava spiders, iron snails, and lava snakes. Plus, there's the whole brown water thing. I prefer our clean water over that. And I haven't even tried it. Have we forgotten anything? He shakes his head. No, we're ready. Let's do this. I take a deep breath. Here we go. Callum grips my hand more tightly. Here we go. We step through together, and there's a minute where we're disoriented, where it feels like we're being stretched and squeezed, and then we pop out into the kind of heat that sucks your breath from your lungs and makes your face burn. I try to take a breath, and the air burns down my lungs. My eyes flash open, and I see the strangest realm I could ever imagine. The landscape is mostly barren and filled with rolling hills. The ground is mostly black, but between the black, there seems to be little rivers of pale orange that flow at a slow pace. There isn't much in the way of plants and trees, with the exception of some squat brown trees that dot the landscape, and not much else. It's ugly and barren. But the miserable-looking place is nowhere near as miserable as the way I feel with the heat that scorches my flesh. How long is this realm? It can't be too long. We won't make it more than 5 or 6 days with the supplies we have, and there doesn't seem to be anything to eat or drink in any direction. Callum looks at me, his expression unreadable. Are you sure we shouldn't turn back? I hesitate. Up ahead, we might find our fathers. We might find the source of Goldarium. Up ahead is filled with possibility, and behind us, with only limitations. We need to go forward. It's what's best for our baby. No, we should keep going. We can always go back. Besides, there's brown water and lava spiders to eat if we get desperate. I smile. He squeezes my hand tighter, then lets go. We should get moving. Becoming dehydrated from this heat is probably our #1 worry. We start moving. At random, little orange rivers cross through our path. I stop and kneel beside one of them. Do you think this is the lava my dad spoke about? Yes, he says without hesitation. I reach out. He said not to touch it. I smirk at the concern in his face. I wasn't going to. I just wanted to feel above it to see if it's really that hot. As I draw my hand closer, I feel the heat. Yeah, we definitely don't want to touch this. We step over the lava rivers and keep going, staring out around us. The heat on my skin is almost unbearable. I can practically feel my skin becoming chapped. Never in my life have I felt heat like this. In Paradise Falls, they always kept the temperature fairly nice, and the Forest Realm and Mist Realm were on the cooler side. I hope coming here wasn't a mistake. There's movement on the landscape near us, a dark shape. I move forward slowly and see something black emerging from one of the lava rivers. It seems to unfold itself into a black shape with long legs. As it fully lifts out of the lava, I realize that it's a spider. A spider the size of a bird. "Look," I say, pointing. Callum comes to stand beside. "Whoa. We're expected to eat those things?" I shudder. "Only if we run out of food." "Let's hope we don't run out of food." "Right?" We keep going, and I ask, "How do you think we'd go about killing one of those things?" He points to his sword. "We'd have to be fast. And deadly." I nod. Hours pass before we spot red on the landscape. A striking color when everything other than the lava is so dark. We come closer and find a black bush not far from our path, covered in red berries. Lots of red berries. "Should we?" I ask. Our fathers had said to collect the red berries. "Yeah, let's fill up our shirts and eat them as we travel. Then we won't have to dig into our supplies just yet." Looking around us, we carefully step off the path and make our way to the bush, stepping over lava rivers as we do so. We each pull one berry off the bush and pop it in our mouths. It's a bit bitter, but it's edible. We instantly lift our shirts like aprons and start to fill them up. We're mostly done when I see movements in the lower branches of the bush. Kneeling, I spot huge snails about the size of my fist, with shells that look like they're made of metal. I pluck one off the branch and hold it up to Callum. "Should we eat them?" He wrinkles his nose. "Not yet." "Agreed," I laugh, putting it back. We finish filling up our shirts and turn to go. I stretch out a hand, stopping Callum from going forward. He looks at me with a question on his face, when the ground seems to move, and a long black snake moves across our path, its belly shimmering like metal. We wait until it passes, then hurry back to the path. "Do you think the snakes are poisonous?" he asks. "Let's not find out, okay?" I laugh. We continue walking, eating the berries slowly. Sweat mists my skin, and I feel like reaching for my water, but I don't. Instead, I try to focus on drinking the juice from the berries. However long we're stuck here, we need to ration our food and water carefully. That's one thing Zarex and our fathers had made clear. What if our dads never made it out of the Ash Realm? I swallow the berry in my mouth roughly. We can't think that way. I can't. Callum is already unsure about our plan, so I have to be confident for the both of us. Me picturing the two of us stumbling across our father's bodies is the last thing I should be doing. Still, I think back to the Mist Realm with more fondness. It wasn't a bad place to be. We might have been able to make it a home. It just didn't feel like the right place to me. Something inside of me is just pulling me forward, and I feel like I need to listen to that instinct. "At least we can see trouble coming, for the most part," Callum says. It's hilly in all directions, but there are so few trees and bushes that the landscape doesn't hide much. If something dangerous were to come over one of the hills, we'd likely see it approaching long before it reached us, unlike with the forest and mist realms. I guess that's something to be grateful for. "Callum?" "Yes?" he asks, a little amusement in his voice. Is there some small part of you that feels like continuing forward is the right decision? That there's something waiting for us at the end of the Phoenix Trail? He seems to think for a minute. In my experience, the thing I can trust most is your instincts. My feeling is that if you think continuing forward is the right move, then it's the right move. I smile at him. And no matter what we find, it's probably going to be just you and me at the end of this. He returns my smile. That's all I've ever wanted. You won't get too lonely? He shakes his head. I was lonely in Paradise Falls. With you, I'm never lonely. Oh, that's sweet. I was lonely too, I confess. Well, you never will be again, he declares, and it sounds like a promise. We start climbing the bottom of a hill. Can I say something? I say. Callum nods. I'm kind of surprised that, in the end, my stepmom was the one to betray us, and your mom was the one who tried to save us. He doesn't hesitate. I was surprised too. I was honestly never sure if my mom actually loved me, but I guess she loved me in her own way. She was just a woman who cared about her power nearly as much as her own child, but chose her child in the end. What do you think she's doing now? He runs his hand through his blonde hair. She'll want to continue having power any way she can. She'll be left with the choice: make Paradise Falls into something that can work without Goldarium, or abandon it all, taking whatever power and wealth she can with her as she does so. What do you think will happen to the people? It depends on whether or not she wants to use them as a tool to create her new Paradise Falls, or if she's going to discard them, like broken toys. The truth is, I have no idea what she'll do. I just hope our people are all right. He takes my hand. We can't waste our energy thinking about them. We need to focus on ourselves and our new life. We need to be smart about every single thing that we do. His gaze slides to my stomach, and I know he's thinking about our little bean again. When we get to the top of a hill, we both stiffen. There's a child floating near the path up ahead, a little girl who seems transparent, glowing with a pale blue light. She has long blonde ringlets, big eyes, and a little dress. She starts flying toward us. Please, I'm lost. Can you help me? Callum releases my hand and starts toward her, but I grab his backpack and haul him backward. He turns to me with a frown, and I know he's bewildered by how little I care about the girl. They said not to trust anything that flies. But it's a child, he says, as if I'm crazy. Callum, we don't know anything about this world. How do you know that's an actual child? Our dad said anything that flies is dangerous. Shouldn't we trust them over some strange creature? He seems to calm. You're right. I was just thinking about our child. And then this appears, and I wasn't thinking. But you're right. I turn back to the child. I'm sorry, we can't help. Her eyes seem to get bigger as she floats toward us, but she never crosses the path. If she was really some innocent little girl, wouldn't she be able to cross the path? Her inability must mean she means us harm, right? She stops when she's just feet from us. Please help me. Help me find my daddy. Callum's jaw clenches, and he folds his arms in front of his chest. I know he wants to help. I know some instinct was born inside of him the moment he found out I was pregnant, and now he wants to help this child. But every instinct inside of me is screaming that this isn't a little girl, and that this creature means us harm. No, I say, go away. Please, she begs, tears rolling down her chubby cheeks. Callum looks away and squeezes his eyes shut. Not a chance, I say. But I'm little and all alone. Her voice is just above a whisper. You also can't cross onto the path because you mean us harm, I say. She stares at me, and her innocent expression shifts into something more intense, something creepy. Her mouth opens, and she flashes teeth that slowly sharpen. I grip Callum's shoulder, and his eyes flash open. Before our eyes, the child stretches into some long, human-like being with no legs, just a flowing gown. Her eyes are pits of black, and she opens and closes her mouth, which is filled with the sharpened teeth, like a fish in the water. It sends a chill right down my spine and leaves goosebumps raising up and down my skin. Then she's gone. What the hell was that? Callum asks in a hushed voice. I don't know, but the flying things here are tricky. We need to never forget that. He nods, looking pale. We keep going on the path. Everything around us whispers of danger, and nothing but my faith leads us into the unknown. "18. Elora." We managed to stretch the food and water we carried, along with what we found along the path, for 6 days. Today, we have nothing left. No water, no food, and no signs of anything edible along our path. We're moving on autopilot, just trying to put one foot in front of the other, but we're both exhausted. Callum doesn't say it, though. His whole body language screams that he's exhausted and worried, unsure about how we're going to make it through, but his words are always chipper. It's like he thinks being positive enough will keep me going. We come to the bottom of a hill. Callum takes my hand. So, when we get to the end of the Phoenix Trail, where do you want to build our home? I know he's trying to distract me. Hills suck. But for his sake, I decide to go with it. Not on a hill, that's for sure. He laughs, even though it sounds a little hollow. I want a garden. I found a few seed packs at my family cabin, so I brought those with me. We can grow carrots, tomatoes, and bell peppers. There were even 2 packages of melons. Oh, what a smart idea! I'd miss all of those if we didn't have them. He grins. With the tomatoes, we should be able to make pizza. Now it's my turn to laugh. We just need cheese and dough. Well, we'll find something to milk for our farm. And people have been making dough for centuries. I'm sure we can figure it out. I smile at him. Since when did you become so chipper? He returns my smile. Since I got a future with the woman I love. He hesitates. It's not that I wanted Paradise Falls to collapse into ruin and for us to be trapped in Neverwood. I'm just glad there was a scenario where you and I could be together, and Farron didn't have to play the role of dad to my kid. Because you were so on board with that idea, I tease. He laughs and pulls me into his arms, and I don't even mind that we're both a little sweaty. His lips find mine, and he kisses me until I'm out of breath. Then he pulls back, and we're both breathing hard. It's strange. We're in an absolutely desperate situation. But it doesn't even seem that bad as long as I'm with Callum. We could set up camp, he suggests softly. Callum, I run my hand through his hair. We need to find food and water before we die. You're going to have to keep it in your pants for a little longer. He groans, but pulls away. You're right. Then he mutters, although sex is sort of necessary too. I grab his hand, grinning at him, while we climb to the top of the hill. As we look down, we see a large brown plant by the side of the road. We each pick up our speed and hurry toward it. Callum uses his sword to check for snakes, and then we kneel down and start breaking the branches and sucking the brown liquid out. It tastes a little like thin applesauce, but not nearly as sweet. Glancing at Callum, I see that he's stopped drinking. "There's more," I tell him. "I'm fine," he says. "You drink it." I shake my head, frowning. "Callum, you can't do this. We both need enough to keep going." "I have enough," he tells me stubbornly. I stop drinking and fold my arms in front of my chest. He groans, looking frustrated, but goes back to drinking, and I do too. Even though he's going painfully slow. I know what he's doing. He's been doing it the whole trip. He's trying everything in his power to take care of me and the little bean. I appreciate it. But if he collapses out of dehydration, it's not like I'm just going to leave him behind. We both make it, or neither of us does. We drink everything we possibly can from the bush and then collapse beside it. I feel better, but it's still not enough. Even if we find these plants littering our path, I don't know that this amount of liquid will be enough to ensure we survive this trip. What the hell are we supposed to do? Head back? Try again with more supplies? I don't know. "Alora!" Callum gestures to a hill not far from us. There's motion. Something is coming toward us. Callum helps me stand, and we both hurry back to the path. When we're safely on it, we look back and watch as about a dozen strange creatures make their way down a hill toward us. They're short, about waist high, with shimmery metallic skin and lots of packs on their backs. They even pull along black and metal creatures that are some strange mix between a short horse and a donkey. There are more packs on the backs of the donkey creatures, too, which makes me wonder if they're journeying from a long distance. "They're people," Callum says. "People with shoes, clothes, and animals that work for them. They must be intelligent in some way, yet I wonder if they speak our language. I wonder if they mean us harm." "Do you think these are the traders our dads warned us about?" I ask, suddenly excited. If they are, we could trade for food and water. This could be our chance to actually survive until the end of this realm. Our only chance. "I think so," Callum says warily. "Do you remember what our dad said about them?" He thinks for a minute. "Trade or you will die. Be respectful, bow often, and do not hold eye contact." My heart hammers. Okay, then that's what we do. As they approach, I start to bow. Callum does the same beside me. I'm not sure how much bowing is the custom, but we do it every minute or so, trying to convey that we're not a danger to them, that we're open for trading. They stop a few feet from the path. "Hello," Callum greets. "We'd like to trade, if that's possible." My gaze meets one of their dark eyes, and I dart my glance away, not wanting to cause trouble. All we know about these creatures is what our dads told us, so we better listen to their warnings really well. It might be the only way we survive this. The creatures set into motion, laying a metallic-looking piece of leather over the ground, then setting up things all over it. In one area, they have items that shimmer and shine, things that look like gems and gold. I've never seen anything as beautiful as some of the things they have. But the thing is, we're not here for gems. They set out other items, things that look like tools that I imagine are very useful here. But we don't know what they are, or how to use them. So they're not useful to us. Finally, they set out glass jars that seem to be filled with water, along with different foods they unwrap to show us. None of the food looks particularly good, since it appears to be dead snails and pieces of meat wrapped with brown leaves. But it's what we need. "Stay here," Callum whispers to me. I tense, but I do as he says. He leaves the path and kneels down, taking his backpack off. The first thing he does is take the chest of Goldarium off the backpack and set it down. I tense. The Goldarium is what we can part with the most. We don't need it for survival, and yet, when we reach our destination, we intend to use it to build our farm. So we can't give away too much. The small men seem very excited about the Goldarium, luckily. They start whispering between each other and then point to each of their piles. Callum points to the food and water, and they pull out more food and water. When they seem to have it all out, they point to the Goldarium and start to show the size of it that they want. To my surprise, Callum negotiates, decreasing the size with his fingers, going back and forth with them, but eventually they agree upon a size. Callum opens the Goldarium and pulls out a part of it, melding it like putty between his hands before he gets a ball the size of what they want. When they see the size, they suddenly get angry. Swords come out so fast I can barely follow them, and Callum is surrounded on his knees. Callum bows to them several times. It's okay. Everything is okay. Give them more Goldarium, I tell Callum softly. When the creatures look in my direction, I bow, not looking them in the eyes. I do my best to convey to them that I'm not a threat, and that Callum isn't trying to screw them over. Callum slowly pulls more of the Goldarium from the crystal chest and reforms the ball so that it's bigger. The swords drop, the tension decreases, and Callum bows again. Holding my breath, I watch to see what will happen next. They put all the food and water in a backpack for Callum, hand it over to him, and then he hands them the Goldarium. All of them surround it, chittering in voices similar to those of small animals. Callum resecures the backpack and Goldarium, then puts the one with food and water in it on his front before heading back to the path. There are no waves goodbye, no acknowledgement at all. They just leave back the way they came, and Callum takes my hand. It's sweaty. Are you okay? I whisper. He nods. Let's just get a little distance and then get something to eat and drink. I release a slow breath. Okay. As much as the food and drink we traded for didn't look great, it's still something to eat and drink. I just hope it's enough to allow us to survive here. 19. Elora. Hunger burns through me, a painful pit in my stomach. We'd been in this hellish place for 11 fucking days, and there doesn't seem to be any end in sight. Callum and I have already made the hard decision that we would need to hunt and live off the land to survive, now that we'd gone through everything we got from trading. But it's proving more difficult than it sounds. The lava spider skitters past me as I strike out with my sword, but I narrowly miss it. Again. Callum is poised to strike just a few feet away, but he's gotten better. Having struck too early the last 2 times we'd tried, and failed, to get something to eat. He waits, and waits. Then he strikes. His sword tip goes through the center of the spider, and it makes a terrible crunching sound. The legs continue flailing around for several long minutes before it finally stops moving. Callum lifts the sword that the spider is impaled on and does a little dance. We got it! We got it! I laugh. I just hope this is better than the snails. The snails were hard to find, usually living in the brown bushes, but easy to catch. Unfortunately, eating them was like eating a giant booger that tastes like ash. I'd hurled after our last 2 meals, so Callum is desperate to catch something I can keep down. We return to the path, then stare at each other. There's no way to cook it, Callum says. I nod. Even the brown trees can't be burned. We'd tried. So we just eat it? He asks. My stomach growls and rolls at the same time. If the baby didn't want snails, The baby sure as hell doesn't want spider guts. But we have to eat or die. No one ever said being a goldkeeper was easy, or that being a mom who is trying to do everything to care for her baby is fun. I guess so. Do you want a leg? He asks and shudders. I reluctantly nod. He reaches forward and takes a leg, twisting it until it snaps off the body. Then he hands it to me. I stare at whatever is dripping out of the leg, then the hard surface. It's crab, I say. Just a crab leg. Callum twists off his own leg, then lifts it toward me. We clink them together like champagne glasses before moving them to our mouths and beginning to suck the ends. My stomach doesn't immediately revolt against the taste. It's like a mixture of ground beef and crab. It's not entirely appetizing, but better than the ashy booger. I definitely don't want to eat this every day, but I think I can keep it down. What does Little Bean think? He asks, studying me carefully. I smile. Little Bean finds it tolerable, I think. He grins. Then I'll become the best spider hunter you've ever seen. Yay, I say, but I sound tired, even to my own ears. He moves our packs away and shifts behind me so I can lean on him, then continues to break legs off the spider as we eat. This is pretty romantic, I say. Oh yeah? I know how to treat a lady, he teases. I look back at him. You're going to be a really good dad. You know that? He smiles broadly for a minute before it fades. I hope so, because I have no idea how to do this dad thing. Archer wasn't exactly dad of the year. Thinking about the cruel way he spoke to Callum, I understand. He was always so angry. He wanted a life different from the one he had. He didn't like being married to my mother. He'd married her because people wanted him to marry her, and she'd married him for the power. His title meant he didn't have any real friends in Paradise Falls, and he resented having to go to Neverwood to help people he didn't care about. I honestly don't know anything he actually cared about, including me. My heart aches for him. I can see why you don't care all that much about finding our dads. That's not true, he says, surprise in his voice. Your dad loved you so much. He loved you with his whole heart. I saw that every time I looked at the two of you. I want you to have your dad in your life. I want our child to have your dad in their life. I just want to keep you safe. Walking into the unknown goes against just about every instinct I have. I kiss him again. I can't help it. He used to approach me with this big ball of possessive jealousy, but now it's a more tender possessiveness, like his sole focus in breathing is keeping me safe. And it's so, so sweet. Our child could do worse than him for a father, that's for sure. We finish the spider legs and go for the body. The stuff inside it isn't nearly as tasty, but we finish it and actually feel full for the first time in a while. Both of us know it's unlikely that we'll meet traders again, so we fully need to find a way to live off the land until we get out of here. If we can. Do you want to rest for a while longer? I shake my head. We should keep going. We don't have to be as careful. There's no world in which the council could follow us this far into Neverwood. I smile. Yes, but I don't want to stay in this realm one day longer than we have to. Fair enough, he says, standing. He puts his backpack with the crystal chest tied to it on. He'd abandoned the one the traders had given him once it was empty. Then he offers me his hand. I take it and try to pretend that I'm not as exhausted as I feel. We just have to keep going. We have to keep hoping we'll get out of here soon. I just wish there was a cabin, Callum says. One night sleeping in a real bed with a roof over our heads would be amazing. Agreed, I say, suddenly daydreaming of a cabin in this lava world. But I bet the lava would burn down a real cabin. He winces. Probably. We keep going, climbing one hill after another as afternoon gives way to evening. Soon we'll be able to rest for the night. But not yet. Not when there's still daylight. As we get to the top of the next hill, I inhale deeply and take a step back. On all sides of the path, spreading out on both sides of us, are glowing blue creatures that are flying, just like the little girl we saw. For now, they all look like something close to jellyfish, just glowing and bobbing in the air. I take Callum's hand. Don't trust anything that flies. His hand tightens around mine. This will be easy. We just keep walking, one foot in front of the other. We don't leave the path for any reason. Right, I say, and then we start walking. As we draw near, the creatures shift shapes, looking like lost kids, looking like the people we traded with, even looking like cuddly-looking animals. They beg and plead with us to come save them, to help them. But we just keep moving. It's weird. I know none of them are really what they pretend to be, but something about them makes me want to go toward them. My feet keep turning toward them, and I have to physically force myself to stay on the path. It must be whatever magic they're made of. Whatever they've learned to do to survive in an environment like this. Suddenly, the creatures part, and a large one of them appears. It's probably 5 sizes larger than the other ones, and pulses as it moves, like a jellyfish. Instead of just having a blue light, it changes between green, red, orange, and yellow, melding from one color to another in a way that's mesmerizing. Don't look at it, I warn Callum. He shakes himself, and we keep walking. But then music begins to emit from the creature, and I feel a strange feeling come over my body. It's like I'm suddenly really tired. My eyelids feel heavy, and the world takes on a dreamlike quality. Callum starts to head off the path. I push away the strange feeling, knowing that going off the path is trouble. Stepping in front of him, I press my hands to his ears, covering them so he can't hear the music. He blinks down at me, as if seeing me for the first time, but the music continues to pull at me, to draw me closer to the creature, even though all logic says I need to stay away. My hands drop from Callum's ears, and I make a movement to step off the path. Callum's arms encircle me, pulling me backwards, and he's breathing hard. Then we're both moving toward the edge of the path. A squeal disturbs the music, and I jerk, my focus moving from the creature to an animal. It's one of the donkey-like animals that the traders had had. It runs straight for the big creature, seeming caught up in its music. When the donkey thing reaches the creature, the floating being stops playing music and leaps down onto the donkey-like animal, covering the animal in its translucent body. The animal begins to scream and wail as we watch its skin being peeled from its body. All the creatures descend on it, and it screams and screams as they fight over it. Blood flies everywhere, flesh scatters around, and the creatures race around, consuming the splattered flesh. I look at Callum with horror in my eyes. Plug our ears and run? He nods. We plug our ears and start running, and we don't stop running, even when the flying creatures are far behind us, even when we're sure the music can no longer reach our ears. We run and run, until we crest a hill and spot a cabin along the path down below. What's more, the entrance to the next ecosystem is just beyond it. Finally, we stop running. We stand together on the path, breathing hard. We've reached the end. We've finally reached the end of this horrible place. Callum picks me up and throws me in the air. I laugh, and then we're hugging and spinning. Whatever comes next, it has to be better than this place. It has to be. What should we do? Callum asks, grinning. Escape or rest? I let my mind work. We don't know what we're going to face in the next ecosystem. It'd probably be best to spend the night in the cabin. Maybe there are even supplies in it. But at the very least, we know there will be fresh water because of the magic of the cabin. He doesn't say a word, just starts heading for the cabin, with me at his side. We're exhausted, but there's a pep in our step at just the thought of a night spent in a bed and a cool shower. Any chance at an escape from this brutal realm. We reach the cabin, go inside, and turn on the flickering light around the room. It's immediately cooler. I mean, like by 20 to 30 degrees at least. Probably something our fathers had weaved into the Goldarium when they built this place. We throw our stuff on the floor and don't have to say a word before we're both stripping and heading for the shower. I moan as the cool spray washes over me, and Callum groans behind me. Then we're opening our mouths and drinking as much as we can. I spend a full minute just standing under the falling water, drinking before I start scrubbing myself clean. Callum does the same, both of us tired of being yucky and sweaty. When we're done, I ask him, "Do we really need to get out?" He gives me a wicked grin. "I have another excuse for us to stay in." I laugh as he pulls me into his arms, and we start kissing. Our kisses move from sweet to hot within seconds, and my body heats up for him. How long has it been since we were together? Too fucking long. He lifts me up and presses me against the wall of the shower, his mouth never leaving mine. My legs wrap around his back, and his tip presses into my channel. I let out a rush of air against his lips as he squeezes inch by inch into my wet and willing body. The fit is tight. When he's fully inside of me, he breaks our kiss, breathing hard. "I love you." "I love you too," I say, digging my nails into his shoulders. He starts thrusting into me, and it's as if the heavens have opened up and swallowed me whole. Every muscle in my body is tense. Every nerve is alive and aware of every inch of him touching me. And he feels so incredibly good inside of me. "Callum," I moan his name. "Marry me," he groans, thrusting into me harder. My head rolls back. He sucks his way down my throat, and I love the feeling of my hard nipples rubbing against his chest. Every part of him feels built for every part of me. "Marry me," he asks again, picking up his pace. "Elora, marry me." "Yes," I whisper, and he starts pounding into me. "Yes, yes, yes," slips out. My inner muscles tighten. Pleasure explodes over me, and my orgasm hits, rolling through me like a tidal wave. I move my hips, taking his thrusts harder and harder as I ride the waves of my orgasm, and then I feel him come inside of me. I clutch him harder, pull him closer, loving the feeling of his hot cum inside of me. I love knowing that the man I adore, the man I'm going to have a child with, can make me feel this good, this cherished. Slowly his thrusts calm, and he kisses me again and again. My forehead, my eyes, my cheeks. "I just love you so much," he rushes out between ragged breaths. "I love you too," I tell him again, smiling as I comb my fingers through his wet hair. His baby blues lock onto me, and he says, "I meant it when I said I want to marry you." I don't hesitate. And I meant it when I said my answer was yes. The smile he gives me could light up the darkest night, could fill up my soul on even the bleakest day. This man is my everything, and I swear to the gods that I want him to always be at my side. He sets me down gently. We turn off the water, and then he uses a towel to dry me gently before he picks me up and places me on the bed in the cabin. Then he goes to dry himself. "What do you need?" he asks me. I shake my head. "Nothing." He frowns and goes to dig in the chest before coming out with bags of food. "I'm going to make you a stew. You need to eat more." It's hard not to watch the gorgeous, naked man making food for me. Hard not to want him all over again. When he finishes, our eyes meet. He washes his hands and slips under the covers with me. I don't know what he's planning on doing when he slips under the covers, and his mouth finds my core. My hands clench the sheets, every muscle in my body tenses, and he proceeds to lick and suck me until I feel like I'm losing my mind, and then my orgasm hits me like a ton of bricks. I'm screaming his name as stars burst in front of my vision, and my nerves sizzle with pleasure. He continues to lick me long after my orgasm passes. I have to reach down and tug on his hair to get him to come up, and then he's grinning, like he just won the lottery. "Wow," I manage. He laughs. "I could tell you weren't fully taken care of." I try to give him an innocent look. "Well, what if I'm not fully taken care of later on tonight?" He grins. "What my lady wants, my lady gets." We cuddle together for a while, listening to the stew cook over the fire, enjoying the cooler air and the soft bed beneath us. I start to feel like I might fall asleep and force myself to stay awake. I want to eat first. "Should we see if they left a journal here?" Callum kisses my forehead, then slides out of bed and starts digging through the chests. After a minute, he produces a brown leather journal. We sit in bed together and open it, noticing there's only one page with anything written on it. "Is this a good thing or a bad thing?" he asks me. I shrug. "I guess it depends on what's on the page." The entry is in my dad's handwriting. The next ecosystem is the Cloud Realm ecosystem. We only know this because of something we learned from the traders. We have never been to the next ecosystem, so we have no idea what you'll face there. We have no words of warning, no words of caution. All we can hope is that Callum and Alora made it this far, because we sense we are nearly to the end of the Phoenix Trail. Can you feel it too? The pulling? The desire to keep going, even though you don't know why? If you're here, keep going. Paradise Falls is not the place you think it is. We are not respected in the way you think we are. We are tools for the council and the people. We will never have real lives or happiness if we remain in Paradise Falls. Callum sets the book down. "What are you thinking?" What am I thinking? I'm a little nervous that they don't know what's coming next, that we don't know what's coming next, and that they never returned back this way. Yeah, all we can hope for is that the Cloud Realm is better than the Ash Realm. He's right. Then he glances at me. "Do you feel the pulling they were talking about? A need to keep going?" After a second, I nod. It's like there's something inside of me telling me that we'll find our home at the end of the Phoenix Trail, that everything we're looking for is there. He sighs. "I wish I had that feeling. The only thing I feel," he hesitates, then continues, "is a need to keep you and our baby safe." I smile and kiss him. Your dad instincts are just dominating everything. He returns my smile. It's weird that someone's going to call me Dad one day. Weird and good. I kiss him again, then look back at the journal. Do you think they knew about the council's plans for us? Callum takes a long minute to answer. No, I don't think so. I think they ran to protect themselves from something, but I don't think they ever thought we were in that kind of danger. I think they just didn't want us to be mindless tools for the council, and I think they knew that our only way out of Paradise Falls was Neverwood. I feel strangely relieved. Some part of me has been wondering what our fathers knew since the day we learned about the labs. I mean, if my father knew they were going to imprison and torture me, and he left me behind, he'd be a pretty shitty dad. Sighing, I close my eyes and cuddle into my pillow. Suddenly, very tired. Callum kisses my forehead. I'll wake you when the stew is ready. Uh-huh, I murmur. And then everything goes dark. 20. Callum. We hold hands as we stare at the barrier into the cloud realm. Horrible images flash through my mind of what we might find there, but I grit my teeth and offer Alora a smile, since I can feel her nervousness. Taking her hand, I bring it to my mouth and kiss it, which makes her smile and shake her head. Gods, I'd do anything to see her smile. We hold hands, give each other a nod, and then step through. The pulling and bending feeling only lasts a minute, and then we come into the new world. Immediately, the temperature changes to one that's not only bearable, but perfect. Like, easily the most perfect temperature I've ever felt in my life. And we lived in Paradise Falls. The world around me is also beautiful. Unexpectedly so. There are clouds that peek out from the foliage all around us, but also lots of trees, plants, and rivers. I even see little animals running around the woods, looking happy and content. Above us, the sky is a brilliant blue color, the likes of which I've never seen before. A rainbow is the only thing that interrupts the sea of blue, and the colors, red, green, blue, yellow, and orange, stand out so boldly. It's as if some child drew the rainbow with their crayon. Wow, I say. Wow is right, Alora says beside me. But a world this perfect has to be secretly dangerous, right? Yeah, definitely. I bet the rivers are filled with poison, and these little critters are all thirsting for blood. I'm half teasing and half not. Everything in Neverwood is dangerous, no matter how safe it seems. We make sure we stay on the tiny path and slowly continue into the cloud realm. I can tell Alora is equally as blown away as I am by how lovely everything is. She just keeps staring and staring, as if she's not sure she can believe her eyes. After a while of walking, I spot some fruit trees just off the path. They have triangle-shaped yellow fruits that look especially good after the disgusting stuff we ate throughout the ash realm. And there are plenty of birds in the trees eating the fruits, so I imagine they're safe. Why don't I get us some of those? I suggest, pointing. We can both go, she says. I give her a look. If I tell her I don't want her to go because she's pregnant, and the most precious thing in my world, she'll want to come anyway. We don't know anything about this world. You stay here where you can give me help if I need it. Okay, she says reluctantly. I creep off the path. Something that looks like a cross between a squirrel and a bunny stops to watch me as I carefully walk to the trees. Putting my hand on my sword, I try to look big and threatening as I stare down at it, but it just looks up at me with big eyes. I step around a cloud, unsure if it can hold me, and make it to the tree and pluck one of the fruits off. Staring at it, I don't see any peel or shell, so glancing at Alora, I bite into it.
And oh, holy hell, it's good. It reminds me of some cross between a star fruit and a dragon fruit. There aren't even any seeds in it. I eat a whole fruit, then pack a bunch in my bag and use my shirt to put even more of the fruits in. Then I carefully make my way back to Alora. A creature that looks like a cross between a puppy and a kitten darts across my path, stares at me in fear, then takes off. I keep going, wondering which of these innocent-looking creatures is going to kill me. When I reach Alora safely on the path, I release a slow breath. The fruit is good. She smiles and we sit down to devour the fruit on the path. I watch her every step of the way, out of the corner of my eye, hoping the baby likes the new fruit. The little bean seems to, which makes my day. There's nothing worse than seeing Alora desperately in need of nutrition and hurling it back up. We finish, and I say, "Should we keep going?" She nods eagerly, and I help her to her feet. We spend several hours walking along the small path through the cloud realm, and I think both of us are wondering what the catch is. Everything looks beautiful and safe, which probably means everything in here is dangerous and will try to devour us at any moment. The cloud part seems secure, Alora says. I nod as we step on another cloud. It feels soft, like a hard dough, but we don't sink through it. Do you think the ground here is just made of clouds? Or do you think we're in the sky? She looks at me with wide eyes. You think we could be in the sky? I chuckle. Probably not. None of this would be able to grow if there wasn't some earth somewhere, right? Plants and trees need ground to grow in. Her expression calms a little. Right. We hear the sound of a river and continue forward until we see a river heading in our direction, before its path takes it back into the trees. Should we refill our water skins? They're pretty full. We just left the cabin, but it's never wise to turn down water when we can get it. There are a lot of things we can do without while traveling. Water isn't one of those things. Let's at least try and see if it tastes fresh, she says. We cautiously head off the path and reach the side of the river. To my shock, it looks to be made of gold. I kneel down and reach inside when a familiar tugging comes over me. I scoop the bottom of the river and find goldarium twisting and turning in my hand. What the hell? Alora says, completely shocked. I look at her. Goldarium seems to be lining the entire river. How is that possible? Should we take some? She asks. I shrug. If goldarium lines all the rivers, we probably don't need to. She opens her mouth, but then silver fish begin swimming through the water. Flashes of light flicker against the gold. Alora kneels down, looking thoughtful as she stares at the river. Between the fish, little creatures are playing. They're no bigger than my thumb, and they have wings. And they're riding on the fish? One turns, looks in my direction, and smiles. She looks entirely like a tiny human being. What is that? I ask. No idea, but it seems friendly. Everything seems friendly here, I say, which troubles me. The other shoe is bound to drop soon, and I don't want Alora hurt when it does. Everything about this place seems to be set up to make us feel safe and at ease, which means we shouldn't be, right? Or have I gone totally crazy? The fish disappear, and I try the water. It tastes fresh, cool, and crisp, I tell her. She smiles and kneels down and fills up her own water bottle, while I scoop fresh water into my mouth, trying to make sure I'm fully hydrated. Then she drinks until she seems to be content, and we both head back to the path. Her hand slides into mine. I like the cloud realm so far.
I do too, which makes me not trust it. She laughs. But wouldn't it be nice if this is really what it's like? I consider that for the first time. If the cloud realm is really this nice, if it's really a place that's safe, with an abundance of food and water, we absolutely should settle down here. We shouldn't keep going and hoping we can find a better place. But I can't say that to Alora yet. Her heart is set on finding our dads and finding the source of the Goldarium. Besides, I still don't know enough about this realm to trust it. As we continue, Alora points to a tree near our path. Is that more Goldarium? We come closer, and sure enough, it's Goldarium. Several large pieces are just dripping from the leaves of the tree. It's strange, though. I don't feel the same pulling and tugging as I did with the Goldarium in the past, I say, realizing it at the same time as I say it out loud. I think maybe that's because it's everywhere here. She does a spin around. I mean, don't you feel it? This whole realm is calling to us. Frowning, I try to feel what she does. But I don't. I just feel an overwhelming need to keep Alora and our baby safe and happy. I'm on alert for anything that might hurt her. I don't have it in me to feel some deep yearning for something I don't understand. Could this be the place we've been looking for? I suggest, even though I'm not sure. Alora thinks for a minute. No, not yet. But we're close. The "we're close" calms me a little. We need to stop chasing a dream. Instead, we should be settling down, building a home, learning to live off the land, and creating a safe place for a child. But the not yet means we're going to keep going. Up ahead, one of the bunny squirrel things crosses our path, looking at us with innocent eyes before darting into the bushes once more. I guess those things aren't dangerous to us, I say, since it could come on the path. Alora nods. Not that they look dangerous. As the afternoon turns to evening, more and more creatures walk on our path, to the point where I start to wonder if we're protected from anything on this path anymore. Is everything just safe here? Or is the path not protecting us any longer? Alora? I know, she says softly. The path might not be working. We hold hands, but my free hand is on my sword. If anything tries to hurt Alora, it'll regret it. Up ahead, a cabin separates itself from the trees. We hurry toward it, grateful to see something familiar in this strange new landscape. This landscape may be more dangerous than any we've encountered before, because our paths might not be safe here. But as we get closer to the cabin, we realize something is wrong. It looks different, Alora says, and there's nervousness in her voice. It does, but it's still a cabin. We reach the cabin and just stare at it. It's made with white wood, something no goldkeeper cabin has ever been built with before. There are cute little windows with shutters, and the door has been painted blue, although the color has faded. Cobwebs are gathered in the corners of the windows and the door, something that doesn't happen with cabins made out of Goldarium. What is this? I ask. Alora shakes her head. Let's go in and check it out. My muscles tense. Maybe I should go in and check it out, and you should stay out here. She rolls her eyes, goes to the handle, and pushes it open. I'm by her side in an instant, my hand on the handle of my sword. We creep into the darkness and see a tiny house. It's different from a goldkeeper's cabin, with rooms in the back hidden by curtains that are partially open. One of the rooms was clearly a baby's room, with a little bassinet and a rocking chair. The other room has a large bed and nightstands. There's a 4-person table by the fire, a little kitchen, and it all seems to have been made by hand. "What is this?" she asks. I shake my head. Our dads didn't make this. They couldn't have. It would have taken months to build something like this. More than that, I don't know that they would have the skills to make a cabin by hand. Which means that there are other people in this realm. She turns to me with wide eyes. "Do you think they're like the elves or Zareks?" My stomach flips. 21. Ari. We've been traveling for weeks, following the maps we created that we believed would help us find the ancient trail leading out of Paradise Falls. But so far, we haven't seen anything to indicate that we're going the right way. The weather has grown colder. Varric and I walk side by side with Teth and Cyril trailing behind us. They've struggled to keep up with us each and every day, making an already miserable process even worse. I'd considered leaving them behind, but Varric had refused. I don't know what it is about him. After his father dying and mother going missing, he shouldn't care about the world. He shouldn't care about other people. I don't. But somehow, he still does. He slows our pace when it gets to be too much for them. He stops and gives them a break when their new, not-worn-in boots hurt their precious feet. When he catches game, he makes a fire and shares the food with all of us, even though the 2 men don't deserve it. We lead them to water. We find mushrooms and berries to eat, all while they stare around in fear. They're useless to us. Useless, and yet unless I want to carry on by myself, I have to tolerate them. I have to accept that they're here, dragging us down, even when this is a life-or-death situation. And I hate it. Isn't it enough that we've taken such a gamble to try to survive? I can't believe everyone in Paradise Falls is probably dead by now, Cyril says, sounding out of breath and sad. So many lives lost, Teth murmurs. To my surprise, Varric stops and looks back at them, and I know he's going to speak even before he does. Maybe not. Why do you say that? Cyril asks, looking confused. It takes Varric a minute to form the words. When everyone went to pack, I warned my old caretaker about what was going to happen and showed her the map. She said she had a phone tree, a way of getting in contact with a lot of people in town very quickly, and she was going to warn everyone she could. If she did it, there could be many more people following behind us. I'm shocked. You did that? He nods. Why? Those people are assholes. All they care about is themselves. He cocks his head. They didn't deserve to die. I fold my arms over my chest. And what if they catch up to us and cause problems? He shrugs, his green eyes holding mine, saying a million things his lips will never share. I wasn't just going to let them die. If I did, I wouldn't be any better than the council. When he keeps walking, I follow after, feeling uncertain. Varric is the only person who makes me feel this way, who makes me feel like he can see inside of me, to every tiny crack, and knows how to fix everything that's broken inside of me with just a word. Maybe it's because his words are so rare and precious. I don't know. Varric suddenly stops ahead of me. What's wrong? I ask, hurrying up to him. Just in front of us, there's a path lined by glowing flowers. They're golden and beautiful, unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. Nothing grows between the flowers, not even grass. It's just a perfectly formed path. What the hell is this? I ask. Cyril and Teth come to stand beside us, gaping. This feels unreal, like magic, like something that shouldn't exist in the world. It's the ancient path, Varric says softly, and the minute he says it, I know. We've found it. We've found the way out. I'm ecstatic. This doesn't mean our adventure is over. If anything, it means it's just begun. We have to take this path through the mountains and somehow come out to the outside. Then we have to find a way to survive in a dangerous new world we know nothing about. Varric surprises me by taking my hand. Our eyes lock, and that tension that's always between us sizzles in the air. I want to be closer to him. I want to press myself against his big body and maybe not be strong for just a minute. Maybe trust someone else for the first time in my adult life. But he turns to face the path, and we start walking. Somehow I expect the path to feel different, but it doesn't. We just continue on it, knowing for the first time that we're going in the right direction, that there's a way out of our nightmare. The hours tick away and the path stretches out before us. Teth and Cyril breathe heavily as we climb higher and higher, and I try to will myself not to be annoyed by them. Maybe at some point I'll be grateful for them. Just not now. What's that? Cyril asks, pointing. I follow his finger and see something strange just off the path. It looks like a big wall of tangled vines, except there's something green underneath. I know what it is. I'm probably one of the few people in Paradise Falls who have gone close enough to the wall to Neverwood to really see it for what it is. It's an entrance to Neverwood, I say. But I never thought there was more than one. Impossible, Teth murmurs. Why do you think it's here? Cyril asks. My mind starts working. I wonder if some of the original families were able to go through the entrance. Should we try? Cyril asks. Everyone looks at him in shock. Only the two families can step through, I tell him. He gives me a strange look. Maybe, maybe not. We've never tried, so how do we know? On one side of us is the entrance to Neverwood. On the other side is the path to the outside. For some reason, this feels like an important decision. A choice we can never take back. What should we do? 22. Elora. The afternoon sunlight streams over us, and butterflies flutter past. A field of flowers bend their heads in a breeze that sweeps through, and the trees drop their leaves. We walk together in a calm silence, just looking around. Each turn of the bend seems to reveal new and beautiful things. Maybe we should stay here. The nagging thought won't seem to leave me alone. I just keep wondering what the next realm will be like. How many more realms will we have to travel before we reach the end? Too many, probably. And yet some strange feeling keeps pulling me along, whispering that I'm not there yet. I'm close, but not yet. I can't believe a place like this exists, Callum says. Do you think it's real? I ask. Do you think it's really as safe as it seems? We'd slowly begun to shake off the fear of being uncertain if the path is still protecting us. We've seen no big predators, no creatures that make us wary, nothing to indicate that there are secret dangers waiting for us in the shadows. He sighs. Honestly, this place is growing on me. I can't imagine there will be a better place than this. I wait for him to say more. He doesn't, which I'm grateful for. I know Callum thinks we should stay here, and I'm wavering enough that if he tries to convince me, It might crumble. But then I'll be left with this nagging feeling I can't seem to escape. "What's that?" Callum asks, pointing. There's something up ahead. We walk a little faster and see that there is a break in the woods up ahead. A break where houses seem to be built. Slowing, we make our way closer until we see what appears to be an entire abandoned town. There are cobblestone streets, wooden buildings, even little shops. "What is this?" I ask. Callum looks at me, his eyes wide. "This isn't one lone person like Zarex. This is evidence of a whole society of people. There are intelligent people in this realm." My mind starts working. So it all depends on whether they're like Zarex or the elves. Without a word, I know we're both thinking it. If these people are like the elves, we have a reason to be really afraid. More afraid than we have been in any other realm. But if they're like Zarex, possibilities are opening up in front of us. A possibility for us to have help in the future. A possibility for us to have other people in our life. People in our baby's life. But that's only if we stay here. And I don't think we should stay here. Yet. I glance at Callum, frowning. "Should we check it out?" He nods. "Let's just be really careful." We cautiously leave the path and slowly make our way through the streets. It's clear the houses were once painted with bright colors. Shutters frame the windows of the little wooden cabins, and there are even light poles and an empty fountain in the middle of the town square. At the back of the town, we spot a large house set away from the others. We climb up the hill and come to the house to find a fence surrounding an overgrown garden. Behind it, there are fields filled with what looks to be different vegetables, and surrounding the field, various fruit trees are growing. Callum heads to the house and opens the door. Inside, it's dusty and full of cobwebs, but there's a lovely sitting room, a kitchen, and a dining room. We discover one bedroom, a child's room, a nursery, and 2 bathrooms. Everything is in good repair, considering how old it must be. I stop at a window that's made of stained glass with pictures of yellow flowers. This place is beautiful. Callum turns to me. "I think we should stop here. We should stay here and make it our home." My heart aches, but the pulling inside of me continues. This place is amazing. But I think we should keep going. His gaze meets mine. "How could we ever find a better place than this?" I nibble my lip. Isn't it strange, though, how everyone is just gone? Where did the people go? He looks surprised. "I hadn't thought about that." The disappointment in his expression hurts my heart. I hadn't really meant to imply this place was dangerous. I just don't feel like we should stop yet. What if we keep this place in mind? And if we don't find what we're looking for, we come back? He smiles. "I think that would be good." Then he glances at the big bed. "Maybe we should stay the night, though? Did you see the stream full of fish? And all the vegetables and fruits? We have no idea what's coming next. We might want to be well rested and well fed." I nod, not missing what he's saying. "You think there is trouble ahead of us?" His expression is regretful. "Based on everything we've seen in Neverwood, yes. I think things will get far worse before they get better." It's hard to hear those words. Hard to think about pushing ourselves harder, being hungry again, being uncomfortable and miserable, especially with a baby coming in 6 or 7 months. But no matter how hard I try, I can't ignore the nagging feeling inside of me that this isn't where we're meant to build our home. That there's something more. Something better. Caleb leans down and kisses me. We should catch some fish and gather some food. We'll have a feast tonight. I smile. A feast sounds perfect. But in the back of my mind, I'm just praying that I'm not taking us away from paradise, all because of my silly faith. 23. Elora. It's been 4 days since we left the perfect little house behind, and this realm seems to stretch on forever. Part of me is relieved we haven't had to go to some new, awful realm, but another part of me is losing faith. Did I make a mistake in coming here? Should we turn back? That nagging feeling inside me only grows stronger, whispering that it's just a little further, that I just have to keep going a little longer. But I'm not sure I can trust that feeling any longer. Callum, I say. He glances over at me. Should we go back? He frowns. I thought you said we need to see this thing through. That we needed to see the end of the Phoenix Trail. I bite my lip. I know I said that. I'm just starting to wonder. What if I'm wrong? He turns to me and takes my hands, his gaze locking onto mine. I don't know if I'm crazy, or if it's just because I love you so much. But I've started to feel that nagging sense that something is pulling us along too. We've come this far. I think we just need to keep going. To have faith. I smile. My heart aches. It's like he knew exactly what I needed to hear. Leaning up onto my tiptoes, I kiss him, and he melts against me, holding me tightly against him, until I have to break our kiss to breathe. You always know what to say. He smiles. It's because we're made for each other. I return his smile, and we start walking again, hand in hand. We start climbing up a hill, and I slow. Climbing has become more difficult for me, for some reason. Callum slows to meet my pace, and I place my free hand on my stomach. This baby, surprised that it was, is our whole world now. We just need to find a safe and wonderful place to raise them. Nothing else matters. Reaching the top of the hill, we both freeze. My mouth drops open, and I stare. We've come to a large city of houses and shops that surround a stone castle. Below us, we can see people moving about the cobblestone streets, and the scent of cooking food comes to us. And at the entrance to the city, our trail ends. It seems we've reached our destination. Callum squeezes my hand. There's no more path after this. The trail ends here, I say, the words sounding strange and foreign in my mind. He turns to me and I look at him as he speaks slowly. Do we go to the town? My heart starts hammering. These people could be like the elves. We could be in danger if we go into the town. But this is what we were looking for. This is the end of the trail. We'd be fools not to explore the place we've nearly died several times to reach. We should go. Carefully, I say. He nods. The first sign of danger, we run. My legs feel tingly and wrong as we continue forward. We make our way closer and closer to the city, eyeing the large stone fence that encircles the city and its people. Every step of the way, my nerves wind tighter and tighter until we're approaching the gate. I see the flash of movement on the wall. I flinch, expecting an attack, maybe an arrow to our skull. But instead, the gate slowly opens in front of us. On the other side of the gate, one guard stands with his back straight. He looks exactly like us, except his skin is slightly tinged with gold.
You must see the Queen, he says, his voice loud, but his tone respectful. Follow me. Then he spins around and starts walking toward the castle. Unsure about what else to do, we follow behind him. There are golden people everywhere in the streets. Children run this way and that. Every time they see us, they stop and stare, moving out of the way and smiling at us, like we're long-lost friends. I don't know what to make of it, but I'm aware of the sword at my side. If we need to use it, we will. I'm just glad they haven't given us a reason, because I'm not sure we could take down enough people to be able to escape. We come to big doors that lead into the castle. The doors are promptly thrown wide open. Dozens of golden people line our path into the castle, all smiling at us in the same strange way. We're led to a throne room where a beautiful woman with silver hair and deep golden skin sits in a silky golden dress. There's a smile dancing over her lips, and she seems excited as her gaze falls on us. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Is she excited to make a new friend? Or does she plan to eat the skin off our bones? It could be either. We're here in Neverwood, after all. Hello, children, she greets. It's been a very long time. We stare at her, unsure. We've missed you. I find my voice, hoping I'm not making a mistake. Actually, Your Highness, we've never been here before. She tilts her head, an amused smile on her lips. Perhaps you'd like to hear the story. It's one I've become used to telling. Without hesitation, she says, Once, a very long time ago, a group of mischievous young Fae children decided that they wanted to explore beyond the safety of our realm. Unfortunately, those children stumbled far and wide, searching for their way back home, with no luck. Instead, they eventually found the Earth realm, and a group of lost humans who would never survive the winter. They used their ability to step between worlds and collect our gold to build a world in which the humans could survive. But they were never forgotten by the Fae people. For many generations, the Fae waited for their lost children to return home. And now, they have. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. You're saying we're these Fae children? I ask, confused. Her smile widens. You are descendants of our lost children. With each generation, the gold in your veins has been diluted by the human blood you've mixed it with. But the two of you have the purest blood of any of those children. With you in the human realm, none of the other Fae children would be able to pass through to Neverwood. Now, however, they will be able to. I don't know what to say. So we're your lost descendants? Precisely, she says. And you two, in particular, come from two separate royal families. The loss of your lines was a great and terrible thing, as is the loss of any child. All of this is hard to accept, Callum says slowly. She smiles over our heads. Maybe they'll be better at explaining it. We turn, and I stop short. Our fathers are standing together in matching golden outfits. Their skin is tan, and their hair has less gray than there was before. They look like themselves, only younger and happy. My dad. He's alive. Without thinking, I run to him. He catches me and pulls me into his arms, and before I know it, I'm sobbing, clinging to him like I did when I was a child, murmuring things that make no sense, while he reassures me. It's okay, honey. I'm here now. Everything is okay. All of your traveling, all of your sacrifices, they're done. You're home. You're safe.
I pull back to him, tears rolling down my face, then see Callum standing still, staring at his father. Giving my dad an apologetic look, I go to Callum and wrap myself around him, not sure what to say. I know he loves his dad. I also know his dad doesn't deserve any of that love, not with the way he's treated him all his life.
Son,
Archer begins, looking to my dad like he's lost.
just be honest with him. Say what's in your heart,
My dad tells him. Archer clears his throat, running a hand through his long white hair.
I was never a good dad to you. I was never there for you the way you needed. I was cruel with my words. I was awful. There are no excuses for that, but I want to try to explain. You know I wasn't happy. I hated going to Neverwood. I hated being in Paradise Falls. But more than that,
He hesitates and looks at my dad again.
I was in love with someone I could never be with. And it killed me, each and every day.
My dad nods at him. I stare, not quite comprehending. What is he saying? Archer continues.
I'm sorry for everything, and I know you won't forgive me now. I don't expect you to. But we're going to have a whole life together in this beautiful place. So I hope one day you'll find a way to at least understand me.
I look at Callum, then squeeze his hand. Callum shifts awkwardly.
Maybe.
Then he looks back at me.
But we have a lot more pressing things to figure out.
After an awkward moment, I say, I don't understand what she's talking about. She said there are lost fae and we're them? My dad nods.
See, the Fae are magical, human-like beings who can go between realms, but they never do. It's one of their hard and fast rules. So when they had teens disappear, they didn't go after them. Those teens ended up in Paradise Falls and met the humans who had wandered into the valley between the mountains. The Fae didn't have paths in the other realms then. They made a life on Earth. Only their kids, and their kids' descendants, were able to make it back through to Neverwood. We actually learned that there are more than 2 families that can make it through, but their blood was so diluted that by some weird trick, the ones with less Fae blood in their veins couldn't come through while we were on Earth.
So, we're Fae? I ask. My father nods. And there may be more people in Paradise Falls who can go into Neverwood?
Yes. Neat, huh?
He smiles. My head feels like it's spinning. And can we actually make a home here? Are we safe? Archer answers this time, taking my father's hand.
We're absolutely safe here. More than that, we are all Fae royalty. We'll be able to help to lead the Fae, and our lives will be spent in this castle, comfortable and happy.
I look at where they're holding hands. Why?
They're together, like Teth and Cyril,
Callum says, very matter-of-factly. Archer tenses, his eyes locked on his son.
Is that okay?
But you like women, I say to my dad, feeling dumb. He gives me a soft smile.
When I had your mother, I could never love another soul, and I never thought I would. But then something changed between Archer and I realized that that part of me hadn't entirely died. That's why we had to leave Paradise Falls,
Archer says.
They found out. They had the 2 of you as gold keepers, so they were planning something awful for us. Not nearly as awful as what they planned for us,
Callum says angrily. He's right. My father looks confused.
How could they do anything to you? You are the only gold keepers.
Callum answers readily.
They planned to imprison us in a building made of goldarium so they could steal her eggs and my sperm and grow our babies in test tubes to build an army of goldkeepers. What the fuck? Archer says. My dad shakes his head in disbelief, and some small part of me eases. They didn't know. They didn't leave us there to be tortured. It's how Mom died, I tell him gently. She found out their plans when I was a baby, and went in and burned down the building made of goldarium. They realized she knew the truth, and they didn't want you to find out. So they staged it to look like she died in a fire. Those bastards, my father says, and there are tears in his eyes. Archer wraps an arm around my dad, and I squeeze Callum's hand tighter, feeling lost and confused. This is the end of the Phoenix Trail. We've found our dads, and now we know that we're Fae. Fae royalty. Is this the end? Elora, my father asks. Callum wipes tears from my cheeks that I didn't even know were there. Yes? Are you and Callum? I realize he doesn't know and smile. Callum and I are together. Then I glance at Callum. He smiles and nods. And we're expecting a baby. Smiles break out on my dad's and Archer's faces, and they come to us, hugging me eagerly and then Callum more awkwardly. My dad keeps repeating, I'm going to be a grandpa, over and over again, looking happier than I can ever remember him looking. A baby, the Queen says behind me. We spin around. A baby from the two royal families. This is a rare and wonderful thing. And she looks as happy as our fathers. Coming off her throne, she comes to me and combs my hair back behind my ear, smiling tenderly. I know that you've been through a lot, and that your journey here was impossibly difficult. I know that everything we've told you is a lot for you to take, and that you'll need time to wrap your head around it. But I want you to know, we will do everything in our power to make you happy here, to make you feel glad, to call this your home. I smile, already feeling loved. Thank you. Her gaze moves between us. This is the end. This is the end of your journey. Elora and Callum, you are home. 24. 10 months later. Elora. I wake to the sound of crying and jolt upright. At my side, Callum rises sleepily. My gaze sweeps over our massive room, past the fire crackling in the fireplace to the little bassinet against the wall. Time to feed the baby. I pull back the blanket, but Callum stops me, saying, I've got her. He climbs out of bed groggily and goes to the bassinet. He scoops our daughter up into his arms and carries her to the bed. I instantly take her and begin nursing her, and she quiets, happy. Her little hand is in a fist at my breast. She has her dad's hunger, he jokes. I smile, looking down at her blonde hair, mismatched eyes, and chubby cheeks. The child does love to eat. All the time. I just wish she noticed when it was light and dark outside. Although, technically, it's light out. The early morning rays are already coming through our open balcony doors. I nurse her for a time, and Callum sits beside me, staring down at her. From the moment she was born, all he's wanted to do is watch her. Every little thing she does seems to fascinate him. I don't blame him, though. She's absolutely perfect. She finishes nursing, and I cover up once more. Callum takes her and puts her over his shoulder to burp her until she gives him a couple that he seems super proud of. Then he lowers her and stares at her. Happiness illuminates his face as she smiles up at him. Best burper in the kingdom, he says. Our little princess. And she is. She plays with his hand, making little noises,
Then our little hands focus on the gold band on his finger. I have a similar ring, only it has a rainbow of stones on it. Callum had it made for me before officially proposing, and we'd married in front of the whole town just a short time later. There's a knock at our bedroom door. I know who it is before Callum tells them to come. Archer and Victor are there, smiling, looking happy as clams, probably because they'd already been fishing this morning. "We heard her crying through the wall and thought we would take her out for a little walk," my dad says, not even trying to hide his love for our daughter. I laugh and look at Callum. He nods, a smile playing on his lips. It's like the entire kingdom is obsessed with our daughter. Every person in the street would throw themselves in front of a knife for her, and that most certainly includes our fathers, who seem to be eager to take her, day or night. My dad comes to Callum's side of the bed and takes our happy baby, scooping her up into his arms. "All fed and happy for a couple hours, huh, Princess?" Archer goes and gets her blanket and says, "I wouldn't count on it. She'll be here eating again before we know it, getting big and strong, just the way she should." At first, Callum was reluctant to let Archer spend time with our baby, but his dad had been patient at every turn, letting Callum set the pace with their relationship. And every time he had a chance to show he'd changed, Archer had proved himself to be a better man than the one who had mistreated Callum for all those years. Their relationship wasn't perfect by any means, but it was a lot better. I think it's partly because Callum understands what it does to a person to not be able to be with the person they love. He seems to never be able to forget how cruel he was to me when he thought I'd betrayed him with Farron. Not that I held it against him any longer. Time heals all wounds. I look at my dad, who's smiling between his partner and his granddaughter, and my heart gives a little squeeze. After my mom died, he'd been so broken. He hadn't been happy when he'd been forced to marry my stepmom. His only joy came from me. He finally has someone else to make him happy, and that means the world to me. "Get some sleep," my dad says as they head for the door. "Thanks," I say, and mean it. Except when they leave, I'm not tired any longer. "Want to get a little air?" I ask. Callum nods, and we head for the balcony. He wraps his arm around me, and we stare out at the kingdom that will one day be ours. It's a kind of paradise we never imagined could be in any realm. A place where we are happy to raise our daughter. I wish everyone I love can live like this. My thoughts go to Beva and Cyril. Do you think they're happy at their colleges? Happy in the outside world? Callum squeezes me. "I think they're exactly where they're supposed to be. Just like us." I turn to look at him, and he kisses me, stealing my breath, making me feel alive and incredible all at once. When we pull away from each other, our eyes are locked, and our breathing is rough. "Should we try to give Natalie a brother or a sister?" Laughing, I shake my head. "You're having the next one." The thing is, I wouldn't mind another baby. The more loved ones in this perfect life, the better. I'll just give thanks each and every day that all the events that happened before this led up to this happy life with the people I love most in the world, with the man I love most in the world. What more could I possibly ask for? A guard is suddenly at our door. "My lady." "What?" I ask, frowning, my heart racing at the unexpected interruption.
"There are people on the Phoenix Trail."
"People?" I ask Callum. He shakes his head. Who in the world could that be? This has been Bonded Ever After, a fantasy romance, The Royal Goldkeepers, Book 3, written by Lacey Carter Anderson, Read for you by Daphne Fields. Copyright 2025 by Lacey Carter Anderson. Production copyright by Lacey Carter Anderson.
You've now finished The Royal Goldkeepers. I hope it was as fun to listen to as it was to write. I think my narrator did an amazing job and really brought to life all the characters. I said that this series is actually based on a dream, and I meant it. Maybe once every couple of months, I would have a dream about two people having to go through these different types of worlds that were connected together, trying to find their way back to Earth. And in the end, they discovered that Earth was just another one of these worlds. I remember waking up the first time I had this dream and thinking, I need to write this story down before I forget. I ran out to my computer and typed up as much as I could remember, and then I'd add to it each time I'd have the dream again. I've done that with many of my books, but I've never felt as connected to a series as I did to this one based off that reoccurring dream. The funny thing is that since I wrote the book, I haven't had the dream since, so maybe I told the story I was supposed to tell. I also know some people have asked about my writing process. Well, honestly, it's pure chaos. I have 3 kids, so they're constantly keeping me busy. I work around their cross-country, gymnastics, and theater classes. I don't have my own office. I work on a laptop on the couch, so I'm running the house while working. It's not ideal, but I think that's the reality of being a working mom. Sometimes it's about juggling glass and rubber balls and knowing which ones are okay to drop and which ones you absolutely can't drop. As for this book, I'm really happy with how it turned out. Callum and Alora had to grow as people and together to get to a place of happiness both physically and mentally. And after everything they've been through, I really think they've earned a happy life. Don't you? I hope one day I'm able to come back to this world and tell the stories of all Callum and Alora's friends, but I'm also happy to leave it here, where both Callum and Alora have found love and happiness with their fathers. What do you think? Do you think the story is finished and doesn't need to be told further? Or do you feel like I should write the spin-off with Caleb and Alora's friends?